Volume 9. Chapter 801, The Era of Chen Feng. Chapter 801, The Era of Chen Feng. Translator, Limest and Editor, Tenish. Beneath the night sky, Chen Feng took a step forward. At this instant, endless power of faith surged out. It was also at this instant that the various gods finally realized that all of the missing human believers were under Chen Feng's control. On their faces, a sense of helplessness could be seen. It was no wonder they had failed to find the culprit. After all, the main culprit was the first person they had kicked out. Worthy of being Lord Chen Feng indeed. Bang! Bang! Chen Feng continued stepping forth one step at a time. The endless power of faith surged out. This faith was from his very own believers, the believers of the dead major gods, and the believers of those gods that had tried to follow the forest goddess earlier. At this point, Chen Feng alone monopolized 80% of humanity's belief. This was quite a terrifying amount. It was a great shock to the various gods watching on. This many believers. Swish! A black flash streaked past. A certain god had suddenly erupted with power. Careful, everyone cried out in alarm. However, it became clear that the god's target was Chen Feng, as he had already reached Chen Feng. It's him. The various gods were alarmed. The night god, a peak journeyman god only a step away from the major god stage. He had tried breaking through numerous times in the past, yet he failed every time. However, due to his numerous attempts, his strength was rather frightening. He was the closest to being a major god here and the strongest person below the major god stage. Poof! With this sneak attack at night, he declared his provocation. Major god? As far as he was concerned, it was but a joke. Even though he wasn't a major god, with his present strength, he could even kill major gods with a sneak attack. As such, he did not fear any god. Yi had been the only exception. He would still have had to restrain if Yi was around. Now that Yi was dead, Chen Feng actually dreamed of assuming control over everyone? How ridiculous. And the night god had been waiting for a single opportunity. Chen Feng's huge quantity of believers was a source of envy for him. So many believers. If he had even half that amount, he would have broken through long ago, right? What if? He was tempted. And thus, he moved against Chen Feng without hesitation. Swish! The dark streak directly pierced through space to reach Chen Feng. Not good. Something is about to happen. Damn it! Lord Chen Feng is a newly broken through major god. How hateful. Quite a few of the gods there felt anxious. These were mostly the gods that had selected Chen Feng's camp since the beginning, those believing in the potential of Chen Feng and his nature as a person. Unexpectedly, not long had passed before something like this happened. In addition to these gods, there was an even larger number of gods merely watching on coldly and indifferently. If it is the night god, he might succeed. True, he is already infinitely close to being a major god. If he erupts with a sneak attack, his attack strength will be amplified by several times. With Chen Feng having only recently broken through to the major god stage. He. A lot of gods merely watched on. Some wanted to help but couldn't make it in time. Some could help Chen Feng but did not want to. And thus, before many pairs of eyes, the night god streaked straight toward Chen Feng with a horrifying and overwhelming momentum. And yet, beyond all their expectations, Chen Feng was still expressionless. He looked at the dark streak coldly. At this instant, his eyes began to radiate with a suffocating radiance. Next, from one of his eyes, a bright and powerful major god's godly power surged out, profound and enigmatic. From his other eye, a black and surging major god's godly power surged out, dark and sinister. Chen Feng's eyes shone, one bright and the other dark. The streak that was the night god neared Chen Feng, yet it was precisely under this high-speed movement that an expression of utter terror appeared on his face as his entire body transformed into ash and scattered in the air. The ashes waffled about around Chen Feng. The night god was nowhere to be seen. All the gods' hearts jolted. Some had already guessed that the night god might not be Chen Feng's opponent. However, none of them had expected this to be the result of their collision. Chen Feng's eyes, and the power he had unleashed. The various gods gulped. So this was Chen Feng's actual strength? Any other challengers? Chen Feng asked indifferently. The hearts of the various gods chilled. Not a single one dared to answer him. Very good. Let us stop here then. He stood up, surrounded by a boundless power of faith. All the gods waited deferentially upon Chen Feng as he departed. They were all clear that with this, no more gods would dare challenge Chen Feng. There were no longer any gods capable of stopping Chen Feng. With such a massive number of believers, Chen Feng would grow at an incredibly horrifying speed. As of this moment, Chen Feng's position was unshakable. He, Chen Feng, was now the new God King. This wondrous land had experienced the era of the creation god, a chaotic era, and the era of Yi. Now, the era of Chen Feng had arrived. The next day, the details of the incident spread all over the world. All of humanity celebrated, and Chen Feng's believer count grew sharply once again. With the fusion of the human world in this unique era, this new era had the largest population. Chen Feng was the controller of this world, and the gods under him controlled their respective domains. Naturally, the bountiful humans were a slice of cake that no god dared mess with. And thus, the world returned to order in a short while and entered a prosperous era. In addition to Chen Feng, the various gods' believers increased sharply as well. All the gods were growing. It was rumored that even though only a few days had passed, some journeyman gods had already broken through to the major god stage. Even so, none of them dared to challenge Chen Feng. In all honesty, they were clear that even with their new strength, they could not have survived the night god's sneak attack. As for Chen Feng, that attack was completely worthless before him. Even now, the two completely different powers that had erupted from his eyes caused the gods to suffocate whenever they thought about them. Moreover, they also faced a certain truth: if even they, with only their small number of believers, were able to grow so rapidly, what about Chen Feng, who had a huge number of believers? They did not even dare to think about that. As such, not a single god was idiotic enough to try to challenge Chen Feng. This was the era of Chen Feng. His position was unshakable. Interestingly, due to Chen Feng's existence, the humans became something of a unique existence. Everyone now knew that the humans had a noble identity, and numerous lifeforms opted to assimilate into human society. This included even some of the gods. And thus, human society became an enriched and colorful society. Because of this, even Stormtech Company joined in, creating numerous wristband devices that could accommodate the various lifeforms and even the gods. These creations brought those country bumpkins quite the shock. Evidently, they had never expected that even without using godly power, information and data could be transmitted and their strength could be managed. As of this moment, the entire world had entered a phase of rapid growth. Everyone's strength was increasing rapidly. If this continued on, Chen Feng would be able to become as strong as Yi one day. However, would he have sufficient time to grow? In the genetic union, Chen Feng was reading the latest report with a calm expression. Even though he was already a god and the Sin God's incredibly awesome-looking palace was available to him, Chen Feng preferred staying in the human world. Chen Feng sighed. Is there still no news about that silhouette? Chen Hai shrugged. He went missing after his battle with Yi. You can't find him even with your godly power of luck? Nope. Chen Feng's head ached. That fellow was too strong, to the point that even the godly power of luck didn't work. However, he wasn't exactly immune to the godly power of luck. Rather, he had used some method to put up a barrier to block it out. Chen Feng was completely incapable of locating him. Who exactly was that fellow? Chen Feng was doubtful. Was there such god during the primordial era? Chen Hai shrugged. What we know is that the forest goddess does not know him. The misfortune goddess has never heard of him either. Chen Feng had a solemn expression. A mysterious existence known by no one even during the primordial era. Who exactly was this person? He had no idea. Could that person truly be a seed left behind by the creation god? Chen Feng hoped that this wouldn't be the case. He had no desire to see another one of his lies turn into reality. Suddenly, Chen Hai asked, "Oh, right. Did you not say that you seem to have forgotten about something? Might that be related to that fellow?" Chen Feng nodded. Most definitely. Previously, I was too weak and failed to notice. Now that I have my own godly power, I can sense the existence of that power. Now, if he tries to once again erase some of my memories, I will most definitely notice it. Chen Feng was confident. Chen Hai was in agreement. With Chen Feng's present identity and his incredible number of believers, the growth of his strength was shocking. At present, Chen Feng himself was already a major god. If that person tried to do something to him now, he would definitely be noticed. Get them to hasten the speed, Chen Feng said after some thought. We must locate him as soon as possible. Is there a need to find him this fast? Chen Hai was curious. One ought to remember that the silhouette was truly quite strong. Back then, even the seriously injured Yi had been able to erupt with such terrifying strength. How about that person? In fact, finding him would not necessarily be a good thing. So what if they couldn't find him? He had merely hidden to lick his wounds. With the speed of Chen Feng's growth, by the time the silhouette was done recovering, perhaps Chen Feng would already be as strong as Yi? At that time, the victor of their clash would no longer be a sure thing. Time is advantageous for us. Chen Hai was sure of this. After all, that silhouette was not one they could afford to look down on. I know. However, I also know how terrifying he is. Chen Feng had a solemn expression. If we find him now, if I can assure mutual destruction, even my death is a price I am willing to pay. But he has completely vanished. He is not stupid. If he truly didn't have any backup plans, he would have appeared after I defeated Yi, since I was at my weakest then. Yet he did not appear then. Even if he didn't receive the news on the day of Ye's death, he must have received the news the day after. However, he has not appeared. Day after day, I keep growing, yet he has completely vanished. What exactly is that fellow doing? What exactly is he planning? I don't know. Nobody knows. As Chen Hai heard all this, his expression became solemn. True. What exactly was that fellow doing? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 802 Awaiting Your Godhood. Chapter 802 Awaiting Your Godhood. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. In outer space, that massive throne was still there, faintly discernible. Seated on the throne was the silhouette. He was presently in deep thought. Since his return from that incident, he had maintained the same expression, thinking about something unknown. This expression had lasted since the moment Yi died. You lose. The young lady poured a cup of coffee for him with a smile on her face. Is that so? He sighed softly. When his gaze once again landed on that blue planet, Ye's aura was already nowhere to be seen. In place was a bizarre aura that was spreading throughout the planet at a terrifying speed. That aura was unique to Chen Feng. Chen Feng, the silhouette muttered. In his original plan, Chen Feng should already be dead. He had planned for so long just so he could fight it out with Yi. Unexpectedly, Yi had done something unexpected. The one to ascend had been that damnable Chen Feng. Since then, his plan had not progressed as he wished. Subsequently, he'd had a decisive battle with Yi. Based on his plan, he should have been able to kill Yi, gaining a dramatic increase in strength, at which point he would subjugate the entire world. However, for some reason, both he and Yi had been mutually wounded instead. That this had happened was quite odd, as Yi, whose strength had dropped greatly due to the loss of his divine seat, should not have been that powerful. Did I underestimate Yi? He could not understand why he had failed to kill Yi in that battle. Nevertheless, it no longer mattered. Although some mishaps happened. Although this is completely different from my plan. However, suddenly, he laughed. The general direction is still correct. Yi is dead and humanity is saved. Both of these are in accordance with my plan. Even if Chen Feng is still alive, he looked at his own body. Even if I am a little injured. To the side, the young lady merely glanced at him and smiled. A little? Not quite. The injuries he had sustained from his battle with Yi were incredibly horrible. Suddenly, the silhouette solemnly declared, regardless, my plan will not be affected by all this. He was extremely serious in this declaration, extremely firm in his belief. He. To the side, the young lady continued smiling. She knew what his plan was. Here, she had a full view of each part of his plan. She also had knowledge of each of his abilities. His originally flawless plan had deviated thoroughly. He was merely unwilling to admit to that. He looked at the young lady. I know what you want to say. However, that is not how the success rate is calculated. Schwa. He waved his hand. Countless streaks of light flashed past. His present strength, Chen Feng's present strength, the young lady beside him, the planet's gods, the human believers, and his plan, everything. Schwa. Schwa. Light flickered as everything operated as he willed. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 10 times, 100 times, on and on this continued. Ultimately, 99% hovered before him. In the past, regardless of how he had deduced his success rate, it had remained 100%. No matter what he had done, his plan would have concluded flawlessly. The sole reason for that was his strength. Yet now, everything seemed to have changed, even though the difference was a mere 1%. So long as this probability existed, it was something that might happen. This was something he could not tolerate. As such, he had to kill Chen Feng. I refuse to believe this. He stood up. Schwa. He started deducing once again. This time, a new ability was used on top of his deduction. A certain radiance spread out. Coldly, he said, "Luck aura, activate." Bang! The powerful godly power of luck started operating, influencing every facet of his plan. This time, the success rate should be 100%, right? He softly said. Alas, before he could even finish his sentence, the success rate appeared, 99%. Still the same rate. He frowned. How is this possible? That damnable 1% was still there. Even his seemingly omnipotent godly power of luck had failed to erase that 1%. Why? He had no idea. However, after giving it some deep thought, he laughed. At this moment, he suddenly recalled how, when he had first threaded his cultivation path, he had dared attempt even plans with a 30% success rate. With his boundless confidence and perseverance, he had succeeded in matters with only a 30% success rate. This was his confidence. And now, the success rate was 99%. One could say that this was no different than 100%. Yet he was now lacking confidence? Why was that? Perhaps it was because it had been a while since he had last seen a success rate that was not 100%? It had been way too long since he had seen a different number. Therefore, he had panicked. In truth, his success rate was still overwhelming even though he was presently weakened. That was because Chen Feng was too weak, as Chen Feng was nothing but a common god. Naturally, the basis for his success was him acting when the timing is right. He was clear on the speed of Chen Feng's growth. To be precise, he was all too clear on the workings of the human world. The faith the humans could provide was hard to even imagine. Therefore, between his recovery and Chen Feng's growth, a balance had to be sought. This balancing point would precisely be the time for him to finally make his move. As such, even as the entire world entered a phase of rapid growth, he merely transmitted some orders to the faction under him on that planet. That was all he did thus far. Just you see. I will succeed. Finally, he regained his confidence as he looked at the young lady and declared, "And you shall be my spokesperson. You will be my emissary." Naturally, for that you must first ascend to godhood. His original plan had been to have this young lady ascend to godhood. With the young lady's ascension, she would serve him. With the young lady's support, he would be a truly unparalleled existence. However, the speed of Chen Feng's growth was too fast. As such, he had to first shelve this part of his plan, as there wasn't enough time for that. He spoke solemnly. Your body came into shape from the superposition of time. You have the potential to ascend to godhood. Moreover, your potential is a godhood that has yet to appear thus far, the time god. Do you know that in my heart, your potential surpasses even that of the creation god and the sin god? Even myself? Therefore, I want you to ascend. Is there enough time? The young lady looked at the planet. Chen Feng's strength is improving rapidly. Can you even wait until my ascension is completed? In the original plan, the moment the young lady ascended would also have been the moment he assumed control of the entire world. However, they were still a ways off from that. There was nothing they could do about this. To become the time god, the young lady had to contemplate time itself. This was something that could not be avoided. As far as he was concerned, waiting wasn't much. He had been waiting for so many years. 2 extra years of waiting was truly nothing. That was because even if the young lady were not willing to ascend, her body would naturally contemplate time as time passed. But now, they seemed to be somewhat hard-pressed for time. Would it be fine if he waited for a year or two until the young lady finally ascended to godhood? How strong would Chen Feng be at that time? None of them knew the answer to that question. Even after 12 years, the sin god had been unable to assume full control over humans. As for Chen Feng, he truly enjoyed the faith of all of humanity. That amount of faith was an absolutely terrifying amount. Therefore, this silhouette could not afford to wait. As time passed, the success rate would probably decrease further from the present 99%. And thus he had to make a move. A change in the plan. I will first kill Chen Feng and ascend, then I will wait for you to ascend. Schwa. He stood up, seeming so very calm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 803, The Missing Memory. Chapter 803, The Missing Memory. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. In the genetic union, Chen Feng was quietly listening to a report. At present, the general situation is under control. With the assistance of gods and apostles, the unique power of this era of gods has been stabilized. With the assistance of the Stormtech company, nearly all lifeforms, including gods, are now equipped with a communicator wristband. All lifeforms are now under our monitoring, guaranteeing a safe society and reliable members. Of course, some gods protested this monitoring. However, we used your name to shut them up. Please take a look at this. Shwa! A shiny map appeared. On the map, the entire planet and all of the planets the lifeforms were shown. All the gods were labeled with unique symbols. Whether they were minor gods or major gods, all details, including their numerous apostles, resonators, and so on, were labeled on this map. This map displayed the strength level of all lifeforms. Perhaps the genetic union currently lacked formidable fighting prowess. However, they were sufficient to monitor the situation perfectly. This project was jointly launched by us, the Genetic Union, the Research Agency, and the Stormtech Company. We are indeed incapable of contending against the gods. However, we still need to know if they are safe for humanity or not. Naturally, to make this more acceptable for them, a higher level of authorization has been granted to the wristbands they are using, helping with numerous activities such as communication, the internet, and so on. This is it for now. The monitoring department head finished his report. The next agenda is the growth of strength. At this time, the representative from the Gene Production Association started speaking. With the assistance of this era's unique herbs and the gods proficient with vegetation, we have made a breakthrough in our research. Gene reagent production has improved greatly. The reagents are now useful for all non-god lifeforms, even including apostles. Naturally, the reagents are presently ineffective on gods. However, we are certain that along with the growth of our gene research, a day will come when we can even increase the strength of gods through reagents. Talk less nonsense, someone interrupted him. Fine. The representative of the Gene Production Association shrugged. I shall stop talking about what we dream of accomplishing for now. At present, the average strength of humanity has fully entered the resonance realm. With Chen Feng's return, humanity, which had previously averaged level 1 resonance, grew rapidly. With the assistance of gene reagents, humanity was able to speedily stabilize their strength in and charge toward a higher realm. At present, there are even some who have entered the apostle realm. Naturally, there are only a few who have managed to enter the apostle realm. However, based on the data, in perhaps half a month, humanity will enter a phase of rapid growth. At that time, humanity as a whole will be infinitely close to the peak of the resonance realm. If any gods help, humanity will be able to easily enter the apostle realm. The representative of the Gene Production Association got excited as he talked about this. After all, the apostle realm was so near to godhood. Humanity had used 12 years to grow their average strength from a class to the peak of the awakened realm. Even the Sin God hadn't had a way of increasing this speed. Yet with Chen Feng's guidance, humanity had been able to grow at an ultra-high speed. From the peak awakened realm to the apostle realm, only 2 or 3 months had been required. The mere thought of this was sufficient to drive one crazy. After all, the human world was in the genetic era, and as far as all the gods were concerned, this was excellent news. Every single apostle signified growth to the gods. As for the sheer quantity of humans, the mere thought of their population caused the gods to tremble in excitement. Even though 80% of humans were believers of Chen Feng, the remaining 20% was sufficient to drive the gods crazy with joy. This was the truth. Splendid. Chen Feng was very satisfied with the present growth of this world. However, most of his attention was focused on a certain unique department. This was the Outer Space Department, a department formed by Chen Feng himself to search outer space for any trails or clues. The head of the Outer Space Department smiled bitterly. Sorry. We have gathered nothing. What needed to be reported had long since been reported. In this period of time, no new information had been obtained. We have been searching all the news related to outer space, no abnormalities have been found. We even sent some spaceships out, yet nothing out of place has been found. Everything seems to be consistent with the reported data. The Outer Space Department was ashamed of their lack of progress. Everyone else seemed to be reporting good news. Only his department had nothing to report. Okay. Chen Feng wasn't surprised. After all, outer space was the domain of that silhouette. In any case, that fellow had influenced even a part of his memory. How was it possible for these humans to have not received something similar? Suddenly, Chen Feng paused as he thought of this. Memory? His memory had indeed been influenced. However, after his growth in strength, that effect had seemingly weakened and he had even subsequently gotten rid of it completely. His memory of what had happened was supposed to be complete now. And after getting rid of the influence on his memory, spaceships were still being sent to outer space without stop. So, send me all of the various space companies' data, Chen Feng said. All right. The Outer Space Department did as they'd been told. Schwa. A screen flashed, and Chen Feng instantly looked over. Those he clearly remembered having entered outer space were left out of this report. Not only had they vanished from the data, but they had even gone missing from the memories of these people. Why? Had all their memories been erased one by one? That did not seem likely. In this era, news spread at a terrifying speed. If one wanted to erase these memories one by one, it would be impossible even for a god. Therefore, there was only one possibility: the memory erasure was not used on individual memories. Rather, the erasure worked on events as a whole. For example, the A48 company, which Chen Feng remembered was the final company to have sent a spaceship out. A48 had been an entertainment company, and the boss of this company had gone to outer space in excitement with 48 girls. As for what he had been planning to do once he reached outer space, it was no longer important, as this company had vanished from everyone's memories. Even their families forgot about the existence of this missing company. The wiped memories did not pertain to only those individuals. The entirety of that company had been erased. In short, this is how the companies that went to outer space went missing? Chen Feng guessed. They had encountered that fellow after reaching outer space and been directly eliminated. This elimination was not a physical one, as all traces of their existence were completely eliminated as well. If that was truly the case, things were explainable. However, Chen Feng frowned, as he kept feeling that something was wrong somewhere, though he couldn't figure out what it was. He had even tried searching with his luck aura, yet he had found nothing. This was truly quite weird. One ought to know that his luck aura had worked even against Yi. How could it have no effect now? Something seemed wrong. Chen Feng sank into deep contemplation. Tap. Tap. His fingers tapped on the conference table slowly. The higher-ups around the table did not dare make the slightest noise while Chen Feng was deep in thought. With his brows furrowed, Chen Feng contemplated. Suddenly, he loosened his brows as he finally thought of a crucial point: influence. Indeed, that existence had erased all the companies. The members of those company, everything that had happened in them, all of the company's influence on the world, and all the memories regarding them had vanished, not leaving any traces behind. However, had this company existed? Yes. Before that existence erased them, they had indeed existed. Even though this company had completely vanished from everyone's memories, interestingly, the company had indeed existed once. For example, if that existence had done his magic at 12 o'clock on a certain day, prior to that, the company had indeed existed. This fact would remain even if, 1 second after 12 o'clock, everything became non-existent. I see. Finally, Chen Feng understood. This new discovery was of utmost importance. That was because if one was truly erased, the truth would never be found. However, if this was the way their existences were being erased. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 804, Investigating. Chapter 804, Investigating. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Schwa. Chen Feng vanished just like that, leaving behind a bunch of confused humans. On a certain mountain range, Chen Feng reappeared. The moment he appeared, he saw an odd-looking person howling at a certain mirror. Am I handsome? You dare claim that I am not handsome? This fellow. Chen Feng grabbed Kong by. Chen Feng sighed. Why do you fight with a mirror every day? Kong Bai sneered. Hoof. The moment this fellow gained consciousness, he started going online. After spending some time online, he became good at arguing, and he argues with me every single day. A day will come when I destroy him. Chen Feng. What are you doing here? Kong Bai was curious. Are you here because you missed me? Chen Feng rolled his eyes. Piss off. I need your help with something. My power has been sealed, Kong Bai said seriously. He had truly been sealed. The reason for that was the many hurdles this world had gone through to finally reaching this peaceful era. If he were to continue transmigrating through time and ended up changing history, it might result in an effect that might transform this era or even resurrect Yi. That would be quite a disaster. That might very well happen. The time traveler did not even need to meet Yi face to face. A thought or an aura or Yi sensing the existence of that time traveler might result in a butterfly effect that changed the future, replacing the current timeline with a new one. This was something Kong Bai was extremely clear about. He even wondered if everything he had done was what had caused everything that had happened. Perhaps if he hadn't been transmigrating through time, everything that had happened wouldn't have happened. For example, if they hadn't reached the Twin Horns world in the first place, they might not have the coordinates of that world even now. As such, the subsequent incident involving Yi might never have happened. This was quite a fragile situation. Since the creation god had planned everything, if Kong Bai altered history even the slightest bit, something major might result, to the extent that perhaps humans might never have come into existence in the first place. Kong Bai was truly rejoicing the fact that he hadn't done much when he had transmigrated through time. Else, nobody could guess what the world would have been like they returned. I can't transmigrate anymore, Kong Bai said with a sigh. He couldn't do it anymore, even with the assistance of luck. I can feel that with each transmigration, the price will grow heavier. As for the price, this world will be the one to bear it. It would still be fine if my transmigration only involved the genetic era, as that era was comparatively weaker. But if it involves this new era... Kong Bai smiled bitterly. In this unique era where gods and genes were combined, a single transmigration could result in a huge price. And if he accidentally changed the timeline or if he wanted to amend it, the mere thought of the price that would need to be paid caused him to tremble. This did not only apply to matters pertaining to Yi. Any part of history that was altered would be a price none of them could bear. In the previous genetic era, we were able to transmigrate freely because the people of that era were too weak. Then the primordial descended, making transmigration difficult. Now, in this brand new God's era, any part of the transmigration process might get detected at any time. Perhaps Yi will be the one to detect it, or that existence will be the one. Or perhaps, a certain God will capture or charm me, forcing me to work for them. What would happen then? What if I am forced to transmigrate through time to change history or rescue some forbidden item or existence? I would be completely helpless against such a thing. Therefore, I sealed off my power, Kong Bai said solemnly. He knew what he was doing. This was a cost he had to pay. He was not the time god, nor was he the space god. His very act of transmigration was just a unique genetic ability in the genetic era. With such an ability, if he dared transmigrate in this era filled with gods, it would be no different than dancing on the edge of a sword. And thus, he had made the correct decision. Feng patted his shoulder. Do you regret it? No, this was the very first time Kong Bai was so serious. What if you only use your ability to go and take a look? Feng said with a smile. Your ability is too valuable. Since it is so powerful, it induces fear among others. What if you weaken the effect? Perhaps just use it to see the past and future? But my transmigration is random, Kong Bai said with a blank expression. With me here, it will not be random. With a smile, Feng continued, remove part of the transmigration ability to ensure that whatever is seen with this ability remains irreversible, getting rid of your ability to meddle in past or future events. Perhaps this is the true essence of your ability. As Kong Bai heard this, his heart thumped. True. If he only observed rather than partook in events. Bang! His eyes started radiating an intense light. Ka! Instantly, a certain ability within him was destroyed before coming together again to form a brand new ability. With this, his transmigration ability was officially gone. Feng grumbled. So it turns out you only sealed it. You were still secretly keeping the ability? It was a moment of indecisiveness, Kong Bai said with a laugh. After all, this ability had been with him for too long. He had naturally been reluctant to part with it just like that. This was also why he had been rather moody the past 2 days. He had been incapable of making a decision. Now that Feng had given him an even better option, he naturally gave up on the transmigration ability. This new ability was only a portion of what the transmigration was capable of. As such, one could say that he had effectively castrated his transmigration ability. So what do you want to see? Kong Bai could guess Feng's motive here. Look at the past, Feng said with a smile. Look at something interesting. Kong Bai nodded. Okay. Shwa. Instantly, the two entered the void of transmigration. The ability was activated. Different from the past, this time, shrouding the world they had transmigrated to was a certain dusky layer that ensured they could only observe and would not be able to meddle with the world's affairs, nor could their physical bodies truly arrive in this world. Naturally, this act of observing would not attract the attention of the various gods. If this were a regular transmigration. Feng was sure that the instant they arrived, Yi or that silhouette would have detected them immediately. Regardless of the past Yi or the present silhouette, both were capable of this. What do we need to see? Kong Bai asked. Myself. Chen Feng smiled. I am getting old. Therefore, I keep feeling nostalgic, wanting to revisit my past. Kong Bai rolled his eyes. To hell with getting old. How old was this Chen Feng? He was only in his 20s, yet had already reached this height. Getting old? Come on, he did not even have a wife yet. Ha! As Kong Bai's thoughts reached this point, the scene before them changed. Next, a certain scene appeared before them. It was a scene of Chen Feng taking a stroll hand in hand with a certain girl. On his face was a faint smile, a hint of shyness, and a hint of joy. Ha! You actually have a girlfriend? Kong Bai exclaimed in admiration. Awesome. When are you going to get me one? Yeah. Chen Feng watched on, all smiles. I am truly curious about this as well. Kong Bai's eyes went wide with shock. What? Chen Feng was curious about this girl as well? He looked at Chen Feng's indifferent expression. Suddenly, his heart leaped. In short, Chen Feng had forgotten about this girl? Even scarier was the fact that Kong Bai himself had no recollection of this girl. Interesting, isn't it? The smile never left Chen Feng's face. A certain influence noiselessly vanished. However, it does not matter. At present, it is slowly unfolding before our eyes. A certain thing is about to reveal itself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 805, The Terrifying Truth. Chapter 805, The Terrifying Truth. Translator, limest editor, Tenish. Within the scene, the events between Chen Feng and the young lady played one after another. From when they first met to when they finally fell in love with each other, slowly but surely, this young lady was imprinted upon Chen Feng's heart. Wang Yao. Chen Feng's heart throbbed. Why did the memories about you suddenly go missing? Why did you suddenly go missing? Could it be? The feeling known as fear suddenly surfaced. Those companies had all died, all traces of their existence vanishing with them. What of Wang Yao? Kong Bai seemed to have realized something as well. Chen Feng? Chen Feng maintained a calm expression. Continue watching. Kong Bai nodded. All right. Schwa. The scene continued. The story of Chen Feng and Wang Yao continued. Both of them had their respective missions and goals. They were both sufficiently powerful, and thus, no problems ever emerged. This continued until one day when some companies vanished. These were the companies that had dispatched spaceships to outer space. It was also at that moment that the memories of the masses were influenced. Nobody else seemed to really remember the missing companies. The only exception was Wang Yao, who remembered everything clearly. 1, 2, and slowly, more and more companies vanished. In everyone's memories, only a couple companies had gone missing. However, Wang Yao knew that several dozen companies had actually gone missing. At one point, the missing companies surpassed 100. And thus, she decided to investigate this abnormality. It is too dangerous for you to go. I know. Let me go with you. No, you are still needed here. Going to outer space will take too much time. Then get someone else to go. I can't. They will lose their memories as well. Fine, how about this? Chen Feng decided to compromise. Let me open a case with the genetic union and deploy the strongest genetic warriors to go together with you. With all of you going together, I won't worry as much. Okay. Wang Yao agreed with his proposal even though she herself was the strongest. Finally, she departed with the squad. She had to go, and she was the only one capable of keeping her memories intact. Thus, the squad was led by Wang Yao. Chen Feng had absolute faith in her. He was clear that his memories regarding these events were getting blurry as well. As such, he knew that this was something that had to be investigated. However, he had never expected that after Wang Yao's departure, his memories regarding this would gradually vanish as well. Slowly, he even forgot about Wang Yao's existence. Chen Feng watched on silently, somewhat spellbound. Kong Bai wanted to comfort him but did not know what to say. Schwa. His luck aura operated and told Chen Feng the truth, Wang Yao was still alive. Due to that existence, his luck aura was incapable of determining Wang Yao's location or obtaining any specific information about her. However, luck aura indeed confirmed that Wang Yao was still alive. So long as she was alive, everything was fine. Chen Feng's gaze intensified. So long as she was still alive, there was still hope. Outer space? His gaze shone with murderous intent as he thought of this. Everything he had obtained from nothing, ultimately killing even the Sin God. Would he be afraid of this fellow? What he needed to find out now was that fellow's identity. Schwa. Once again, he focused his gaze on the scene. Continue playing. I want to know everything, Chen Feng said with a cold gaze. Understood. Kong Bai was as shocked as Chen Feng by what they saw next. So it turned out that the mysterious existence had even learned to make use of the companies and organizations of the human world to serve as his very own faction? He was too intelligent and scary. When facing the primordial existences, who would have guessed that the companies created by humanity would become this fellow's tools? Unfortunately, they were unable to see much. Kong Bai shook his head. There's nothing else to see. What they saw could only prove that the disappearance of the various companies might be related to that existence. How were they related was unknown. Chen Feng discovered an abnormality. Something seems odd. Kong Bai frowned. I feel the same. Everything seemed to be progressing too smoothly. After Wang Yao led a team to investigate, something happened. In short, this was the progression. Initially, they were of the opinion that accidents were the cause of all the disappearances. As such, they went ahead to investigate. Unexpectedly, they encountered an extremely powerful existence surpassing all beings. And thus, they all perished. This seemed to be a logical progression. However, they couldn't shake off the feeling that something wasn't right. Suddenly, Chen Feng asked, the entire team similarly vanished abruptly, right? Yes. Kong Bai was sure of this. If so, they must have used the communicator prior to disappearing, right? They would have been maintaining contact with the people of the genetic union as well, right? Even though everyone's memories regarding them slowly vanished after they went missing, prior to that, they were absolutely communicating with the genetic union, right? Slowly, Chen Feng's line of thought became clearer and clearer. That's right, Kong Bai confirmed. Outer space was too dangerous, after all. As such, they had maintained communication at all times with those on the planet. For this expedition, the Stormtech company had even opened up a special communication channel for them. They had been able to broadcast their entire journey without stop. Everything should have been recorded. Chen Feng was extremely satisfied with this answer. Very good. I want all that data, all of it. Understood. Kong Bai understood clearly. That's right. All those people had vanished, as had all the memories about them had vanished. However, whatever had happened prior to their disappearance should still be preserved in the form of data. By investigating the data, they could very well find out what exactly Wang Yao's team had encountered before their disappearance. Perhaps they could get a glimpse of the culprit as well. Schwa. The scene moved again. Rapidly, it rewound to the time before their disappearance at the genetic union. Has Wang Yao's team departed? Yes. Has the real-time connection been established? Yes. With the assistance of the Stormtech company, a perfect connection had been established that would guarantee a flawless connection at all times. However, the instant Wang Yao's team left the atmosphere, the communication equipment and screens vanished. What's going on? No idea. Seems like everything has been influenced by something. Damn it. Tell them to return immediately. The connection can't be maintained anymore. We can't contact them anymore. Everyone was going crazy. Just as they were about to send someone to bring Wang Yao's team back by force, suddenly, a boom resounded within all their minds. And then they forgot everything. A blank expression was plastered on all their faces. Their communicators buzzed, updating them of a certain catastrophic event happening somewhere that required their support. Quick, something happened. Let's go. And just like that, they busied themselves with the emergency request. As for Wang Yao and her companions, they were cleanly forgotten. Chen Feng and Kong Bai watched on silently. Everything seemed to be progressing logically, yet they still had an odd feeling, as if something wasn't right. Since everything vanished the instant they left the atmosphere, replay the scene from Wang Yao's side. Schwa. Kong Bai began operating his ability. Kong Bai frowned. Wang Yao was influenced by some unique ability. I am unable to detect her. In fact, each time he had found Wang Yao previously, it had been through the memories of Chen Feng or others. As Wang Yao was alive, a unique power shielded her from his detection. In that case, detect Wang Yao's team members, Chen Feng said after giving it some thought. All right. Kong Bai tried to detect them. Alas, he failed. Some unique power seemed to be influencing those people, to the point that his powerful new ability and Chen Feng's luck aura failed to detect even Wang Yao's team members. They both exchanged glances, immediately realizing what the problem was. Those team members had been specifically shielded as well. Are they all still alive? Chen Feng shook his head. Dead. If they are already dead, why are they still being shielded? The only way this scenario can happen is if the culprit is intentionally deploying the shield, Kong Bai said with a sneer. How about their communicators? Chen Feng asked. As a human of the genetic era, it was impossible for there to be no data pertaining to those people. Let me take a look. Kong Bai started investigating. Shwa! The scene jumped around. The data they were searching for finally appeared. Alas, it was completely blank. Before and after, everything was gone. Suddenly, Chen Feng said, I don't enjoy this feeling. I feel like whatever we do, the opponent is always ahead of us. I have the same feeling as well, Kong Bai agreed. Suddenly, Chen Feng smiled. Unfortunately for him, everything is too flawless. Kong Bai smiled as well. Yeah. He cleaned up too thoroughly. What if? If they hadn't come back into the past to investigate this, hadn't found out about Wang Yao and her team members, hadn't found their memories, hadn't found any news or data about them, they wouldn't have noticed anything wrong. The only thing they would have felt was fear toward this unknown enemy, fear toward his prowess, which left them with no chances. However, this was the past, and they had arrived here via Kong Bai's ability. And yet in the past, at a point in time even before Wang Yao's team disappeared, their data was already no more. Why? What was the single inconsistency here? The answer was very simple. Someone had deleted everything about them. This was quite an interesting clue. Because the opponent had cleaned things up too thoroughly, he had instead revealed quite a number of things. And thus, Kong Bai was able to keep investigating until they reached the origin of all this. Truthfully, investigating the truth by going back in time was extremely simple. So simple that they did not even dare to believe the truth they uncovered. And when they found out the truth, all their questions were answered. So it is actually you? What primordial powerhouse? What god from antiquity? No, it was none of those. The mastermind, the culprit behind everything, the one plotting everything to reach this step was actually a mere human, a human everyone knew. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 806, The Return of a King. Chapter 806, The Return of a King. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. The Genetic Union. This era was rather unique. At the very least, that was the case for the majority of the people of this era. What made this era unique was the birth of a youth with astonishing talent. He was merely 14 years old yet was already being lauded as a rising star. He was the future of humanity. However, no one considered that this responsibility might be too heavy for the shoulders of a youth. He was only 14 years old, his prime age. He was infatuated with the young Missy that sold flowers. Her smile looked exceptionally good, like that of a fairy that had descended upon the mortal realm. This beautiful smile was carved deeply in the dreamlike part of the youth's memories. On a certain day, the youth finally gathered enough courage to go to the little Missy. Missy, I want a flower. The young Missy smiled an extremely captivating smile. Little Yuan is here? Tell me, which little girl do you fancy? She naturally knew who this youth was. He was the proud chosen of the genetic union, which was just opposite where she sold her flowers. He was the pride of humanity, a child well liked. I want a flower, little Yuan repeated, his face flushed red. Okay. The young Missy picked the prettiest of the flowers she had. Here, you can have it for free. Little Yuan shook his head. No, that won't do. I must pay for this. He settled the bill solemnly, as if they were complete strangers. Oh. The young Missy appeared somewhat disappointed. 10 yuan. Little Yuan paid. Next, after a slight pause, he passed the flower to the young Missy with his face flushed red. My gift to you. Ha? The young Missy blanked as she looked at the blushing youth with a serious expression before her. Suddenly, she laughed. This was a very happy laugh, as if this was the finest moment of her entire life. Next, things seemed to progress smoothly, the way such things should. Every single day, little Yuan visited the young Missy. He became stronger and stronger, his confidence growing by the day, and his looks improved as well. On the various news channels, his news would not stop being reported. He was given numerous titles, such as Rising Star, Future Seed, Legendary King, and so on. In fact, he had long become numb to all these. From his birth, nobody had been capable of competing against him. Everyone else was too weak, or he was too strong. He had seemingly entered the elitist circle of humanity with a single step. As for those about as strong as him, they were all of the senior generation, much older than even his father. As such, he was confident that there was nothing he couldn't do. Naturally, he was also extremely intelligent. He was aware that the source of everything he possessed was his strength. As such, he was extremely serious, he never stopped cultivating. Even though he spent time going out on dates with the young Missy every single day, he never neglected his cultivation. In fact, this young Missy had served as motivation, making him even stronger. He knew that in order to protect this young Missy, he would have to forever remain at the top. He could not allow anyone to surpass him. Years passed, and he was now a legend. Even those seniors 20 or 30 years older than him were officially defeated by him, making him the undisputed #1 youth of this era. At that time, he was only 16 years old. At that moment, he faithfully believed that nothing was impossible for him. This faith lasted until a certain day. On that day, his family suddenly told him that it was time for him to get engaged. His bride-to-be was a person with a similarly powerful background. She was the young lady of a certain family. Only this would allow the youth to reach even higher heights. Why? He could not accept such an arranged marriage. "You are the future of humanity," his father calmly explained. "You have enjoyed a huge amount of the resources humanity has to offer. It is only natural that there will be a price for that. In the past, you were still young. As such, we did not get involved in your relationships. But now that you have grown, you should start taking note of your relationships." He knew what his father was getting at. That young Missy. He probably wouldn't be able to see her much in the future. Why? He still couldn't accept this. "You are extremely talented. However, I am sorry to say that our family is too weak." His father sighed. "As such, if you want to be the master of humanity, if you want to be the president of the genetic union, you have to establish an alliance with that family. Only with their assistance will you have any hope of achieving all this. Otherwise, you might be suppressed by those at the top." "I don't care." The youth was filled with confidence. "Give me 10 years. I will surpass every living human in existence." His father sighed. "You won't have those 10 years. This is not an easy path. Don't you enjoy watching TV series with ancient settings? Do you not feel like this path is quite similar to the fights over the emperor's throne depicted in those TV series?" These words resounded heavily in the youth's mind. Fight over the throne. True. This was the genetic union they were talking about. This organization surpassed all companies, organizations, factions, and families. Would the presidency of such an organization be something nobody would covet? Would everyone give way and allow him to step on the throne just because of his talent? Evidently, that would not happen. This path would be drenched in blood. From the day the youth first exhibited his talent to the world, he no longer a way out of this fight. "I know you like that young Missy. It doesn't matter. In fact, we have always known of your relationship with her. None of us will stop you. You will be too strong in the future. As such, nobody is willing to offend you just for this. However, we hope you can somewhat control yourself. 2 years will be sufficient. In the future, when you finally become the master of the genetic union, you can take her as your wife if you wish to. Nobody will be able to stop you. At that time, you will finally be able to protect her properly. Otherwise, do you think that your opponents on this bloody path will let her off easily?" His father spoke earnestly. That night, his father told him many things. About women, about maturity, about the future, and about responsibility. Ultimately, the youth compromised. He accepted the best choice his father had made for him. He also told the young Missy this. They broke up. With an exceptionally calm expression, the young Missy walked away. The youth told her that the day would come when he married her. He would most definitely reach a higher height, a height such that nobody could stop what he wanted to do. After reaching that height, he would return to take her as his wife. The young Missy merely smiled in response, not saying anything. This one smile caused panic to surface in the youth's heart. On the next day, the youth received a certain piece of news. That young Missy, who had always seemed to have a smile on her face, had committed suicide in her own house. The youth went crazy when he heard this. He tried to rush out of his house like a madman. However, he was stopped by his family members. This resulted in him failing to even see her one last time. Subsequently, she was cremated. The young Missy, akin to a blooming flower, had now turned to dust. The youth realized that he had made the wrong choice. He had no interest in becoming the president. He had no interest in surpassing all of humanity. He only wanted to see her. You can't go. You are the legend of humanity. You are the future of our family. Everyone is paying attention to you, waiting for you to do something wrong. By going to her, you will ruin your own future. Therefore, you can't go. Everyone tried to stop him. Everyone wanted the best for him. And thus, he did something that shocked everyone: he crippled himself. That's right. He crippled all his power. This alarmed everyone. And thus, he left his house. Nobody bothered to stop him now, there was no longer any need to do so. Staggering along, he ran over to her. The only thing he could see was a grave, and on the gravestone was a crude black and white photograph of the young Missy with her signature sweet smile. Sorry. He knelt in front of the grave for a very long time. Nobody cared about him. Nobody bothered him. Even his rivals stopped disturbing him, as he was no longer worth their time. He was now nothing but a cripple. Near the grave, he erected a hut. He resided there, accompanied by wind and rain. He had every intention to spend his remaining life there. This life lasted until a certain day when he heard of something. Something he wasn't supposed to know about. Perhaps this was something his ex-rivals intentionally leaked to him. Or perhaps it had been leaked to him for some other reason. This thing he should never have known about was regarding the death of that young Missy. Her death might have been related to some people. They had not harmed her in any way. They had merely sought her out and talked to her. The content of their conversation was unknown. However, after the conversation, the young Missy committed suicide. This was obviously something that his family members, who had always been monitoring that young Missy, should have noticed. And yet, why hadn't they done anything about it? The youth laughed suddenly. He knew that even though his family had always disliked that young Missy, they nevertheless would not have done anything to her. However, if an enemy was making a move on her, there wouldn't have been any need for them to rescue her, right? So, this was the truth. His family, the alliance, and his rivals. Those big shots, those important figures, had forced an innocent young lady to her death. Oh, right, he was partly responsible for her death as well. That night, the youth laughed alone for a long time. He also cried alone for a long time. Finally, he left the hut. Alright, this is where the story ends, an old man told the children before him. What happened next? A young girl asked, tears welling in her eyes. Next? The old man's gaze became filled with reverence. He started his path of cultivation once again. However, since he had once crippled himself, he was extremely weak. His strength was weak, as were his fused abilities were weak. However, none of it mattered. A genius is still a genius. He ultimately established the greatest company in this world. Even though he is not the Genetic Union president, he is still an extremely grand existence. Wow! The greatest company? Have we heard of this company? The girls asked in excitement. Of course. The old man pointed at the devices on their wrists. Turn it around. Ha! The girls turned their wristbands over curiously. With astonishment, they found that no matter what edition of the wristband they wore, several metallic words were carved there: Stormtech, Luo Yuan. So he is actually. The young girls were all alarmed. Luo Yuan. So that legendary youth was actually Luo Yuan? How about that young Missy? Is this over for her just like that? Someone asked, somewhat unwilling to accept the young Missy's fate. Even the Luo family had benefited from the rise of Luo Yuan in the end. That young Missy had been the only sacrifice. Was this even right? Of course not. The old man smiled. He told me that the day will come that he returns. A girl sighed. Returns? It is already the era of the gods. Even if he returns, will he amount to anything? Yes, he will. The old man gazed up at the sky. There, a meteor seemed to be streaking past. He will return. After all, he is a legend, the old man muttered. Suddenly, the wristbands buzzed. Everyone looked at their wristbands. Even those not wearing their wristbands rushed to put their wristbands on, curious to know what was going on. On the screen, only a short sentence could be seen. I am back, Luo Yuan. What did this mean? Everyone blanked. And yet, right at this instant, everyone's wrist started to hurt. Pooh! A certain power seemed to have instantly permeated into all the wearers' bodies. With this, the wristbands that one could take off at any time were locked to the wearers' bodies. Nobody could take their wristbands off. Now, the wristband was part of their body. Bang! In the sky, that shiny meteor suddenly intensified and became clear for all to see. It turned out to be a silhouette. A silhouette that those of the elder generation were incomparably familiar with. It was him. Countless people were alarmed. They thought of something and wanted to stand up. Alas, it was at this instant that an immense power surged out of their wrists. At this instant, the numerous lifeforms all knelt down at the same time, as if they were welcoming his return with reverence. In the sky, that meteor appeared incomparably resplendent. "You have returned," the old man said, fanatical devotion clear in his eyes. He was clear that this was the moment, the return of a king. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 807, What exactly are you trying to do? Chapter 807, What exactly are you trying to do? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. In the human world, the various gods were looking up at the sky. When that streak first flashed past, they merely looked over purely due to curiosity. Only when they felt the pain coming from their wrists did they become aware of what was going on. Damn it! What's happening? I can't move my hand anymore. This communicator seems to have buried itself in my hand. The gods were alarmed. With shock, they found that even gods could not avoid this. Something had entered their bodies from the communicator and was spreading toward the internals of their body, controlling them. Plop. The spread continued until, ultimately, all of them were kneeling on the ground, welcoming the arrival of that streak. Something is off about this communicator. We are all under control now. Hateful. The gods were furious. They had merely been curious about the communicators and thus had used them. Unexpectedly, the communicators were now their greatest weakness. Pooh. Some were extremely decisive, chopping their limbs off without hesitation before that power could spread. They would rather expend some energy to reconstruct their body than be controlled. Schwa. Schwa. Quite a number of gods did the same thing. Some of them hesitated somewhat, but during that short moment of hesitation, their bodies completely fell under the device's control. When they finally decided to chop their limbs off, they couldn't do it anymore. A certain power was seemingly preventing them from doing so. This power had originated from the communicators. What exactly is this thing? I don't know. Damn it. Such a power actually exists? They were all fearful and angry at the same time. Nobody was sure if such a controlling power existed for real. Even if it existed, it should be filled with weaknesses. The stronger the controlling power, the greater the limitations should be. Unfortunately, they had voluntarily delivered themselves to the devices. How could we have been so stupid? They looked at the wristbands they were wearing and could only smile bitterly. If they had known this earlier, they would never touch the humans' communicators. However, who could have guessed that this would happen? Not only the almighty gods. The ancients and various other races with intelligence were using variations of the wristband communicator as well. These wristbands were all custom-made for them by the Stormtech company. After Ye's death, the entire world had entered a period of peace. As such, nearly all lifeforms were now equipped with their own communicator wristbands. And now, nearly all of the lifeforms here were kneeling down. This was kneeling in the truest sense, the type of kneel signifying the greatest submission. One could kneel down voluntarily or one could be forced by the communicator to kneel. Either way, it no longer mattered. Unlike the various lifeforms that were all fearful, most of the humans were more confused than afraid. What exactly was going on? Stormtech Company was a name nearly every human knew. Whenever there was a disaster, this company would be the first to appear to provide aid. As such, this was the company with the greatest reputation among humans. This was also the undisputed #1 technology company in the world. And thus, the Genetic Union had accorded them the highest authority, and the research agency had supplied them with the greatest amount of resources. They had agreed tacitly that the Stormtech Company would be the next greatest faction of this world after them. This company that had always been low profile, that had always treated everyone with sincerity, was liked by all. The communicator wristbands created by them had also benefited all of humanity. And yet the wristbands were in fact a trap? How was this possible? When they had felt the pain coming from their wrists, a vast majority of humans had assumed that it was merely some bug. They had merely thought that they should get a replacement from Stormtech Company. This had lasted until they saw everyone else around them kneeling on the ground as well. Only then did they realize that something had happened. This was especially true when they received the "I have returned" message on their wristbands. Luo Yuan? Some humans who recalled what had happened in the past were now filled with fear. Could it be that he had not yet forgotten that incident? Swish! The radiance surrounding the silhouette intensified. Every lifeform raised their head, awaiting the arrival of that silhouette. At this moment, when that immense silhouette entered the atmosphere and started his descent, his figure became clear. He was precisely Luo Yuan. "I am back," he faintly said. With the communicator, this sentence was spread worldwide. Everyone's heart throbbed. It was him, truly him. It's actually him. The gods were all alarmed. They all recognized this person. It wasn't that they recognized Luo Yuan. Rather, the aura of the silhouette from before was exactly the same as the aura this person was radiating. This was the aura of the person who had fought Yi to the point that both were gravely injured, the guy that had supposedly been left behind by the creation god? Who exactly are you? You are not the bright silhouette. The creation god would not allow his subordinate to do something like this. The various gods were fearful. Ha ha. Luo Yuan laughed heartily. Gods? Mere jokes. Schwa. He raised his hand. Instantly, the few gods that had questioned him crumbled apart. A force of immense power seemed to have emerged from within their bodies, instantly enveloping the entirety of their bodies and destroying them. For a moment, every lifeform was in a daze. What he had just killed so easily with a casual wave of his hand were gods. How was that possible? The various gods were utterly shocked. It was at this moment that they realized how scary the wristbands stuck on them were. At the thought of this, their hearts felt heavy, filled with regret. If they had known this earlier, they would have severed their limbs and fled without hesitation. Alas, it was too late. The gods were forced to submit. As for the various races, they were forced to submit as well. If even gods had submitted, what option did they have? And yet, it was at this moment that a roar sounded. An angry howl sounded from afar. Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan looked over. At this time, those that dared to howl at him would only be humans. What exactly are you trying to do? This was what the Genetic Union president asked. Have you gone mad? This was research agency chairman's question. Do you want me to kneel as well? This was Luo Yuan's father. I once told you. The Genetic Union president looked at Luo Yuan and said, I am not interested in the presidency. If you want it, you can have it at any time. You rejected my offer, yet now you come and do something like this. What exactly are you trying to do? He truly could not understand. Revenge? How? Destroying all of humanity? The president truly could not understand. Rather interestingly, back then in the old era, when the genetic era was still the strongest organization, he had obtained his position as the president for free. The various geniuses such as Luo Yuan and others had fought each other for it. Ultimately, some had died, some had been injured, and some had withdrawn. And just like that, this president had obtained the seat for no apparent reason. In fact, he had never had any interest whatsoever in the seat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 808, Your worldview is too narrow. Chapter 808, Your worldview is too narrow. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. The research agency chairman sighed. The things that happened back then are already in the past. Those who erred have received their punishment. As for that person, he is long dead. What else do you want to do? What happened back then was the tragedy of the era. A lot of people had erred. Subsequently, those people had paid a disastrous price. Luo Yuan had not even needed to do anything himself. Once he grew to an alarming height, the respective families of those culprits took the initiative to seize those people and drag them to Luo Yuan, forcing them to kneel before him and ask for forgiveness. They had declared that they would deal with those people. Most of them were crippled, truly crippled. Since the young Missy was dead and Luo Yuan had been crippled once, if they wanted to stay alive, they at the very least had to cripple everything they were capable of. And thus, that incident had come to an end with the elders forcing those people to cripple themselves. Luo Yuan had agreed to that, and with a gentle smile on his face, he had watched on as those people crippled themselves. With that, the incident had been considered over and done with. Alas, nobody had expected Luo Yuan to actually have such ambition. In the wristbands he had created, he had left behind something terrifying. When the time was finally ripe, that thing had erupted and controlled everyone, including the world. Why? What exactly was he trying to do? Nobody knew the answer. Was he making everyone kneel before him just for revenge? Luo Yuan's father looked at Luo Yuan coldly. Do you want me to kneel to you as well? It was natural that his wristband hadn't forced him to kneel. He did not care if all of humanity was threatened by Luo Yuan. He did not care if the gods were threatened by Luo Yuan. What angered him was the fact that something had appeared from his wristband and entered his body as well. His son was trying to gain control over his body as well? This was not something he could put up with. His son was trying to control even him. The newcomers all rebuked Luo Yuan in anger. The higher-ups of humanity were filled with anger. Evidently, they had never expected that after surviving the descent of the primordial and the awakening of the gods, they would now suffer under the hands of a fellow human. How lamentable. How hateful. Luo Yuan, give me an explanation. What exactly do you want? Do you truly feel so happy to have the world revolve around you? Numerous questions were being pushed forth. Luo Yuan maintained his silence. As for the various gods witnessing this scene, they were incomparably alarmed. Heavens, these humans dared to talk to him in such a manner? One ought to know that this person had been able to fight Yi to a standstill. The various gods remained kneeling, not daring to stand up. They could clearly feel a sense of anger bubbling up within Luo Yuan's body. That terrifying aura was now on the verge of exploding. Enough! Luo Yuan bellowed. Plop! Plop! One by one, the people questioning him knelt down. Some of them howled in anger. Luo Yuan, you dare? How audacious! I am your third uncle. Without me, could your Stormtech company have reached this height? We should have eliminated you back then. What a thankless wretch! Piss off! Said Luo Yuan, his eyes gleaming coldly. Shwa! He clenched his right fist. A terrifying power bloomed suddenly, and the old men shouting at him were instantly decimated, turning into dust, dying in body and soul. Shwa! The entire world lapsed into silence. A lot of them still had their mouths opened, ready to shout at Luo Yuan. Yet now, all of them stopped, covered in cold sweat. Looking at the ashen-faced Luo Yuan, they had finally realized that at present, their lives were within Luo Yuan's grasp. Those that resisted him would surely die. You? A lot of people trembled, unable to find anything to say. Should they continue scolding him? They did not wish to die. Right now, Luo Yuan did not seem like he would listen to reason. Suddenly, Luo Yuan spoke. It's still the same. He laughed a rather sinister laugh. Exactly the same as back then. Back then, when forcing me to give up on her, this is how you people behaved. For my well-being, for the future, for humanity. Luo Yuan laughed. You people always come up with numerous reasons to give me, yet none of you have ever mentioned that what you people truly care about, what you guys want me to do is precisely for your own well-being as well. Hasn't that incident been put to an end already? Someone asked with a sigh. Has it ended? Luo Yuan found this funny. He spoke coldly. When Stormtech Company matured, you people finally came to apologize. You made my rivals back in the day cripple themselves. Did you guys seriously believe that this could be considered an apology? One of the old men could not understand. You yourself chose to forgive them back then. If you hadn't actually forgiven them, why didn't you kill them back then? Back then when they dragged those people to Luo Yuan, they had been prepared for those people to die. However, Luo Yuan had not killed anyone. He had merely forgiven everyone with a smile on his face. Yet now he had reneged on his words? Luo Yuan stared straight at them. That is precisely the most lamentable part. Do you people know what was I reminded of when I saw the unyielding gazes of those forced to apologize to me? Everyone maintained their silence, not daring to answer. They reminded me of myself. Luo Yuan gazed at the starry sky. We were geniuses. Even though they were weaker than me, they were nevertheless still geniuses. Alas, people like us, our lives could never belong to us. We were nothing but puppets, puppets controlled by you old bastards. This applied to me as well as them. In fact, in the incident back then, they were not truly guilty. After all, everything we young geniuses did was under the guidance of you old geezers. What kind of authority did any of us have at that time? Thus, I never hated them. The ones I hate are you people, and the system of human society as a whole. At this point, his gaze was filled with killing intent. Those people all lapsed into silence. So it turned out that the ones he hated were actually them? They shut their eyes, wondering if what they had done was indeed wrong. Do what you need to do, then. One of them looked straight at Luo Yuan and said, since the system is what you hate, do it. There are way too many families and clans that have grown over the ages to an immense size. Only by completely destroying everything will this system truly collapse. He was already prepared to die. He was of the opinion that since Luo Yuan was still angry, it would be fine if they allowed him to vent his anger. However, to his surprise, Luo Yuan merely laughed. Did you know? The era has changed. If this were still the genetic era, I would truly do that. Unfortunately, this is now the God's era. A bizarre radiance flashed in Luo Yuan's eyes as he uttered these words. This was the era of the gods, an era filled with numerous wonders and miracles. Impossible tasks were now possible. His initial plan had indeed been to collapse the entire system, turning the entire world upside down. However, when his understanding of the world grew, when he found out about the primordial era, when he gained understanding of the era of the gods, he had started studying the so-called miracles, even though these miracles had always remained legends. As he studied, his plan had slowly changed. Now, his plan was on the verge of completion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 809, The Era of Luo Yuan. Chapter 809, The Era of Luo Yuan. Translator, limest editor, Tenish. You want to resurrect her? Luo Yuan's father asked. Perhaps, as Luo Yuan's father, he understood his son the most. There was a saying that one's first love would always be their most beautiful memory. However, when one caused one's first love to die, that was unforgettable. His son had always kept that event dearly in his heart. Resurrect a human? The gods exchanged glances when they heard this. For gods, resurrection was extremely normal. They were too powerful, to the point they couldn't be killed. At most, they would fall into a deep slumber and awaken, one could say resurrect, sometime in the future. As such, they were very familiar with resurrection. As for humans? Resurrection did not seem too possible. If the human had died recently, perhaps they might be able to save her or something. But a human that had died way back then, before the descent of the primordial, during the early genetic era? That was too far in the past. That human had long since thoroughly died. Even with their mighty godly power, they would not be able to resurrect her. Oh, yeah, some people had time-traveling abilities. Perhaps if one traveled back to the past to rescue that young Missy. However, if that truly happened, how would the future, the present timeline, be affected? If that young Missy had been rescued, the Luo Yuan from back then probably wouldn't have crippled himself. The Storm Tech company that he had subsequently created probably wouldn't have come into being. Would that Luo Yuan still have the undying will he had displayed? This was a question nobody could answer. What about Yi? Returning to the past, back before Ye's death. At present, Yi was indeed thoroughly dead. However, if one dared to travel through time as one wished and Yi somehow discovered the truth, it was quite terrifying to think about what he would do. That fellow's strength. If they met once again, perhaps even Luo Yuan himself would not have complete confidence in surviving his onslaught. And if one was unlucky enough to directly encounter the Yi of the past, they would probably directly die. As such, did he truly intend to rescue that young Missy from the past? Everyone looked at Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan shook his head calmly. No. Why would there be a need to rescue her? She does not belong to this era. All paths to the past have been sealed by me. It is no longer possible. From today onward, in this world, transmigration and time travel are impossible, Luo Yuan coldly concluded, regardless of the past or the future. Then what do you want? Luo Yuan's father asked in a daze. He was of the belief that he knew his son well. Over the years, Luo Yuan had constantly been woken up by nightmares. Hadn't each of his nightmares been about that young Missy? Had he not always wanted to return to that era, to once again return to the side of that young Missy and make a different choice? Why, would he lock down all paths of time travel? Your insight is too narrow, Luo Yuan said calmly. How could these idiots ever hope to understand his plan? He, Luo Yuan, had fought his entire life. Could it be merely to relive history? To return to that era he both loved and hated? How ridiculous. I am Luo Yuan, he muttered. Schwa. He stood up, surrounded by boundless power. He stared into the distance. There, a certain god was standing and observing the happenings here. Yes, he was standing there rather than kneeling. This was one of the gods that had avoided his control by severing his own limb. However, he hadn't left. Rather, he had stayed behind hoping to know the truth. Only when Luo Yuan's gaze landed on him did his entire body turn cold. Luo Yuan smiled. You should have left. Shua. That god's face fell. He immediately turned around to flee. Alas, it was too late. Pooh. Luo Yuan flickered and reappeared behind that god. Next, blood splattered everywhere. That god couldn't even react before he died. Everyone went cold as they saw this scene. So was this Luo Yuan's true strength? Bang! After killing the god, Luo Yuan formally ascended to godhood. And thus, his already powerful strength went through another transformation. Luo Yuan spoke softly. Submit to me. You all are after my people. His faint voice was transmitted worldwide through the wristband communicators. Nearly every lifeform heard his words. Plop. More people knelt down on the ground, including Luo Yuan's father. That voice seemed to be filled with a certain sense of majesty, a certain sense of awe that left nobody daring enough to not submit. At the instant those people knelt down, a boundless power of faith surged out. Instantly, the numerous lifeforms of the world became the believers of Luo Yuan and Luo Yuan alone. Bang! Bang! Boundless faith surged out. Under the control of the wristbands, these people did not have a choice. Even the believers of the other gods switched their belief. However, those gods could only smile bitterly. They couldn't say anything, as even they themselves had submitted to Luo Yuan. At this instant, numerous lifeforms submitted to Luo Yuan. His majesty stretched out, enveloping the entire world. This newly awakened world had instantly entered the era of Luo Yuan after experiencing the eras of Yi and Chen Feng. Now, this was Luo Yuan's world, Luo Yuan's era. Bang! Bang! He enjoyed the surging faith. The god he killed earlier had just been a minor god. However, in a short period of time, he reached the elementary stage, then the journeyman stage, and he was still growing. After all, the amount of faith he was gathering now was terrifying. He was gathering even more faith than Chen Feng had back then. Luo Yuan's father sighed. I should have listened to him. Yeah. Some members of the senior generation shook their heads. We made the wrong choice back then, and now we are again making the wrong choice. Do we even have a choice now? A particularly powerful old man said with a bitter smile. A sigh resounded. Well, we can only atone for our crimes now. Bang! 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 Astonishing everyone, the few people that had been conversing suddenly exploded, their blood splattering everywhere. Everyone's eyes widened. This. Luo Yuan was killing again. This was too excessive. Even scarier was the fact that even his father was among those killed. What are you doing? Some were furious. They had compromised, so why was Luo Yuan still killing? Could it be that he wouldn't let even those who had submitted to him off? If so, what was the point of submitting? And yet when they looked over at Luo Yuan, they saw that Luo Yuan was dumbstruck as well. He was drenched wet with blood, yet he stood there unmoving. He stared at the dead in a daze and suddenly lashed out in anger. I already have control of you all, yet you are still capable of suicide? Who gave you guys the courage to commit suicide? He dared not believe this. Under the control of the wristbands, they shouldn't even be able to control their own bodies. How did they commit suicide? This should only be possible if they had prepared well in advance. They had long guessed that this would happen. And thus, something had been done in their bodies. They had been waiting for this single opportunity to die. However, how was that supposed to be possible? He had never allowed his plan to be leaked. Hold on. Suddenly, Luo Yuan realized something. He looked at the various gods, the various races, and finally the humans before asking, has anyone seen Chen Feng? No response came. Not only Chen Feng, even Chen Feng's companions had all suddenly gone missing as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 810, It's like you were joking with me. Chapter 810, It's like you were joking with me. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. So it's you guys. Luo Yuan's killing intent surged. As of quite a while ago, his control over Chen Feng hadn't existed. Since that certain day when Chen Feng's wristband communicator broke down for no apparent reason, Chen Feng had stopped using a wristband communicator. Luo Yuan had once suspected that Chen Feng had found out about his plan, yet Chen Feng had obviously not figured anything out. Luo Yuan was extremely certain of this. At that time, Chen Feng had yet to even notice his existence. Luo Yuan had spent quite a while observing Chen Feng and had confirmed with his luck aura that Chen Feng had indeed not noticed anything. Slowly, Luo Yuan had forgotten about this. Unexpectedly, it had now come back to haunt him. Chen Feng, Luo Yuan muttered. Suddenly, his heart throbbed as he thought of something. His senses instantly spread out, searching for some people. Not a single one of them could be found. Kong Bai, Xin Hai, Wu Hui, these people that should have existed within his network of senses had all vanished. Luo Yuan's eyes gleamed coldly. They were all clearly within my senses in the past. Evidently, the moment he had descended from the sky, those people had removed their wristbands. This was what one would call a variable. So this is the so-called 1% chance of failure? Luo Yuan laughed. He had initially still been somewhat worried about this 1%. But now that he had figured out that the 1% was these fellows, he laughed. How ridiculous. Chen Feng, if you think these fellows are sufficient to contend against me, you are gravely mistaken. In a certain mountain range, Chen Feng's group was watching as everything unfolded. Indeed, Kong Bai said, fear still lingering within his heart. After he and Chen Feng had been able to roughly guess the truth, they had immediately notified their friends. However, due to the problem being the wristbands themselves, they'd had to contact their friends manually. If they had still used the wristbands even after figuring out the truth, they would be true idiots. Unfortunately, they had only been able to notify a small number of people before this happened. Luo Yuan had appeared too speedily. This moment he chose to appear is too convenient. Chen Feng had an odd feeling. When he was using luck aura, he would also make his move at the most opportune moment. Now, it seemed like he wasn't quite capable of choosing the most opportune moment anymore. I sensed a similar power in Luo Yuan, Spirit said. That's why your power and Luo Yuan's power have counteracted each other. You are saying that Luo Yuan is also capable of calculating the most opportune moment to act? Chen Feng said with a pensive look. Mei Chem, Spirit was certain. The only thing I don't know is exactly what power he is using to do this. So that was the case. Chen Feng finally understood. He did not quite care that they counteracted each other. After all, in Luo Yuan's plan, choosing an opportune moment was much more important for him than Chen Feng. With their powers counteracting each other, Luo Yuan probably wasn't feeling very good now. Or perhaps he was of the impression that this was indeed the opportune moment? If so, this would be quite the opportunity. Chen Feng's heart throbbed. Without a doubt, Luo Yuan's strength would grow dramatically very soon. Chen Feng, who had personally experienced the same thing, understood clearly that after gathering more believers than him, Luo Yuan's speed of growth would be even scarier. And thus, this would be the most opportune moment to fight Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan had yet to fully recover from his fight with Yi. As for his godhood, it did not matter. After all, people like them were too powerful, to the extent that the power they gained shortly after godhood wasn't much at all. As such, even after godhood, Luo Yuan wouldn't benefit much. The best benefit of faith was the speed of growth rather than the immediate combat prowess. His growth will be scarier and scarier. Now is the moment when he is at his weakest, Chen Feng said solemnly. Understood. Kong Bai focused his gaze. They all knew that if they wanted to defeat Luo Yuan, this would be their best shot. Let's do it, then, Xin Hai said without hesitation. Let's go. They approached Luo Yuan's location silently. At this time, Luo Yuan seemed to be calculating something. Suddenly, a faint shadow appeared from the foot of the mountain. Luo Yuan was the first to notice it. MHM? Shadow? This familiar appearance. The various gods recognized this shadow the moment it appeared. Heavens, this is the dark shadow left behind by the creation god. They had themselves witnessed the fight between this shadow and Yi. Although the shadow seemed to have died quickly, it was now clear that the shadow had been resurrected. Although the shadow is weak, he seems capable of rebirth. This is acceptable. There ought to be such a balance. However, the bright silhouette's identity, which we had guessed about in the past. Many gods seemed to realize something. Earlier, they had guessed that Luo Yuan was precisely that bright silhouette. However, after Luo Yuan revealed his identity, they had concluded that Luo Yuan was not the silhouette at all. If so, who exactly was the silhouette left behind by the creation god? What bullshit are you all talking about? Luo Yuan frowned. Creation god? Shadow? He had never seen them before. However, from the words of the various gods, he discovered that this shadow had once fought Yi and had even forced Yi to use his ultimate trump card. This was the shadow that had caused Yi to be completely helpless, to the point that even Chen Feng could kill him. Was this the truth? Luo Yuan frowned. Shadow. Luo Yuan looked at that seemingly non-existent shadow. A powerful aura seemed to be building up within that shadow. The aura was so powerful that it was suffocating. That was an aura surpassing that of the gods. Creation god? Luo Yuan finally understood something. Shua. Slowly, that shadow revealed his full body. He did not have any bodily features, being purely comprised of a shadow. However, his strength was incredibly terrifying. It is indeed him. He seems to have become even stronger. Yeah. So this is the shadow of the creation god? He is indeed similar to what we guessed, a faceless existence. The various gods exclaimed in admiration. Although the shadow had been instantly killed by Yi in his last appearance, he was still not an existence they could contend against. Furthermore, he had obviously been killed, but here he was, alive and well. How scary was that? Perhaps this shadow wasn't any weaker than Yi. And perhaps he wasn't lower than this person. Their gazes landed on Luo Yuan. Step by step, the shadow strode forth. As he walked forward, his strength slowly grew. He seemed to have given all the gods sufficient time to talk and had thus continued to advance slowly while his strength slowly built up. His strength had now reached an extremely terrifying level. Why am I getting such a terrifying feeling from him? Holy shit, he seems to have become even stronger now. He is too scary. Look at his forehead. There's an imprint there. That does not look like the imprint of an ordinary god. There seems to be some unique power in that imprint. Perhaps this imprint was left behind by the creation god? That is quite possible. The imprint of the creation god? Heavens! He did not have this thing when he last appeared. Perhaps he didn't have time to use the imprint last time? Now that he had the time to use the imprint, Luo Yuan is probably in deep trouble. The various gods exclaimed in admiration solely from the strength the shadow was emanating. With every step the shadow took, a different power seemingly manifested from him. That imprint on his forehead seemed to contain a completely different energy, one that was incomparably terrifying. When he had first appeared, everything had still seemed calm. Yet now, as he stepped forth, his aura surpassed even Luo Yuan's. This was the true strength of the shadow of the creation god. At this moment, killing intent pervaded the air. When the shadow got closer, the gods no longer dared to talk. They merely looked at the shadow and Luo Yuan, clear that a major battle was about to erupt. Silently, they distanced themselves from the coming battlefield. It is starting. Chen Feng was filled with expectation. My godly power of the wish is already capable of manifesting the imaginations of an entire crowd, Wu Hui proudly said. He did not even need to care if Luo Yuan would buy the lie or not. As long as the others believed the lie, it would be sufficient. This was the scariest aspect of his strength. This shadow was already strong enough to kill Luo Yuan. Wu Hui was certain. Those foolish gods, having seen the shadow once before, had become the shadow's fuel. Their imaginations had fed the shadow with strength without stop until, finally, the shadow reached this level of strength. Perhaps they could win this fight. Everyone was filled with expectation. Shua! The shadow was about to attack. However, outside of everyone's expectation, right at this moment, a different shadow walked out from the foot of a different mountain. This shadow greatly resembled the first, but there was something different about it. Chen Feng looked over at Wu Hui instinctively. Ah! Wu Hui was dumbstruck as well. What was this? Not your work? Qin Hai was alarmed. Wu Hui stared blankly. Nope. Not good. Chen Feng's heart thumped. Holy shit. This can't be a lie turning into reality, right? Are you kidding me? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 811, Same Ability. Chapter 811, Same Ability. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. When that shadow appeared at the foot of the mountain, everyone was shocked. This was especially true when the shadow neared them, allowing them a clear look at the shadow's appearance, which was exactly the same as the other shadow, apart from their color. This shadow's entire body was shrouded in light. Even the imprint on his forehead was exactly the same. The bright silhouette has actually appeared. Apart from color, he is nearly a mirror image of the dark shadow. So are these two the bright silhouette and the dark shadow left behind by the creation god? All the gods exclaimed in admiration. They had once believed that Luo Yuan was the bright silhouette. Now that they looked at it, the true silhouette had appeared. Luo Yuan is probably in danger. Yeah. The shadow alone is already this strong. If both the silhouette and shadow work together. The gods trembled at the mere thought of the prowess of their combination. Shwa! Light swirled around as that silhouette slowly approached. When he finally reached Luo Yuan, when everyone was of the opinion that he was going to deal with Luo Yuan, he walked past Luo Yuan and continued on toward the shadow. What is he doing? Is he not here to kill Luo Yuan? Why do I feel like his target is the shadow? The various gods were stupefied. Didn't the silhouette originate from the same source as the shadow? Was that a lie? Or perhaps, they had seen wrongly? They rubbed their eyes and looked over again. Bang! What they saw was the silhouette attacking immediately after nearing the shadow. A terrifying energy engulfed the entire world. Just as everyone had guessed, the silhouette was so powerful that it was suffocating. Humph! Wu Hui snorted. The shadow held nothing back and attacked as well. Bang! 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 The shadow and silhouette started fighting each other. Numerous powerful auras pulsed out as they fought. The various gods trembled in fear and could only step back silently. However, the greater their fear, the stronger those two became. Bang! The earth trembled. Wu Hui clenched his teeth. What exactly is that fellow? He knew how his shadow had appeared. However, what about that silhouette? He could not understand. Kong Bai? Chen Feng asked. Kong Bai shook his head. I can't investigate the source. His past and future are completely blank. Was this truly something left behind by the creation god? Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. If this had truly been left behind by the creation god, why would he fight for Luo Yuan? And why would it look exactly the same as the shadow? Or perhaps, he had intentionally assumed this appearance? Chen Feng was somewhat confused. However, it did not matter. They just had to keep pummeling him until his true appearance was revealed. Bang! Bang! The battle between the silhouette and shadow escalated in intensity without stop. Shocking everyone, the two's strength increased without stop. At first, they were equivalent to a peak major god. Now, they were at the same level as Luo Yuan. Even so, their strength was still growing, to the point they had surpassed Luo Yuan. There was a particularly odd point. The two seemed to mirror each other's strength. Regardless of how much one increased, the other was always the same. Their strength is completely the same. Truly worthy of being the left and right hands of the creation god. However, it is pointless for them to fight each other. Yeah. If they continue, this will only end with both sides suffering. Or perhaps the two might even die together. They sighed. Indeed, shortly after, the intensity escalated to its highest level when the two finally unleashed their respective trump cards upon each other's bodies. At the same time, the two crumbled apart and transformed into nothingness. Instantly, the world lapsed into silence. The two had indeed perished together. Again. Wu Hui was indignant. He could not accept the fact that his strongest ability had failed in this way. When he recalled the things that had appeared after the death of Shadow, he came up with a new idea. Shwa! From the foot of the mountain, a bunch of figures of different colors appeared. Once again, the RGB figures made an appearance. Wow! It's these fellows again. They seem to be somewhat weaker than the Shadow. However, there are a lot of them, and they all possess terrifying strength. The various gods were alarmed. However, it was at this moment that, from the foot of the other mountain, a bunch of figures of differing colors appeared. Wu Hui and the rest were thoroughly alarmed this time. Yet again? What the hell? Something seems off. Qin Hai had a pensive look. When you create a shadow, the opponent creates a silhouette. When you create multicolored figures, the opponent creates the same thing. This does not seem like the work of the creation god. Rather, this is some sort of mirror image ability. Is this one of Luo Yuan's ability? Qin Hai asked with a grim expression. That's not it. Kong Bai shook his head. If it were a mirror image ability, the figures would be exactly the same, as opposed to the different colors they have. True. Qin Hai frowned and continued observing, wondering what exactly this was. Shwa! Shwa! The various figures entered the battlefield and a huge battle erupted once again. Ultimately, they all perished together. Both sides seemed to be forever equally matched. At present, even the various gods seem to have realized something. Those figures did not seem related to the creation god. They seem to be created by Luo Yuan? Don't worry. Let me give it a try. Qin Hai took in a deep breath. Wu Hui, support me. Wu Hui nodded. Okay. Shwa. Qin Hai moved. In fact, with Chen Feng's assistance, they had long ascended to godhood. After all, during that period of time when Chen Feng ruled, their respective strength had grown dramatically. Naturally, even with that, they were still mere minor gods. However, with Wu Hui's assistance, they would still be able to erupt with astonishing power. Moreover, Luo Yuan had yet to fully recover from his injuries. Bang! A sword light sliced the sky apart. Finally, Qin Hai's attack arrived. Sword God, God Terminator. A terrifying aura instantly engulfed the world. As the various gods saw this scene, their hearts leaped furiously. That was because the aura of this sword far surpassed the shadow from earlier. This terrifying attack had them all trembling in fear. Holy **T. What power is this? I don't know, but it feels scary. I suppose this is yet another attack at the level of Yi? Heavens, why are so many experts appearing out of the blue? The various gods were in fear. They were truly shocked. And next, that astonishing sword of Qin Hai's pierced straight at Luo Yuan. In fact, this sword attack was rather weak. It only appeared incredibly powerful. Its potential damage was in fact at the level of a minor god, pitifully weak. But with Wu Hui's assistance, this sword gained an entirely different level of strength than before. At the very least, the strength had reached the limit of the various gods' imaginations. After all, those daring to participate in this battle should all be terrifying existences, right? And thus, the impressive-looking but weak attack originally unleashed by Qin Hai erupted with an astonishing power as it sliced the entire sky apart, heading straight toward Luo Yuan. Ah, Luo Yuan laughed. You guys are truly looking down on me. Shwa! He raised his hand. This single motion shocked everyone, as from Luo Yuan's hand, the exact same sword-like materialized. Everything, including the aura and might of this sword, was exactly the same as Qin Hai's sword. Swish! The terrifying sword light bloomed from his hand. This. Heavens, yet another identical thing. Could it be that Luo Yuan has some mirror image ability mastered? No idea. They were all alarmed. With their eyes wide open, they fixed their gaze on the battlefield. Bang! The two swords collided, releasing a dazzling explosion. And next, both swords vanished. Luo Yuan's gaze was fixed on the foot of the mountain. As he looked at the foot of the mountain where no new figures or shadows were appearing, a sneer formed on his face. Mirror image? Chen Feng was not bothered by the sneer. He was focusing on analyzing Luo Yuan's strength. He could clearly sense that this was not a mirror image. Moreover, for Luo Yuan to have reached his present height, he ought to have a unique ability. He was a mere human, and a crippled one at that. And yet he had been able to slowly reach this height, surpassing the likes of Yi. If it was pure growth and strength with conventional methods, how could he have reached this level? If so, what exactly was Luo Yuan's power? Chen Feng stood up. He had decided to personally make a move. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 812 Luo Yuan's True Power. Chapter 812 Luo Yuan's True Power. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. This again. What exactly is Luo Yuan's power? Nobody knows. Some people were analyzing the fight. Luo Yuan's condition was quite unique. He was about as strong as Yi had been when seriously injured, on the verge of death. Naturally, this would probably be the only opportunity they had to defeat Luo Yuan. As such, everyone was watching. However, from the beginning, this battle had been quite bizarre. Different from the Sin God, whose trump cards had been exhausted without stop before he was killed by Chen Feng, Luo Yuan hadn't even wasted much his godly power or sustained any injuries. Every single time, he was capable of creating something identical to face the incoming attack. The shadow, the multicolored figures, and even this sword, he was able to do the same. Qin Hai sighed. He can imitate even this? After his strongest sword received Wu Hui's buff, the might it displayed was equivalent to a peak major god. Yet even against this, the opponent had been able to create a mirror image? What else could he do? It would seem like this opponent was capable of copying even complicated abilities, rather than a single type of abilities. This was Chen Hai's conclusion. Suddenly, Chen Feng said, "Wu Hui. Create another shadow." Wu Hui nodded. All right. He was capable of creating a basic shadow. He only needed to let the masses see the shadow, and they would be filled with imagination and expectation. With this, the shadow would regain the strength it had displayed earlier. Shwa! With a flash, Chen Feng appeared. The hearts of the various gods jolted. Look! The shadow has appeared again. He is indeed still alive. This is what happened back then as well. Swish! The newly reappeared shadow did not say anything. It charged straight at Luo Yuan. Shwa! On the other side, a silhouette indeed appeared. With this, a huge battle erupted again. Again! Is this a battle of endurance now? I don't know. Everyone watched on in bewilderment. Such attacks were completely useless. If so, why were they still wasting their time? Far away, Chen Feng pointed. Condense! Shwa! His luck aura activated. Chen Feng unleashed all his power on the shadow. With that, something unseen unfurled noiselessly, the core being the godly power of luck. So the shadow and silhouette were evenly matched? Indeed. So was it a mirror image? What if the godly power of luck were to silently affect this battle, then? What would happen in an evenly matched battle when one side received a terrifying boost of luck? When all the motions and attacks were executed perfectly, what would the silhouette rely on to obtain victory? This was what they all thought. Alas, surprising everyone, as time passed, this battle was still evenly matched. How was this even possible? Chen Feng frowned. He could feel his godly power of luck activating. This proved that the godly power of luck was indeed working. How could it be ineffective then? It indeed worked, Wu Hui confirmed. He could clearly sense that the shadow now moved somewhat differently. And yet, the silhouette seems to be moving somewhat differently as well, Wu Hui continued. Chen Feng's heart throbbed. The silhouette had evolved as well? Why? Was this a true mirror image? The silhouette could increase in strength accordingly as well? Chen Feng sank into contemplation. Wu Hui, destroy the shadow. Understood. Bang! Suddenly, the shadow detonated. Suddenly, the silhouette stopped doing anything. It merely returned to Luo Yuan's side and gazed toward Chen Feng's direction with a sneer. Their hearts leaped. The silhouette was still there. This is definitely not a mirror image. Chen Feng realized. First, the appearance and strength were not a complete imitation of their shadow, which proved that this was not a true mirror image. Second, when Chen Feng had used his godly power of luck, the opponent received the same boost as well. This instead proved that this was some sort of continuous copying effect. And third, the silhouette still existed despite the destruction of the shadow. Thus, it was impossible for this to be a mirror image ability. However, if this was not a mirror image, what was it? This was especially true when even the godly power of luck was used. That shouldn't be a power one could copy. Unless, the opponent did not even need a mirror image ability to copy abilities? Suddenly, a terrifying thought surfaced in Chen Feng's mind. Apart from this battle, the times they had crossed swords, as well as the missing memories, seemed to be hinting at something. Back then, Chen Feng had yet to discover the truth. As such, he hadn't put much thought into it. But now, he stood up. Let me give it a try. Bang! A terrifying radiance began to converge within his eyes. Coldly, he gazed at the distant Luo Yuan. Suddenly, the sky darkened. A terrifying phenomenon appeared, covering the entire world. An intense sense of crisis appeared in the heart of every single lifeform on this world. They raised their heads. What's happening? I don't know. This is so scary. I can sense the smell of death. Bang, dot. The sky seemed to be ripped apart at this instant. Beyond it, a faraway star suddenly trembled before charging straight at them. The terrifying aura of this incoming star caused everyone to shudder in fear. Bang! Bang! The aura of death enveloped everyone. As for Chen Feng, he stood there with his eyes shining brightly, appearing incredibly terrifying. What was he trying to do? His action shocked even Kong Bai and the rest. Destroy the planet? However, after thinking about it, they decided to maintain their full trust in Chen Feng. Swish! A terrifying star pierced through space and traveled straight toward this planet. This star was terrifying, much larger than even the planet itself. They could see this star as a tiny dot in the sky all the time. Yet now, they all realized how terrifying it was. The entire sky seemed to be covered by that star. Nothing else was visible. Before them, there was only endless darkness. Different than the previous meteor, this was true destruction, even though the star was still rather far from the planet. Still not stopping? Kong Bai and the rest trembled. They knew that this star was being led here by Chen Feng. However, what if he lost control over it? Shwa! Suddenly, a loud boom resounded in the sky. The huge tear in the sky suddenly vanished. With this, that approaching star vanished as well. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the returned starry sky. That star was still in its original location. Hiss! Everyone was deeply startled. What had happened? You locked space? Chen Hai asked. Earlier, Chen Feng had ripped space apart, creating a rift right above them that coincidentally connected directly to the orbiting path of that distant star. That was the source of the aura of destruction. However, so long as one locked space down, everything would return to normal. This spatial tear that could only be created with a fluke generated by luck aura wasn't something a regular ability could shut. Chen Feng shook his head and gave a shocking answer. Not me. Luo Yuan is the one who did it. Kong Bai was somewhat stupefied. That is not possible. Didn't you say that only the power of luck can? Suddenly, Chen Feng said, yeah. What if he has the godly power of luck as well? What? Everyone's heart jolted. Luo Yuan had the godly power of luck as well? Not only that. A terrifying radiance flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. I seem to have figured out his power. Could it be, Chen Hai had a vague guess as well? He was rather shocked by this guess of his. Correct, Chen Feng said self-mockingly, revealing an astonishing truth. Your ability, Wu Hui's ability, Kong Bai's transmigration, everyone's abilities are owned by him as well. That is the only way he could have reached this height, the only way he could have ascended to the throne. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 813, Copy. Chapter 813, Copy. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Finally, every question seemed to have been answered. Why he had been hiding in outer space not doing anything and why he had been able to surpass gods with the body of a human, everything had been answered. If the wristband communicators he had created were capable of duplicating all abilities for his own use, Luo Yuan was able to copy everyone's abilities, including the gods. When Wu Hui had created the shadow, he had created it slowly. Only after leaving a deep impression in everyone's heart did the shadow become exceptionally powerful. How about Luo Yuan? He had not needed to slowly build it up, he had only needed to create an identical silhouette and everyone would imagine a similar level of strength based on the impressions Wu Hui had carved in their hearts. Ah, this is the silhouette. Ah, this fellow's strength should be similar to the shadow's strength. And thus, they had failed. The same applied to Chen Hai's swordplay. Luo Yuan had reaped his hard work, unleashing an identical sword. However, this so-called identical wasn't a pure duplication of the sword. What Luo Yuan had copied was in fact the very ability that generated the sword. This signified that when Chen Feng thought of this, he had a bad premonition. Leave. He instantly retreated with the others. Ka! Ka! Suddenly, swirling radiance appeared around them. Next, a huge cube appeared out of thin air, locking them within. Found you guys, Luo Yuan laughed lightly. Did you believe that I would be so childish as to play along with completely identical abilities? You guys are mistaken. I was merely delaying while looking for your position. Since Luck Aura was ineffective against Chen Feng, he'd had no choice but to manually search for them. Fortunately, he had succeeded in finding them. Shwa! Shwa! The faint radiance condensed, completely sealing Chen Feng's group within. That is Chen Feng? He is actually there. Hold on, he seems to have been trapped? Luo Yuan is actually this powerful? The gods all exclaimed in admiration. They had initially believed that this would be a battle where any side could win. Unexpectedly, the fight had just started, yet Chen Feng's group had been utterly defeated. Luo Yuan was truly too powerful, so powerful that it was suffocating. You guys have no way out now, Luo Yuan said coldly. Finally, everything was over. That damnable 1% had been giving him a feeling of discomfort. Now that he had finally trapped Chen Feng's group, he would not allow Chen Feng any chance of victory. Don't bother trying to escape. This trap has been laid with no less than 12 of the strongest sealing godly powers, Luo Yuan said with a sneer. Chen Feng. He tried breaking the seal. Indeed, nothing worked. Using 12 types of sealing godly powers for this. All Chen Feng could say was that this man was indeed worthy of being Luo Yuan. His power was indeed exactly as he had guessed. Chen Feng sighed. So such a terrifying power actually exists in this world? An ability capable of copying all abilities was truly too powerful. He. Luo Yuan smiled. What's so powerful about this ability? At first, this ability was weak, it was pathetic, to the point that the genetic union didn't even bother registering it in their list. You have no idea the path I threaded to reach this point. You will never know what I have experienced. Dash. Name, copy. Class, F. Function, copy an ability, making it the user's own ability. Requirements. 1. The copying process takes more than 3 days. 2. During the copying process, this ability needs to be constantly touching the copy target. 3. During the copying process, the copy target needs to be constantly using the ability to provide comprehension. After successful comprehension, the copy will immediately succeed. Limitations. 1. Unable to upgrade. 2. Only one ability can be copied per month. 3. After a successful copy, the user will only obtain the target ability's initial form. The user need to cultivate and practice the ability himself to make it strong. For, after fusing with this genetic ability, the user will not be able to fuse with any other genes. Dash. Copy, an ability proven to be complete trash immediately after its discovery. The so-called 3 days was in fact the minimum requirement. If the target did not use the copied ability with great frequency, much more time would be required. It could only copy once per month, and it could only copy the basic version of the ability, and this ability could not be upgraded. This, in turn, caused this ability to be labeled as trash. It was said that someone had once tried using this ability. That person had tried to copy the ability of a senior of his. Subsequently, that senior had gone out on a hunting mission and continuously used the target ability for half a month before copy finally succeeded. That was the proof that 3 days was indeed the minimum requirement. Half a month? One was better off buying some gene reagents they could directly use. After all, that had been in the genetic era. Moreover, that test had been done on an ability of a similar class. What if it was used to copy an ability of a higher class? More time was required. It was said that it might even take more than a year. So what was the point of obtaining this ability? Even scarier was the fact that after fusing with that genetic ability, one could not fuse with any other genetic abilities. This damnable ability had too great a rejection toward other genes. This signified that the moment one fused with this ability, one would never have any other abilities. All additional abilities could only be gained via copying. F-class abilities weren't too bad, but E, D, C, or abilities of an even higher class? In any case, all those that had tried doing that had died. And thus, ultimately, this ability had become known as an ability that was good for nothing within the genetic union. This had lasted until Luo Yuan obtained this ability. For Luo Yuan, who was starting anew after crippling himself, his success rate when fusing with other genes was already incredibly low. And thus, he selected this unique gene. With one attempt, he succeeded. Next, he started his journey of gene copying. Originally, this should have been to be a slow and arduous journey. However, on a certain day, Luo Yuan managed to copy an ability called evolution. This ability granted his copy a weak growth in strength. With that discovery, he started focusing on the more unique F-class abilities. Every ability capable of a weak enhancement or growth was copied by him. Ultimately, after many years, his copy completely transformed from its original state, all its limitations reducing. With that, the copy ability started gaining momentum. From that day onward, E-class, D-class, C-class. While growing himself, he evolved his copy ability without stop. All those abilities that were proclaimed to be incapable of coexisting with other abilities were copied by him. With this, his copy ability became an extremely terrifying ability. Slowly but surely, Luo Yuan's strength became terrifying. With his newfound strength, he destroyed all the records the genetic union had on this ability. With his copied abilities, he altered everyone's memories, erasing the memories related to this ability. And thus, the copy ability became unique to him alone. He went on to found the Stormtech company, with his gaze set on the entire world. Nobody knew that he could copy abilities through the wristband. Nobody knew that each time they used their ability was equivalent to an increase in comprehension, which was subsequently transmitted to Luo Yuan through the wristband. Moreover, after the evolution of copy, the newly copied abilities were no longer weaker than the original versions. Interestingly, on a certain day, Luo Yuan managed to copy a unique ability, transmigration. The source of this ability was Kong Bai. At that time, Luo Yuan was overwhelmed with joy. The combination of transmigration and luck was simply perfect. With excitement, he transmigrated to the past and once again saw that flower-like young lady. He was so happy that he forgot himself. He decided to stay there, to relive his life. Alas, he made the wrong choice. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 814 Goal, Return. Chapter 814 Goal, Return. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. He discovered that he did not belong in that era and had no way of fitting in. First of all, the woman he loved did not even care about him due to the different aura surrounding him. Second, the him of the past was already in that era. What could he do? Should he kill his past self? No, killing his past self would result in his own death. Thus, Luo Yuan was greatly depressed to find that his only option was to continue loving that woman while protecting his past self. If he did that, what would happen to the future? He did not know. He had to ensure that his past self picked the same options. But if he provided any assistance to his past self, wouldn't his memories be altered? Wouldn't history be altered? Without his help, his past self would still be reduced into a cripple and lose that young Missy. And thus, everything was extremely chaotic. Luo Yuan indeed tried to tamper with history several times, causing the entire world to descend into chaos. The only thing he could do was continue transmigrating into the past to amend history. Finally, he managed to save the timeline. Tampering with time was way too complicated. Everything involving time had great implications, to the point that the implications were outside his control. This was the moment he realized how useless this ability was. Everything he did might very well change the future or even result in the destruction of this world. Ultimately, Luo Yuan gave up. He decided to seek the power of time, a power far surpassing his ability of transmigration. Only with this ability would he be able to truly return to the past. Alas, he had never imagined that when he had just set forth on this path, something that shouldn't be provoked was provoked into existence. That was Yi, the Sin God. Indeed, the first person to encounter Yi was actually Luo Yuan. Due to his various travels through time, perhaps due to the effect of a foreign aura or some other unique effect, Yi, who had been dead, awakened from eternal darkness. And thus, suddenly, the Twin Horns world came into existence, a world that shouldn't have existed in the first place. Luo Yuan clearly remembered that this world had not existed before. Subsequently, even bigger events happened. The primordial descended upon this world for no apparent reason, and Yi returned for no apparent reason as well. The things that shouldn't have appeared, the loose ends tied up by the creation god prior to his departure, were let loose yet again by Luo Yuan messing with time. After all, how could a great existence like the creation god commit such an amateurish mistake by leaving such a loophole for Yi and the primordial to return? Prior to his departure, the various gods had already been properly sealed. The Sin God had been thoroughly sealed away as well. Moreover, the power of time had been made a forbidden power. He had never expected that someone had been using the unique power of transmigration to achieve the effect of time travel, altering time and space, altering the properly sealed timeline. Ultimately, the proper timeline was completely messed up by Luo Yuan. Just like that, those sealed existences came into being again. In fact, Luo Yuan noticed the coming of the primordial way before it happened. However, he was instead very excited. Did that not mean that he would be able to obtain even more abilities? The primordial abilities, and even the abilities of the various gods. And thus, he hid, becoming the puppet master behind the scenes. The invasion of the Twin Horns world. The transmission of this world's coordinates to them. Each of these previously unsolved puzzles was his work. He controlled everything behind the scenes just so he could obtain more strength. He wanted to absorb every ability that existed, to search for his goal. Fortunately, he was finally done. And that terrifying Yi had also been eliminated. The mortals of the human world and the various gods were under his wristband's control. This was simply a perfect conclusion for him. And now, he only needed to deal with these flies before him, these fellows that should have died long ago, and everything would be over. This would be especially true after the death of Chen, the so-called creator of miracles. After all, the only thing Chen Feng relied on was his luck aura, right? He had copied ability immediately after noticing it. For him to have reached this height, luck aura had played quite a role. Granted, Chen Feng had subsequently stopped using the wristband, causing Ye's comprehension of this ability to stop increasing. However, it no longer mattered. With his sheer strength, his version of luck aura ought to be stronger than Chen Feng's. At most, they would only counteract each other's luck. Against him, Chen Feng's luck would be ineffective. Therefore, escape would be impossible for Chen Feng. He, Luo Yuan, was the true controller of this world. He wanted to truly control this world in the truest sense before rewinding time itself. That's right, what he wanted to truly rewind time, rewinding everything. After all, transmigration and time travel were useless to him. Or to be more precise, he no longer dared to tamper with anything involving transmigration or time travel. Time traveling had too great an implication. It could potentially cause someone like Yi, who had obviously died, to come back. If he caused Yi to come back once again, what could he do? What if the one to come back was the creation god? The mere thought was sufficient to plant endless fear in Luo Yuan's heart. If the creation god truly returned, it would truly be over for Luo Yuan. There was no question about that. As such, Luo Yuan would not give such a thing any chance to happen. In any case, the world of the past was not one he wanted. Furthermore, even if he truly went back in time, if others continued time traveling and messing with the timeline as they wished, things would be very troublesome. As such, he had decided on a single plan, to rewind time. Turning the flower-like young lady from a person of the past into a person of the present. There would be no past or present. There would only be that era when he was young. If time was equivalent to a thread and the acts of transmigration and time travel were the act of jumping to different points on this thread, what Luo Yuan wanted to accomplish was to cut off the front and back of the thread, returning everything to that point in time, turning his young self into the center of the thread, the center of the timeline. If one traveled through time, only the traveling person would return in time, the world would remain. As for rewinding time, the entire world would be reversed and he would be unchanging. His past self would vanish, or to be more precise, replaced by him without affecting the timeline. He would still remain himself. This was what he wanted. The era with that young lady within, an era where he could fight as he wished, not needing to worry that he would accidentally erase his future self with his tampering. Naturally, the requirements for doing this were frighteningly high. He had to first assume control over the entire world, reaching a height even Yi had failed to reach. First he would fully control the world, then he would rewind the entire world. At that time, he would truly return to the past. As for everything in the present timeline? When his plan was completed, everything would rewind with time, thoroughly vanishing. Different from time travel, rewinding time would thoroughly erase everything from the future. Apart from him, everything from the present would be gone. Primordial? Gods? They would all go poof. Luo Yuan sighed. Time to put this to an end. The past started playing in his mind. A melancholic feeling surfaced as he recalled the many years he had walked alone in the darkness. It had truly been hard for him. Now, he was finally on the verge of success/novel full calm. Wait for me, he muttered inwardly, seemingly already seeing that young lady waiting for his return. But before that, he had something to finish with Chen Feng, whom he had yet to kill. Shua! He tossed over a wristband to Chen Feng. Put that on, Luo Yuan said grimly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 815, are you sure? Chapter 815, are you sure? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. You should already have the luck aura ability, right? Asked Chen Feng. Luo Yuan smiled. Yes. However, your comprehension of luck aura is above mine. He narrowed his eyes. Moreover, there are other powers hidden within you, some extremely weird existences. Chen Feng smiled. So that is why you haven't killed me yet? It was no wonder that Luo Yuan had kept him alive and had been talking non-stop. So it turned out Luo Yuan had his eyes set on what Chen Feng had? Do you know that villains tend to end up dead? Chen Feng asked. Luo Yuan shrugged. Yeah. However, from my point of view, you are the villain. Am I wrong? Shua. They exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming. Villain. I understand now. Chen Feng understood. Since an unknown point in time, Luo Yuan had fully seen himself as the main character. With Luck Aura, he had given himself everything a main character should have. And thus, as time had passed, he had come to believe this as well. After all, this was also what Chen Feng had believed in the past. Ultimately, the cruelness of reality had awoken him from this delusion. Luck Aura was nevertheless still Luck Aura, not some main character's aura. Luo Yuan's expression became cold. Put this on. All right. Chen Feng sighed. Are you sure you want me to wear it? Perhaps, after putting it on, something bad will happen, Chen Feng said solemnly. Put it on. Luo Yuan no longer had the patience to continue talking. Fine. Chen Feng picked up the wristband. Ah, it has been a while since I last used one of these, he lamented. It had indeed been a long time since he had used a wristband. Shwa. Luck Aura activated noiselessly. It's useless, Luo Yuan's cold voice sounded. I told you, even though your Luck Aura is somewhat more advanced than mine, the nature of the godly power of luck is still similar. As such, your Luck Aura will never work on me. If we both use it at the same time, the most they can achieve is counteracting each other. Shwa. Radiance started swirling around him. At this instant, he activated his Luck Aura as well. I know, Chen Feng said indifferently. I only activated Luck Aura to counteract yours. MHM? Luo Yuan had a sudden ominous feeling. This feeling intensified greatly when he saw Chen Feng put the wristband on, to the point that he nearly instinctively tried to stop Chen Feng from doing so. Luo Yuan's heart leaped madly. No! Alas, it was already too late. The moment Chen Feng put the wristband on, his ability was officially linked with Luo Yuan's ability. The entire world, which was under the control of Luo Yuan's wristbands, became incomparably distinct to him. The entire world, the millions upon millions of life forms and wristbands, everything became like a bright shining star to him. In the sky, Luo Yuan was like an almighty star that was absorbing everyone's faith and energy. A faint string seemed to be connecting all the wristbands. So this was how he had been copying abilities? At first, the wristbands had merely copied the wearer's abilities. Subsequently, though, the wristbands had started absorbing the wearer's comprehensions as well. This was indeed quite scary. All the abilities copied by Luo Yuan were improving without stop/update by Noble Full Com. I see. Chen Feng finally understood. This differed somewhat from what he had initially pictured. He had believed that this would be Luo Yuan's weakness. So what if he had so many abilities? He was only one person and could only truly learn a few of the truly powerful abilities. As such, he would probably select a few abilities to focus on. The others would be left in their primary forms. However, it seemed like that wasn't the case. With the wristbands linking him and everyone else, all his abilities could improve without stop. This was indeed incredibly terrifying. Luo Yuan truly possessed all the abilities of this world, and those abilities were all similarly being pushed to the pinnacle. So this was where his confidence originated from? Chen Feng finally understood. However, had Luo Yuan ever imagined that? Chen Feng raised his hand. Shwa. Suddenly, a faint power began to operate. Luo Yuan in an extremely bad feeling, and his instinctive reaction was to snatch the wristband away from Chen Feng. After all, he had a passive perception toward danger. Therefore, he was clear that this crisis existed for real, as was the coming danger. He had to take the wristband off Chen Feng immediately. Unfortunately, the 12 seals he had personally placed were now hindering him. These 12 seals, which were supposed to be sealing Chen Feng, would take a tiny amount of even his own time to remove. And this little bit of time was sufficient for that power Chen Feng was unleashing to pulse out. Shwa! Shwa! That power started pouring into the wristband. Go, Chen Feng said, his emotions surging. The way Luo Yuan controlled all the wristbands was by having a huge network similar to the internet. Each port was linked to a single person. What if a virus was dumped into this network? MHM. It was quite simple. Luo Yuan was absorbing the comprehension of the numerous lifeforms at all times, maintaining a synchronous connection with all these lifeforms. What if, suddenly, these people encountered some power that would perhaps mutate or even demote their abilities? Individually, such a mutation or ability demotion was a mere setback and wasn't particularly serious. However, what if this happened to everyone at the same time, and Luo Yuan, who was maintaining a synchronous connection with them all, received the same effect as well? This would be quite interesting, would it not? Swish! That power started spreading noiselessly. Moving along Luo Yuan's network, that power seeped into every single person wearing a wristband. No physical contact or direct connection was required. This power only needed to be aimed at the various wristbands to start taking effect. This power was precisely the power of misfortune. This was a power only Chen Feng had control over, a power Luo Yuan hadn't gotten hold of. Bang! The terrifying power engulfed everyone. At this time, somewhere extremely far away, a certain powerful genetic warrior was in the midst of cultivation as usual. Suddenly, a black aura shrouded his body, though he himself did not realize it. He merely felt his heart throb slightly as he suddenly recalled the thing he feared most. During this crucial moment of his cultivation, his attention swayed. Next, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He didn't just fail to achieve a breakthrough, his strength was also reduced. His body had suffered a rather grave injury. At a different location, a certain person was fighting an intense battle with a mutated beast. Suddenly, his ability failed to work. Before he could even understand what was going on, he was injured heavily by that mutated beast. He had no choice but to destroy his own ability to obtain the final burst of energy he required to flee this place. At yet another different location, a certain person had been relying on a certain unique ability, one capable of granting the body incomparable flexibility, to dominate the nightlife industry here. For some reason, this ability suddenly failed, nearly crippling this person due to extreme exhaustion. Like a virus, that faint black aura infected everyone. Nearly everyone wearing a wristband suffered a setback, though the intensity varied. With the synchronous connection, all these setbacks were instantly directly shared with Luo Yuan. Pooh! Luo Yuan had only managed to take a single step forward toward Chen Feng before he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Bang! The intense pain that he suddenly felt caused him to halfway kneel on the ground. This power. Pooh! Yet another mouthful of blood was coughed up. He felt like a pair of unseen black palms were grabbing at his heart, squeezing tightly. He felt like they could crush his heart at any time. Damn it! What power was this? He raised his head. Before his eyes, that previously unremarkable guy called Chen Feng suddenly seemed so very terrifying. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 816, Pummeling Madly. Chapter 816, Pummeling Madly. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Ability syncing was in effect the copy ability had received after numerous evolutions. This was what had ensured that Luo Yuan could surpass all living beings, maintaining all the abilities he gained from everyone at peak proficiency rather than them all being stuck at the primary level. Now, it was his greatest weakness. The setbacks that all of the lifeforms were experiencing were being shared with him, causing his entire body to ache in pain, and he had lost control over his body as well. Bang! Chen Feng punched out. Instantly, a powerful might erupted. Chen Feng's power as a god went through the usual amplification and blasted at Luo Yuan's body. Pooh! With a punch, Luo Yuan was beaten into the ground. Bang! 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 Chen Feng did not stop attacking. He stepped forth as terrifying power converged in his hands. Each punch landed on Luo Yuan, blasting the power into his body. The attacks never stopped, not even when Luo Yuan was already sprawled on the ground, not even when he was already bloodied all over. Shwa! Everyone lapsed into silence. The various gods gulped, not daring to say anything. This? Chen Feng was actually wiping the ground with Luo Yuan? This truly surpassed even their wildest imaginings. This was too astonishing. After all, this was Luo Yuan, a person that possessed every ability. This? Bang! 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 The sound of Luo Yuan being beaten up echoed without stop. Chen Feng's attacks were truly landing, and a terrifying shockwave was spreading all over. Luo Yuan's body was on the verge of collapse. Still not giving up? Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. This fellow had much greater endurance than he had imagined. Was this due to the numerous unique abilities he had copied in the past? This fellow. Bang! Once again, Chen Feng erupted with strength. As for Luo Yuan, he was already covered with injuries, and his consciousness was getting blurry, to the point that he couldn't even see Chen Feng clearly anymore. Damn it! What power was this, exactly? He had no idea. He did not know how Chen Feng had obtained such a power. In the past, Luo Yuan had been successful in all his endeavors thanks to luck aura. As such, as time passed, he had formed a strong reliance on luck aura. Everything had always progressed as he wished. Yet now that his luck aura had been neutralized by Chen Feng, with his luck even taking a bad turn, he was thoroughly dumbfounded. He didn't know how to deal with this. In fact, this was something Chen Feng had experienced before. Therefore, Chen Feng knew exactly how Luo Yuan was feeling. This reliance on luck used to be Chen Feng's greatest weakness as well. Because of this, he had nearly lost everything. When luck aura had been taken away from him, he had nearly given up on everything. Now he was letting Luo Yuan experience the same thing. He knew very well what Luo Yuan would feel, since Luo Yuan was similarly reliant on luck aura. Luo Yuan was completely clueless when it came to how to deal with this sudden change. Bang! Bang! Chen Feng's punches rained down. He could feel that Luo Yuan's body was getting weaker and weaker. This body, which had been strengthened countless times, was now incomparably frail, mainly due to the excessive blood loss. Pooh! Luo Yuan coughed up another mouthful of blood, his face deadly pale. He was truly on the verge of collapse. The strength Chen Feng had erupted with far surpassed that of an ordinary god. One could say that his strength had surpassed even that of a major god. However, he was clearly an ordinary god. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Luo Yuan was feeling extremely hateful. Did he have no options left? Luo Yuan clenched both his fists tightly. He had spent so many years arranging everything so as to reach this point. How could he allow his plan to fail now? However, he truly had no options. Perhaps there was indeed a way out of this. Unfortunately, due to his reliance on luck aura, Luo Yuan hadn't solved anything with his wits for a long time. As such, he was presently incapable of thinking of any way to deal with this sudden attack. He tried to think. Bang! A punch landed on his now bun-like face. He tried to think again. Bang! Yet another punch came, interrupting his thoughts. He truly couldn't even think properly under pressure anymore. Chen Feng would not give him a chance to think deeply. As for his body, under the relentless attacks, he wouldn't be able to last any longer. Soon. If Luo Yuan couldn't counterattack, he would probably be beaten to death just like this. Moreover, this would be a total defeat. Bang! Yet another punch landed. It was at this moment that Luo Yuan lost control over his emotions. He raged. Chen Feng! I hate you! Bang! Yet another punch landed on his face. Was there any way he could deal with this? Yes. Quite a simple way, in fact. How did one deal with a virus-infected computer network? Sever the connection. In this network of connections set up by Luo Yuan, when someone died or lost one's ability, the connection would be severed. Luo Yuan would then be able to keep the abilities he had stolen from those people, even after they had died. This was a precautionary method he had prepared long ago. However, to do this when it involved his entire network? He was still hesitating. Bang! Bang! /update by novelfull.com. A punch landed on his nose. Even with his constitution surpassing that of a god's, he was still badly wounded. No! I can't give up just like this. There must be another way. He howled inwardly. He was unwilling to accept this. He would not give up. There had to be some other way. He possessed countless abilities and unimaginable strength. Moreover, all of the abilities he had copied were comparatively powerful. With so many abilities at his disposal, he was the strongest existence. Surely there was a way out of this. Is this an invasion of my network? Is this a virus? Or something else? It does not matter how Chen Feng did it. There ought to be a solution. Let me think. I will definitely be able to think of something. If luck aura still worked, what would luck aura have me do? Bang! Another punch landed. What angle would luck aura tackle this problem from? Bang! A kick landed on his crotch. Oh, this angle. Bang! A powerful force seemed to be eroding his organs. Luo Yuan's thought process was interrupted without stop. With despair, he found that, without luck aura, he required much more time to process his thoughts. After all, it had been way too long since he had last used his brain. Chen Feng had no intention of giving him a chance to think. Time after time, Luo Yuan's thoughts were interrupted. His body became weaker and weaker, he was now bordering death. Finally, Luo Yuan gave up trying to think of a different solution. Sever! He howled. Under Chen Feng's intense beating, he finally countered with an intense burst of fury. Bang! 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 All over the world, at this instant, all the wristbands in existence burst apart. Shwa! Finally, the connections to Luo Yuan were severed, And instantly, Luo Yuan's body started recovering rapidly. Previously, he had been unable to heal as he had been simultaneously receiving all the damage that all the living beings in the world were suffering. And now, without the simultaneous damage, his body was healing at a speed fast enough to surpass Chen Feng's damage. However, there was no trace of joy on Luo Yuan's face. That was because, for survival, he had given up on something incredibly important to him. The millions upon millions of life forms and abilities. He had gained those things after many years of bitter planning. Everything was now gone. Chen Feng. Luo Yuan was filled with hatred. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 817, The Liberated World. Chapter 817, The Liberated World. Translator, Limest and Editor, Tenish. At a certain location, a middle-aged person enduring the pain caused by the decrease in his strength suddenly found that his wristband was broken. An expression of utter joy appeared on his face as he realized that this wristband had actually broken down by itself. He had tried so many methods to get rid of it, yet it had seemed like the wristband had become a part of him and refused to be destroyed. Each time he had tried to damage it, the damage had been redirected to him instead. Even worse was the fact that this wristband had occasionally controlled his body. This thing was like a demon, yet he had not been able to deal with it. He had given up on it, resigned to the fact that his and his children's future would be under the control of their wristbands. Unexpectedly, this thing had broken down on its own today. The middle-aged man stood up. After the feeling of pain vanished, he studied his wrist thoroughly. Apart from a red dot left by a needle, there was nothing on his wrist. The wristband had truly vanished. He howled with laughter. Ha 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 ha. I have regained freedom. At a different location, similar sounds of celebration could be heard. I am free as well. Same here. A smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. It seemed like everyone had survived this. They were finally free from that damnable wristband. Hold on. That Luo Yuan fellow seems to have ascended to godhood as well? Yeah. He seems incredibly powerful. Even without the wristband, if he decides to come and catch us. Let's go. Fast, bring our family with us as well. Yeah. No matter how strong he is, without the wristband, he won't be able to locate us. U.P. Dated by Novel Full, Kong. Yeah. And thus, a huge number of people left their homes. After experiencing the short era of Luo Yuan, they knew how terrifying it was to be under someone else's control. With that wristband controlling them, even suicide had not been an option. That was truly a life without freedom. Oof. Even if I have to die, I am not willing to be controlled again. Agreed. Let's go. In this unique era, the world is particularly massive. Yeah. Soon, a huge number of people left. The population in the numerous human territories dropped rapidly. This was merely what was happening to the humans. The same was happening to the other races, such as the unique races, the beasts, the ancients, and all other life forms. All of them moved into the dangerous regions. They would rather die in those desolate regions than be subjected to control. As for Chen Feng and Luo Yuan's battlefield, those who received the greatest effect were the various gods. They had merely been invaded by the power of misfortune. However, with the disappearance of Luo Yuan's wristbands, they were no longer under control. We are free? They were still in a daze. The fight between Chen Feng and Luo Yuan had actually freed them from the wristband's control. How could they not be overjoyed by this? Bang! Bang! The battle was still going on for Chen Feng. Luo Yuan's eyes gleamed coldly. You are courting death. As his body had begun to recover, he was no longer fearful of Chen Feng's attacks. Earlier, he had been dragged down by the numerous lifeforms and been helplessly beaten up by Chen Feng. As for now, Shua! Luo Yuan's body recovered at a rapid pace. The speed at which Chen Feng could deal damage to him was even slower than his recovery. Suddenly, the various gods awakened from their stupor. Go! Help him! Yeah, let us destroy Luo Yuan together. This was the best opportunity to gang up on Luo Yuan. Otherwise, if Luo Yuan was allowed to fully recover, they would have to live their lives under someone else's control. As they thought of this, the various gods charged forth without hesitation. Swish! Swish! Various godly powers blasted toward Luo Yuan. Damn it! Luo Yuan had an unsightly expression. Although these godly powers couldn't deal much damage to him, he was still of the opinion that he shouldn't have given up control over these gods. Earlier, all the gods had been affected as well and had similarly been sharing their injuries with Luo Yuan. With several thousand of them, the accumulated damage had been sufficient to hurt Luo Yuan quite a lot. As such, he had severed all his connections in a fit of anger. Now, when he thought about it, he was of the opinion that even if he could have not severed the connections with the various gods, the connections with the gods that were present here should have been maintained. Earlier, under Chen Feng's barrage and his great pain, he had been unable to think properly. This had resulted in him making an incorrect choice. Now that he thought about it, he was actually able to think of many solutions to deal with what Chen Feng had done to him. These were solutions that did not even require him to sever his connection with the wristbands. He would only have needed to use a combination of his abilities. So it turned out that he had indeed not been thinking clearly earlier. Luo Yuan sighed as he realized that over-reliance was indeed rather terrifying. Luck aura. Luo Yuan sighed sorrowfully. This ability had granted him smooth sailing all this while, but now it was the reason for his defeat. All his effort had been ruined. Bang! Another punch headed toward him. This time, Luo Yuan raised his hand and caught it. Did you think I would allow you to attack me as you wish? Killing intent erupted from Luo Yuan's eyes. Without all the damnable damage dragging him down, he had no fear of Chen Feng. Now it was time for this Chen Feng to die. Even if the entirety of his plan had been ruined and he now had to start afresh, nobody could stop him. So long as he killed this Chen Feng, he would be able to start his plan again. He would be able to once again gather those people up and subject them to his control. Bang! Numerous terrifying forces blasted at Chen Feng. However, before those attacks could reach Chen Feng, they were intercepted by the various gods. Those damnable fellows were helping Chen Feng. Luo Yuan's killing intent intensified. You all. Let us do battle. The gods all had sharp gazes. Never before had any of them believed in something this firmly. They would rather die than be controlled once more. Luo Yuan howled, since you guys want to die, fine. Bang! His godly power surged out and the battle erupted. Luo Yuan's and the various gods' godly powers collided and interweaved in midair. If this were before, they would not have the confidence to face someone like Luo Yuan. But today, Luo Yuan had been gravely injured, had lost all his believers, and had been once again seriously injured by Chen Feng. Right now, Luo Yuan was as weak as he could be. And thus, the various journeyman gods attacked together. Bang! 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 Terrifying godly powers exploded everywhere. At this moment, Chen Feng instead stopped his attacks. Qin Hai narrowed his eyes. Will Luo Yuan truly die from this? Chen Feng shook his head. I doubt it. These gods are too weak. All the major gods had died in their clash with the Sin God. Only these weak gods had been left behind. No matter how weak Luo Yuan was, he was not someone they could contend against. However, Chen Feng clenched his fists as he wondered if he himself would be capable of putting an end to Luo Yuan. After all, the first step of his plan had been to compel Luo Yuan to give up on everything. His second step was to put an end to Luo Yuan. Come! Chen Feng stepped forth. Just as he was about to attack, in the sky, the drifting clouds suddenly converged together and assumed the form of a picture. In that picture, only a single survivor was left standing, surrounded by numerous corpses sprawled all around. This picture was extremely indistinct, and it appeared rather bizarre, yet Chen Feng still had a strong feeling that the sole survivor in that picture was precisely Luo Yuan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 818. Chapter 818, ready to fight only to stare around blankly. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. These clouds. Chen Feng's heart trembled. So the meaning of this was the final victor of this battle would still be Luo Yuan? These clouds, and these hints. Had that girl reached this level as well? Was Luo Yuan, even without the numerous lifeforms under his control, still so powerful? Chen Feng had no answer to that. He took in a deep breath. In any case, I still have to give it a try, right? Schwa. He condensed all his strength, and just as the various gods were duking it out with Luo Yuan, an incredibly mighty power shot out of Chen Feng's hand. This was the strongest power Chen Feng could erupt with at present. This attack utilized both luck and misfortune and was amplified by his fake nascent soul. Bang! A terrifying power erupted, instantly piercing through Luo Yuan's chest. Luo Yuan, who had still appeared so mighty earlier, appeared to have been directly killed by Chen Feng. Shua! Suddenly, the entire world lapsed into silence. The various gods looked at Chen Feng in shock. Holy shit, a one-hit KO? They were all alarmed. This strength. As for Chen Feng, he frowned. That did not feel like an illusion. The impact had felt solid, proving that his attack had indeed hit Luo Yuan. Was he truly dead? Suddenly, a heavy sound echoed. Dong! Again! Dong! Everyone's hearts pounded together with this sound. What sound was this? Everyone instinctively looked in the direction this sound had come from. Astonishingly, the sound had originated from Luo Yuan's body, which was sprawled helplessly on the ground. There, something seemed to be pounding. Dong! Dong! Akin to the throbs of a heart. Slowly, the frequency of the poundings became concentrated. As for Luo Yuan's body, which had been utterly trashed earlier, it suddenly recovered and even appeared somewhat stronger than before. Boundless power seemed to be converging in his body. This. Suddenly, Chen Feng recalled a certain ability. Dash. Name, 9 Lives Cat. Class, A. Function, protects the user's heart when fatal damage is received. The power of the damage received will be converted into a recovery power to instantly heal the user. The user's strength will be fully recovered and will even increase. Limitation, only usable 9 times in a lifetime, with an interval of no less than 1 year between usages. Dash dot. It was actually this ability. Chen Feng was alarmed. This was an extremely rare ability, yet it was also incredibly useless. Why? Because this was an A-class ability. A class generally signified formidable battle prowess. As such, those that selected this ability would forever be weaker than their peers that selected a combat ability. A user of this ability would never be able to defeat those at the same level as them, since they would not have a combative A-class ability. And thus, despite this ability's astonishing survivability, it was rarely chosen. Moreover, 9 Lives Cat was an incredibly rare gene in the first place. Chen Feng could remember that, according to the formula, one had to be sure that the selected 9 Lives Cat had never used this ability once in its life. Otherwise, the cat's genes would not be usable. The number of times the cat had used this ability would be deducted from the person that had selected the genes of this particular cat. This was the saddest part of this ability. And thus, those that coveted this ability had to first use a unique method to kill a cat with 9 lives without giving it any chance to resurrect. This was also why very few people chose this ability. Yet this was an ability that Luo Yuan had. Suddenly, Chen Feng thought of something extremely terrifying. This was merely one of the many abilities that granted resurrection. There were various other resurrection abilities in existence as well. Even though they were all extremely rare, they still existed. And since they existed, wouldn't Luo Yuan have them as well? Definitely. After all, Luo Yuan had the abilities of nearly every lifeform in existence. If so, these resurrection abilities. Chen Feng hissed in shock. He finally understood the meaning of those clouds. If they continued fighting on in this manner, they would totally be outlasted by Luo Yuan due to Luo Yuan's collection of astonishing resurrection abilities. They would never be able to truly kill him. With hundreds or even thousands of resurrection abilities in his arsenal, could one truly kill Luo Yuan? Moreover, all of these resurrection abilities were unique. Some might resurrect someone who died from curse abilities, or from the abilities of fleshly bodies, or even from spiritual abilities. Regardless of the method used to kill Luo Yuan, he would have a way of resurrecting himself. Killing him was fundamentally impossible. Dong! Dong! Slowly but surely, Luo Yuan fully recovered. His aura seemed to be even stronger now. As for the injuries he was still carrying from his battle with Yi, many of them had now healed. The Luo Yuan that was about to emerge from his resurrection seemed to be incredibly terrifying. Chen Feng did not hesitate. Retreat! Shua! Bringing Qin Hai and the others with him, he speedily fled. After all, they had already accomplished their main goal here. Even though they had failed to kill Luo Yuan, they had still severed his foundation and his rapid growth. In the future, they could slowly look for an opportunity to kill him. After all, they could afford to wait now. Shua! Chen Feng and the others instantly vanished. When the surrounding gods saw this, they all blanked. Left, just like that? Luo Yuan had resurrected. He appeared even stronger now. They had initially believed that Chen Feng would continue his barrage of attacks, allowing them to sneak some cheap shots at Luo Yuan as well. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng had departed without any hesitation. They all exchanged glances in dismay. Shortly after, they were all startled awake from their stupefaction. If even Chen Feng had fled, what were they doing, staying here? Waiting for death? Shua! Instantly, the various gods fled as well. As the heartbeat's frequency increased, Luo Yuan finally completed his resurrection. Shua! He woke up from the darkness. A mighty power shrouded his body. His previously injured body was now fully healed. The Sin God had had various cards up his sleeve. As such, facing death, he had erupted with numerous trump cards capable of instantly killing major gods. As for Luo Yuan, he only had one trump card, his seeming immortality. What he had put the most effort in, the only collection of abilities he had truly organized among his numerous abilities, was his collection of recovery and resurrection abilities. These abilities had been reorganized to create a complete recovery system for himself, with each of these abilities closely interlinked together. As such, he did not fear death. On the contrary, after being killed, he would come back even stronger. This was his ultimate trump card. He howled with laughter. He 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 he. Amid his wanton laughter, his body continued its transformation. He had returned. Bang! A surging aura blasted out. Chen Feng! Don't you want to fight? And the damnable gods! Don't you guys want to take advantage of the chaos? Damnable fellows, let me show you guys what true strength look like. Shua! A terrifying aura converged around him. It was at this instant that Luo Yuan finally opened his eyes for the first time since his resurrection. His sharp eyes gleamed and numerous razor-sharp beams shot straight toward the distant horizon. Bring it on! He shouted. Next, he stood there dumbfounded. His tsunami-like surging aura even paused awkwardly, not knowing where it should actually head. Where were the enemies? Luo Yuan had a stupefied expression on his face as he looked at the empty battleground around him. Chen Feng was not here. The various gods were not here either. One could say that, within 1,000 miles, there was not a single life form. You all. Luo Yuan sensed the boundless power converging within his body, waiting for the right moment to erupt. His heart, which had previously been brimming with a heroic mood, went taut. How can you guys be like this? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8:19, you guys are too excessive. Chapter 8:19, you guys are too excessive. Translator, limest editor, Tenish. At a certain location, a young lady was carefully drawing a painting. Chen Feng should have received her message already, right? After all, that was Chen Feng. If so, what should she do next? The young lady was softly drawing a painting when she suddenly chuckled as she saw what the painting was. So this was what was going to happen? In that case, this should end not far in the future. However, who would be the one to survive till the end? The young lady frowned as she started reflecting on this question seriously. At this time, Luo Yuan, who had just awakened from his resurrection, was searching for enemies crazily. Everyone seemed to have vanished. Luo Yuan, who was brimming with energy, had no way to release his pent-up energy and could only forcefully blast his accumulated energy at a nearby mountain. Bang! The entire mountain crumbled. Who? Only now did Luo Yuan feel better. What followed next was a sneer. Do you guys think it will end if you flee? He. Chen Feng, do you know that I am at my weakest presently? When my strength grows, what will you use to fight me? Escaping now was an idiotic choice. Luo Yuan was still furious. Those idiotic fellows believed that this would be the end? How naive. They must have believed that without the numerous life forms supplying him faith, he would have no way of growing? He was Luo Yuan, the true number one person of this world. Even Chen Feng was not his opponent. Who could stop him? Since he was so powerful, he could once again regain what he had lost earlier by forcing those people to put the wristbands on again. The solution was indeed that simple. Shua! He departed. He remembered that there was a city of ancients nearby. This city had a population of 3 million. This would be his first stop, Luo Yuan decided. This might be somewhat troublesome. However, he did not mind personally visiting all the cities worldwide to once again make them his believers. What was there to fear? Shua! He moved like the wind. Shortly after, he reached the city. Bang! A terrifying attack was unleashed on the empty air above the city. The originally tranquil city was suddenly engulfed by a boundless radiance, a radiance as bright as the sun itself. Bang! 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 Accompanied by that golden radiance, a majestic and divine aura descended upon this city. Luo Yuan was way too clear on what these so-called ancients and humans most lacked and feared. He was also clear on the most efficient method of completely forcing them to submission. It was precisely absolute strength. Bang! A terrifying attack instantly blasted at the center of the city. Instantly, the place where the chief and the core figures of the city normally resided was disintegrated. A mushroom cloud soared as the bright explosion engulfed the entire city, a sight akin to the arrival of the apocalypse. Naturally, despite the showy and excessive effect, this attack only destroyed the city center. So long as the so-called chief, who was adept at inciting the feelings of the population, was eliminated, the rest could be easily dealt with. These people would ultimately still submit before him. Done with the show he intended the residents to see, Luo Yuan slowly headed toward the ground. Submit or die. His ice-cold voice resounded throughout the city. From the void, he walked down toward the ground. Each step and each footprint was extremely casual and slow, yet with each step he took, a shiny gold radiance was left below his feet. His divine aura roiled out, seemingly boundless. This should do it. Luo Yuan had a tranquil expression. Under his divine pressure, not a single soul dared make a sound in the entirety of the city. Excellent. Luo Yuan's mouth curled up, forming a smile. Finally, he landed. He had no choice but to land. After all, if he wanted them to wear his wristbands, he had to land so he could personally pass them the wristbands. However, when he neared the ground, he felt that something was off. Was there some sort of plot here? Was this the work of Chen Feng again? Yet another ambush? Instantly, Luo Yuan's vigilance rose. He forcefully stopped his descent. This Chen Feng. He spread his senses around to confirm that there was no danger before slowly continuing his descent. When he finally landed, he understood the source of the earlier odd feeling. This city was completely devoid of people. That's right, the city was completely empty. Luo Yuan was dumbfounded. Where were they? Where was the huge ancient race? In such a huge city, not a single one of those 3 million souls could be found? What's going on? Luo Yuan was thoroughly stupefied. Something had to be wrong. Luo Yuan spread his senses around once again, and his heart chilled when he confirmed that this city indeed empty. What had happened? He was horrified. Could it be that Chen Feng had sensed his arrival and had killed everyone first? No. Chen Feng was not such a determined person. Luo Yuan decided to take a look around. And thus, he roamed the city, targeting those items that the original owners had been unable to take away in time or that still had some warmth in them. Finally, he found the reason for all this. This city, and its people, hadn't died. Rather, they had all left. The instant the wristbands had been destroyed, everyone had immediately packed up and moved. Littered on the ground everywhere were broken wristbands. Ka! Luo Yuan clenched his fists tightly. All gone, all gone. Since this city was empty, what was the point of his showy appearance earlier? Luo Yuan looked to the city center. The ruins of the destroyed building seemed to assume the form of an emoji sneering at him. This caused an inexplicable anger to rise within Luo Yuan. Bang! He attacked once again, destroying the ruins of the destroyed building. You all actually decided to leave this city? Luo Yuan was filled with anger. His eyes flashed as scene after scene played in his vision. A powerful deduction ability activated. He wanted to see exactly where those fellows had gone. Shwa! Shwa! Countless figures and scenes flashed past, unable to be joined together into a complete picture. Humph! Luo Yuan snorted coldly. Such a scene signified that someone was trying to mess with his deduction ability. Only gods were capable of this. In short, those ancients had not only packed up and left in haste, but they had also immediately begun to believe in a new god. With the blessing of their new god, they had all departed. They deserved death. Killing intent surged in Luo Yuan's heart. Those damnable ancients would rather believe in some journeyman or elementary god than him, a true god surpassing even the major gods? How ridiculous. Shwa! Slowly, some scenes became clearer in his vision. This allowed Luo Yuan a better view of what had happened. At present, the 3 million ancients were traversing a certain dangerous forest. At any given time, someone was dying or unable to keep up with the main party. This was, in fact, an incomparably bitter journey. So this was the life they had decided upon? Luo Yuan's gaze burned. He couldn't believe that these fellows would rather live such a life. One ought to know that under his control, they would be able to enjoy a life with the greatest technology humans had to offer. Wasn't that better? How idiotic. He could hear the sounds of the scene he was seeing as well. Keep at it. Don't give up. Some people were encouraging their companions. Unfortunately, the deaths did not stop, and some were no longer capable of keeping up. I can't continue on anymore. This is too tiring. This is too dangerous. Some people were on the verge of collapse. Idiots. Luo Yuan was merely evaluating their choice coldly. Just look at them. Regretting their choice now, eh? Serves them right. However, just as Luo Yuan was thinking that they would finally give up, the leader of the group spoke. You guys are giving up just like this? Have you guys forgotten your lives before? Do you guys not know that if you stop now, that Demon King will come for you? Have you guys forgotten the fear of being controlled? As these words resounded, these seemingly helpless people actually started moving once again. This was quite the astonishing recovery. The mere mention of that Demon King could actually bring forth such an effect. Finally, the scene vanished from Luo Yuan's vision. He wanted to see clearly what was going on, but he couldn't see anymore. Humph, serves you right. He felt somewhat proud. Just look at those people. Due to their choice, they were now better off dead than alive. Forget about that casualty rate, they were even being hunted by some Demon King? He. But then, who exactly was the Demon King they were speaking of? Luo Yuan pondered this question for a long time. Suddenly, his complexion became extremely unsightly. He had suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that this so-called Demon King was actually him? What the F***ck? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 820, The Final Godly Power. Chapter 820, The Final Godly Power. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. The entire world was in chaos. Every lifeform had escaped into the unexplored regions, even though those regions were brimming with danger and were not a good place to live. The various lifeforms sought shelter from the various gods, then completely vanished from Luo Yuan's senses. Luo Yuan traversed nearly half the mainland and still failed to find a single person. Only the shells of the various flourishing cities were left. Why had this happened? Luo Yuan's heart swayed slightly. However, his heart became as firm as stone again shortly after. Let alone emptied cities, even if the cities were fully destroyed, so what? So long as he succeeded in his plan, the entire world would be restarted, as time would rewind. At that time, everything would return to the correct beginning. You people will not be able to defeat me. Luo Yuan stood up, his gaze firmer than ever. He was Luo Yuan, the strongest in the world. He had countless healing and resurrection abilities. Even with his serious injuries, he was recovering without stop. So what if he didn't have any believers? He finally gave up on his stubborn desire to gather believers. It was a waste of time and energy. He had wanted to assemble all the power in the world to fight Chen Feng. This would give him the highest success rate in their clash. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng had made use of what he had done to deal a blow to him. How ridiculous. If he couldn't make use of those believers, he wouldn't bother anymore. After all, his final goal was different. Luo Yuan gathered his attention and looked into his own body. It wouldn't be long before he achieved his final goal. Soon. He took in a deep breath. As long as he finished this final step, he would be able to truly return to the past. At that time, everything in this version of the world would no longer have anything to do with him. Chen Feng? The various gods? Continue hiding, then. They could continue hiding as they wished. After all, there wasn't much time left for them anyway. Shwa! Luo Yuan vanished. This time, he wasn't heading toward the various cities. Rather, he was heading toward his original target. He wanted to use the shortest time possible to rewind time. Nobody could hope to stop him. At a certain location amid a continuous mountain range, Chen Feng and the rest were watching on as everything unfolded silently. Before his eyes, radiances swirled about. The humans, ancients, and various races had all followed different gods and headed toward the unexplored regions. If Luo Yuan wanted to manually look for them in the unexplored regions, he would probably be exhausted to death. Has everyone entered those regions? The majority of the various lifeforms are now concealed. Luo Yuan shouldn't be able to find them now. That's good. Chen Feng heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, Luo Yuan's plan wasn't wrong. After all, he was too strong. If he could locate those believers, he would be able to force them all to become his believers again. Chen Feng and the rest would be slowly pressured by him until they died. Fortunately, Luo Yuan had finally given up on this. Since the numerous lifeforms had scattered into hiding, the difficulty level of locating them was incredibly high. For Luo Yuan, this was not even worth his effort. Thus, he had opted to give up on doing so. If Chen Feng's guess was correct, Luo Yuan's next target would be his true goal, the goal he had ascended to godhood to achieve. What do you guys think this actual goal is? Chen Feng asked with a smile. Qin Hai shrugged. What else? In fact, Luo Yuan's goal was very clear. Returning to the past, this was something everyone wanted. However, Luo Yuan would pay quite a bit more than an average person to achieve this. In fact, they did not even need to try to guess his next step. Soon, they began to receive updates. A certain god died at Luo Yuan's hands. A certain god escaped from Luo Yuan with grave injuries. And so on. These gods were those that had never worn a wristband before. Luo Yuan was gathering godly powers. The various abilities and godly powers he had were still not sufficient for him. To control the entire world, he had to first control all of this world's core godly powers. Chen Feng's group looked for the forest goddess to find out about the core godly powers of this world and were told that there were a total of 3,000 core godly powers. So long as one was able to control all 3,000 core godly powers, one would be able to control the entire world in the truest sense. This was also why the Sin God had been trying to cultivate more gods in the past. That was because he had wished to truly control the world. This applied to both Luo Yuan and Yi. Theoretically, there was no upper limit to the number of gods allowed to exist. However, the number of gods that could control core godly powers was capped at only 3,000. This was, in fact, quite simple to understand. It was similar to how there were many colors in existence, yet they were all made up of a few base colors. However, the gods cultivated by Yi, coupled with the gods that had existed since the primordial era, were still not sufficient to meet this requirement of 3,000 core godly powers. So Luo Yuan only had two methods. The first choice was to cultivate those gods himself. The second choice was to obtain the power by force. He has obviously given up on self-cultivation. Chen Feng was sure. Controlling the world and gathering all the believers would be the easiest method to cultivate gods. This had been the optimal choice for Luo Yuan. Unfortunately, the plan had been completely ruined by Chen Feng. Now, he could only choose the second method. He had once controlled the entire world. As such, Luo Yuan already had control of the powers of those that had used the wristbands. At present, what he was seeking was precisely the gods that had never used a wristband. Suddenly, Kongbai said, "How about the past?" Since Luo Yuan had control over the transmigration and luck abilities, it would be quite simple for him to return to the past. Ye's idea of controlling the world was a type of control through the various gods under him. What about Luo Yuan? He alone would be sufficient. That was the scariest part of all this. Moreover, he could even return to the past and duplicate those gods' godly powers if he wished to. He should already have control over the powers he can obtain that way. That is to say, the powers of the places and points in time that he has been to are probably all under his control now. The only thing he still lacks is the present and future. Chen Feng was sure. Qin Hai frowned. Can you not sense it with luck aura? Chen Feng shook his head. No, their luck auras were counteracting each other. However, they suddenly thought of a certain someone, a young lady capable of painting the future. Looks like we have to pay her a visit. Hold on, look, what's that? In the sky, the various clouds started converging together and assumed the form of a single digit, a 3. No, the 3 only appeared shortly before trembling and changing into a 2. It was also at this exact moment that they received news from Duma that Luo Yuan had appeared somewhere yet again to destroy a certain god. With this, Chen Feng's group understood what this number signified. There were only 2 core powers remaining before Luo Yuan had full control of the 3,000 core godly powers. 2. Chen Feng and the rest were shaken. So Luo Yuan had actually gathered so many of them. I guess it should be harder for him toward the end, right? Kongbai inhaled deeply. 3,000 godly powers that are the true essence of the powers needed by the world. The final 2 that he lacks will most definitely be the hardest to obtain. However, before he even finished speaking, the digit in the sky transformed into a 1. Shwa! They all lapsed into silence. 1. Their hearts trembled. It was also at this moment that the forest goddess told them that Luo Yuan had just paid her a visit. She had not resisted, allowing Luo Yuan to duplicate her power. Everyone sank into silence. So one of the final two had been the power of the forest goddess. That was acceptable. After all, how could the core essence of a world exclude the power of forests? If forest is also one of them. Chen Feng had a vague guess about this. Right at this instant, the second part of the forest goddess's message arrived. If her guess was correct, the final core power should be misfortune. Bang! Chen Feng's heart trembled. So that was the case. Misfortune represented curses and disasters, and it was one of the essences of a world. If Luo Yuan wanted full control of the world, he would have to find Chen Feng. It was no wonder that he had not killed Chen Feng previously and had merely asked him to put on the wristband. So it turned out his actual goal was Chen Feng's power of misfortune. How did he figure out that you hold the power of misfortune? Kong Bai could not understand. With Chen Feng's luck aura, Luo Yuan's luck aura shouldn't have worked on him. So how could Luo Yuan deduce that the power of misfortune was under Chen Feng's control? Toward this question, Chen Feng merely smiled bitterly. Through the process of elimination? Kong Bai was instantly speechless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 821, The Only Way. Chapter 821, The Only Way. Translator, limest editor, Tenish. Therefore, I am his target. Chen Feng wore a solemn expression. All those godly powers had been copied by Luo Yuan, and Luo Yuan's next goal would surely be Chen Feng. He would try to get the power of misfortune through force, or perhaps he would think of a way to make Chen Feng put on the wristband. The moment he succeeded, the world would rewind. Chen Feng, Kong Bai, Xin Hai, all these people would cease to exist. Everything would be gone. This is getting troublesome, Chen Feng muttered. However, he soon thought of something. Was it truly possible for one to rewind this world after obtaining full control? After all, Chen Feng remembered that, among the 3,000 core powers, time was not included. No. Controlling the world is exactly what it says, controlling the world. Everything can be controlled apart from time itself. After all, even the world itself exists in the river of time. As such, even the world itself cannot control time. Unless, the time god. Duma was certain. After all, he himself had once touched upon the power of time. Naturally, the power of time he had touched upon was an incredibly low-level one. I once obtained a small amount of the power of time by fluke. I am able to recover a short duration of time. My daughter is capable of the same. However, there is a price for that. My lifespan is the price, Duma lamented. Lifespan? Yet you still dare to use it? Kong Bai exclaimed in admiration. Oh, my lifespan is 90 million years, Duma stated calmly. Everyone. Yeah, I almost forgot you're a turtle, Kong Bai lamented. Suddenly, Duma's gaze, filled with killing intent, landed on him. Oh, a majestic turtle, Kong Bai added hastily. Humph, Duma snorted before continuing, the law of time is mysterious. However, others have stumbled upon some extensions of the law of time before, such as my recovery of time or Kong Bai's transmigration. However, making use of such low-level time powers requires a cost for each use. My ability requires payment in the form of my lifespan. As for your transmigration, you should rejoice in the fact that you have never messed with the past. Although your time travel involves true body moving through time, transmigration is actually a projection into a different point in time, a projection that is in incomplete disharmony with the entire world. Your aura when you transmigrate is like a bright shining lamp, easily detectable, Duma said with a sneer. Kong Bai was dumbfounded. It was no wonder that they could transmigrate easily without receiving many effects. Hold on, this did not seem right either. Kong Bai suddenly recalled something. But Xin Hai clearly. Duma rolled his eyes. Why else would I have accepted him as a disciple? I sensed an intense power of time from him. That was why I forcefully kept him with me so I could study him. To accomplish that, I exhausted 5,000 years of my lifespan. And thus, the Xin Hai you people see now came into being. Xin Hai's eyes widened. I thought you accepted me because of my astonishing talent. Duma coughed awkwardly and added, yes, that was one of the reasons. Xin Hai. So this was the actual reason he had been kept behind in the past? U.dated B.Y novel full, Chen Feng brought them back to the main topic. Therefore, If Luo Yuan wants to rewind time, he has to first control this power of time, which is independent from the 3,000 core powers. That's right. Duma was sure. Such a power is something that one can only gain understanding of through transmigration and reincarnation. Transmigration. Reincarnation. Suddenly, Chen Feng realized something. Wang Yao. So the reason Luo Yuan had taken Wang Yao was so he could train her into the time god. So, that was why. Hold on. If that was the case, why had he suddenly transmigrated after his death back then? Even with luck aura, could that be the work of Luo Yuan as well? After all, Luo Yuan, who wanted to control all 3,000 core powers, would not allow the godly power of luck to be left on an alien world. If so, had that been the work of Luo Yuan? There was also Wang Yao's reincarnation. When Chen Feng recalled Luo Yuan's capability to erase one's memories imperceptibly, this was quite possible. Now that Chen Feng thought about it, was reincarnation something a mere organization could accomplish? Perhaps even that organization had been assisted by Luo Yuan. Everything seemed to click together. That experiment had in fact been Luo Yuan's tool for filtering possible candidates for the position of time god. Countless people were allowed to reincarnate. Only the one who was able to return alive would be entitled to receive his assistance to ascend to the position of time god. This was the only logical explanation for that experiment. In Luo Yuan's search, numerous talented boys and girls had died just like that. Their only goal had been to return alive because the act of reincarnation contained the complexities of time as well. Chen Feng and the others had believed that destruction of the experimentation ground would be the end of it all. Never had they expected that the destruction of the experimentation ground was but the beginning. Perhaps that was also the moment that those eyes from outer space started paying attention to Wang Yao. They were all incomparably shocked. So it turned out that everything was the work of that Luo Yuan. So it turned out that the final keys deciding the fate of this world were in the hands of Chen Feng and Wang Yao. Suddenly, Chen Feng laughed. In short, Wang Yao is safe for now? Yes. Duma was certain. Since she needed to be made the time goddess, she was most definitely concentrating on cultivation. Luo Yuan would not dare to interrupt her cultivation. Naturally, regardless of whether she could successfully comprehend the power of time, she would remain imprisoned in outer space, being forced to contemplate the power of time. What if she fails? Kong Bai asked suddenly. If Wang Yao failed, wouldn't Luo Yuan have done all this for nothing? Not possible. Duma shook his head. Since Wang Yao has already obtained the seat of time, it is only a matter of time before she obtains full comprehension. Even if she doesn't want to obtain comprehension, the passing of time will drill the comprehension into her being. So that was the case. Chen Feng finally understood. As far as Luo Yuan was concerned, Wang Yao was nothing but a time machine. After he obtained full control over the world, he would return to outer space to retrieve his time machine. Then he would rewind time, returning to the era he longed for. As such, for the sake of this world and for Wang Yao, Chen Feng had to survive this. He could not allow Luo Yuan to obtain the power of misfortune as well. Have you thought of what to do? Duma asked softly. Based on their understanding, Luo Yuan would probably arrive soon. After losing the faith of the various lifeforms, this fellow with terrifying strength had decided to forget everything and focus purely on gathering the 3,000 core powers, then rewind time. They were completely incapable of defeating this fellow who presently had 2,999 core godly powers under his control. Chen Feng would not be able to, nor would any of them. They were aware that Luo Yuan was strong. However, they had never imagined that he was this strong. Back then, if Luo Yuan hadn't been willing to give up on his believers, consisting of all lifeforms, he would have been killed by misfortune alone. That had been their one and only chance to defeat him. Unfortunately, Luo Yuan had indeed been willing to let go of his faith. Luo Yuan was now even more terrifying, to the point they had no hope of contending against him. Is there no other way? Chen Feng looked at them. Everyone maintained their silence. Luo Yuan has an undying body. Apart from the 2,999 core godly powers, he also has the unique abilities of the various lifeforms under his control, including the genetic abilities of humans and the unique bloodline abilities of some other races. Chen Feng was sure that there was no chance he could defeat Luo Yuan in a direct confrontation. And the moment Luo Yuan arrived and got a hold of him would be the end for this world. Everything would come to an end. Unless. Suddenly, Chen Feng raised his head. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 822 Mental Collapse. Chapter 822 Mental Collapse. Translator, limest editor, Tenish. In outer space, Wang Yao, who was focused on cultivation, suddenly felt her heart throb. Pooh. Suddenly, she looked toward that planet. At this moment, she felt an intense pain in her heart as an indescribable sadness surged within her. This feeling. She knew that something had happened to Chen Feng. She shut her eyes in pain. Luo Yuan. Had he finally succeeded? Chen Feng. Suddenly, Wang Yao recalled the words Luo Yuan had said before he left. He had said that Chen Feng would definitely die. Regardless of whether his plan succeeded, he would give her a choice. She was aware of what he wanted. As such, she should be able to make the correct choice. If they returned to that era, she would be the time goddess of that era and Luo Yuan's successor. She would be the one true god. At that time, how hard would it be for her to resurrect Chen Feng? So long as he could return to that era, Luo Yuan would not mind. Wang Yao sighed. So it turns out this is also part of your plan. She knew that each step had progressed as Luo Yuan planned. Despite the small mishap, everything had ultimately progressed as he wished. Wang Yao shook her head, no longer thinking about this. This was out of her control anyway. The only thing she could do was cultivate the power of time. She only had two options, passively comprehending time or manually cultivating time, the latter of which would hasten the comprehension process. No matter what, she would revive Chen Feng, even if the price was the destruction of this world. Different from Chen Feng, Wang Yao was not someone who would consider her friends, family, or anything like that, since she did not have any of those. The only person she cared about was Chen Feng alone. I will definitely revive you. Wang Yao's gaze became resolute. Faintly, the power of time flowed around her. At this time, when Luo Yuan arrived within the deep mountain range, he was welcomed by an absolutely empty mountain range. Chen Feng was no longer here. Luo Yuan used luck aura to search for Chen Feng, but he was unable to find anything. This shouldn't be the case, as even though he couldn't use luck aura directly on Chen Feng, he could still find Chen Feng through others who were not immune to luck. Therefore, he was looking for Chen Feng using the process of elimination. If he located everyone, then the sole location he couldn't see would be Chen Feng's. After all, Luo Yuan was strong enough to scan the entire world. Now, the entire world was laid bare to him. Every corner of the world was in his view, yet no trace of Chen Feng could be found. How was this possible? Luo Yuan dared not believe it. Transmigration? Past? Future? Not possible. All channels had been sealed by him. Even he himself could not travel through time now. So where was this fellow hiding? Or perhaps he had committed suicide? As Luo Yuan thought of this, his heart leaped violently. That should not be the case, right? Suicide would return the godly power to the origin of all things. This also signified that after being given up by Chen Feng, the power of misfortune would return to the world and lay dormant until the day came when a new god gained comprehension over the power of misfortune. This would be an extremely rare occurrence. That shouldn't be the case, right? Luo Yuan's heart was all twitchy now. He had been waiting far too long for this day. He had finally been able to ascertain with luck aura that all of the 3,000 core powers were active in this world. This was why he had decided to return now. In his plan, the time of his return had been fixed, as this was precisely the time where all the core powers appeared. Initially, he had indeed planned to kill Chen Feng. However, after finding out that Chen Feng had control over the power of misfortune, his only thought had been to first capture that fellow before forcing him to put on a wristband. In fact, his initial plan hadn't been wrong. At that time, Luo Yuan had still been without a divine seat. If he killed Chen Feng, he might even have inherited Chen Feng's misfortune godhood. That might be why his luck aura had proposed killing Chen Feng when the plan was still being drawn. However, he had failed to emerge victorious in that divine seat trial. That idiotic Yi had gifted the divine seat to Chen Feng just so he could destroy Luo Yuan's clone. From that moment on, everything had changed. His only choice had been to wait until he captured Chen Feng alive. Unfortunately, the day had not come. And now, that fellow had committed suicide. Damn it! Luo Yuan was furious. This single action of Chen Feng's had halted his entire plan. After all, with the death of Chen Feng, he would have no choice but to patiently and carefully search for and capture all the fleeing believers. Next, he would have to start slowly cultivating gods, waiting for the various apostles to finally qualify to take on divine seat trials. Updated B.Y novel full, com. And lastly, he had to wait until a person with talent in the domain of misfortune appeared, ascended to godhood, and became the misfortune god. Only then would Luo Yuan be able to copy and obtain this power, obtaining full control over this world. Even so, the appearances of divine seats were completely random. It might be a misfortune divine seat or a divine seat belonging to another godhood. If it was any other godhood, he would be able to use his luck aura to alter the chance of its appearance. Unfortunately, misfortune was a domain that totally ignored his power of luck. If he dared to use luck aura on it, perhaps the divine seat of misfortune would hide forever and ever. What if he let the divine seats appear naturally, then? Well, there were more than 100,000 of them. The mere thought of this made Luo Yuan furious. The probability of getting his desired divine seat to appear was likely lower than the chance of getting his desired card in one of the loot boxes of the card games he played when he was young, right? He had been scheming for so many years and had finally reached this step with great difficulty, yet now he had to start gathering believers and cultivating gods, then wait for RNG to smile upon him? Chen Feng! Screw you! Luo Yuan's furious voice resounded through the sky. He had truly never imagined that a day would come when a single suicide would cause him such a big trouble. Perhaps Chen Feng hadn't committed suicide? No one would do something like that, right? However, when Luo Yuan recalled Chen Feng's history and sacrifices for humanity, he had no choice but to accept the fact that this was indeed a possibility. Chen Feng, are you truly dead? Never in the past had Luo Yuan so wished for Chen Feng to be alive. Alas, no traces of Chen Feng were found. 1 day, then 2 days, then 7 days. Time passed. Chen Feng never appeared. He had truly vanished. One might say that he had truly died. After 1 month, Luo Yuan finally gave up in despair. He finally confirmed that Chen Feng had indeed committed suicide for a so-called righteous reason. Moreover, he even thought of a way to confirm Chen Feng's death. It was quite simple. Why was Chen Feng immune to the power of luck? Because he had been alive. If he was dead, he should no longer be immune to luck. Therefore, Shua! Luo Yuan activated his luck aura. Is Chen Feng dead or alive? He asked. Shua! For the very first time, luck aura answered a question about Chen Feng, dead. An ice-cold thought surfaced as Luo Yuan's eyes went wide. He was finally sure that Chen Feng was truly dead. Luo Yuan was still unwilling to accept this. How did he die? Luck aura started deducing. It only answered after a long time, suicide. Luo Yuan. He stayed silent for a long while before smiling bitterly. So Chen Feng had truly committed suicide. He would not be able to obtain more details since Chen Feng had possessed the power of luck while alive. As such, Luo Yuan would not be able to obtain more information. The nearest he could get was confirmation of Chen Feng's death. What could Luo Yuan say? How brave of him! You won! Luo Yuan was furious. He was obviously the one laughing at the end, so why was he feeling so uncomfortable now? What the hell was this sort of victory? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 823, Mental Collapse, Part 2. Chapter 823, Mental Collapse, Part 2. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Chen Feng had died, and Luo Yuan was deep in despair. Helpless, he had no choice but to bring this world under his control yet again. Those people had escaped to the numerous wastelands and corners of the world, and Luo Yuan had to bring them back. Not only that, he couldn't even kill casually. Otherwise, those people would choose to die rather than obey him. Perhaps this was due to his bad track record. Thus, Luo Yuan's journey to regain his believers was a long one. For some reason, his plan to rewind time had been leaked. Now, almost everyone knew that he wanted to destroy the world as they knew it. As such, nobody was willing to follow him. Ultimately, Luo Yuan had no choice but to conquer them by force and erase their memories. As the strongest existence in the world, he began his journey to gather believers. In this period of time, only 2 believers had broken through into the apostle realm. This rate was quite pathetic, in all honesty. After all, he had far too few believers. If this were before, when he had controlled everyone, there would be someone entering the apostle realm every minute. 1 month, then 2 months, then 3 months, time passed. Each day, Luo Yuan visited the numerous corners of the world, looking for the people that were trying their best to hide. After a long time, Luo Yuan finally reached 3 million believers. That's right, he had only gathered 3 million believers in 3 months. A lot of races would rather accept death than follow Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan had no choice but to patiently explain things to these people. If this were before, one would not dare to imagine that a person as powerful as Luo Yuan would bother explaining his actions to some bugs. Yet now he had no choice but to do just that. I am indeed planning to reorganize this world. However, my followers will not be reorganized, he said. A simple explanation. Yet some actually bought it and followed him. Since this world was destined to be destroyed, it was better to follow someone like him than to die, right? And thus, a large number of people submitted. Half a year later, finally, one of Luo Yuan's apostles ascended to godhood for the first time. However, somewhat regretfully, the divine seat that fellow ascended to was that of a certain god. Was it the culinary god? Or the gourmet god? Luo Yuan wasn't quite clear. In any case, it was a useless god as far as he was concerned. It did not matter, though. Luo Yuan was still optimistic that the future would be beautiful. Following the first one, more of his apostles would definitely ascend. Indeed, as the number of his believers increased, coupled with the great effort he put into rearing them, during the second half year, 10 of his believers ascended to godhood. Naturally, all of them failed to ascend to the godhood he wanted. Instead, a bunch of odd gods appeared. No, this was not enough. And thus, Luo Yuan started gathering even more believers. Naturally, Luo Yuan used his trump card for this. I am planning to reorganize the world. This new world will require new gods to manage. I will not make you guys wear wristbands anymore. Those willing to submit to me will have a chance to become gods. As for the rest, all shall be erased. And thus, he gained even more believers. They became resonators and apostles, and they trained without stop to ultimately become gods. During the third half year, 12 apostles tried to ascend. During the fourth half year, 50 apostles tried to ascend. During the fifth half year, 100 apostles tried to ascend. During the sixth half year, 1,000 apostles tried to ascend. The number increased greatly. Alas, not a single one of them was able to stumble upon the godhood of misfortune, not a one. Was he so unlucky? Luo Yuan was unwilling to accept this. Could it be that Chen Feng had actually? Suddenly, Luo Yuan recalled that Chen Feng had been missing for a very long time. Is Chen Feng alive or dead? Dead. The answer given by Luck Aura was still as concise as ever. It was either a yes or no. There might be things Luck Aura did not know, but Luck Aura never gave a false answer. Thus, was this just bad luck on his part? Godhood of misfortune, where are you? Luo Yuan sighed. He knew the probability of stumbling upon the godhood of misfortune was low. However, he had never imagined it to be this low. He shook his head and once again continued working hard on his believers. This was incredibly similar to the grind one had to go through in games when one wanted to obtain legendary equipment. 2,000. 3,000. 4,000. The number of gods increased. With Luo Yuan's hard work over these few years, now half the world had submitted to him. At this point, Luo Yuan stopped going out to look for more believers, as it was pointless. At present, he already had millions upon millions of lifeforms under him. That was half the population of this world. The other half were still hiding in various locations, and looking for them would be too much work. After all, this world was too huge and those people were spread everywhere like ants. Moreover, they were hiding with the blessings of gods. As such, it would be quite time-consuming to look for them. However, it did not matter. What Luo Yuan needed to focus on was helping his believers break through without stop until they became gods. And thus, gods appeared without stop. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. There had never been an era with so many gods. Even the era of the creation god had less than 100,000 gods. Yet now, under Luo Yuan's effort, after 20 years, the number of gods reached 100,000. This number was quite terrifying. And yet Luo Yuan was not satisfied. Among the 100,000 gods, not a single one of them had obtained the godhood of misfortune. Trash. You're all trash. Luo Yuan was furious. If this was some lootbox card game, he would have dropped the game long ago. He had originally believed himself to be the final victor. However, who would have expected that he would fail to gain full control over the world even so long after Chen Feng's death? Luo Yuan could imagine how, even in death, Chen Feng was still sneering at him. Luo Yuan raged. Damn it! It had been 20 years. It was this very day that, suddenly, someone claimed that Chen Feng's belongings had been found. Bring them over. Luo Yuan became spirited. Soon, a small piece of paper was brought over. On top of it were some fading words. Do you think that your victory is assured with my death? With all my power, I have hidden the power of misfortune amid the radiance of a different godhood. You will never be able to find it. Perhaps the power of misfortune already resides within one of your subsidiary gods. I shall be waiting for the day he overthrows you. Bang! Luo Yuan destroyed the piece of paper, not leaving even ashes behind. It was no wonder that he had been failing to find misfortune. That bastard had actually hidden the power of misfortune in a different godhood? So among those damnable fellows, one of them could very well have the power of misfortune? Very good. If so... Luo Yuan's eyes gleamed coldly. On the next day, he commanded all the gods to put on wristbands. This gave rise to a huge panic among the gods. Lord, you promised that we would not have to wear the wristbands. Yeah. You clearly promised us that. Lord, you are the supreme God King. You can't go back on your word. The gods were all alarmed. They knew what wearing the wristband signified. They also knew that putting on the wristband signified true fear and helplessness. Once they put the wristbands on, they wouldn't even be able to die anymore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 824, Mental Collapse, Part 3. Chapter 824, Mental Collapse, Part 3. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Put it on. Luo Yuan decided to rule with an iron fist. After all, he now controlled half the world. He wasn't the lonely commander from all those years ago. And yet, some would rather die than obey this command. I am not your opponent, nor have I ever thought of rebelling. I was the first to follow you, yet I never imagined that you would go back on your word. As an illustrious God King. Pooh. He erupted his godly power, committing suicide then and there. Luo Yuan was alarmed. Damn it! There actually existed someone who would rather commit suicide than put the wristband on? Truthfully, Luo Yuan was not afraid of the chaos that might arise from this suicide. Rather, he was worried about the possibility of the holder of the power of misfortune committing suicide. There shouldn't be such a coincidence, right? Damn it! He could not allow any other gods to commit suicide. Luo Yuan was truly given quite a fright by that suicide. He activated his unparalleled godly power as he decided to use force to make those gods put wristbands on. Alas, this action alarmed even more gods. Not allowing suicide and forcing them to put on the wristbands? In other words, Luo Yuan was afraid that they would commit suicide? Heavens! What exactly was he planning to have everyone do? As they thought about this, their fear intensified. Some of them decisively committed suicide. These were the people that had experienced that era. As such, they were clear that the wristbands would turn them into nothing but puppets. As for the ones who did not commit suicide, they decided to rebel. A certain god noticed something. He does not dare to kill us. More and more gods realized this and started shouting. As a god king, it seems like if he kills us, he might be adversely affected as well. That is why he is trying to use this method to exert control over us. Yeah. We are gods. He doesn't dare to wantonly kill gods. This might be related to the laws left behind by the creation god. Some gods started shouting. Next, the gods that had been hesitating to kill themselves vigorously rebelled. They could all see Luo Yuan's hesitation and fear. Believing that they had discovered the truth, they rebelled. Bang! 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 Various godly powers surged out as the various gods erected their defenses. You all! Luo Yuan's killing intent surged. To hell with the God King can't kill gods and the laws left behind by the creation god. Such things did not exist. The sole reason he did not dare to kill wantonly was his fear of accidentally killing someone hiding the misfortune power, returning that power to the world. That was his only misgiving, and that did not signify he truly didn't dare to kill any of them. Unfortunately, to the various gods, his hesitation seemed to be due to a limitation left by the creation god. Thus, the gods rebelled. Among the 100,000 gods, at least 80,000 rebelled. These were all gods that Luo Yuan had personally nurtured. He did not even get the chance to say anything before he was engulfed by a huge number of godly powers. Being attacked by gods he had personally nurtured caused an intense anger to burn within him. Bang! 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 Boundless godly power spread everywhere. What would a battle between 100,000 gods look like? Now, this scene was here for everyone to see. The astonishing number of godly powers alarmed the entire world. Shortly after, the escaped gods began to spread the truth. Those who had yet to submit to Luo Yuan laughed heartily as they heard this. It seemed like their decision back then had been correct after all. What would a farmer do when the plants they had planted reached maturity? Why, harvest them all, of course. This was precisely what they saw Luo Yuan doing. He was harvesting the results of his hard work. The so-called not needing to wear wristbands, the so-called nurturing gods, those had been lies. His final target had always been having everyone wear a wristband. And thus, a great war erupted. Everyone was waiting for the end of this war. Could the 100,000 gods obtain the final victory? Perhaps. Luo Yuan would truly be killed by the gods he had personally nurtured? The mere thought of this caused one's heart to pound in excitement. Alas, 3 days later, the battle ended. From the battlefield, only a single person walked out, his body soaked in blood, radiating a terrifyingly cruel atmosphere around him. That person was precisely Luo Yuan. At this instant, the entire world lapsed into silence. Luo Yuan had obtained victory. On the battlefield, 100,000 corpses were left. It was said that Luo Yuan had initially had some misgivings but had erupted in anger after being injured by the continuous attacks. As such, he had ignored everything and slaughtered all the gods there. At this instant, the entire world trembled in fear. The ground itself was dyed red with blood. From this day onward, none of his subordinates dared to resist him. Put on the wristbands, he commanded coldly. He had decided to kill the 100,000 gods so he could awe everyone. After the first kill, he had decided to no longer hesitate and kill them off as a warning to others. At the very least, from today onward, everyone would obediently listen to his commands. As for the other half of the world, the half that was still not under his control? Not much thought was needed. With his history of slaughter, the members of the other half of the world would never be willing to submit to him. As such, Luo Yuan had no intention of wasting his energy trying in vain to recruit them. He would rather spend his energy and time nurturing more gods. In any case, the moment he obtained full control over this world, everything else would be meaningless. For now, he had to focus on nurturing more gods. This time, everyone had to wear a wristband. This time, not a single person dared to disobey him. This time, if the power of misfortune was indeed hiding among his subordinates, he would be the first to detect it. Soon, under Luo Yuan's iron-fisted rule, a new round of breakthroughs began. During the first year, 3,000 gods appeared. During the second year, 5,000 gods appeared. 10 years later, the number of gods under Luo Yuan reached 100,000 once again. This was an astonishing number. Alas, the power of misfortune was still nowhere to be found. The power of misfortune had totally vanished. He had no way of locating it. There were times he that even began to doubt Chen Feng's death. However, luck aura confirmed time and again that Chen Feng was indeed dead. Moreover, Chen Feng had indeed vanished for 30 years. After all, Luo Yuan had more than one deduction ability. Each time he verified Chen Feng's death, he did it with over 300 abilities. All his abilities returned the same answer, dead. As such, it was impossible for Chen Feng to have faked his death. He had no way of hiding from all of Luo Yuan's abilities. However, where was the power of misfortune? Nobody knew the answer. This was the sole godly power immune to the power of luck, as they were archenemies. It has been 30 years. Luo Yuan stared into the distance. Was the probability of misfortune's appearance truly so low? Or perhaps, there was something wrong in the way he was nurturing gods? Luo Yuan could not answer his own question. He had a feeling that he had been doing something wrong. Thus, Luo Yuan resorted to superstition. Before the next batch of believers tried their hands on ascending, he told them to wash their hands more. For the next batch, he told them to wash their faces more. For the subsequent batch, he told them to wake up very early in the morning and break through at the same time. Alas, it all seemed pointless. Perhaps he should try using luck aura? However, there was no point in that. The moment Luo Yuan tried to use the power of luck to search for misfortune, he could sense an intense feeling of disgust rising from the power of luck. That's right, disgust. This was not one-sided disgust. In fact, both luck and misfortune were disgusted by each other. Ultimately, Luo Yuan gave up on this. Misfortune. Where exactly was the divine seat that held this power? What exactly had Chen Feng done before his death? Luo Yuan felt like his emotions were collapsing all over again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 825 About the Corpse. Chapter 825 About the Corpse. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. It had been 30 years. Luo Yuan looked into space, anxiously waiting. The misfortune godhood, he was sure that this godhood still lacked an owner. If it had truly appeared, his power of luck would have pointed that person out in anger so he could eliminate that disgusting misfortune. And yet he had felt no such thing. Misfortune was truly missing. As for luck, it definitely did not want misfortune to appear. As such, relying on luck to look for misfortune would be pointless. However, what Luo Yuan could not understand was he truly so unlucky? Throughout the years, he had nurtured more than 200 or even 300 gods, accomplishing a feat even he had failed to accomplish. Yet were none of them the misfortune god? He truly could not understand this. Where exactly was misfortune? Year 30 of the Luo Yuan calendar. The world had entered a long period of peace. To be precise, half of the world. That was because Luo Yuan only had half the world under his control, the other half was still filled with hatred for him. Nevertheless, this was still Luo Yuan's era. These years, his focus had been on the godhoods, allowing the world to return to a peace of sorts. After all, Luo Yuan's goal was to rewind time. He would not waste his effort on managing or ruling a world that could vanish at any time. As such, he did not care much about this world. That was also why the remaining half of this world not under his control was able to obtain a temporary peace even though they were still hidden in various corners of the world. As for Luo Yuan, he was the almighty true God, an existence all living beings could only look up to. Since time immemorial, only 3 existences had reached such a level. The creation god, the sin god, and finally, Luo Yuan. The stages of godhood were separated thusly: minor god, elementary god, journeyman god, major god, and the final stage, one normally impossible to reach, true god. Feng had once had the chance to reach this stage. If he had been able to continue growing with his numerous believers until he was a major god, followed by an accumulation of several decades, he would truly have had a chance of reaching this stage. Unfortunately, he had merely become a major god before being defeated by Luo Yuan. A true god was a unique existence. The Yi from back then had maintained a certain degree of combat power even after defeating over 100 major gods all by himself. From this, the might of a true god was apparent. As for Luo Yuan, he seemed even stronger than Yi. Luo Yuan had been silently accumulating strength and gathering abilities for so many years. How could he not be strong? Using such a unique method, he had grown and accumulated without stop until he had finally reached a unique realm, becoming a true god. Only true gods had the qualification to control the world. And thus, before the next true god appeared, Luo Yuan was unstoppable. And if there was one thing one could learn from history, it was that a new true god would not appear for a long period of time. Not only that, at present, there weren't even any major gods. How lamentable. As for the gods nurtured by Luo Yuan, regardless of their strength, they were still merely Luo Yuan's dogs. At present, the only major god in existence was the forest goddess. She was the smartest goddess, the only one that had always maintained absolute neutrality. Ignoring whether she could even reach the true god stage in the first place, even if she managed to reach that stage, she would probably still maintain her neutrality. Given Luo Yuan's intelligence, he would definitely not seek trouble with this neutral party for no apparent reason. Even back when he had gone looking for her, he had merely copied her power before leaving. Moreover, he had only acquired the most basic copy of her power. After all, his goal was to rewind time, not to defeat all gods. When will such a life end? AI. Well, at least there are no wars anymore. Hee, have you forgotten how we used to live? Yeah, that was a few decades ago during the era of Chen Feng. Sigh, that was totally the best era ever. Everyone lived a good life. There was sufficient food for everyone and all sorts of technological advancements for everyone to enjoy. The present era is no different than the era of the barbarians, right? We have no entertainment whatsoever to speak of. Entertainment? We are lucky to be alive. Sigh. If we hadn't tasted the previous era, it wouldn't matter. However, it is easy for one to start partaking in the pleasures of life, yet it is extremely hard to give up on them. True. A lot of life forms shared this sentiment. After all, a huge majority of them had experienced that era. Unfortunately, none of them dared to say this to Luo Yuan's face. As for the life forms hiding in the various corners of the world, although they had maintained a certain level of technology, it was nevertheless still incomplete and crude. They were living rather primitive lives. These days, it was hard to even stay alive. Unknown to anyone, at a certain location amid layers upon layers of clouds, a certain young lady was solemnly painting. Flowers bloomed all around her, painting an exquisite natural picture. The young lady was extremely serious, her head occasionally bobbing to the side as she smiled. Suddenly, she stopped painting. "Time for you to die," she softly said. Her voice was gentle, yet her words were alarming. "Fine." Behind her, a youth who was seated cross-legged stood up helplessly. "Pooh." He stabbed his chest with a knife. "Pa." He fell to the ground, dead, with blood everywhere. Shortly after, his corpse grew cold. As for the young lady, she was still painting. She couldn't be bothered with the corpse. After a long time, a faint energy swept past. This energy, containing an abstruse and enigmatic power, brushed past the youth's body to confirm that he was indeed dead and then left. After a while, the young lady shook the little bell she had on her hand. Ding, dot. The door to the room opened. Duma walked in helplessly and looked at the cold corpse. Dead again? Sigh. Schwa. Godly power converged in his hands as he resurrected the corpse. Is there a need for this? Duma laughed bitterly. You make me feel like some cheap resurrection machine bought from the mall. Come on, I am the one suffering here, the resurrected youth grumbled. Without a doubt, this youth was precisely Chen Feng. It had been 30 years. Each time the young lady sensed that Luo Yuan was about to search for Chen Feng, she would tell Chen Feng. Then Chen Feng would have to die for real. This was the only way he could avoid Luo Yuan's detection. He had to truly die. Naturally, to avoid detection, all he had been doing for the past 30 years was cultivating, hiding, and sitting by the window and staring outside. The 100,000 corpses, TSK. Truly violent. As for misfortune, he was still alive. As such, how could misfortune appear? Luo Yuan would never be able to find misfortune in his entire life if this continued. They were playing a game of timing. They would first have Chen Feng die for real. Then Duma would resurrect him. There was no weak link whatsoever in this plan. Of course, this method was only helpful when it came to hiding from Luo Yuan. If Chen Feng wanted to truly put an end to Luo Yuan, he had to first ensure that he was sufficiently powerful. Back then, he had utilized his huge amount of faith to advance all three of his godhoods to the major god stage. As for his 30 years of cultivation, he had been trying his best to fuse all three godhoods. That's right, fusion, like creating a brand new color by mixing three different colors together. What would be the result of the fusion of misfortune, luck, and Chen Feng's unknown godly power? What would appear from this fusion? Chen Feng was filled with anticipation. He had spent 30 full years on this. Finally, after 30 years of bitter cultivation, he was able to fuse all three godly powers slightly, producing a unique godly power, a power never seen before. Perhaps, this was a high-tier godly power? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 826 Origin of the Nascent Soul. Chapter 826 Origin of the Nascent Soul. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Schwa. Chen Feng raised his hand. In his hand hovered a flame-like power. It appeared very weak, as if any random breeze would extinguish it. You have actually succeeded in the fusion. Duma exclaimed in admiration. Back when Chen Feng had first said that he wanted to fuse his godly powers, Duma had merely looked at him like was an idiot. After all, not only was the fusion process exceedingly difficult, it also required time. Who would actually go and cultivate for 30 years right before the final boss battle? Nobody would give him such a chance, especially not Luo Yuan. However, it was truly unexpected that Chen Feng had thought of faking his death. No, to be precise, he had truly died. And thus, Luo Yuan, who was on the verge of success, landed in an awkward situation. Instead, it was Chen Feng who was taking advantage of this situation to increase his strength without stop. If Luo Yuan knew the truth, he would probably be infuriated to death, right? That was very possible. Duma sighed deeply. Life is indeed filled with changes. Among the numerous life forms that had come into being on this world, humans had unlimited potential. The genetic abilities created by humanity were extremely unique. In a sense, genetic abilities were precisely what strengthened humanity, the race with unlimited potential. Luo Yuan was the perfect example of this. With a single genetic ability, he had slowly transformed until he had reached this height, becoming a true god. As for Lady Xiaoyu, she too had accomplished much relying on only a single genetic ability. If she faced Luo Yuan directly, she would not be able to take even a single casual attack from him. However, when it came to sensing and perception, she could easily outplay Luo Yuan. This was especially true since Luo Yuan's power of luck did not seem too enthusiastic when it came to looking for misfortune. How strong are you now? Duma was filled with expectation. Chen Feng, having fused 3 godly powers, should be extremely powerful, right? Chen Feng shook his head. I don't know. How strong was he now? He didn't know. However, he should be at a level where killing a major god was extremely easy, right? He was unsure. After all, major gods hadn't existed in quite a while. A true god? Duma guessed. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. How was it so easy to reach the true god stage? Duma coughed awkwardly. Nevertheless, this is a good start. Chen Feng was very satisfied. The 3 godly powers finally began to fuse. It won't be long before all 3 become an entirely new godly power. At that time, I will truly transform. Even if I can't become a true god, I will at least be a peak major god. Chen Feng was sure about this, as he could clearly sense that he was quite formidable now. Truthfully, he had a very odd feeling. The so-called fusion was actually just the miniature person within him holding a godly power in each hand and forcefully mixing them together. That's right, mixing them. The amplification power originated from this fake nascent soul. When Chen Feng had tried fusing the godly powers of luck and misfortune, he had seen the miniature person within him grab at the 2 godly powers and forcefully mix them together, and thus a new godly power had been birthed. This wasn't the fusion of 3 godly powers in the truest sense, as it was essentially the fusion of 2 godly powers, 2 powers that were innately hostile to each other. What exactly was the power Chen Feng had gained after his godhood? He couldn't make sense of it. Ignoring luck and misfortune, what exactly was this fake nascent soul? Chen Feng had a feeling that he had to figure this out first. In the past, he had been too weak to do so, and after he'd become a major god, he had been busy dealing with Luo Yuan. After all, studying this fake nascent soul was no easy feat now that he was free because he'd faked his death. Apart from cultivating, he had nothing else to do. Thus, now was the perfect time to study that thing. What exactly was it? Spirit was filled with suspicion. Is this the byproduct of you and the ex-luck goddess? Chen Feng, sister, can you not be so melodramatic? This miniature person seems to like the godly powers of luck and misfortune a lot, the misfortune goddess said. The consciousness of this miniature person was most definitely Chen Feng's consciousness, since it synced itself with each motion of Chen Feng's. What they were trying to figure out was the essence and origin of this miniature person. So long as the power of luck and misfortune approached the miniature person, they would be fused together. The miniature person was behaving like some sort of unique converter. This effect was especially pronounced after the start of the fusion. The fake nascent soul had appeared to glow with splendor after that brand new godly power seemed to completely fuse with him. Do you guys feel anything? Chen Feng asked after thinking about it. This thing seems like he has actually eaten both luck and misfortune? Spirit was instantly alarmed. The misfortune goddess was startled as well. After thinking about it, that appeared to be the case. To hell with the so-called fusion of 3. In fact, this fellow was actually absorbing both luck and misfortune and transforming them into its very own power. The so-called new godly power was actually this fellow's power. Excessive. Spirit was furious. She had always believed that this new power was a result of the fusion. The misfortune goddess was filled with doubt. But why would you have something like this within you? No idea. Capable of absorbing 2 powers and transforming them into his own? If this was truly the case. Wait a bit. Chen Feng left and dragged Duma, who had ascended not long ago, into the room. Next, he got Duma to carefully transmit godly power into Chen Feng's body. Carefully, the godly power was manipulated so it would drift near the fake nascent soul. Swish! As his godly power neared the fake nascent soul, it vanished completely. It had truly vanished. Chen Feng remembered that a long time ago, something like this had happened a bunch of times. Subsequently, he had blamed it on Xiaoying and had forgotten about it. Now that he looked at it. Even as this was happening, Xiaoying was taking a nap far away. At present, when that godly power vanished, only the fake nascent soul was around. What in the world? So it turned out that this fellow was capable of automatically absorbing godly power? Not only that, he would also gently transform the absorbed godly power into his own. Indeed, as Duma's godly power vanished, Chen Feng discovered a brand new clump of power within him. This was quite a wondrous scene, and it left Chen Feng dazed for a long time. Great star-sucking skill? One Chen Feng exclaimed in admiration. Shortly after, he discovered that the power converted from Duma's power was different from what he had. To be precise, this new godly power was even more powerful, as it possessed the characteristics of luck, misfortune, and Duma's godly power. It felt extremely powerful. This fake nascent soul seemed to have devoured the properties of all three godly powers. Chen Feng proceeded to try to collide with Duma's godly power. Shwa! Instantly, Duma's godly power was destroyed. This was despite Chen Feng only exerting a small portion of his power. The property of this new godly power far surpassed everything and was able to easily eliminate Duma's godly power, which was of a rather impressive quality. I seem to understand somewhat now, Chen Feng said in amazement. First, this fake nascent soul was seemingly capable of absorbing spiritual energy to push his defense to the maximum. Second, this fake nascent soul was capable of stripping the properties of godly powers, allowing his own godly power to possess the properties of the stripped godly powers. If so, one final question remained. How exactly had this thing come into being? Chen Feng was sure that this thing had not appeared for no reason. Moreover, the more he thought about it, the more familiar it seemed to be. This was quite an odd feeling. Devour. Absorb. Numerous powers. Suddenly, Chen Feng's gaze shifted and landed on the distant sleeping Xiaoying. He instantly hissed in shock. That couldn't be the case, right? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 827, a fresh sequel. Chapter 827, a fresh sequel. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Xiaoying? Chen Feng was alarmed. This thing couldn't have been created by Xiaoying, right? Xiaoying couldn't have laid eggs in his consciousness, right? As Chen Feng thought of this, his line of thought seemed to immediately clear up. Even more terrifying was the fact that when this idea surfaced, he couldn't get rid of it. Answered. Everything had been answered. Since the fake nascent soul had appeared, Xiaoying had constantly been in a deep sleep. Chen Feng's thoughts cleared up. Could it be? This was truly. He felt a sense of discomfort as he thought of this. Suddenly, Spirit's eyes shone. Wow! So the fake nascent soul is your and Xiaoying's child? He actually used your consciousness to give birth to a child. Awesome! The misfortune goddess was similarly odd. She always maintained a steady disposition, but now her eyes were glowing. Speculation. This is merely speculation. Chen Feng wiped his sweat. This was even more terrifying than facing Luo Yuan himself. Although various intelligent lifeforms of various shapes and marriage between races were normal in this era, Xiaoying was, after all, his bro. He saw Xiaoying as a bro, yet Xiaoying had gone and made a baby for the both of them? How excessive. Moreover, this wasn't an ability Xiaoying was supposed to have. Something was wrong somewhere. Chen Feng took in a deep breath. He glanced over at Xiaoying. Since a random day, this fellow seemed to have been deep sleep all the time. Occasionally, he would wake up. However, he would always return to sleep shortly, forever sleepy. Chen Feng knew that Xiaoying was in fact a snake. However, Xiaoying had nevertheless still evolved numerous times. Why was he in constant hibernation? Something was definitely wrong. Chen Feng took in a deep breath, then forcefully woke Xiaoying up. Xiaoying. Xiaoying awoke in a daze. Ah? What is your present strength? Chen Feng asked. He had always known that Xiaoying was growing in strength. There was no helping that. Xiaoying was capable of absorbing even godly power and had long been no weaker than Chen Feng. If Xiaoying hadn't been deep asleep all the time, Chen Feng would have dragged him out to help out with things long ago. Woo! Xiaoying transmitted a series of thought to Chen Feng. Not sure. A clear thought was transmitted to Chen Feng. Xiaoying's life was a simple one. Eat and sleep. That was all there was to it. During this period of time, did you? Chen Feng carefully probed, but he had no idea how he should pose his question. Holy sh*t. How was one supposed to even ask this question? Have you given a birth to a baby recently? As my bro, how can you take advantage of me? How was he supposed to ask this question? This was way too awkward. Furthermore, Xiaoying was a snake. Xiaoying, can you shift your form? To the side, Spirit and the misfortune goddess were brimming with excitement. Stop communicating with thought transmissions. Although it is the easiest method since this is the sea of consciousness, Spirit shifted her wide eyes around and continued, since you are already a god, can you talk now? Can you shift your form? You should be capable of both, right? Why not demonstrate it? The misfortune goddess was also filled with expectation. This had so much potential for drama. If Xiao Ying's shifted form was a handsome and smart youngster, this drama would be even more interesting than that TV series they had watched not long ago. You too, Chen Feng gazed at the sky helplessly. So it turned out that even gods could be yaoi lovers? Xiaoying transmitted a question mark to Chen Feng. After all, this was the easiest method to communicate in the sea of consciousness. Xiaoying was inquiring if he should shift as requested. Chen Feng sighed. Do it. He also wanted to see Xiao Ying's current level. After all, this was his bro, someone who had followed him from the very beginning. He could still remember the early days when Xiaoying had still been hiding within his sea of consciousness and secretly eating spiritual energy just to grow. Unexpectedly, after so many years, he had reached such a level. Godhood. Perhaps. A faint radiance swirled around. Xiaoying began to transform within Chen Feng's consciousness. Spirit and the misfortune goddess watched on with expectation. Even Chen Feng was feeling somewhat expectant. This feeling was not unlike the feeling of a father hoping that his son could soar like a dragon. Xiaoying had finally grown up. Shua! The swirling radiance converged, ending the transformation. Chen Feng was dumbfounded. Spirit and misfortune goddess were dumbfounded as well. This was completely different from their expectations. Spirit's eyes widened as she stared at Xiaoying, not knowing what to say. They had imagined countless times what Xiao Ying's humanoid form would look like. However, this appearance, this form, was not one they had ever expected, not even in their wildest dreams. Xiaoying had a height of 140 centimeters. That's right. Xiao Ying's was extremely short. Chen Feng had once imagined that this fellow would assume a form with a humanoid head in the body of a snake. After all, Xiaoying was an illusory snake, right? And thus, he had prepared himself to welcome whatever form Xiaoying assumed. Alas, this form he was staring at. Xiaoying wasn't just short. On Xiao Ying's forehead were two furry protrusions, resembling dragon horns as depicted in the legends. This was an evolution. The Xiaoying from back then had evolved countless times and had absorbed a great amount of godly power. Finally, Xiaoying had evolved to the strongest form, a draconic form. Compared to Chen Feng, Xiaoying had the strongest bloodline in the truest sense. Naturally, Xiaoying being a dragon now wasn't the main source of their shock. After all, although draconic evolution might seem weird, this was nevertheless an era of gods. Gods were everywhere, no specific race would be the subject of prejudice. The biggest source of their stupefaction was the fact that this shorty here had quite a stunning and incredibly beautiful appearance. Naturally, this wasn't the most surprising thing. After all, pretty boys were quite popular and trendy nowadays. However, what was truly shocking was what came when their gazes traveled downward. What's the deal with those two clumps on Xiao Ying's chest? As Chen Feng's gaze reached this part, his gaze instinctively moved upward to note that there was no Adam's apple there. This might be a unique characteristic of his race, he comforted himself. After all, there were many races in this era. As the prince of snakes and having evolved into a dragon, it was nothing weird for Xiaoying to have a somewhat larger chest. Next, Chen Feng's gaze continued downward. He sank into a long silence over what he saw. He heaved an extremely long sigh and sorrowfully said, "We promised each other to be brothers for life. So where has that thing on your lower body gone to?" Spirit glared at him ferociously. Piss off. Next, both she and the misfortune goddess helped Xiaoying put on some clothes. That's right. Xiaoying was a female as well. What's wrong with me? Xiaoying was puzzled. Evidently, she was clueless about what was going on. Chen Feng maintained his silence. He recalled his feeling of wishing for his son to soar like a dragon earlier before looking at the clothed Xiaoying before him that was stunningly beautiful. Finally, his gaze landed on the distant fake nascent soul. A thought suddenly surfaced, perhaps there would be a sequel to the Oni Chichi series, one soon? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 828 Astonishing Strength. Chapter 828 Astonishing Strength. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Why was Xiaoying female? Chen Feng could not understand this. Because of how naughty she had been when they first met, them always communicating through thought transmission, Xiaoying signing the marriage contract with Mingyu on his behalf, and the way Xiao Ying's attitude conformed to his expectations, he had never seen Xiaoying as a female. Initially, he had merely seen Xiaoying as a pet and had never considered her gender. Later, he had treated Xiaoying as a bro and had thus stopped considering everything else. Now it seemed like he had been gravely mistaken, especially since that fake nascent soul's attributes were nearly identical to Xiaoying. Suddenly, the sea of consciousness lapsed into silence. It would be pointless to ask Xiaoying about this. After all, apart from sleeping and eating, this fellow was completely clueless about everything. Naturally, Chen Feng was somewhat excited after finding out that Xiaoying was a loli as well. No, he should not think such thoughts. Xiaoying was a bro, even if this bro was a she. Chen Feng shook his head as he discarded those thoughts. He looked at the fake nascent soul and gently asked, Xiaoying, do you know what's up with this thing? Xiaoying gave Chen Feng an odd glance. My creation, of course. Chen Feng nearly vomited blood in shock. Even Spirit and the misfortune goddess were alarmed. Evidently, none of them had expected Xiaoying to be so calm while saying such a thing. So this thing was truly Xiaoying's child? The child of you and Mingyu? Asked Chen Feng. Nope. Yours, Xiaoying replied seriously. Schwa. Once again, the sea of consciousness lapsed into silence. Sigh. Spirit mourned for Wang Yao. Just look at this. She hadn't been gone that long, yet Chen Feng already had a child. A resounding boom erupted in Chen Feng's mind. Mine? Instantly, scenes from numerous melodramatic plots he had watched played before his eyes. Yeah. Xiaoying tipped her head to the side and continued, after my draconic evolution, my body transformed. My original form was a shell of consciousness that was subsequently shed during the evolution. I felt like it was quite a waste to just throw it away. As such, I allowed it to fuse with your consciousness to give birth to a body with no consciousness. Oh. So that was the case. Suddenly, Chen Feng understood. Spirit sneered. You seem quite disappointed, hearing that? Chen Feng, he coughed awkwardly. Chen Feng summed it up. In short, the fake nascent soul is the shell you left behind after your draconic evolution? Not quite. Xiaoying gave it some thought and explained, it would not have transformed with a mere shell. For this thing to come into being, part of your consciousness had to fuse with the shell. Chen Feng. In short, this thing was still the child of him and Xiaoying. Fine. He could accept this setting. Ever since he found out that Xiaoying was in fact a little dragon loli, his acceptance level for drama had increased. How much more dramatic could this get? He wasn't scared anymore. And thus, Chen Feng finally understood the origin of this fake nascent soul. Perhaps it was due to Xiaoying's terrifying attribute as an illusionary snake, or perhaps it was due to Chen Feng's unique consciousness. When the two merged in with the unknown assistance of luck aura, a unique fake nascent soul was created, one capable of devouring godly power and making that godly power his. If so... Suddenly, Chen Feng thought of a certain person. If Luo Yuan could copy everyone's abilities, why couldn't he do the same? If he could absorb all 3,000 core godly powers and assume control over time itself. Oh, that did not seem like it would work. Chen Feng recalled that many of the so-called 3,000 core powers were now exclusive to Luo Yuan. Moreover, not all of them were offensive powers. As such, it wouldn't even be possible to bait Luo Yuan into unleashing those powers. He had no choice but to give up on this idea. If so, he could only grow stronger. Luo Yuan had merely copied all abilities to help him become stronger. Now, he no longer had anything new to copy and had to rely on himself to continue growing. Chen Feng, with his fake nascent soul, was different. He could absorb everything in existence, devour everything and then make it his own. Thus, the more godly powers Chen Feng allowed the fake nascent soul to devour, the stronger he would become. He did not need to think about the so-called core godly powers, nor did he have to consider whether the powers he absorbed were useful powers. He only needed to absorb them to increase the strength of his godly power. If so, what if he could absorb every godly power? At that time, with the assistance of the fake nascent soul, how powerful would he be? The mere thought caused Chen Feng to surge with emotion. Perhaps the time had come for him to leave his hiding. He had initially believed that he would have to fake his death for a very long time before he was sufficiently powerful and wait until Luo Yuan was on the verge of a total mental collapse to eliminate him. That would take a very long time. Now, Xiaoying had given him a new option. Naturally, before leaving, Chen Feng tested Xiaoying's present strength. As a new dragon lady, Xiaoying's strength could only be described with the word terrifying. Back then, Xiaoying had been capable of freely shifting her body between the illusory world and the real world. Now, Xiaoying could do the same to attacks. Bang! Chen Feng's attack shot out. Just as it was about to land on Xiaoying, she raised her hand. Instantly, Chen Feng's attack transformed into an illusion. Just like that, that powerful attack phased through Xiaoying's body without doing any damage whatsoever. This was Xiao Ying's present strength. It was incredibly shocking. One could say that she was second only to Luo Yuan. I can no longer devour. Xiao Ying slanted her head and regretfully said, all my previous abilities have been given to him. The only ability I kept for myself is the state-shifting ability. The simpler an ability was, the stronger it could be. There was no need for accumulation or cultivation. This single ability was sufficient to make Xiao Ying comparable to a true god. Perhaps, one day, Xiao Ying would actually become a true god. After all, Xiao Ying, having evolved into a dragon, was not an existence a normal god could compare to. However, at present, the scarier person was Chen Feng. Not only did he have the fake nascent soul at his disposal, but he also had both luck and misfortune at his side. In fact, Xiao Ying's fake nascent soul wasn't overpowered in any way. After all, the growth of this fake nascent soul was incredibly difficult and complicated. Fortunately, with luck and misfortune, this was not such a difficult feat. This was especially true since these two opposing powers were now working together. Shua! The brand new godly power bloomed. Once again, Xiao Ying waved her hand as she tried shifting the attacking godly power into an illusory form. Shockingly, this new godly power shifted much more slowly than ordinary godly powers did. Evidently, this new godly power was somewhat immune to this shift. This was merely a fusion of 3 godly powers. What if there were more? Perhaps, the resulting godly power would be completely immune to this shift? Chen Feng was filled with expectation. Shortly after, Chen Feng and Xiao Ying finished their preparations and set off. Their target? All the gods still not under Luo Yuan's control. Chen Feng was sure that he wouldn't even need long to gather all their powers. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 829 Challenge. Chapter 829 Challenge. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Year 31 of Luo Yuan's era. The dusky sky continued to give off an oppressive feeling. Although only half of the world was under Luo Yuan's control, this half of the world was the center of the planet, the largest continuous region in the world. The dense aura emanating from this civilization shone brightly upon various hidden lifeforms. He seems to have gotten even stronger. Yeah. When the 100,000 gods rebelled, I thought his era would end. Sigh. Who could have guessed this result? Countless lifeforms sighed. Luo Yuan was too powerful, to the point that everyone despaired at his strength. A lot of the lifeforms lived in constant fear, even ones that weren't living within the region ruled by Luo Yuan. Everyone was afraid that one day, this part of the world would be conquered by Luo Yuan as well, subjecting them to lives worse than death. They were all waiting for a powerful existence to rescue them. Alas, the hero they hoped to see never arrived. What did arrive was an odd and mysterious person. He was clothed fully in black, and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. He appeared in region after region, challenging various gods without stop. Challenging gods? What is he planning to do? Is he sick? In the present world, everyone is bitterly cultivating to become stronger. Why is someone triggering internal strife? No idea. They could not understand his purpose. However, they couldn't reject his challenges. Once, a god rejected the challenge. As a result, the black-clothed man chased after him just to beat him up, putting him in an awkward conundrum. Thus, they had no choice but to accept the challenges. Fortunately, that black-clothed man did not seem to have any intention of killing them. Even after challenging numerous gods, not a single one had been killed. From minor gods to journeyman gods, every god was challenged. After all, the gods in this part of the world were from the earlier era, and they were rather low in amount. After the black-clothed man finished here, he moved on to the part of the world ruled by Luo Yuan. This was the moment the various lifeforms not under Luo Yuan's rule were shocked. He actually went to Luo Yuan's territory? Heavens! The gods there are somewhat terrifying, right? Forget about their strength, the main issue is their number. Moreover, Luo Yuan is there as well. If the black-clothed man ends up captured, things will be truly dangerous for him. At this instant, countless lifeforms had their gazes focused on Luo Yuan's empire. What exactly was that mysterious person trying to do? Soon, that mysterious person began to challenge the 100,000 gods there. Regardless of whether or not they accepted his challenge, he would charge forth and deliver the challenged party a beating, forcing them into a fight. Such a brutish and idiotic method shocked the lifeforms not under Luo Yuan's rule. He is finished. Has this guy gone crazy? Does he think that he is still in the other half of the world? Doing this in Luo Yuan's territory will attract Luo Yuan's attention. At that time, I reckon he will die without even realizing how it happened. Yeah. Countless people were alarmed. Sure enough, it wasn't long before even Luo Yuan took notice of this person. His first impression was that this fellow was courting death. Luo Yuan did not care about the lives of the gods under him. However, he could not tolerate others messing about in his domain. His plan could not be messed up by some troublemaker. He had spent 30 years bitterly nurturing gods and was already in a bad mood. As such, he would not allow anyone to create trouble. This lasted until he heard the slogan the mysterious person seemingly yelled all the time. In the course of the mysterious person's challenges, these were the only words he said. I am not a god. My goal is to ascend to godhood. You are all gods with trashy godhoods. If I ascend, I will most definitely ascend to a higher tier godhood. Thus, before that, I shall first defeat you trash gods as proof to myself and as a drive to make myself stronger. The moment these words spread, countless people were alarmed. So this fellow was not a god yet? Could it be that? Damn it! If we had known that earlier, we would have kept him on our side. Capable of challenging a god without being a god? After ascending, he will be at least a major god. If he receives specialized care, he will probably be able to challenge even Luo Yuan. Heavens! It's over. How did we allow him to go over to Luo Yuan's territory? Who knows? This fellow is quite an idiot. He kept silent while he was here. The moment he arrived on Luo Yuan's side, he started yelling his slogan. How excessive. Yeah. Sigh, Luo Yuan will most certainly kill him. Yeah. They were all deeply worried. They knew that they had probably missed their sole chance. However, surprising them all, Luo Yuan did not kill this person. On the contrary, he actually allowed his subordinate gods to accept the challenge one by one. He even issued an order saying that each of them had to accept the challenge at least once. That's right, this was Luo Yuan's command. Higher tier godhood? Luo Yuan smiled. He knew that what he had been waiting 30 years for might have finally arrived. Perhaps he had been looking in the wrong direction all along. Only those that were powerful enough, such as this mysterious person or that Chen Feng, would be qualified to challenge the godhood of misfortune. Perhaps this was the way to go about it. Since that fellow wanted to challenge gods, Luo Yuan would allow it. Moreover, in order to ensure that his luck aura would not interrupt the arrival of the godhood of misfortune, Luo Yuan made sure to not get involved in anything regarding that person. Naturally, he also had to ensure that the challenger stayed alive. Thus, with Luo Yuan's secret protection, Chen Feng's journey of challenges proceeded incredibly smoothly. Nearly 100,000 gods were challenged by Chen Feng. This was incredibly smooth. It far surpassed even Chen Feng's own imagination. In his original plan, he had expected Luo Yuan to not get involved after yelling those words. Unexpectedly, the anxious Luo Yuan had decided to help him in his growth. How perfect. Indeed, his decision to die had been the correct one. If he had merely escaped or gone missing, with Luo Yuan's character, the moment a mysterious challenger appeared, Luo Yuan would have been filled with suspicions. Only by truly dying for 30 years had Luo Yuan finally forgotten about him. Even when a mysterious person appeared, it never crossed Luo Yuan's mind that this might be Chen Feng, merely the appearance of a talented person. Chen Feng was filled with gratitude toward Luo Yuan. At present, the strength within him was off the charts. After all, he had over 100,000 godly powers contained within him. With the fusion of the fake nascent soul, a brand new power would be formed. At present, both luck and misfortune were working overtime, and the fake nascent soul was surrounded by various powers. Evidently, the digestion of these powers was still going on. Suddenly, Chen Feng said, I have a feeling. I am about to break through. Break through? Their hearts trembled. Chen Feng was already a major god. If he were to break through, he would be a true god. As they thought of this, their eyes shone. In other words, the moment Chen Feng was done fusing all the new godly powers he had gained, he could probably gain comprehension of the profoundness of a true god and truly become a true god. That progress was quite logical. After all, he had absorbed more than 100,000 godly powers encompassing all aspects of life. Wouldn't the combination of all these powers be equivalent to a true god? Chen Feng frowned. Still, lacking something. He had an uncomfortable feeling, as if the path had been opened but was now covered by a barrier. Perhaps. I should look for, he said. Suddenly, Duma appeared. Hold on. Xiao Yu sent me here to do something. Chen Feng sighed as he heard this. Xiao Yu would only look for him for one single reason. Pooh. Chen Feng committed suicide. After a long time, Duma resurrected once again him. However, this time around, the resurrection took a very long time. It nearly failing toward the end. Even after the resurrection, Chen Feng had a pale expression. I don't think you can continue doing this. Duma sighed. A trace of a true god's aura is already contained within you. When you are done with the fusion, I will no longer be able to resurrect you. At that time, any death will be a true death. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 830, Controlling the World. Chapter 830, Controlling the World. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Perhaps the moment you become a true god, your concealment will be exposed, Duma said with a solemn expression. He was no longer capable of keeping up with Chen Feng strength-wise. When Chen Feng broke through to the true god stage, they would not be able to hide the fluctuations from the breakthrough from Luo Yuan. A casual investigation would reveal the truth about Chen Feng. Next, the anger Luo Yuan had accumulated over several decades would most certainly result in a huge battle. What would the odds be like in a battle between Chen Feng, as a new true god, and Luo Yuan, a veteran true god? Duma was unsure. Chen Feng suddenly recalled what he had wanted to said before this suicide. There is still one godly power I have yet to fuse with. What? Duma was clearly still stuck on the previous topic. The next day, Chen Feng brought them and visited a unique existence, the forest goddess. That's right. It was precisely this forest goddess that had been completely neutral and hadn't gotten involved in the affairs of the world at all. In Ye's era, Chen Feng's era, and the subsequent era of Luo Yuan, the forest goddess had never become anyone's enemy and had never thought of getting involved with any party. This was how she had stayed alive until today. In Chen Feng's eyes, this person had always been an enigmatic existence. Naturally, he did not realize that as far as the forest goddess was concerned, he was the enigmatic one. You are actually still alive? She didn't dare to believe this. Given Luo Yuan's strength, how could anyone hide the fact that they were still alive from him? I have merely been maintaining a low profile, Chen Feng said in a low voice. The forest goddess shook her head inside. Indeed, none of these fellows were simple existences. What do you want? She was aware that since Chen Feng had come, he definitely had something he needed from her. When Luo Yuan had visited, he had requested her godly power. She had given him what he wanted, as she had known the price she needed to pay if she wanted to remain free in this land. I need your godly power, Chen Feng said solemnly. The basic version? The forest goddess said with a faint smile. What Luo Yuan had wanted was merely her type of godly power as part of his collection. As such, she had given him the basic version of her godly power. That is fine. Chen Feng paused, then coughed and added, naturally, it would be even better if you could give me an updated portion of your godly power. An updated version of her godly power was in fact quite an excessive request. One ought to know that with this request, the forest goddess would have to duplicate a copy of the entirety of her present power. She shook her head. Fine. After all, this was not the first time she had met Chen Feng, though their relationship had never been a harmonious one. However, compared to the era of Luo Yuan, she much preferred the era of Chen Feng. She stretched out her hand. Take it. Boundless godly power converged around Chen Feng. One after another, the power unique to the forest goddess appeared. This was the terrifying power of the only peak major god that had survived from the primordial era to the present era. Bang! The surging power charged at Chen Feng. Chen Feng realized how strong the forest goddess was. He was made aware of how lucky he had been when he first crossed swords with her back then. Bang! He was totally submerged in the godly power of the forest. Fortunately, Chen Feng was not the same as before. With 100,000 godly powers within him, he had quite a lot of endurance. As such, he was able to take on this intense godly power. Bang! 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 Gradually, the godly power calmed down. At this instant, the power within Chen Feng finally reached a certain summit after undergoing numerous transformations. His next point of growth was the point where he would enter the true god realm. Can't grow anymore. His gaze was sharp. The only way he could grow further was by breaking through. After fusing with the godly power of forest, the barrier that seemed to have been obstructing him appeared to have blurred. Chen Feng had a feeling that so long as he wished so, he would be able to enter the true god stage anytime he wished. Aren't you neutral? Chen Feng couldn't help but have a sense of respect toward this goddess. He had never expected that, during his crucial moment, it would be this forest goddess that provided him with this crucial aid. One ought to know that even when Luo Yuan came, she only gave him a small amount of a basic version of her godly power. The forest goddess chuckled. True neutrality does not exist. So-called neutrality is merely a position one assumes to gain better conditions, a position one assumes before discovering the proper person to put one's weight behind. Now I have found that person. As she finished her words, she looked at Chen Feng silently. Chen Feng instantly understood her motivation. He expressed his gratitude earnestly. Many thanks. Next, he left speedily. There was no helping that. Even though the senior forest goddess appeared so young, she was, in fact, incredibly old. Perhaps she had chosen Chen Feng due to his character. The gaze she had looked at Chen Feng with had been filled with kindness, greatly resembling the old granny that used to take care of him. What else he could do but run? However, shortly after leaving the forest goddess's territory, a servant of hers came bearing a message. I sensed the power of misfortune and luck in your body. I don't know why you have 3 godhoods in you, however, be aware that the moment you become a true god, all these godhoods will vanish, leaving behind only a single godhood, the single divine seed of a true god. Bang! Everyone's heart trembled. So these divine seeds would all vanish? Suddenly, Chen Feng realized something. It would not matter if his or the luck goddess's divine seed vanished. However, if the misfortune goddess's divine seed vanished and returned to the world and was subsequently obtained by Luo Yuan, his strength would. How can this be so? His head ached. In short, if he wanted to become a true god to face Luo Yuan, he had to take the risk of Luo Yuan being able to obtain full control over the world at any time? What is the rate of ascension on Luo Yuan's side? Chen Feng asked. A huge bunch of them ascend every single day. Duma rubbed his head. Based on the present speed, the moment the godhood of misfortune becomes available, it will reappear in no less than 3 days. In short, I will only have 3 days. Chen Feng sank into silence. Duma shook his head. Not quite. 3 days is merely the maximum length of time you might have. It is also possible that the instant you break through, the godhood of misfortune will reappear, allowing Luo Yuan instant control over this world. Chen Feng. They seem to have stumbled upon their biggest problem yet. What will happen once he controls the entire world? Chen Feng asked with a sigh. Things will get very dangerous. Duma shook his head. True godhood is the highest stage of godhood. World controller signifies an entirely different realm. It signifies the realm of an existence such as the creation god. In that realm, all living beings are under one's control. Every flower, every tree, every blade of grass, every single life form, every inch of soil, every single god, and every single godly power. If one wishes to, the entire world can be destroyed with a mere thought. Duma finished his explanation expressionlessly. Chen Feng and the rest sank into silence. So a world controller was actually so scary? What about me if I have broken into the true god stage? Chen Feng asked. Duma smiled bitterly. You will still be under his control. So that was the case. Chen Feng sighed. It was no wonder that Luo Yuan was ignoring everything and focusing solely on gaining full control over the world. The so-called mysterious person and the forest goddess were existences he couldn't care less about, because there was no need to care. So long as the godhood of misfortune reappeared, he would become the world controller. Mysterious person? Enemy? True god? Mere jokes. Was Luo Yuan stupid? No, he had never been stupid. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 831 Look at the size. Chapter 831 Look at the size. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Is there truly no other ways? Chen Feng rubbed his head. Everything had been progressing too smoothly for him recently. It had reached a point where he believed he would be able to easily eliminate Luo Yuan. Unexpectedly, the greatest trap of all was waiting for him. If he dared to become a true god, there would only be a slight window of opportunity before Luo Yuan obtained total control over the world. In his original plan, Chen Feng had hoped that, after becoming a true god, even if he was immediately discovered, he would still be able to survive and grow some more, eventually becoming strong enough to prevail over Luo Yuan. But now? Forget about surviving, he would definitely be discovered by Luo Yuan. And Chen Feng himself would have to be the one to start the fight. Otherwise, the moment Luo Yuan discovered the godhood of misfortune, he would gain total control over the world. Even with Chen Feng being the one to start the fight, things would only work out if the godhood of misfortune chose to reappear at a later date. Otherwise, if the godhood of misfortune reappeared somewhere immediately after he became a true god, it would all be over. Luck? Chen Feng smiled bitterly. He believed that his luck would not be too bad. After all, the power of luck was fused within his godly power. Sadly, the same was true for Luo Yuan. How lamentable. Luck would not work when dealing with Luo Yuan. Is this purely a matter of luck? Chen Feng was unwilling to accept this. This involved the fate of the entire world, yet it had to depend on luck? Chen Feng could not accept that. Furthermore, even if Chen Feng broke through into the true god stage, would he truly be able to defeat Luo Yuan? Unlikely. As such, he needed more time. Otherwise, even if the first issue, that of the godhood of misfortune, was resolved, he could still be killed by Luo Yuan at any time. Facing an enemy at such a level, Chen Feng couldn't rely on luck alone, despite him having some confidence in his luck. Let me give it some thought. He sank into contemplation. Time. True God. The world. Chen Feng's thoughts spun rapidly. Suddenly, he looked at the innocent Xiaoying in his sea of consciousness. Perhaps there was a solution to this. At present, in the territories ruled by Luo Yuan, the furious Luo Yuan received a report that the mysterious person had vanished. That's right, he had vanished. After challenging all the gods, that fellow had decisively vanished. This caused Luo Yuan to be incomparably furious. He had even begun to doubt the long-dead Chen Feng. Unfortunately, even after using Luck Aura, he received the same answer as always: Chen Feng was dead. As such, he can only give up on the thought that this was Chen Feng's conspiracy. Luo Yuan raged. Don't you guys know to stop him? The underling spoke cautiously. Respected God King, you told us to accommodate him in everything he does. Shua. Luo Yuan's expression darkened. It seemed like this was indeed what he had said. He rubbed his aching head. That mysterious person had gone missing. Perhaps that fellow had gone to challenge a godhood after challenging all the gods? That was quite possible. As Luo Yuan thought of this possibility, he became somewhat excited. Immediately watch all locations attentively. The moment someone succeeds in a godhood trial, report it immediately. I have to know the locations of the challengers and the godhoods they obtain, Luo Yuan said solemnly. Yes, the various gods answered. With their godly powers, especially those that were good at deducing, it would be quite easy to locate a challenger whenever one appeared. Good. Luo Yuan heaved a breath of relief. He had to obtain that mysterious person. However, he felt like he was getting somewhat easily irritated. This did not fit his character. A vague sense of crisis kept enveloping him. Was he thinking too much? Luo Yuan frowned as he wondered. He had planned in secret for so many years and had never been so worried. And now, after dominating the world for 30 years, there no longer existed an opponent for him. And yet he was still busy constantly scheming, trying to gain total control over this world. Why did he feel all jittery? Was it because success was now so near? Luo Yuan shut his eyes. He felt like he had to adjust his mindset to calm himself. Chen Feng was already dead. He could not allow himself to keep being influenced by Chen Feng like this. That damnable 1% chance of failure had already been dealt with. 1%. Right. Soon, Luo Yuan realized something. Shortly after, he began to deduce once again. This time, he arranged his entire plan once again and used Luck Aura to deduce his success rate. On top of that, several hundred analyzation and deduction abilities were used as support. Ultimately, he obtained a result: 100% success rate. Now, nobody in this world could stop him. He was the core of half the world. As for the other half, they could only struggle while standing at death's door. Even the strongest of them was merely a major god. Among them, a true god could never appear, let alone one that could withstand him. With Chen Feng's death, nobody remained that could threaten him. As for the future? Unfortunately, the moment he obtained full control over the world and rewound time, there would no longer be a future. Luo Yuan spoke steadily. Let's just proceed according to the plan. Finally, he regained his calm. However, he never could have imagined that his deduction had a small issue. Indeed, in this world, nobody could stop him. But what about a different world? A clear sky, blue seawater, and a golden sandy shore. It had been a very long time since Chen Feng had seen such a view. Naturally, one could not forget about the refreshing girls on the beach. They were all filled with vitality, especially the jiggling clumps of meat whenever they moved. Looking at them having fun, smacking volleyballs around, an incomparably comfortable feeling emerged within Chen Feng. So big, so fair. TSK TSK. This is life. Chen Feng lamented. He. A gloomy voice resounded beside him. Don't you think that you owe me an explanation? Calm down, said Chen Feng. What is there to explain? Look. Luo Yuan is going to control the world. As such, I can only hide here. In any case, your crystal palace is located on an alien world. Isn't it perfect how you and Xiaoying can summon each other to your own worlds? I am only here to hide, I will leave not long after, Chen Feng said with a smile. The one that had appeared and was talking to him was precisely Mingyu. That's right, this was the crystal palace of the great male lead, the stallion, the owner of a harem, Wang Chun. When everyone had ascended to godhood, Wang Chun had naturally done the same. After experiencing countless arduous hardships and numerous tribulations, he had finally ascended. As for the godly power he had gained, it was one that ultimately transformed the world of the Crystal Palace into a true alien world. Naturally, he alone could enter this world as well as the Xiaoying, who had a contract with Mingyu. As for Chen Feng, he could only enter thanks to the synonymous spiritual energy he had with Xiaoying. Back then, this was precisely how Mingyu had gotten the wrong target to sign the contract. Is that even what I am talking about? Mingyu was furious, so furious that her majestic breasts jiggled. What? I am saying. She pointed at Xiaoying to the side and continued, why? Is he a she? Bastard. What she had signed was a marriage contract. Had Chen Feng not mentioned that Xiaoying was his bro? Why was his bro a female? Oh, Chen Feng sank into silence. True. Even though Xiaoying had not been able to assume a humanoid form back then, she had still been usable. She could have been long or short, soft or hard. Yet now, with her new humanoid appearance, it was indeed somewhat unfavorable for Mingyu. Suddenly, Chen Feng waved his hand. Come. Xiaoying, turn into a dragon. Let your wife take a good look at the size of a dragon. Mingyu? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 832, Who Will Be the One? Chapter 832, Who Will Be the One? Translator, Limest and Editor, Tenish. In the world of the Crystal Palace, Wang Chun and the Xinwei sisters were watching from far away. They always maintained a certain distance from Mingyu. After all, in this world, she was the Demon King. If not because Chen Feng had requested to see him, Wang Chun would not have dared to even approach Mingyu. In his memories, when he did a certain underling of Mingyu's that one time, he had almost ended up being hung up and beaten by Mingyu. He would have literally been hung on the city gate and received 30 days of whipping. Thus, he hoped that Chen Feng could deal with Mingyu. Only then would he have the opportunity to truly rule the entirety of the Crystal Palace and turn this place into a true harem. As for the real world, Wang Chun had forgotten about it. Even though the real world was wider and more beautiful, for Wang Chun, the world of the Crystal Palace, which was the size of a city, was enough for him. After all, the real world contained the likes of Chen Feng and Luo Yuan. He had no intention of going out there and courting death. The smitten Chinese stared at Chen Feng. Elder brother Chen Feng has become even more handsome now. Xinwei approved of this judgment. Not bad at all. Wang Chun. This was precisely the reason he did not want to be in the same world as Chen Feng. That fellow absorbed all the attention. Wang Chun had always been of the opinion that Chen Feng was not a good friend, merely an ordinary one. Suddenly, Wang Chun asked, "What do you two think about Kong Bai?" Xin Yi frowned. "Huh? Why are you suddenly asking such a disgusting question? Look at this." Wang Chun was very satisfied. If he had a choice in who to befriend, he much preferred Kong Bai. He had always believed that even though Kong Bai was destined to never be with a partner because of his looks, he would nevertheless have a huge number of friends of the same gender. Suddenly, a crisp sound could be heard. Ka! A crack appeared in the world. Wang Chun looked up at the sky of the Crystal Palace with a solemn expression. A crack had appeared there. Chen Feng was too strong, so strong that this world could not sustain the weight of his existence. Xin Yi was somewhat anxious. "Master. No worries." Wang Chun smiled and clenched his teeth as he said, "I can still hold on. They are all fighting. I have to do my part as well. Let us help you." The Shinny sisters began to help Wang Chun mending the crack in this world. Slowly, the crack vanished. What exactly do you want? Ming Yu asked with a gloomy expression. After finding out that Xiaoying was female, her mood was very unstable. To break through, Chen Feng said solemnly. He had to break through, and this was the only place he could select to do so. This was the only place that Luo Yuan couldn't discover. This was also the only place he could hide from Luo Yuan and continue growing until the point he could contend against Luo Yuan. As for Luo Yuan, he would have to continue with his game of loot boxes for now. In any case, he would never be able to draw the loot he desired. Mingyu shook her head. Not possible. Even if you break through here, the godhood of misfortune will still go away. After becoming a true god, all his divine seats would go away, regardless of the world he broke through in. As such, so long as Chen Feng became a true god, the godhood of misfortune would become vacant. There was no doubt about that. At that time, Luo Yuan would obtain control over the world. It was pointless for Chen Feng to break through here. I know, Chen Feng said solemnly. As such, I hope that you can separate Spirit and the Misfortune Goddess from me. Transform them into their true selves. Shua! They raised their heads abruptly. Turning into their true selves? Spirit and the Misfortune Goddess had been residing in Chen Feng's body for a long time. Due to what the Luck Goddess did back then, even though Spirit had managed to regain the godhood, she now existed in the form of a consciousness and could only exist within Chen Feng's consciousness. As for the Misfortune Goddess, she hadn't even awakened in the truest sense. She had been in this state ever since she regained her consciousness. You are the Nether Goddess, Chen Feng said solemnly. You might not be able to display your true power in our world, but here, you are the strongest god. He had once learned from Wang Chun that in this world, there were two almighty opposing existences. These two had unique capabilities. If they were to join hands, this would definitely be doable. Mingyu rejected this without the slightest hesitation. Not possible. Join hands with that slut? What kind of joke was that? At present, this world was divided into two realms. That slut was in charge of the divine realm and Mingyu was in charge of the nether realm. Mingyu was happy with this arrangement and had no intention of seeing that slut even once. She was certain that the slut shared the sentiment. Since that was the case, why bother even trying to ask her? The two of you are the only two gods of this world, Chen Feng said with a bitter smile. Mingyu sneered. We are also arch enemies. Chen Feng. To truly enable Spirit and the Misfortune Goddess to obtain new lives, he needed the joint effort of these two gods. After all, in this world, only when the two of them joined hands would this world's full power be displayed. This was the basic requirement to unleash the world's power. Even though this was merely a miniature world, it wouldn't differ much from a world that existed in reality and should be governed by the same set of rules. Suddenly, Mingyu said, their godly powers are already almost fully fused with you, right? If they leave you now, they can only take with them a small amount of godly power. They will have to start their cultivation from scratch. Chen Feng nodded. Mei Chem, both Spirit and the Misfortune Goddess had indeed sacrificed a lot for him. Mingyu curled her lips. They are fine with this? They occupied such important divine seats, those of misfortune and luck, yet they would only be at the level of a minor god. They would likely be challenged for their godhood the moment they appeared. They could very well die soon after. Yes, they are. Chen Feng shrugged. Before killing Luo Yuan, I will have them stay here. Mingyu glared at Chen Feng. So this fellow was already treating this place as his own home? In this world, Wang Chun is the true main character, Mingyu reminded Chen Feng. Ha! Chen Feng stared into the distance. As Wang Yu met his gaze, he trembled and instantly fled with the Shinny sisters, no longer even daring to look at them. Mingyu. What useless trash. Look, he seems to have no objections, Chen Feng said with a smile. Mingyu snorted. In that case, you can start considering a real issue. If I join my godly power with that fellow's, who will direct this process? MHM? Chen Feng was somewhat confused. Direct? What did that mean? Are you stupid? Mingyu calmly explained, you are aware that after obtaining all the powers, Luo Yuan will obtain control over the entire world. In this world with only two gods, the same is true. Since our godly powers have to join to grant new life to the two goddesses, someone must direct this newly joined godly power. Who do you think is more fitting to take on this role? How are you sure that after I hand over my godly power, she will not do something else with it? For instance, maybe she'll kill me and then kill all of you? As Chen Feng heard these words, he sank into silence. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 833, The Damnable Setting. Chapter 833, The Damnable Setting. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Naturally, you should be the one to take on the directing role, Chen Feng said without the slightest hesitation. Due to the relationship between Xiaoying and Mingyu, he trusted Mingyu more. Mingyu laughed heartily. And you think that the other person will agree to this? Naturally, the other party would arrive at the same conclusion as Mingyu. If I had boundless godly power, I would probably kill that person before helping you resurrect the two goddesses, Mingyu said without the slightest hesitation. Chen Feng. Only now did he realize the crux of the issue. These girls' relationships were way more complicated than he had imagined. AI, this trashy Wang Chun couldn't even manage his harem properly. This should have been simple. Your grudges, Chen Feng could only try to tackle the issue from this angle. He. Mingyu sneered as she looked at Chen Feng. This is a grudge that has accumulated for ages. It would be better for you to be smarter. I remember a certain saying from your world, do not force a kind husband like me to do a bad thing, and do not force that slut to become a good wife. Chen Feng was dazed for a long time. Such a saying exists? I will give you her address, Mingyu said politely. If you can persuade her, I will agree to your request. Chen Feng's eyes shone. For real? Of course. Mingyu looked over at the naive, cute, and obedient Xiaoying to the side before sighing. After all, my life is already tied to this fellow. All right, Chen Feng agreed. Wasn't it merely persuading a different big shot of the Crystal Palace? That shouldn't be too hard. This was a very unique world, a world with only women. Moreover, this world was based on the Crystal Palace. As such, the other party was most definitely a beautiful young lady as well. Chen Feng seemed to remember that, in the story of the Crystal Palace, no one true villain existed. Thus, Chen Feng followed the address and found the so-called Divine King. In fact, she was truly the Divine King, as she was the ruler of the Shen faction, the faction the Shenyi sisters were in. Her name was Shen Wang. 1. Beautiful, young, and bright. This was the Shen Wang that Chen Feng saw. She was a beautiful young lady that caused one's heart to flutter. She appeared to be quite amicable. Hello. Chen Feng went forth and greeted her, then told her his request. The beautiful young lady agreed cheerfully. Her sole condition was that Mingyu accompanied her for one night. Chen Feng thought he had heard incorrectly. Did she mean to have Mingyu play with her for a bit? No, you heard correctly. I want her to accompany me for one night, the beautiful Shen Wang said, a big smile on her face. In her eyes was an expression that Chen Feng was extremely familiar with. This. He breathed in a mouthful of cold air. In short, this beautiful Shen Wang was a girl lover? Hiss. Chen Feng's heart leaped. In his memories, Mingyu seemed to have a rather normal sexual orientation. It was no wonder she had been so angry when she found out that Xiaoying was female. Hold on, did this not mean that their relationship was in fact not as he had imagined? He immediately went to Wang Chun to find out more. Instantly, he was horrified by what he learned. In the past, the two had been best friends. This had lasted until the day the beautiful Shen Wang went over to Mingyu in her sleep and did something improper to her. Chen Feng was quite curious about the improper thing she did. In any case, Mingyu was utterly disgusted by that act and defected from the Divine Palace immediately. Bringing along a bunch of her underlings, she went to the other side of the world and ultimately conquered half this world for herself. What damnable plot is this? Chen Feng was somewhat stupefied. This stupid plot, even Qi Dian wouldn't dare to write something like this, right? In his memories, this didn't seem to be the plot of the original The Crystal Palace. Well, the plot my world is based on is not the original plot, Wang Chun said meekly. My world is based on some fan fiction I read somewhere. Chen Feng. In short, to fulfill his dream of having a harem, this bastard Wang Chun visited some NSFW fanfiction websites just so he could have a different version of the Crystal Palace? Holy sh*t. What useless nerd. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. In short, the essence of this world. That's right, Wang Chun said meekly. It's a world of fan service. Chen Feng. What in the world? Wang Chun coughed somewhat awkwardly. That is why the girls of this world are so easy to conquer. If this were the original world, I think I would have been torn apart by them long ago. At least Wang Chun was not entirely stupid. Chen Feng glared at Wang Chun. Fine. This was a piece of fan fiction. No wonder the plot had developed so weirdly. When he thought back, he seemed to recall that the gaze Chen looked at him with was indeed somewhat odd. Hold on. If this was a world of fan service, who did they service? Wasn't this a female-only world? Chen Feng was filled with doubt. Me. Wang Chun raised his head and puffed his chest out proudly. I am the main character. Chen Feng. Finally, he knew exactly what world this was. So it turned out that this wasn't just an all-female world. This was a world where all the females were extraordinarily beautiful and had zero concept of the relationship between different genders, allowing Wang Chun to roam free and brainwash them as he wished. In short, this so-called the Crystal's Palace was the true harem of Wang Chun. Fine. Chen Feng rubbed his aching head. Subsequently, his lips curled up into a smile. He looked at Wang Chun sinisterly. What if I try my hand on Chen and the others? Hiss. Wang Chun's hands trembled. Bro, please don't mess around. He was truly terrified now. He had been brainwashing these girls here because there were no restrictions regarding contact between different genders. He had been absolutely unrestrained because he used to be the only man in this world. If Chen Feng messed around in this world, Chen Yi and the rest would probably accept his advances without any hesitation. How terrifying. Of course, that wasn't true of Mingyu. Wang Chun smiled bitterly. Bro, it's my bad. He had constructed this harem with utmost care. He did not want to have a competitor. He did not wish for the plot to develop with him wearing the green hat. Don't worry. I don't have the time for that, Chen Feng said grudgingly. So it turned out this fellow was aware of exactly what he had done. Truly. Forget it. After all, this was his private matter. Chen Feng had a sudden melancholic feeling. Do you have any way of helping them reconcile with each other? Or just reach a temporary compromise? Wang Chun shrugged. No. Chen Feng glanced at him. Aren't you the male lead? Oh. Wang Chun appeared to be somewhat at a loss. In the original plot, these two were supposed to be the final bosses. If I try to make advances on them, it will have to be at the very end. In the setting of this world, the two of them have independent thoughts and aren't susceptible to brainwashing. As such, my protagonist aura has no effect on them. Moreover, based on the original setting, the story will end after the conquest of the final bosses. I don't even know if this world will continue on after that. Wang Chun shrugged. As such, I have never intended to conquer the both of them. This was why he had never bothered with those two. In any case, those two were existences he couldn't hope to touch. What should I do, then? Chen Feng's head ached. He had never expected this to happen. He had to now think of a way to persuade a female lead of a piece of fan fiction. Fan fiction that was supposed to be fan service. What were the characteristics of this female lead? What were the differences between her and the original work? He had no idea. At present, Shen Wang was an unknown factor. Nobody knew how this fan edition of Shen Wang would behave. What a scam! If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 834 Dear, select your world carefully. Chapter 834 Dear, select your world carefully. Translator, limest and editor, Tenish. This is quite troublesome. Chen Feng sank into a short silence before suddenly recalling that perhaps one person would know the answer. Who? Wang Chun asked as his eyes shone. Chen Feng pointed at this world. The author. Wang Chun's mouth dropped. Isn't this fan fiction? Look for the author of this fan fiction then, Chen Feng replied calmly. Wang Chun smiled bitterly. How is that possible? Fan fiction authors were the hardest to find. The reason for that was rather simple. The army of censors would regularly sweep through the internet for indecent content, and these were the greatest threat to the authors of adult fan fiction. As such, the authors of such works were normally scattered everywhere. It was extremely normal for them to regularly change their online handles or the place they posted. As such, it was extremely hard to locate these authors even in times of peace, let alone times of chaos like this. After all, adult fan fiction was generally written by the super nerds on the lowest rungs of society, which had possibly been the ones most likely to perish in the genetic era. After experiencing the descent of the primordial, the descent of the gods, Yezhin era, Chen Feng's glorious era, Luo Yuan's control era, and the chaotic era that followed after Luo Yuan's wristbands were broken by Chen Feng, as mere ordinary people, could these authors have even survived this long? Wang Chun did not have an answer. perhaps the author was long dead. How will we know without trying? Chen Feng asked with a smile. Fortunately, I am very good at locating people. Shwa. Light swirled about as luck aura activated. Wang Chun was astonished to see this. I thought you couldn't use that ability? Due to Luo Yuan, it had been a very long time since Chen Feng had dared to use this ability. I can still lightly use it when I'm in a different world. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Shwa. Light swirled around. A succession of coordinates appeared before Chen Feng's eyes. This was the limit of what he could obtain. He didn't dare to further use his luck power. Even though they were in two different worlds and he was screening himself with godly power, Chen Feng was still unsure of whether he would attract Luo Yuan's attention if he used the power of luck excessively. With these coordinates, we can return and look for him, Chen Feng said. Fine, Wang Chun agreed with a sigh. They had no choice but to leave this place and head toward the coordinates. Fortunately, they ultimately found the address and arrived before a shabby yet still somewhat luxurious house. There is hope. Chen Feng was hopeful. Wang Chun went and knocked on the door. A gloomy voice sounded from within. Who is it? Delivery, Wang Chun answered with a low voice. Leave the delivery at the door. Oh, the delivery has already been put down. We have also received notification that your water meter is broken. The delivery guys also repair water meters nowadays? We are operating a business with a P.O. box. That's probably a false report. I am taking a shower. My water supply is fine. We detected that your electricity might be. I am watching a video. There might be a gas leakage here. We need to do an inspection. No, it's working fine. I am cooking here. Wang Chun was instantly speechless. He had never expected that would be seen through before saying much. Chen Feng was speechless as he saw this. Seems like I am still not smart enough. Bang! He proceeded to kick open the door. The two of them were instantly startled at what they saw. Inside the building was a chubby middle-aged man wearing messy clothes. In the living room was a huge bathtub. The middle-aged man was submerged within the bathtub, seemingly trying to save half the water by submerging himself in the bathtub to raise the water level. And the TV in the living room was indeed playing a movie. This was an adult movie. An ancient gas stove was boiling water, and some silicone toys were visible within the water. The loud sound of the door being kicked down alarmed the fatty. He blinked shortly before suddenly saying, "Did I forget to close the door? Oh, well, just leave the delivery there. When I am free, I will give you a good rating." Instantly, Chen Feng and Wang Chun sank into silence. Frolicking night wind? Chen Feng asked with a sigh. The fatty was horrified. Ha? How do you know this pen name of mine? Chen Feng. It's indeed him, Wang Chun confirmed with a bitter smile. Bang! They directly knocked him unconscious and took him away. They couldn't even stay a second longer at a place like this. In all honesty, for him to be living such a life in this era, he was quite talented. To be safe, they carried the fatty to a certain cave. After a long time, the fatty woke up. Bro, I was wrong. I will no longer steal silicone toys. I truly have no idea who they belonged to before. I merely picked them up to boil and disinfect them so I can use them as well. If I knew that they were yours, I definitely wouldn't have touched them. The fatty screamed miserably. Chen Feng. So those things had been picked up? Scary. Wang Chun was rather shocked as well. How about the gas stove? I picked that up from a garbage heap. The fatty cried a tearless cry. The monitored and controlled world is too scary. Therefore, I escaped from the monitored part of the world. However, the non-monitored part of the world is now living a primitive life. As such, I had no choice but to use such a method to maintain some quality of life. Chen Feng, fine. He rubbed his head. I am not interested in all this. Now, tell me. Do you still remember the things you wrote with the pen name Frolicking Night Wind? Yes. The fatty nodded frantically as he realized something. I wrote a lot. That pen name was one I used to write about the Crystal Palace, with emphasis on adult fanfiction. For instance, the story about the Shinyi sisters. Wang Chun interrupted him. Shut up. Ah. The fatty was frightened by the shout. I don't need to know about the adult fanfiction. Wang Chun gnashed his teeth and continued, you only need to tell me about a certain fanfiction you wrote, the one that was even drawn as a comic. Do you understand me? Oh. Fatty appeared rather disappointed. That work is not explosive enough. It was supposed to be adult fan fiction as well. However, in order to publish it as a comic, I was forced to delete a lot of indecent scenes. Yes, that is precisely the version I am asking about, Chen said with a fierce expression. If you dare to mention anything else, I will instantly kill you. Oh. The fatty trembled in fear. Let me give it some thought. Which ones did I delete back then? It has been too long, I can't remember them anymore. However, I have numerous original copies here with me. Do you want to take a look at these instead? The fatty passed over his wristband while trembling. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. Wristband? Don't worry, the fatty explained, you don't need to put this one on to use it. No internet connection is required either. It was modified by me into a single edition and can be used like a personal computer. Look. Schwa. He turned the screen on. Next, a folder named Studies appeared. Within were numerous folders with names such as physics, chemistry, biology, and so on. A particular folder named Biology was opened, and a world of porn appeared before them. That is only natural, right? The fatty said awkwardly. Within this folder were the numerous pieces of adult fan fiction he had written in the past, and the vast majority of them were focused on the Crystal Palace. There were nearly 20 works featuring the Shenyi siblings as the main characters. When Chen saw this, his complexion became ashen. One could only imagine his expression when he actually began searching through them. Do you want me to help you with this? Chen Feng asked when he saw Chen's unsightly expression. Chen hastily stopped him. There is no need for that. It was better for Chen Feng to not see the contents of these. Thus, he clenched his teeth and did the work personally. He read every single adult fan fiction pertaining to the Crystal Palace in here before finally locating what he was searching for. Naturally, having read everything, he did not appear well. Which character did you want to know about? When the fatty saw what Chen was pointing at, he continued, Oh, I remember now. This is the special edition I wrote after deleting a whole bunch of adult content and adding Yuri content to get published back then. What do you guys want to ask about? Shun Wang. What is the setting for her character? Chen Feng asked. Her? Fatty gave it some thought before saying, I gave her a tragic childhood, allowing her nature to undergo a great change, changing even her sexual orientation so as to keep her consistent with the worldview of the characters in this book. In the future, she and Mingyu will love and hate each other, and after numerous fights, their misunderstandings will be solved and they will ultimately get together. Unfortunately, this book was dropped by the publishers before I could even finish it. They cited the indecent Yuri content as immoral or something. What the hell, right? Back then, they were the ones hinting at me to write Yuri content. The fatty became furious as he thought about this. Chen Feng. So it turned out the two of them were in fact a couple? I understand now. Do you still have the script for the latter parts of the novel? Chen Feng asked. Nope. However, their misunderstanding is the core of the book. The two have known each other since they were young yet do not understand each other, resulting in their separation, and so on. I can still roughly remember the storyline, the fatty said. Excellent. Write it down and I will let you go, Chen Feng said. MHM. Fatty was getting excited. He had initially thought that he would die today. Surprisingly, these kidnappers were actually fans of his past work. What a good feeling this was. Suddenly, Chen thought of something. Hold on. So you have never forgotten the setting for the character Shen Wang? Fatty nodded. Aha! Chen gnashed his teeth. In other words, even if I hadn't read all this, you could still have told me about her? Yes. The fatty began to cry a tearless cry. But earlier, you only said that you were looking for that book. I was assuming that you were merely looking to download a full copy of the story. That's why I directed you to the folder. He. Chen was so infuriated that he started trembling. Earlier, he personally read nearly 20 books depicting Shenyi being subjected to numerous experiences. Chen was totally infuriated as he recalled what he had read. After 1 hour, Chen Feng and Chen left smoothly. When they returned to the harem world, Chen Feng already had an idea for the future development of the two gods of this world. It wouldn't be long before the Yuri arc began. Naturally, Chen still had an unsightly expression on his face. In fact, his head looked rather green at the moment. How pitiful, Chen Feng lamented. This is what you get for cultivating the world of an adult fan fiction as your ability. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 835 Luo Yuan's Suspicions. Chapter 835 Luo Yuan's Suspicions. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. 1 Chen. Let the world progress as dictated by the author. Allow Mingyu and Shen Wang to discover each other's identity and realize the misunderstanding. So long as they discover this naturally, the setting of this world will take into effect, Chen Feng said. Wang Chun nodded. All right. With this, the conflict between the two would soon end. That would be the time for Chen Feng to enter the true God stage. In Luo Yuan's territory, countless apostles were prostrating on the ground. A dignified gaze would sweep past them occasionally, causing them to tremble all over. This was Luo Yuan's will, a will of utmost majesty. At present, a bunch of new gods were before him. Unfortunately, misfortune was not part of this group either. He sighed. Where are you? Misfortune was now his biggest hurdle to obtaining full control over the world. The possibility obviously existed, and the godhood had obviously been made vacant. Why was it refusing to appear? He nurtured batch of gods after batch of gods like vegetation. 30 years had passed, yet misfortune hadn't appeared even once, causing him to collapse mentally. There was also that mysterious person. Luo Yuan sank into silence. The escape of that mysterious person angered him somewhat as well. However, this also caused Luo Yuan to finally start seriously considering whether he had missed something. Why had he failed to locate that mysterious person? That shouldn't be possible. Even without knowing that person's name and appearance, with luck aura, nobody could hide. Was it because his version of luck aura was too weak? Luo Yuan frowned. However, he had only been using luck aura for searching. As such, the fact that his luck aura was a lower level one shouldn't matter too much. If so, what exactly was the problem? Luo Yuan raised his head and looked at the world before him. He recalled that, a long time ago, he had hidden from the detection of other gods by hiding in outer space. But both this planet and outer space were under his control. Nobody should be able to escape to outer space. In fact, if that mysterious person had escaped to outer space, Luo Yuan would have long ago discovered him. After all, the Stormtech company's monitoring system was not something to be looked down on. Or perhaps this person was like Yi, who had hidden on the Twin Horns world. That was the best location to hide. Unfortunately, the Twin Horns world had already been assimilated into this world, it no longer existed as an independent world. If so, where else could someone hide? Luo Yuan frowned. He had an odd feeling. This odd feeling was a hunch originating from his various perception and intuition pertaining, as well as numerous passive abilities that he had copied. Although he did not know exactly what was going on, he still felt that something was wrong. That mysterious person was definitely an important clue to this. Furthermore, the fact that he was totally invisible to the luck aura's detection amplified the importance. World. Hiding. Vanishing, Luo Yuan shut his eyes and suddenly recalled something. He flipped his hand and a hovering book appeared above his palm. That's right, this was Wang Chun's ability, an ability to turn a world within a book into an alien world. However, this book of Luo Yuan's was unique and was different than the book Wang Chun had selected. Back then, when Luo Yuan discovered this ability, he had acknowledged that this was an extremely unique ability among the various abilities in existence. As such, Luo Yuan had paid close attention to this ability. Unlike Wang Chun, Luo Yuan had not selected the Crystal Palace. As far as he was concerned, this ability was similar to his copy ability, an ability filled with potential. As such, why would he select a trash fanfiction like the Crystal Palace to be his constructed world? After all, he already had a woman that he loved. As such, his interest in other women was quite lacking. Therefore, he had selected a book that was more suitable for him. This was a rather established book from a certain established website, Godly Model Creator. From that book, he had learned the world-constructing ability of the main character. This was also how he had become so powerful. Naturally, he was too busy to truly grow that world. As such, in that world, he was still a minor character. However, that did not affect his act of learning from that book. In fact, he had benefited greatly from that. Initially, this secret had belonged to him alone. After all, he was the only one able to push this ability to such great heights. That fanfiction of the Crystal Palace was nothing but a place for one to fulfill one's wishes. How could he place much importance on Wang Chun? But now, he was finally regarding that world of the Crystal Palace seriously. Chen Feng was dead. However, his friends were still alive. As such, the mysterious person could very well be Wang Chun, Kong Bai, or the others. For example, Luo Yuan's brain spun rapidly. That beloved disciple of Chen Feng's, Wu Hui. If he was the one putting on a disguise and challenging all the gods, it was quite possible that he would indeed be victorious in all the challenges. Because he was Wu Hui. Because of that unique ability of his. Interesting. Luo Yuan's mouth curled up into a smile. Since he is the disciple of Chen Feng, he might inherit the godhood of misfortune as well? Luo Yuan was feeling expectant. Perhaps that mysterious person had indeed gone missing to try ascending to godhood. I will give you the time for it. However, Luo Yuan's gaze became cold. The moment of your ascension will also be the moment of my appearance. As for this book. He lowered his head to look at the hovering book. The strength of the world within this book was much weaker than he had imagined. That Sun Yaotian fellow, his first summon, was an existence that could be easily killed. As such, he had allowed the book to develop naturally just to wait for the final scene of the book. Perhaps when the book reached its end, he wouldn't even need the godhood of misfortune anymore to obtain full control of this world. Luo Yuan smiled coldly. You people are not the only ones with an alien world on your side. At this time, within the world of the Crystal Palace, Chen Feng's group was making their preparations as well. To ensure that they could reach their grand goal, to allow the two gods of this world to reconcile, they were pushing forward the plot of this world. The two gods had hidden Yuri tendencies. This was confirmed by the fact that Mingyu did not seem to reject Xiao Ying's identity as a female too strongly. What they needed was time. With Wang Chun's urge, time passed rapidly. Chen Feng and the rest carefully pushed along the events of this world according to the author's original plot. Ultimately, the drama between the two gods reached the peak, and their Yuri tendencies were completely unlocked. Wang Chun was filled with melancholy. So is this the ending of this book? All the foreshadowing had been done for this book. As such, when the truth had ultimately been revealed, this world's plot had naturally developed accordingly. Moreover, this was an all-female Yuri world. As such, the predetermined ending wasn't too out of place, and Mingyu naturally accepted her fate. What was left was to extract the two godhoods from Chen Feng. His gaze became firm. All along, he had never intended to allow Luo Yuan to get his hands on these godhoods. After all, the godhood of misfortune was too important, the key for Luo Yuan to control this world. This would be an extremely dangerous step. Even if the probability of Luo Yuan obtaining it was merely 1 in 10,000, Chen Feng would still not take the risk. As such, he had to extract the godhoods from himself. As for Luo Yuan? Regardless of whether he was waiting for misfortune's appearance or the mysterious person's breakthrough, it would all be for naught, as he was waiting for something that didn't exist. In the world of the Crystal Palace, Mingyu and Xin Wang, having reconciled, were presently converging their unparalleled godly powers. A resplendent radiance enveloped Chen Feng. The godhood extraction had begun. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 836 World Creation. Chapter 836 World Creation. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. At present, within a different world, Luo Yuan was following behind the footsteps of a certain someone. 1 step. 2 steps. Before him was a boundless radiance, seemingly unfolding the story of a legend. Luo Yuan's eyes widened, and he watched on as everything unfolded before him. His heart was filled with shock. So this was what it meant to create a world? Before his eyes, that youth was standing in the void, hovering above a destroyed planet. Origin, the god that created heaven and earth. An incorporeal power began to bubble. The fragments, the planet, and the comets around began to revolve according to the law of that power. Everything was seemingly under that youth's control. The youth spoke his second sentence indifferently. Earth, the hollow primordial chaos. Stars began to converge. The planet exploded into various fragments, yet with the utterance of this sentence, the fragments all converged together again to assume the form of a sphere. The fragmented stars converged together as well, coming together to form a brand new planet, a planet that was so very bright and resplendent. The youth spoke his third sentence. The darkness of the depths. The sphere began to transform, and indentations started to appear on it, giving birth to abysses, canyons, edges, corners, and marks. Slowly but surely, it became a planet with life. The youth spoke his fourth sentence. God's spirituality traverses the water's surface. Splash. Water appeared on the planet, filling the valleys and gorges, giving birth to oceans and rivers. The entire planet became complete, and the youth stepped on the sea surface casually. God says, "Let there be light." Hum. Light appeared, as if the everlasting sun had been there since time immemorial. And yet the light that had appeared wasn't the light of the sun. The youth pointed at the void. There, the moon, which had long since been destroyed, appeared yet again. Just like that, it appeared slowly, hovering where it used to hover. And thus this planet came to possess a moon. By my name, Revolve. Hum. The final power burst out of his hand. The entire planet became flawless as the atmosphere appeared. Everything that had been lost returned, returning this planet to the perfect state it had been in during its creation. Luo Yuan watched on silently, extremely shaken. This was his very first time witnessing the creation of a world at such a close distance. He had never experienced the era of the creation god. As such, he was aware of what his flaw was. This was also why he had selected this book as his alien world. This book had a complete world creation process. This book had settings that were somewhat similar to the genetic era. That was why he had selected this book. Different from the lustful Wang Chun, Luo Yuan had had a clear purpose in selecting this book. The only difference was that he had very little time to stay in this world, as this world required utmost care from its creator for it to develop. As for Luo Yuan, he had millions upon millions of abilities, each of them needing a certain amount of growth. Some of them could be developed through the wristband alone, but there were some that were unique, such as this book's ability, which he had to care for personally. As such, Luo Yuan had decided to let this book develop naturally. After all, this godly model creator's main character had a copying ability as well. It detailed the story of someone who ultimately changed the world through great effort in cultivation. The early parts of this book contained the growth of this youth. Those had not helped Luo Yuan much. What he had truly wanted from this book was this final scene, the creation of the world. Now he had seen what he had wanted to see. With his very own eyes, he had witnessed all the steps of the creation of a world. Hidden in the void, he had witnessed everything. So this was true world creation? Luo Yuan had gained great understanding from this scene. He had a feeling that perhaps he did not even need the godhood of misfortune anymore to become a world-controlling god. Or perhaps, if he could copy the ability of this main character. Luo Yuan was tempted. Based on the plot of this book, next would be the arrival of the kingdom of heaven. That was the moment where the illusory world and reality combined. Just as Luo Yuan was preparing to make a move, the youth suddenly stopped. So it turns out that you are trying to witness the process of a true ascension? The youth said, a faint smile on his face. Luo Yuan blanked. Who was this youth talking to? When he raised his head, he saw the youth's gaze piercing through the void, looking at him. Instantly, his body chilled. He had been discovered? Hold on, how had this youth figured out his line of thought? Instantly, Luo Yuan realized something. This youth had read his mind earlier. It was also at this moment that Luo Yuan suddenly realized a terrifying truth. With this book ability, the world became a true existence. Since Mingyu could make a move for real, the same naturally applied to this youth. Furthermore, different from Mingyu, the person before possessed truly terrifying strength. Luo Yuan had always been looking down on the strength of this world. However, he had forgotten one important point. The youth before him had reached the realm of world creation, a realm far above his own. The youth spoke calmly. Sorry. In my world, I am the actual main character. Not good. Luo Yuan had an ominous feeling. Flee. This was his instinctive reaction. Alas, it was too late. The youth lifted his hand. Destroy. A terrifying radiance swept past the void and landed on Luo Yuan. Even though he had immediately tried to leave, he could still sense that terrifying strength. Pooh. He coughed up a mouthful of blood before his consciousness returned to the real world. The clone he had created had actually been instantly destroyed by that youth. How scary. A trace of fear surfaced in Luo Yuan's eyes. So this was what strength comparable to the creation gods looked like? Damn it. He had initially planned to make use of this book to gain comprehension of world creation, becoming a true god of creation. Unexpectedly, he had ended up nearly being killed by the book's main character instead. How hateful. Luo Yuan's eyes gleamed coldly as he vowed that, one day, he would destroy that person as well. However, it was precisely at this moment that he watched with horror as the azure book floating above his palm transformed into countless light particles and dissipated. That world had vanished. In a daze, Luo Yuan looked in the direction those particles were headed, totally dumbfounded. How was that possible? That youth was so strong that he could use his own alien world to affect this world? So had the main character overthrown him and obtained full control over that world? No, that wasn't right. The moment that youth had created a world, he had already been in existence on the level of the creation god. As for Luo Yuan, because he had tried to take a peek at a power that surpassed his realm, he was suffering the backlash. Luo Yuan sank into a long silence. He had once tried doing what Wang Chun had, summoning the characters of the book. It was rather unfortunate that he had only managed to summon that Sun-something guy, who was just a mere villain in the book. Moreover, he was an extremely weak villain. This was why Luo Yuan had always regarded the world within the book as weak. He had never expected that the moment that youth reached the realm of world creation, he would become so powerful. I have been careless. Luo Yuan knew the reason behind this. If he had done as Wang Chun had and accompanied the main character in his growth, fighting together with him, he might perhaps have become good friends with that main character. However, he had not done that. He had allowed the book to progress naturally until the finale before going there to harvest his fruits. He had forgotten that the main character had grown to such a terrifying level. As such, his plan had backfired. I still underestimated him. So this is the strength of a god of creation? After becoming the controller of the world, will I be stronger? Luo Yuan was filled with expectation. He knew that the shortcut he had tried to take had been completely sealed. Moreover, he had even lost the entire book. As for where had the book gone, only that youth knew. Luo Yuan no longer had anything to do with that world. Regardless, this did not mean that Luo Yuan could not advance his plan. After all, he was Luo Yuan. Perhaps. Luo Yuan's eyes shone as he thought of something. Shua! Luck aura activated. His body flitted and instantly appeared in a different corner of the world. There, amid a bunch of trash, a pile of discarded books could be found. One look at the pile and one would know that these books had been printed during the era of peace. Luo Yuan flipped the trash over easily. Next, he walked to the pile of books, then found a familiar book. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 837, Kill. Chapter 837, Kill. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. In the world of the Crystal Palace, a faint radiance converged. In the middle of it was Chen Feng, and at his sides were Mingyu and Shen Wang. Their energies met and interweaved in midair before assuming the form of one big heart. Chen Feng was dumbstruck as he saw this. Two missies, can you two stop with the excessive public display of affection? Chen Feng was speechless. Indeed, they had reconciled, as per the original plot. However, this was too much, right? They could even show off their affection while fusing their energy? Mingyu glanced at him. Isn't this what you wanted? Chen Feng, don't mess around. He rolled his eyes. Don't forget that we are still bound by the contract. If you continue to mess around, I will summon you randomly in the future, and I'll pick times when you two are getting intimate to do so. Mingyu. Fine. She stopped messing around. Shua. The energy converged, and finally, the two were done fusing their energy. Bang! The entire world trembled. When Mingyu and Shenwan combined their energies, they accomplished what Luo Yuan had always wanted, combining all the godly powers of the world. Now, the two were the controllers of this world. Borrowing the unique power of the Crystal Palace, slowly, the consciousnesses of Spirit and the Misfortune Goddess drifted out before slowly entering the two bodies that had been prepared for them. Finally, their consciousnesses returned to the outside world. Not only that, with their departure, both of their godhoods were slowly shifting out of Chen Feng. Godhood shifting. Chen Feng's eyes shone when he noticed this. So long as the shift was a success, he would no longer have to worry that Luo Yuan would obtain them. He would then be able to break through as he wished. Shua! A beam of light descended and slowly condensed. Alas, right at this instant, the world began to tremble, alarming everyone. Next, they saw a person they were all familiar with appear in midair. That person was precisely Luo Yuan. Bang! That person shattered space and stepped into this world. Chen Feng's heart jolted. Luo Yuan? Why had he appeared here? Bang! The world trembled as that person truly descended upon this world. Wang Chun's expression changed greatly. Stop him. He joined hands with Shen Yi, Shen Wei, and the others to try to stop Luo Yuan. However, Luo Yuan's mere aura was sufficient to knock them all away. Pooh! Wang Chun and the rest coughed up blood as they were flung away. Luo Yuan was too powerful. Bang! That person landed resoundingly. Luo Yuan's gaze merely landed on Wang Chun for a split second before he noticed a distant figure that caused him to doubt his eyes. That was Chen Feng? Chen Feng! Luo Yuan was in shock. You are actually still alive? He found this totally inconceivable. He had confirmed Chen Feng's death more than 1,000 times. Each time, the result had been the same, confirmation of Chen Feng's death. Moreover, he had even obtained the scene of Chen Feng's death from his deductions. How could Chen Feng still be alive? And how could Luck Aura have failed to detect this fellow, who used the same power? How was it possible? How was it possible for this fellow to have been able to hide from him? Luo Yuan was ashen-faced. It was no wonder that, even after several decades, he hadn't been able to find the godhood of misfortune. Since Chen Feng was still alive, how could the godhood of misfortune have appeared? No, that did not seem right. He had obviously confirmed that the godhood of misfortune was vacant when he had confirmed Chen Feng's death. Damn it! Luo Yuan had an unsightly expression. But then again, it no longer mattered. Since you have been discovered by me, you can no longer hide, Luo Yuan said with an ice-cold expression. Instantly, his senses locked down on Chen Feng. How did you appear here? Chen Feng asked. He remembered that Luo Yuan had not selected the same world as Wang Chun. Indeed, I selected a different world. However, Luo Yuan smiled self-mockingly. That main character called Su Hao was too strong and easily defeated me, then broke free of my control. As such, I was able to construct a new world. This time, I selected the Crystal Palace. Interesting, right? Luo Yuan asked with a faint smile. Chen Feng sneered. Seems like he failed to kill you. Prior to entering that world, I thought for a long time before finally deciding to send my clone. If I had entered personally, I would be dead. Being lucky is a good thing after all, right? Luo Yuan said calmly. Although Su Hao was the main character of that world, Luo Yuan was sure that out here, he was the true main character. On top of that, he was also this world's sole tyrant. Although I haven't spent much time developing the new world I constructed, it is, after all, exactly the same as this one. As such, a link of sorts was established. And thus, I have arrived here, Luo Yuan finished with a smile. Suddenly, Ming Yu's eyes gleamed coldly. You killed them. Since Luo Yuan could be here, that signified that the world he had constructed was already fully under his control. Yet that world had surely only been constructed recently. How could he have obtained control over it so fast? It was very simple. He killed both Ming Yu and Shen Wang, and he even copied both their godly powers. As such, Luo Yuan had been able to swallow that world for himself. Luo Yuan shook his head as he lamented, this is why I was never willing to select this world. This world is too weak. With ease, everyone in that world was exterminated. Next, that world was destroyed and used as a springboard to reach this world. Well, it does not matter. That world no longer exists. However, this world is still here, right? As Luo Yuan finished his words somewhat casually, everyone was utterly shocked. He had indeed destroyed an entire world. Even though it was a fictional world, the moment it had been constructed with the ability, those people had become true living beings. Yet Luo Yuan had directly killed them all, the entirety of the Crystal Palace. The moment I entered the Crystal Palace, I knew that I had to come here, as a very ominous aura could be sensed. However, I never imagined that it was actually you, Chen Feng. Luo Yuan's killing intent surged. The 30 years he had wasted had caused him to develop an extremely deep hatred for Chen Feng. This was a person he had to kill no matter what. Chen Feng remained silent. Not far away, the shifting process was on the verge of completion. You are trying to buy more time, right? Luo Yuan smiled sinisterly. However, do you know why I have allowed you this time? Because the cruelest way to deal with someone is to destroy all their hope during the imminent moment of success. You have allowed me to experience an entire 30 years of such cruelty. Now I shall repay this favor. Bang! A powerful radiance streaked through the air. This was the power that Luo Yuan had duplicated from the other world's Mingyu. Bang! That power pierced through the air and forcefully inserted itself between the powers of Mingyu and Shen Wang. With this, their powers, which had previously been in harmony, were instantly out of sync. The godhood shifting failed. Failed! Luo Yuan said, a menacing expression on his face. However, he was somewhat astonished to find that Chen Feng hadn't tried to stop him. Rather, Chen Feng had merely watched on coldly as Luo Yuan foiled the godhood shift. Wang Chun. Lock down the world, Chen Feng said coldly. All right. Wang Chun resisted the pain he was feeling and speedily left with Xin Wei and the rest. They actually departed this world and returned to reality before locking down this world. Luo Yuan frowned. MHM? Chen Feng rubbed his fists. Before this, you were nearly killed by Su Hao. As such, with your cautious nature, you would most certainly use only your clone to come to this Crystal Palace world, right? Therefore, you are merely a clone. Therefore, there was no point in stopping you. I just have to kill you and then restart the process. In any case, I am also quite curious. After this world is locked down, severing your connection with the outside world, will the real you outside receive any news from here after I destroy this clone of yours? Can he even find out that I am actually still alive? Chen Feng asked with a sharp gaze, his killing intent surging. Scheming? Chen Feng had never feared anyone in terms of scheming. The moment Luo Yuan had entered this world, Chen Feng had already seen through him. Luo Yuan nodded. You are very smart. He was indeed a clone. After experiencing that incident with Su Hao, he no longer dared to use his real body to visit locations that might pose him any danger. The creation god of an alien world could very well threaten him. As such, he had opted to use a clone. Chen Feng's plan was completely correct. Alas. You are not my opponent, Luo Yuan said with an ice-cold gaze. Regardless of how smart your brain is, strength is what matters. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 838, Helpless. Chapter 838, Helpless. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. In the world of the Crystal Palace, an earth-shattering battle had erupted. As for Wang Chun and everyone else, they were locking down the world, ensuring that the aura here couldn't leak outside. Otherwise, if the true Luo Yuan were to appear here, it would be over for them. Ka! Ka! Cracks appeared in the sky without stop. Wang Chun could only smile bitterly. Could this world truly last any longer? Xin Yi was anxious. Will this truly work? We have to make it work. Wang Chun clenched his teeth. Don't worry. Mingyu and Xin Wang will not watch on as the world is destroyed. The Xin Yi sisters nodded resolutely. MHM. Gather all the sisters of the Divine Shrine. Also, gather those of the Nether Realm. MHM. Shwa. Light swirled about as they continued transmitting their powers to the world. Fortunately, the people of the Divine Shrine and the Nether Realm had reconciled their differences. At this moment, everyone in this world was transmitting their powers to the world. They were doing this to stabilize this world. In the past, they had cultivated without stop, absorbing the power of the world to gain strength. Now they were returning their power to the world, increasing the world's stability. Hum. Hum. The cracks in the world began to heal. Wang Chun clenched his teeth. Hopefully we can hold on. In truth, based on their past experience with the Twin Horns world, at this moment, releasing the lockdown on this world to allow this world to sync with the real world would be the proper choice of action. After all, this world was currently akin to an overfilled balloon. So long as an exit was created so that the excess gas could be vented, stability would be regained. Alas, that wouldn't help their present situation. Luo Yuan's clone had to be locked in this world. Chen Feng's plan was very clear. Chen Feng wanted to lock this clone here so he couldn't escape. This was the first action they had taken upon Luo Yuan's arrival. This was the only way to ensure that the real Luo Yuan would not notice what was going on. We should be able to hold on for some time, Wang Chun said as he gazed at the sky. Chen Feng, everything's relying on you now. Bang! With a deafening boom, Chen Feng's new godly power, the product of fusion, erupted. For the very first time, that formidable power collided with Luo Yuan's clone, creating a terrifying shockwave in midair. Alarmingly, even against power at such a level, Luo Yuan's clone did not dissipate. The power of a true god? Luo Yuan had a look of contemplation. No, still somewhat lacking. If this were the power of a true god, I would already be dead. But I am still able to heal from this. Shwa! His body, which had nearly been destroyed, was instantly restored. That's right, this was Luo Yuan's power, shared even to his clone, unlimited healing. Having copied a huge number of restorative abilities, Luo Yuan possessed an astonishing ability to heal. The only way to deal with him was complete destruction. Bang! 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 Chen Feng erupted and began beating Luo Yuan up. A rain of fists landed on Luo Yuan's body. Bang! 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 Luo Yuan was punched into the ground itself, to the point his entire body was nothing but a pile of mangled flesh. The clear sound of flesh being beaten resounded in the air as blood splattered about without stop. This was no different than a living flesh blender. Alas, even facing such a beating, Luo Yuan's clone was still alive. His body was suffused with a faint radiance as he healed without stop. He could not be destroyed, nor could he be killed. This was the moment that the most terrifying aspect of Luo Yuan was made apparent. Even a clone that only possessed a portion of his strength was capable of this. What about his real body? The mere thought caused them all to sweat profusely. Mingyu had an odd feeling. This clone is very unique. Chen Feng nodded. Luo Yuan's clone was directly propagated from his real body. It inherited the strength of the real body and is somewhat different from regular clones. This is also why he has so few clones, but each clone is incredibly powerful. However, the disadvantage of using such clones is the reduction of his strength if a clone is destroyed. Very well then. Mingyu stood up. Eliminating this clone would affect the real body's strength as well? Splendid. Let's destroy this clone first, then. Shwa! Light swirled around his spirit and the misfortune goddess's godhoods were temporarily set aside. With Luo Yuan here, the separation would never succeed. Rather than try to complete the separation while Chen Feng fought Luo Yuan, they might as well work together to destroy this clone. One could never forget that this was their world. Shwa! Mingyu and Shen Wang instantly stepped into the battlefield. Luo Yuan was alarmed by their arrival. Bang! Bang! Mingyu erupted with her strongest might. At the same time, Shen Wang's power, which was of a completely opposite attribute, blasted at Luo Yuan as well. Yin and Yang, two completely different powers, erupted within Luo Yuan's body. Instantly, his body was ripped apart as the terrifying power fluctuations engulfed his entire body before exploding. Bang! A boundless radiance shone from the center of the explosion. Is it over? Everyone wondered as they looked over. Alas, right at this moment, the badly mangled clump of flesh on the ground began wiggling and reforming together. Luo Yuan was still alive. What damnable ability is this? Everyone was horrified. Was this a worm or lizard bloodline? They had no idea. What they were sure of was that Luo Yuan didn't just have a huge number of healing abilities at his disposal. He had also gathered a huge number of regenerative bloodlines as well. This fellow was too terrifying. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. The abilities of millions of lifeforms, indeed, after using the wristbands to control the world for so many years, Luo Yuan's strength was this terrifying. His strength was not something that could be measured with logic. His choice to fake his death back then had indeed been the correct choice. The complete Luo Yuan was much scarier than he had imagined. Mingyu looked at Chen Feng. What do we do now? This fellow was too strong. Even after insta-killing him, he could still heal. How were they supposed to fight such an opponent? Chen Feng looked at Mingyu instinctively. Time? Since Mingyu and Shen Wang were both world controllers now, they could simply freeze Luo Yuan's time, then kill him. With that, wouldn't all his abilities stop working? Mingyu shook her head. Not possible. That wasn't possible. Even as a world controller, there were still certain things that were out of their control. Time was one of those. After all, the world itself was established in the river of time. How could the world be able to control time as it wished? Apart from some minor branches of abilities in the time domain, there was no way one could control time, not even if someone was the world itself. Luo Yuan sneered. How idiotic. Thinking of sealing him up with time? How naive. One ought to know that even in the outside world, amid the many abilities, very few touched upon the domain of time. As such, how could such a tiny world have anything related to the domain of time? Shen Wang frowned. Then what can we do? They had never expected that this would be the result. They couldn't kill him at all. Bang! 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 They tried numerous methods, such as attacking both individually and together, with energy of numerous attributes. Alas, Luo Yuan never stopped healing. His healing ability was truly alarmingly powerful. But what if they continued with the godhood separation? Bang! Luo Yuan started shooting everywhere like he was some madman. After all, he did not fear death, nor could they kill him. With him creating disturbances, the separation couldn't be completed. After all, Luo Yuan also possessed formidable combat power. At present, they were completely helpless against Luo Yuan's clone. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 839, Impossible to Unravel. Chapter 839, Impossible to Unravel. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. What if we restrict his power? Chen Feng looked at Mingyu and Shen Wang. After becoming world controllers, the two of you should be able to regulate the laws of this world, right? Mingyu shook her head. That won't work. His power does not originate from this world. Chen Feng. He had almost forgotten that. This was like how, when Mingyu had arrived in the outside world, she had not been subject to the laws of the world outside. For the same reason, Luo Yuan's power wasn't restricted by the laws of this world. In short, the power they gained as world controllers was completely useless against Luo Yuan? So world controllers were this weak? Chen Feng did not dare believe that. Since he is incompatible with this world, his power won't be restricted by this world's limitations. Similarly, he will be rejected by the world. His body will suffer immense damage from each attack. He would have been reduced to ashes long ago if not for his restorative power. Mingyu was feeling very helpless. What could they do against a person with an undying body? At present, as they stopped attacking, Luo Yuan was given a chance to catch a break. He howled with laughter. Ha 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 ha. He was aware of the reason they had stopped attacking him. Isn't this surprising? Isn't this exciting? Luo Yuan laughed like a madman. You bunch of idiots. You guys actually believed that you could destroy me with such a method? How naive. Now, have you guys realized how strong I truly am? Ha ha. Bang. Bang, dot. Chen Feng started raining punches down on Luo Yuan again. Alas, it was pointless. Just this much? With this speed? Luo Yuan kept sneering. You can't even defeat my clone, yet you dream of defeating my main body? Bang. Bang. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly as he punched down furiously. His punches, which were suffused with his new godly power, were incomparably terrifying. This power. Luo Yuan's heart throbbed, as he seemed to sense something. This new godly power of Chen Feng seemed to contain misfortune? After numerous punches, he seemingly understood something. What if this power was copied? Perhaps he would be able to obtain partial control over the world? After all, this power contained misfortune. If this godly power could be copied, he would obtain a partial power of misfortune. This would definitely work. Luo Yuan was tempted. Moreover, it seemed like Chen Feng had yet to realize this. Luo Yuan smiled at this realization. Luo Yuan continued to provoke Chen Feng. Come at me, Chen Feng. Are you this weak? Humph. Chen Feng did not answer. Bang. Bang. He continued transforming his new godly power. Chen Feng seemed to be testing out the usage methods of his new godly power with Luo Yuan as the punching bag. He was trying to see which combination would be the effective one to defeat Luo Yuan. This was quite a sensible choice for their present situation. As for Luo Yuan, he did not mind at all. After all, this was a brand new godly power he was experiencing firsthand. Each time the new godly power hit his body, a shockwave was unleashed within his body and he absorbing a tiny amount. Each punch of Chen Feng supplied a small portion of the new godly power to him. With this, he also gained a small amount of the power of misfortune with each punch. Luo Yuan focused on extracting the traces of the power of misfortune before slowly converging them together. He was sure that the moment he compiled enough to form the complete power of misfortune, he would become a world controller as well. Ha, what a blockhead. Chen Feng was delivering to him precisely what he wanted. Luo Yuan had a crazy look on his face as he said, "Come at me." Bang! 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 Luo Yuan was attempting to anger Chen Feng. Come! Kill me and Wang Yao will return to you. Kill me! Indeed. With his provocations, Chen Feng began to fight him in close quarters. They were drenched in blood from their bitter battle. The strength of each punch was capable of shaking one to the core. Mingyu felt like Chen Feng was in a bad condition and wanted to advise him. However, she ultimately shook her head. Shen Wang sighed. We only need to focus on guarding this world. She could feel that the world was getting unstable. If the three of them continued working together against Luo Yuan, this world might collapse for real. With Wang Chun and the rest's strength, they had no way of stabilizing this world. As such, the two of them could only focus on protecting this world. This was the only way to stabilize this world's existence. As for Chen Feng, he was fighting Luo Yuan one-on-one. The two were completely drenched in blood, the ground trembling non-stop as shocking fluctuations spreading everywhere without stop. Faster. Hit harder. Come. Don't stop. Ah. Ming Yu. Shen Wang. Shen Wang was still anxious. Is this really fine? Ming Yu shook her head. Don't worry. It is enough for us to focus on stabilizing the world. This clone of Luo Yuan's is already completely cut off from the outside world. Without knowing the real situation here, Luo Yuan's real body will not dare to come hastily. Moreover, he doesn't know that Chen Feng is here. Therefore, our best chance is to exhaust this clone to death. So long as he can't contact the real body, it will be fine. We can focus on godhood separation after that, Ming Yu said coldly. Shen Wang frowned. How long will this take? In any case, we don't lack time at all, Ming Yu said unhurriedly. At present, with Chen Feng faking his death, the real Luo Yuan had no real competition. Whether it took 1 year or 10 years, everything was worth it. As for Luo Yuan? After a powerful clone, one that was nigh undefeated, vanished in this world, would he dare to enter personally? No, he wouldn't. In fact, the real Luo Yuan was indeed conflicted about this. Unknown to them, Luo Yuan had experienced something very terrifying before this. He had already faced a certain terrifying youth. That youth had easily destroyed Luo Yuan's clone. He hadn't even taken Luo Yuan seriously, yet the destruction of Luo Yuan's clone had been instantaneous. Moreover, that youth hadn't bothered severing the clone's connection with the real world because he wanted to take the opportunity to come out into the real world to destroy that book, key to that youth's world. That youth called Su Hao was too terrifying, as was the strength of the world within Godly Model Creator. What about the world of the Crystal Palace? Luo Yuan's initial assumption had been that this world was extremely weak. After all, Ming Yu had once appeared in this world and Luo Yuan had seen her through the wristband. However, Luo Yuan suddenly realized the flaw in his thoughts. Back when he had summoned Sun Yaotian from the world of Godly Model Creator, that fellow had been incredibly weak as well. However, the main character had still ended up being so terrifyingly powerful at the end of the book. Therefore, the way in which he had judged their strength was definitely incorrect. In the world of the Crystal Palace, Ming Yu or Shen Wang could very well be much more terrifying than he had imagined. Perhaps his clone sent there had been instantaneously killed as well? The mere thought caused Luo Yuan to tremble in fear. Go there with his real body? No way. That was way too risky. What exactly is happening there? Luo Yuan narrowed his gaze as he stared into the distance, waiting for the result. Provided he could even receive a result. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 840, The Two Golden People. Chapter 840, The Two Golden People. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Within the world of the Crystal Palace, Chen Feng and Luo Yuan were still engaged in close combat. Will he be in danger? Shen Wang asked as she looked at Chen Feng. She could see that Chen Feng did not have much of an advantage. This was especially true since Luo Yuan was fighting like a madman who did not care about his life. Chen Feng had sustained quite a few injuries. Ming Yu shook her head. No worries. With Xiaoying around, he will be fine. If she was going to be worried about someone, it wouldn't be Chen Feng. She had personally witnessed Xiaoying's strength, which was now one of Chen Feng's powerful trump cards. If Chen Feng encountered any actual danger, Xiaoying would come out. Even in this situation, Chen Feng hadn't called Xiaoying out. It was apparent that Chen Feng still had some confidence. He was also keeping Xiaoying hidden for any sudden trump cards of Luo Yuan's. As such, there was no need for them to be worried about Chen Feng right now. That fellow was a deep schemer. Moreover, she doubted that Chen Feng would truly go crazy and lose his reason over Wang Yao. So what exactly was Chen Feng thinking? Perhaps Chen Feng was of the same opinion as her and wanted to buy more time, but... Bang! 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 Terrifying energy fluctuations spread everywhere. The fight between Chen Feng and Luo Yuan became even more intense. A little bit more. Luo Yuan was in ecstasy. He could clearly feel the power of misfortune from Chen Feng's punches, which were suffused with the new godly power. As time went on, his comprehension of the power of misfortune was growing. Ha ha. Thanks, Chen Feng. This idiot seems to have forgotten about the power of misfortune? TSK. Each punch of Chen Feng's contained the power of misfortune. For Luo Yuan, with his copy ability, this was extremely good news. Punch after punch, time after time. Luo Yuan wished he could simply lie on the ground and be beaten by Chen Feng so as to allow the power of misfortune to be sent into his body. He was enjoying this greatly and had zero intention of resisting Chen Feng's punches. However, he was clear that if he actually stopped resisting, Chen Feng would grow suspicious. Thus, Luo Yuan had to resist. He had to resist earnestly, with all his might. Moreover, he had to give Chen Feng the impression that they were evenly matched. Thus, he unleashed numerous attacks on Chen Feng as they engaged in this bitter struggle. Inwardly, Luo Yuan kept track of the progress, 98%. 98.1%. 98.2%. Chen Feng punched without stop, and Luo Yuan forcefully suppressed his delight. During such a crucial moment, he could not allow Chen Feng any suspicions. He had to make sure Chen Feng kept beating him up. Bang! Yet another punch landed. Bang! Bang! The progress continued, 99.93%. 99.98%. Luo Yuan's heart throbbed. Here it comes. One more punch was all it would take. So long as this punch landed, he would succeed and could proceed to become a world controller. The sound of that punch was already by his ear. Come. Come. Luo Yuan was extremely agitated. Bang, dot. He focused his senses on the coming terrifying power as he prepared to welcome Chen Feng's final eruption and baptize himself in that attack. Unexpectedly, the sound of the coming fist suddenly vanished. Luo Yuan was somewhat dumbfounded. Stopped? He lifted his head and looked forward in a somewhat flabbergasted manner. Chen Feng had actually stopped his attack at such a crucial moment. Damn it! What in the world? Luo Yuan cursed inwardly. Was Chen Feng not a man? He. Suddenly, Chen Feng smiled. Being beaten up is very comfortable, isn't it? What are you talking about? Luo Yuan said fiercely. He was still feigning his anger, not willing to reveal his true goal. He. Chen Feng smiled. Has your absorption of the power of misfortune gone smoothly? Luo Yuan was instantly shocked. So Chen Feng had actually seen through him? Nevertheless, Luo Yuan feigned ignorance. What are you talking about? Chen Feng shook his head. He. Since you enjoy being beaten up, let me lend you a hand. Shwa. Chen Feng strode forth and instantly appeared before Luo Yuan. Bang! A punch shot out. Instantly, a terrifying power bloomed. The strength of that attack caused Luo Yuan's heart to palpitate. Despite the strength of the attack, due to how much Luo Yuan was anticipating having the power of misfortune, he still decided not to erect any defenses. Bang! The punch landed. Pooh! Luo Yuan coughed up a mouthful of blood. In his chest was a huge hole left behind by Chen Feng's penetrating punch. Blood poured out without stop. As for Luo Yuan's regenerative speed, it had actually greatly decreased. Luo Yuan was alarmed. How is this possible? Since when had Chen Feng been so powerful? He was clearly still not at the true god stage. What Luo Yuan didn't dare to believe was the fact that, in Chen Feng's final punch, there had been no power of misfortune. That's right, no misfortune had been contained within that punch, not even a tiny little bit. Chen Feng seemed to have completely removed the power of misfortune. Was that even possible? The power of misfortune had already seeped into him, becoming a part of his godly power. Separating the power of misfortune from his godly power should not be possible. Unless... Luo Yuan thought of something. This would only be possible if the power of misfortune was neutralized using the power of luck. Chen Feng had to utilize even more luck to neutralize the unique property of misfortune. This was the only way to completely remove the power of misfortune from his attack. Damn it! Luo Yuan was alarmed. It seemed like Chen Feng had indeed seen through him. Chen Feng smiled faintly. Quite simple, right? Luo Yuan's killing intent surged. Why did you play along if you had already realized this? So all this while, Chen Feng had merely been playing along with him? Naturally. Chen Feng beamed as he looked at Luo Yuan. What a perfect plan this was. How could I not play along? It not only allowed you to partially obtain the power of misfortune, but it also allowed me to fuse with all your powers. Shua! Chen Feng's true aura erupted. His aura was now much stronger than it had been before. Truly, a flawless power, Chen Feng muttered. His fake nascent soul had devoured a huge number of powers. To allow Chen Feng to beat him up, Luo Yuan had opted to use different powers each time he collided with Chen Feng. This had allowed Chen Feng a chance to fuse with all of Luo Yuan's powers. In this battle, Chen Feng was not the only person to have cooperated with his opponent's plan. Luo Yuan had also been cooperating with Chen Feng's plan. Both had similarly been putting on a play. Chen Feng was extremely pleased. If you were from the same era as me, you might even have been able to obtain something called an Oscar. Luo Yuan's gaze was ice cold. This damnable Chen Feng. Bang! He was brimming with anger. He had never expected the plan he was so proud of and confident in to actually be seen through by Chen Feng. When he had assumed that his plan was progressing smoothly, he had in fact been cooperating with Chen Feng's plan instead. This caused him an intense feeling of shame. You are courting death, Luo Yuan spat coldly. Chen Feng smiled calmly. These words are what I should be saying to you. Shua! Instantly, Chen Feng vanished. When he reappeared, he was already beside Luo Yuan. Bang! A punch landed. Pooh! Luo Yuan's body arched into the shape of a bow from the punch as he coughed up blood like mad. Half his body even started dissolving into particles. If Luo Yuan hadn't forcefully activated his regenerative power, he would have died from that single attack. This strength, and this speed. You! Finally, Luo Yuan was afraid. He had never expected that, despite how little time had passed, Chen Feng's strength would grow to such an extent. This was way too powerful and way too astonishing. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 841, Collapse of the World. Chapter 841, Collapse of the World. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. As I said, I am thankful for your cooperation, Chen Feng said with a cold expression. He had required more powers to fuse into his brand new godly power. Despite the fact that this Luo Yuan was much weaker than the real Luo Yuan, this clone had the same exact powers as the original Luo Yuan. As such, a huge amount of powers were supplied to Chen Feng. Indeed, Luo Yuan had been scheming against Chen Feng. However, Chen Feng had been scheming against Luo Yuan as well. Bang! Chen Feng rained punches down on Luo Yuan. Slowly, Luo Yuan's body began to collapse. Chen Feng was too strong. After absorbing Luo Yuan's numerous powers, Chen Feng's new godly power had reached an astonishing level of strength, giving Chen Feng the feeling that even without breaking through, he was already comparable to a true god. Bang! Yet another punch landed. Finally, Luo Yuan's body collapsed, and with a bang, he transformed into a bloody mist. Chen Feng did nothing else, merely watching silently. Sure enough, Luo Yuan began regenerating once again. Rebirth. This was a certain passive resurrection ability Luo Yuan had copied. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. Again! Bang! 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 He started beating Luo Yuan up once again. Shortly after, Luo Yuan resurrected himself with a different ability. Again! Bang! 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 Once again, Luo Yuan was killed. This was followed by yet another resurrection. Chen Feng frowned. This was a different ability again. Back then, when copying the various abilities, Luo Yuan had copied at least several hundred resurrection abilities. To truly put an end to Luo Yuan, he had to be killed enough times that all of these abilities were completely exhausted. However, with the huge number of resurrection abilities that Luo Yuan possessed, by the time he was killed enough to use all those abilities once, the abilities that he had initially used would probably be available again. The only solution was to completely exhaust Luo Yuan's energy. After all, the act of resurrection required energy as well. Alas, Chen Feng could only shake his head at this thought. Luo Yuan most certainly possessed numerous energy restorative abilities like what Kong Bai had. As such, it would be impossible to exhaust Luo Yuan's energy. After numerous resurrections, Luo Yuan finally understood something. Ha, you can't kill me. Even though you have grown stronger, you still can't kill me. Haha, dot. Luo Yuan was in ecstasy at this realization. This was his strongest aspect, his undying body. He had initially believed that, after the transformation of Chen Feng's godly power, Chen Feng would be able to instantly kill him. Now that he looked at it, he had been thinking too much. So long as Chen Feng did not advance into the True God stage, Luo Yuan would be safe from him. Since that's the case, I will break through first, then kill you, Chen Feng said with a smile. Luo Yuan blanked. What? Chen Feng proceeded to beat Luo Yuan until Luo Yuan was dying before tossing him into a specially created cage. I can't kill you. However, I can lock you down, Chen Feng said emotionlessly. This cage is capable of sealing all abilities. Of course, it can't seal your passive abilities. However, you can't accomplish much with your passive abilities alone, right? Just stay there obediently as I break through. Then get killed by me, Chen Feng said with a sneer. Soon, Ming Yu and Xin Wan came over and helped separate the godhoods from him. This was the moment when Luo Yuan finally felt fear. He recalled what they had been trying to do earlier. They were trying to separate the two godhoods from Chen Feng. Once that was done, Chen Feng would be able to break through without any concerns. Damn it! Chen Feng had actually managed to reach this step. Don't worry, Chen Feng said gently, when I become a true god, I will kill you. Chen Feng! Luo Yuan was greatly alarmed by this development. Damn it! What should he do? Chen Feng was going to become a true god, yet he seemed incapable of stopping this at all. This damnable fellow had been hiding here for so many years and had now reached this level. When Chen Feng appeared in the real world once again in the future, he would be able to threaten even Luo Yuan's real body. So that damnable 1% failure rate was actually referring to this event? Could Luo Yuan's real body even discover this secret? The clone greatly doubted it. If this were the Luo Yuan of the past, he would most certainly be maintaining the highest state of vigilance at all times. However, Luo Yuan had been the master of the world for way too long. Was he still as vigilant as he had been? Would he be able to notice all this? This clone was unsure. At the very least, this clone had fallen into such a predicament precisely because he hadn't known anything. Bang! A beam of light shot up. Luo Yuan's clone's eyes opened wide. Not far away, Chen Feng's body was blooming with a resplendent radiance. The power that uniquely belonged to him was being split apart. From midair, a beam of light shot down and combined with the beam of light within Chen Feng's body. Slowly, the beam was transformed into two bright beams that proceeded to enter two brand new bodies. After a long time, the two brand new bodies opened their eyes, revealing two sharp gazes. Done, one of them said in joy. This was the misfortune goddess. She had finally fully awakened in the outside world. The other body appeared excited as well. Too amazing. This was Spirit. She finally had a body of her own. As a consciousness that had been destroyed once in the past, she was finally a person. To be precise, both she and the misfortune goddess were gods, gods with divine seats and godhoods. The misfortune goddess and the luck goddess. We still have our godhoods. However, we have too little godly power, and we'll have to cultivate from scratch, said the misfortune goddess. Back then, Chen Feng had extracted all their godly power to fuse into his new godly power. As such, these two were currently akin to empty shells and had to restart their cultivation. Chen Feng was very pleased with this development. These two had finally separated from him and the misfortune godhood was finally not attached to him anymore. With this, so long as the misfortune goddess remained alive, Luo Yuan would not be able to become a world controller. Luo Yuan would forever be one single godly power away from being able to be a world controller. Could Luo Yuan have imagined that this might happen? Now, it was time for Chen Feng to focus on himself. He focused his gaze as he looked up at the sky. The cohesiveness of his new godly power had already reached a sufficient level. His initially weak godly power was now extremely terrifying after fusing with millions of powers. His breakthrough into the true god stage was imminent. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Come! Bang! Thunder roared in the sky. Chen Feng's aura roiled out as his new godly power pierced straight toward the clouds. Heaven and earth alike shook as a terrifying power descended, seemingly trying to swallow Chen Feng. Bang! Bang! Dot! In the sky, a huge pair of eyes had seemingly appeared. A pair of golden and resplendent eyes. A suffocating power appeared in the sky. Chen Feng's body suddenly felt heavy, as if a huge mountain range was loaded onto his body. Come! Chen Feng's godly power surged. However, just as he was about to erupt at full power to break through, countless cracks suddenly appeared in the sky. Ha! Chen Feng was dazed. These would appear when one broke through into the true god stage? However, he was able to figure out what this was a split second later. Instantly, his face fell as he withdrew his aura. Only then did the cracks in the sky heal up. That is, Chen Feng had a vague guess. Ming Yu glared at him. Traces of the world collapsing. This world is too small and is incapable of enduring your eruption. If you want to become a true god, you have to go to the outside world. Outside world? Chen Feng's heart trembled. Damn it! That was the domain of Luo Yuan. He would have to break through right under Luo Yuan's nose? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 842, There is one person capable of killing you. Chapter 842, There is one person capable of killing you. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Was that even possible? Chen Feng felt helpless. Everything had progressed as he'd planned. Even if Luo Yuan sent another clone here, they could just imprison that clone as well, all with the actual Luo Yuan completely clueless about what was happening here. Unfortunately, he had encountered another problem instead. This world was too small. After all, the world Wang Chun had selected back then was the world of the Crystal Palace. Here, the strongest existences were merely Mingyu and Xin Wang. Just the fight between Chen Feng and Luo Yuan had been pushing this world to the brink of destruction. If he chose to become a true god here, this world would likely be reduced to nothingness. At this time, Luo Yuan, who was trapped in the cage, horrified, finally understood what was going on. Instantly, he howled with laughter. Ha, this is too funny. So it turns out that this world is completely incapable of enduring your breakthrough. If you have the guts, why don't you return to the outside world? Do you want me to think of an idea for you? Ha ha ha. You don't even need to leave this world. You only need to join this world with the outside world, like what happened with the Twin Horns world back then. With that, you will be able to break through, as the pressure will be shared across this world and the outside world. After you finish your breakthrough, you can once again sever the connection between the two worlds. What do you think of my plan? Luo Yuan asked while laughing heartily. Chen Feng merely sneered. He. Indeed, this plan sounded wonderful. However, the moment he did that, this clone would be able to re-establish a connection with his real body. Instantly, the real Luo Yuan would figure out everything that had happened here. He would surely come here immediately to destroy Chen Feng and everyone in this world. At that time, Chen Feng would probably die before he could even break through. This was the scariest thing. What had Chen Feng relied upon against Luo Yuan all these years? He had relied on the unknown, his fake death, and spreading fake news to Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan was simply unaware that Chen Feng was still alive. That was why he had been falling into Chen Feng's traps without stop. However, the moment he discovered the truth, Chen Feng would not be able to survive his onslaught. Over these 30 years, Chen Feng had not been the only one to grow stronger, Luo Yuan had grown as well. As such, Chen Feng had to be careful. However, Chen Feng fixed his gaze on the clone before him. The solution provided by this clone was in fact quite good. Although it had the risk of revealing this world to Luo Yuan, so long as they controlled the connection properly, they might be able to stay concealed. He could continue hiding within this world while allowing the outside world to endure the pressure of his breakthrough. With that, the only thing Luo Yuan could know was the fact that someone had broken through into the True God stage. That was all he would know. Naturally, this plan couldn't succeed unless they first ensured Luo Yuan could not re-establish his connection with this clone. At present, this clone was locked into this world and was incapable of linking his consciousness with the real Luo Yuan. However, the moment a connection was established between the two worlds, everything here would be transmitted straight to the real Luo Yuan. This was something they had to deal with. Chen Feng sank into a deep contemplation, his gaze resting on the clone before him. What are you thinking about now? The smile on the clone's face froze. This bastard Chen Feng had been staring at him for more than 10 minutes now. This caused a sinister feeling to rise within his heart. It couldn't be that, after figuring out that the clone couldn't be killed, Chen Feng was thinking of doing something else to him, right? Holy sh*t, Luo Yuan had always been straight. Not quite, Chen Feng answered his doubts. I have no interest in you. However, the plan you proposed earlier is indeed quite interesting. Oh? Luo Yuan laughed dryly. Interesting? He had merely been intending to shame Chen Feng by proposing an impossible plan. If Chen Feng actually tried to do what he had said, Chen Feng would die very shortly afterward. He had not believed that Chen Feng would be this stupid. Chen Feng nodded seriously. Although I can't do what you said, the general angle of your solution is correct. I only need to somewhat alter it and I will be able to proceed, Luo Yuan was curious. Which part will you alter? Chen Feng looked at him emotionlessly. I shall first kill you before attempting to break through. So long as you are dead, you will not be able to establish a link with him. Next, I can do what you suggested earlier. There will be no problems. Kill me? Luo Yuan was first stunned, and then he howled with laughter. Ha 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 ha. Kill me? Ha 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 ha. Chen Feng, you are getting funnier. Oh my gosh, this is too funny. Ha ha ha. He truly found this funny. Kill him? If Chen Feng could truly kill him, would Chen Feng have wasted so much time talking to him here? In the first place, the very reason Chen Feng was trying to break through was to kill him. Even though this was a mere clone, Chen Feng was still incapable of killing him. Only after becoming a true god would Chen Feng be equipped with the capability to truly kill him. In other words, to kill him, Chen Feng had to first become a true god. However, to become a true god, Chen Feng needed to first kill him. Ha 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 ha. This was simply a dead end, was it not? An unsolvable puzzle. Chen Feng had told him this so seriously, yet Luo Yuan found this utterly funny. So that intelligent trickster Chen Feng had become so stupid now? Luo Yuan looked at Chen Feng in disdain. Regardless of whether it's this clone or my real body, you can't kill me. Chen Feng shook his head. No. I indeed said that you need to be killed. However, I never said that I will be the one doing the killing. Luo Yuan was doubtful. Who would be the one to kill him then? Mingyu? Chen Wang? Chen Feng was already the strongest person here. Who could replace him? There is still someone else capable of killing you, Chen Feng said with a smile. Luo Yuan narrowed his gaze. Who? Chen Feng smiled. You. To be precise, the real Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan's eyes went wide. What exactly was this fellow talking about? You will know soon, Chen Feng muttered. Suddenly, he called Wang Chun over. Watch this fellow properly. I need to take a trip back to the outside world. Outside world? The caged Luo Yuan's heart throbbed as he heard this. Chen Feng was thinking of leaving? He. So he was trying to seek an alternative in the outside world? Interesting. This was indeed a good idea. However, this world was presently locked down. If Chen Feng wanted to leave, they had to first establish a connection, right? That would be his chance. Luo Yuan became excited as he thought about this. So these fellows thought that locking him in here would be sufficient? He. They had no way of knowing that some abilities could not be blocked. As a clone, the connection between him and the real Luo Yuan was extremely strong. Only a tiny crack was required for a connection to be established between the clone and the real body. At that time, wouldn't things become interesting? He. Luo Yuan was secretly delighted. Naturally, he still maintained his blank, expressionless face with as he stayed obediently in the cage. No problem. Wang Chun glanced over at Luo Yuan, seemingly not worried at all. The clone was locked in a cage like a dog and had zero destructive capabilities. In any case, even if he could escape the cage, he would not be a match for Mingyu and Shen Wang. After all, this was their world. Perhaps this clone had indeed eliminated the other world of the Crystal Palace. However, the Mingyu and Shen Wang of that world had definitely still been hostile to each other and had fought independently. Here, though, they were a couple. From the result of the short clash they'd had earlier, Luo Yuan was simply not a match for the two of them. Therefore, Wang Chun had no worries about this world. He was only worried about Chen Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 843, Luo Yuan's Doubt. Chapter 843, Luo Yuan's Doubt. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Will he be fine in the outside world? Wang Chun was filled with anxiousness. He was not aware of Chen Feng's plan. However, in the outside world, a certain terrifying true god's attention was focused here. Chen Feng going out alone was truly too dangerous. Chen Feng smiled. Don't worry too much. I know what to do. Wang Chun nodded. All right. Even though Luo Yuan's clone is locked down, making it easier to ensure he cannot establish a connection with his real self, we must still ensure that no connection whatsoever can be established between this world and the outside world, Chen Feng said. I will move in and out through the link between Xiaoying and Mingyu. Under no circumstances are you to open up the connection. Wang Chun's expression became solemn. Understood. Schwa. Tearing a portal in midair, Chen Feng vanished. As Luo Yuan saw this, he became incomparably excited. This was his chance, as a connection had been established with the outside world by Chen Feng himself. He had been watching on expressionlessly. The moment Chen Feng ripped space apart, he nearly revealed his excitement. So long as a connection was established, even if Chen Feng was the only one to go out, he would be able to instantly connect to his real self. This little cage was completely incapable of stopping him from connecting with himself. Luo Yuan was getting excited. Alas, surprising him, even though a connection had already been established with the outside world, he was still unable to connect with his true self. What was going on? Sealed again? Not possible. Chen Feng was not a true god, how could he be capable of this? What exactly was going on then? Instinctively, Luo Yuan looked over at the tear in midair left by Chen Feng, which was already closing up. Suddenly, an astonished expression appeared on his face. This crack! Damn it! This portal opened by Chen Feng did not connect to the real world. Rather, it connected to a region of spatial currents. There's just a huge and vast nothingness there. That was not the outside world. Chen Feng had actually stepped into the spatial currents by himself? However, this thought had merely flashed by before Luo Yuan understood what was going on. That damnable Chen Feng. To ensure that he could not connect with his real self, Chen Feng had used a region of spatial currents as a springboard to move between the outside world and this world. That region was too chaotic and was capable of crushing all auras and energy. As such, Chen Feng had chosen to go out through there. As for the dangers posed by that region? That place was dangerous to everyone, including true gods. That was a region of chaotic spatial currents. One could never know where it would lead. Chen Feng was an exception thanks to his godly power of luck. Even though he had already separated the godhood of luck from himself, his new godly power was incomparably powerful and had fused with a huge amount of the power of luck. As such, he could convert it to pure luck for his own usage as he wished. In that kind of place, luck was the strongest of all powers. As such, it was impossible for a mishap to befall Chen Feng there. Luo Yuan clenched his teeth. A fine move, Chen Feng. He had never expected Chen Feng to have such a trick up his sleeves. It seemed like hoping for Chen Feng to reveal a weakness was an impossible dream. However, why had that fellow decided to go to the outside world? How would Luo Yuan kill his own clone? What a joke. Moreover, there was something Chen Feng did not know. Even if the real Luo Yuan wanted to kill the clone, he would not be able to accomplish that, as a connection couldn't be established with this world. After all, without a connection, the self-destruct order could not be transmitted here. How naive. But what if Chen Feng re-established a connection at that specific moment? Things would become even more interesting, as the clone's memories would be instantly shared with the real Luo Yuan. At that time, the real Luo Yuan would know everything that had happened here. He would know that the world of the Crystal Palace was in fact incomparably weak. His next course of action would be to destroy this world. He would also discover Chen Feng and proceed to put an end to him for real. Luo Yuan sneered. Chen Feng, is that what you want? He was a clone, but he was also real. As a true god, as a clone that was capable of maintaining an absolute connection with his real body, he was merely slightly weaker than the real body. The strength of their connection was something Chen Feng had no way of imagining. Luo Yuan's gaze was ice cold. I am curious. How are you going to kill me? At this time, in the outside world, Luo Yuan was still staring at the air. How long had it been? He calculated the time in silence. He seemed to have completely lost his connection with his clone. He had chosen to construct the Crystal Palace as his alien world. This was the same book Wang Chun had chosen. Next, he had sent his clone over to gain understanding of that world. However, the understanding the clone had gained was merely of the book's early period. Nearly every book would reach a situation where minor gods were more worthless than dogs while major gods were everywhere toward the end. Therefore, to avoid this occurrence, he had used his clone to destroy the entire world. In his version of the Crystal Palace, Mingyu and Xinwang, everything and everyone had been eliminated by his clone. Even those two had merely caused his clone a slight inconvenience. They were still incredibly weak. The only thing he had left in that world was a connection he could use to hop into Wang Chun's world. They should already have a full understanding of the Crystal Palace's power system. As such, after the clone entered, he should have been able to kill everyone there and give him a report. Alas, no such thing had happened. After entering the world, his clone had gone missing. Why? What had happened? Luo Yuan did not even dare try to pry into what was happening there. After his previous experience with Su Hao, he did not dare to recklessly enter an alien world. Moreover, if even his clone had been instantly killed, him going there personally would be pointless. An existence capable of instantly killing his clone would most definitely be extremely terrifying, along the likes of that Su Hao. The mere thought of Su Hao caused Luo Yuan's spine to chill. In short, something similar had happened in the world of the Crystal Palace? Luo Yuan frowned. What exactly happened there? The only difference between Wang Chun's The Crystal Palace and his own was the time they had been established. His world had been in the early period of the book, whereas Wang Chun's world had already reached the late period. As such, the power system of that world might have changed? Or perhaps, due to an energy transformation, an even more terrifying existence had appeared? Luo Yuan couldn't know, as such things weren't in the original book. Due to Wang Chun's existence and his interference, that world might have developed in an entirely different way. After all, even the genetic era had gone through numerous transformations. In the early period, A-class warriors had been the peak of the food chain. Next, it had become beyond a class, followed by S-class, until it reached the present, where gods were everywhere. As such, his own version of the Crystal Palace might be similar to the early genetic era, where A-class warriors ruled, while Wang Chun's The Crystal Palace might have reached the late period, where gods were everywhere. Was that why something had occurred the instant his clone entered? His clone had gone completely missing. Even whether he was alive or dead remained unknown. What exactly had happened there? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 844, The Terrifying Truth. Chapter 844, The Terrifying Truth. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. In the kingdom of Luo Yuan, yet another batch of apostles ascended to godhood. Alas, not a single one of them obtained the misfortune godhood. Luo Yuan was already numb to this. The misfortune godhood seemed to have completely vanished. Although Luo Yuan did not know what was going on, with his intelligence, he was naturally able to deduce that this was due to something Chen Feng had done before dying. Luo Yuan shut his eyes. Chen Feng. He. I can't believe that even so many years after your death, you are still negatively influencing me. So it turned out that this opponent, who he had never looked highly upon, had decided to bring him endless trouble and provocation after death. Luo Yuan thought back to the affairs of back then. Chen Feng hadn't even tried resisting him, instead directly committing suicide. Was that even possible? That seemed unlikely. If Luo Yuan hadn't confirmed Chen Feng's death so many times, he wouldn't believe that Chen Feng had killed himself just like that. What was the reason behind his suicide? With his characteristics, how could he even commit suicide? There was only one reason for his suicide. It definitely had something to do with misfortune. Chen Feng had been aware that he was not Luo Yuan's match and had thus opted to use a unique method to prevent Luo Yuan from getting the misfortune godhood. For example, perhaps he damaged the misfortune godhood using an unknown method. With that, even though the misfortune godhood was vacant, Luo Yuan would still fail to obtain it. Perhaps that was the truth behind Chen Feng's suicide. Since the misfortune godhood had been with him, it was quite likely that his suicide had been one of the necessary steps in his plan to prevent the misfortune godhood's reappearance. Is that the truth? Luo Yuan finally understood. He was, after all, an intelligent person. If that was the case, all his questions could now be considered answered. In short, I have been working hard for nothing for these 30 years? Luo Yuan mocked himself. A fine Chen Feng. Indeed ruthless enough. Fortunately, 30 years wasn't much to him. Regardless of what Chen Feng had done, he had ultimately died. As for Luo Yuan, he had plenty of time. Since the misfortune godhood can no longer appear, I will have to think of an alternative. Luo Yuan sank deep into contemplation. If the misfortune godhood wouldn't appear, his best shot at becoming a world controller was comprehending the laws of world creation on an alien world. Unfortunately, he could no longer hope to touch the world of godly model creator. As for the world of the Crystal Palace, his clone's fate was still unknown. As such, that was not an alternative either. Would he have to find a brand new world? Luo Yuan gazed at the radiance shrouding his hand. With the huge number of abilities he had, it was quite a simple affair to reset an ability. However, if he did that while his clone was in the alien world, he could very well be the one to doom his clone to damnation. After all, his clone might be in a huge battle at the moment, with victory imminent. I will wait a bit longer. Luo Yuan decided to wait one more week. If there was still no news by then, he would have no choice but to erase his clone and the entire world of the Crystal Palace. However, on the third day, some people betrayed him with no warning whatsoever and established a new kingdom. Luo Yuan was unable to make sense of it. Betrayal? Betraying him? Those people were his believers, right? And there were also those gods. What were they thinking about? Using his wristband, Luo Yuan tried to see the contents of their thoughts. Astonishingly, he found that the connection with the wristbands they were wearing had been severed. What's going on? Luo Yuan's vigilance rose. Even though there was no longer anyone that was his match in this world, he still had to maintain a certain level of vigilance. What surprised him most was the question of why these people had betrayed him, since nobody in this world was capable of contending against him. What was the reason? Had those people encountered an even stronger existence? This was indeed thought-provoking. Send someone over, Luo Yuan decided. Soon, he found a certain expert near the newly established kingdom and sent him over to defect to the traitors. As for Luo Yuan himself, he monitored everything through that person's wristband. Everything progressed smoothly. That expert did not take long to arrive in the new kingdom. Finally, Luo Yuan was able to get a good look at the kingdom's so-called palace, which looked huge and imposing. However, a single glance was all one needed to see that it was freshly built. Who are you looking for? I am here to seek shelter from the Lord. Ah, come with me then. A person led him forward. Through the wristband, Luo Yuan observed everything clearly. He found that everything here was brand new and freshly built. Who was it that had the ability to build such a huge palace in the span of 2 days? Schwa. Along the way, familiar believers could be seen walking everywhere. However, on their wrists was some odd mud. The unique aura of the mud was what was blocking the wristband's connection. This thing. Luo Yuan frowned, as he found this thing familiar. However, Luo Yuan decided to not spare this much thought, as at this moment, that expert had finally entered the palace. The figure in the palace was about to reveal themselves. However, the very instant that expert entered the palace, several figures flashed past the screen and the connection was severed. At that instant, someone had stepped forth and wiped something on the wristband. Immediately, the connection had been severed. This was within Luo Yuan's expectation. However, what shocked him was the figures he had seen before the connection was terminated. Those figures, Luo Yuan shut his eyes. Even though it had only been a single instant, he had still gotten an incomparably familiar feeling from that figure. Right, there was also that mud they were using to sever his connection. During the final moments, Luo Yuan had finally gotten a clear look at what it was. That was the mud of an alien world. It was no wonder that the mud could sever his connection. Only something not native to this world could block his connection. This mud had been brought over from an alien world. Luo Yuan's gaze burned. Who was it? He had seen several figures earlier. At this moment, his formidable brain began spinning, and shortly after, he was able to figure out who some of those figures were. Naturally, the identities of the other figures were still being deduced. However, several seconds later, Luo Yuan knew the truth. That was because, standing in the middle of all the figures, that specific figure that gave him an incomparably familiar feeling. Schwa. Luo Yuan utilized his formidable power and operated a huge number of deduction abilities to fix that single scene in time. Finally, the appearance of that figure became clear. However, the instant that figure's face became clear, Luo Yuan trembled all over as his eyes went wide with disbelief. How? How was this possible? He stood up abruptly. He had thought of countless possibilities, yet he had never imagined that this particular person would be the one who had betrayed him. The Crystal Palace. Alien world. Ha 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 ha. After a momentary silence, Luo Yuan suddenly erupted in laughter. True. If this was what had happened, then everything could be answered. Why had his clone vanished? Why had all connections been severed with that clone? And why had those people suddenly betrayed him? So it turned out that his ultimate enemy was actually himself. That's right. That familiar figure he had seen was in fact himself. If his guess was correct, this person was his clone, the clone sent to the alien world. When Luo Yuan's gaze fell on the muddy protrusions on that figure's body, he understood everything. These things were stuck to his body to prevent a connection from being established between the main body and the clone. In other words, his enemy this time was himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 845, Betrayal and Abandonment. Chapter 845, Betrayal and Abandonment. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. He. Luo Yuan clenched his fists tightly. He understood now. This clone, which had always been synced with him, had accidentally encountered this mud on the alien world and had discovered that it was capable of blocking their connection. No, if that were all, it would not have escaped Luo Yuan's notice. The clone had to have noticed that their connection had been severed for some reason after entering the alien world. Subsequently, he had begun to have thoughts of disloyalty. In the past, regardless of whether it was the present world or an alien world, his clone would be always synced to him. As such, there had been no differences between the two. Now that their connection had been severed, a crack had appeared and the clone had decided to not return to Luo Yuan. After all, the clone was essentially himself, a person with wit and ambition. If so, what was the clone's goal? Suddenly, Luo Yuan's vigilance rose. The clone's goal should be the same as his own, obtaining control over the world, and his source of motivation should be the flower-like young lady as well. Suddenly, Luo Yuan raged. You are courting death. Not only had was clone being disloyal, he even dared to think of laying his hands on her. Luo Yuan was certain of the clone's motives. After all, the clone was as intelligent as him and shared the same memories as him. As such, they would have the same dream and ambition. This clone was simply another Luo Yuan. He. Luo Yuan laughed. His aura rose without stop, causing everyone in his kingdom to tremble. Clone, you are courting death. Luo Yuan stood up. He had decided to make a move personally to take control of this traitor. Initially, he had planned to directly destroy this clone. However, this was quite a unique occurrence, and thus, he had to figure out the reason behind it. Otherwise, what would he do if his next clone betrayed him as well? This should not have happened. His cloning method was different than the regularly used methods, those comparatively trashy abilities that could create numerous clones with a shout or something. In fact, his clone was a truly independent and powerful body. It was simply a different Luo Yuan who possessed all his abilities. The clone had his consciousness, and when he and the clone acted, it was equivalent to two Luo Yuans moving together. This was also why he had dispatched a clone to fight Yi back during the godhood trial. After all, this clone was sufficient to do a lot of things on his behalf. Moreover, Luo Yuan was also capable of switching his clone body and his real body as he wished. They would forever be synced with each other. This was the strongest aspect of the cloning ability he had used. But now, everything had been severed. During the battle with Su Hao, he had lost his clone and even his main body had received a grave injury. Therefore, he had exhausted his power to create a brand new clone while also maintaining the highest level of vigilance while dealing with the new alien world he had created. Unexpectedly, the final result was the betrayal of his clone. Alien world. The Crystal Palace. What exactly was in that world? Luo Yuan had to figure that out. It was impossible for him to go there personally. The alien worlds were too scary and dangerous. After the two mishaps he had encountered on alien worlds, he would not deliver himself to his death on an alien world. As such, the best solution was to regain control over his clone. Luo Yuan sneered. So you think that some mud can block me? This clone was still too naive after all. Shwa! Light swirled before Luo Yuan. Bang! Luo Yuan stepped forth into empty air and directly appeared above that brand new kingdom. As for the sort of resistance this kingdom might pose, Luo Yuan did not care. This was how domineering he was. Come! Bang! A bright radiance descended. Above this brand new country, Luo Yuan's huge figure appeared. He immediately locked his attention on the palace, on the unique clone right in the middle of the palace. That person, despite his covered face, still possessed a figure that was exactly the same as his own. Luo Yuan pointed forward. Sync! Shwa! Numerous beams of light surged forth. Instantly, a thread was created, linking the both of them. Return, Luo Yuan muttered. Bang! A bright radiance spread. Luo Yuan sneered. The connection between them took priority over everything else. With such a short distance, nothing could block their connection. Suddenly, Luo Yuan's eyes went wide. What? Before him, that bright radiance faded after turning into various light particles. That distant figure appeared fine, and Luo Yuan himself was still not getting any information or feedback whatsoever from this clone. Moreover, he could even see a sneer at the corner of that clone's mouth. For the first time, that person opened his mouth. Did you truly think I had no way of dealing with you? This voice. This was the voice of Luo Yuan. That person proceeded to say something extremely astonishing. Know this. What you know, I know as well. What I know, though, might not necessarily be what you know. Schwa. The clone waved his hand. Instantly, the space surrounding Luo Yuan collapsed. After all, he had only forcefully sent his projection here from his kingdom. As such, the amount of power available to him wasn't much. As such, facing such resistance, his projection immediately collapsed. I will return for you, Luo Yuan said with a cold gaze. The clone merely laughed coldly. He. Schwa. With a flash of light, everything returned to normal. Bang! Luo Yuan was blasted back to his own kingdom. A deafening sound spread as Luo Yuan nearly destroyed his own palace in his fury. Luo Yuan raged. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! That damnable clone! How long had it been since Luo Yuan had last been so infuriated? It had been a very long time indeed. He had never expected a day to come where he suffered a loss due to his own clone's scheming. As for the words that clone had uttered, they caused Luo Yuan's heart to chill. Know this. What you know, I know as well. What I know, though, might not necessarily be what you know. These words. Just thinking about them caused fear to rise in Luo Yuan's heart. True, what the clone had experienced on the alien world was still completely unknown to Luo Yuan. What exactly had happened there? That clone was also certain that the real Luo Yuan would never dare personally step foot on that world. To be precise, that clone wasn't at all afraid that Luo Yuan would enter that world in the flesh. Why was that? Because that alien world was stronger? Or perhaps the clone had been subdued by the people of that world? Luo Yuan did not know. And the unknown was the scariest. Luo Yuan had remained undefeated for way too long. This matter with the alien world was causing him to be somewhat crazed. He was now sure of one thing, that alien world, that so-called ability capable of creating an alien world based on a book, was in fact a Pandora's box that should never have been opened. This applied to both Godly Model Creator and the Crystal Palace. If Luo Yuan were given a second chance, he would absolutely not touch them. Why had he even decided to copy that ability in the first place? Regardless, right now he had to focus on regaining control over this clone that had gone rogue. Hopefully, the clone hadn't leaked too much of his secrets. Luo Yuan stood up. A faint shiny silhouette took form before him. Despite the fact that Luo Yuan's cloning ability was powerful, it had a weakness. Only a single clone could remain active at a time. Under normal circumstances, when Luo Yuan formed a new clone, the previous clone would automatically dissipate into nothingness. As such, Luo Yuan was very curious about what would happen when a new one was formed. Bang! Bang! From within Luo Yuan's body, countless abilities were drawn out. His godly power dropped rapidly as the abilities converged before him to form a faintly shining silhouette, becoming a brand new Luo Yuan. This was precisely his new clone. At present, in the distant world of the Crystal Palace, Luo Yuan's clone was in the midst of fearlessly throwing insults toward Mingyu and the others from his cage. Suddenly, an acute pain arose in his heart. The world before his eyes grew dark as his consciousness faded. This feeling. He felt fear as he realized something. He had actually been abandoned by his real self? Chen Feng had actually succeeded? How many days had it been? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 846, Trampling on the New Kingdom. Chapter 846, Trampling on the New Kingdom. Translator, Limest and Editor, Tenish. In the kingdom of Luo Yuan, he had someone monitoring that clone of his at all times. Alas, he discovered that the clone did not die. Even after forming a new clone, the old clone was still not dead. That damnable clone was still staying in the so-called new kingdom. Luo Yuan's eyes gleamed coldly. Is it because of the mud? So it turned out that this thing from the alien world was capable of truly severing their connection. Since that was the case, the only option left was a battle. Prepare for a war, Luo Yuan said coldly. He was aware of how strong he was, just as he was aware of how terrifying he could be in the future. As such, he would not give this clone of his a chance to grow. He had to immediately kill the clone. He could not afford to let his clone stay alive for too long. Let's go. Luo Yuan walked out of his palace. The entire kingdom of Luo Yuan began operating as per his wishes. All the gods gathered together and followed behind Luo Yuan as they headed forward to conquer the so-called new country. An all-out war was about to erupt. Once again, this planet, which had enjoyed many years of peace, was shrouded in the fogs of war. Naturally, the half of the world not under Luo Yuan's control watched on with excitement. Have you heard? There is an internal conflict in Luo Yuan's country. Is that for real? Some did not believe this. This kingdom was centered around Luo Yuan, after all. Who would dare mess around? Heh, you must not know of this yet. I heard that the rebel has already established his very own kingdom. Moreover, he possesses terrifying and unrivaled strength. Stronger than Luo Yuan? No idea. However, it is said that the rebel resembles Luo Yuan greatly. What? There's a great resemblance in their voice and appearance. Hiss. Could it be? Who knows? In any case, a great show was about to unfold, that person narrated sneakily. As for the others, everyone was filled with joy. It seemed like this war was a result of Luo Yuan's mistake. TSK. However, that was understandable. In this world, Luo Yuan was unrivaled. If there was an enemy, that enemy could only be himself. I wonder how it feels to fight oneself. Someone asked while sneering. Someone laughed wildly. Well, only our exalted Lord Luo Yuan will know this feeling. Ha 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 ha. They were looking forward to this war. Perhaps, Luo Yuan would perish together with his other self? That would be the perfect ending. This was what many people were thinking. At this time, within the new kingdom, the Lord Clone was calculating his current combat power. Countless underlings of him were trembling in fear. The reason? They had simply blindly followed Lord Luo Yuan out to establish a new kingdom as he wished. They believed that this was just a new project of Lord Luo Yuan's. Unexpectedly, they had followed a bogus Lord Luo Yuan. On that day, when Luo Yuan himself descended here, they had nearly collapsed from despair. So it turned out that they had followed a faker? And yet something scarier had happened. This lord here had actually blasted Lord Luo Yuan back whence he'd come. What did that signify? That signified that this lord here wasn't any weaker than Luo Yuan was. Moreover, his appearance and voice. Everything was exactly the same as the other Luo Yuan. Confusion had started to arise about who the real Luo Yuan was. This confusion had lasted until rumors about the clone started spreading. Only then did they discover that this Lord Luo Yuan here was actually a clone. However, this was a terrifying clone that wasn't any weaker than the real body. Moreover, what they cared most about was the fact that this new lord here had not subjected them to any sort of monitoring. Rather, he had granted them the freedom to do what they wanted. That unique mud was capable of blocking the signals from the wristbands they wore. From that day onward, they had been free of the monitoring. They had become truly free. You guys can do what you want. Those willing to fight by my side, stay. Those unwilling, leave as soon as possible. In any case, if you guys hide in the various corners of the world, Luo Yuan will be too lazy to search you out one by one. Do take care if you select this option. These were the words of their new master. They who had been used to being unfeeling and obeying without question had actually been somewhat moved by these words. However, their feelings being moved was an entirely different matter. Despite that, they were still likely to flee at any time. That's right, this Lord Clone had been molded by the original Luo Yuan, possessing even the same memories. As such, even if he emerged victorious from this war, he might eventually make the same choices as the original Luo Yuan. This was a battle between two Luo Yuans. If possible, they would not stay behind. And thus, news of something was spread. This clone was busy helping people flee and wasn't the least bothered with whether these people stayed behind to help him or not. This resulted in more and more people fleeing here from the kingdom of Luo Yuan. The clone easily liberated these refugees from Luo Yuan. After being moved by his actions, these refugees decided to leave quietly as well. And just like before, only the clone alone was left here. In the entirety of this new kingdom, there was only the clone himself. Everyone exclaimed in admiration. Why is he even doing this? Why else? To weaken Luo Yuan? TSK. Luo Yuan weakening Luo Yuan? I suppose he has no choice. After all, nobody understands the real Luo Yuan better than him. I will never cultivate cloning abilities in the future. Same. This is truly way too scary. As time passed, more and more people headed toward the clone to seek their freedom. The original Luo Yuan was naturally aware of this. However, he could not do much about it. His injuries were rather grave. After losing 2 clones in succession and forcefully forming a third, the power he had left wasn't much. As for the people that had defected to his clone, there were simply too many of them. There were so many of them that killing them all was somewhat impossible. As such, he could only watch blankly as they defected. Those damnable gods that had clearly been nurtured by him also headed to the clone to seek for freedom. They were truly seeking death. The number of people around Luo Yuan dropped without stop. Ultimately, by the time he finally reached the new kingdom, nearly 90% of his gods had defected. Those defectors had all been liberated by the clone. Luo Yuan walked into this new kingdom. Everything appeared brand new in this country, yet it did not carry the aura of any living beings. In this huge country, only the clone himself remained. What is the point of this? Since you are also me, you should also know that it does not matter whether these gods live or die. The only one I care about is you. My only opponent is only you. After killing you, I can reinstate everything to how it was before, Luo Yuan said emotionlessly. So long as this traitor was killed, he would still remain the Almighty King. You are too idiotic. You are also too arrogant. Don't bother thinking of escaping. Since I am already here, the surroundings have naturally been sealed off. Don't bother thinking of killing me either. A new clone has already been formed. This time, I will not allow him to step foot on any alien worlds. I will make him stay here and kill you. Perhaps you have grown in strength somewhat, resulting in the misconception that you can actually contend against me. However, ultimately, I am still your master. Shwa! With a flash, a shiny silhouette appeared beside Luo Yuan. This was precisely the clone Luo Yuan had recently formed. Moreover, the aura emanating from this clone wasn't any weaker than Luo Yuan's. Let's end this. I shall retrieve you. Let me see clearly what kind of ideas have formed in that brain of yours. Bang! Luo Yuan stepped out. He wanted to retrieve this defective clone. Alas, when he grabbed forth, a blank piece of nothingness welcomed his hand. That defector had transformed into countless particles and dissipated into the air. The defector that Luo Yuan had been talking to, the one seated atop the throne, had in fact been a corpse formed of purely energy particles. That was why, when Luo Yuan had grabbed forth, he hadn't been able to feel anything. So this clone had already been dead? Luo Yuan was stunned. What was going on now? He was truly at a loss now. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 847, Sync. Chapter 847, Sync. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. After completing his plan, Chen Feng had returned to the world of the Crystal Palace. Chen Feng smiled. Luo Yuan should be rather stupefied, right? For the past few days, he had been using the identity of Luo Yuan's clone to establish a brand new kingdom. Then, before the moment of the decisive battle, he had departed in secret. Luo Yuan was probably still stupefied even now. Chen Feng had never intended to fight Luo Yuan. In any case, he couldn't defeat Luo Yuan. So long as his plan was completed, it was fine for him to return. And now? Chen Feng looked around. His gaze stopped on a cage, the cage containing Luo Yuan. At this moment, this clone, who had been never stopped throwing insults at Chen Feng, appeared dazed, merely staring ahead blankly in the cage. His eyes appeared empty and blank. How's the situation? Chen Feng asked. He's been like this since yesterday, Wang Chun said with a shrug. Chen Feng understood immediately. Oh, that's when he was abandoned by the real body. When Luo Yuan heard this, he abruptly turned toward Chen Feng. What did you do? He couldn't believe this. He and Luo Yuan were the same person, and yet Chen Feng had been able to put a division between them? Chen Feng had been able to so easily make the real body give up on him? Mesham, Chen Feng gave it some thought before explaining. I pretended to be you and established a brand new kingdom. What? The clone's expression changed greatly. A new kingdom? No. How is that possible? The clone suddenly raged. It's impossible for you to pretend to be me. Even if you can assume my appearance and voice, the unique connection between me and him is something you can never feign. Why would I need that connection? Chen Feng was wearing a smile that was not at all smile-like. In any case, the connection between you two has been severed, right? No synchronization, the clone blinked shortly before finally understanding everything. He was an extremely intelligent person as well. With a single hint from Chen Feng, he was able to reach a terrifying conclusion. If this was indeed the truth. He slumped down weakly. It was no wonder that his real body had suddenly abandoned him. If he were in the same position, if he'd been betrayed by his clone, what would he do? He wouldn't just stop at that. He would create a new clone, reinforce his control over the clone. He was certain that, for the new clone, so long as the connection was severed for a fixed amount of time, the new clone would self-destruct. Luo Yuan was not someone who would permit betrayal. Naturally, Luo Yuan didn't know that the Crystal Palace was a weak world. This world was so weak that they couldn't even kill a captured clone. Chen Feng had made use of Luo Yuan's lack of understanding of the Crystal Palace. He had been especially assured after hearing from this clone what Luo Yuan had experienced in the world of godly model creator. He was sure that Luo Yuan would not dare to come here. This was his biggest advantage against Luo Yuan. Yet you still failed to kill me for real, right? The clone merely looked at Chen Feng coldly. The situation now was somewhat different from the plan. One could say that he could understand what Chen Feng had done up to now. Chen Feng had needed to ensure that the main body would give up on the clone. Had Chen Feng's goal not been to make the real body abandon the clone, resulting in the clone's death so he could break through into the true God stage? Why, then? Why had Chen Feng not transmitted the real body's thought to this world so as to complete the destruction? The clone was unable to make sense of this. After all, he had been prepared to transmit all his information to the real body the moment a connection was established with the real world. With that, even if he'd had to die, he would have had no regrets. Unfortunately, no such opportunity had come. Chen Feng had not bothered to try to establish a link between the two worlds. Nor had he allowed this clone to die completely. What are you planning to do? The clone howled. You are Luo Yuan. Chen Feng smiled. Although you are just a clone, one somewhat weaker than the real body, you are still Luo Yuan. With Luo Yuan's intelligence, how could you not have made any preparations to strike back at me? I believe that, during the moment of your destruction, you will be able to transmit everything that has happened here to him, right? Chen Feng had a faint smile on his face. The clone's eyes went wide. How had he figured this out? I do not know what your plan is, Chen Feng continued calmly. However, I will not take such a risk. The clone sneered. Therefore, you still can't kill me. This trip of Chen Feng's had been for the sake of killing him. Since he was still alive, hadn't Chen Feng done all that work for nothing? No, Chen Feng had a grin on his face. You are Luo Yuan. Are you truly willing to forever stay a mere clone? Are you willing to be imprisoned here forever? He. If it was in the past, this would not matter. But now that you have been abandoned and a new clone has replaced you, even if you reappear, you will be useless and will still be killed by him. Therefore, are you interested in working for me? Chen Feng asked emotionlessly. The clone nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood in his anger when he heard this. What in the world was this? Coaxing him to work for Chen Feng? He looked at Chen Feng with the same gaze he'd used when looking at that idiot from the neighboring village when he was young. How was this possible? He was a clone of Luo Yuan. Even though he wasn't a proper clone now, he still shared the same memories and intelligence as the real body. Submit to Chen Feng? No way. Are you sure? The grin was still on Chen Feng's face. You and Luo Yuan are now two different individuals. You two are no longer capable of syncing with each other. At most, you will only be able to transmit one-way information to him. Even that will depend on whether he is willing to accept your information in the first place. The clone sneered. So what? You still don't understand, Chen Feng said with a smile. I've already heard your story. I even investigated it somewhat. Moreover, I have also withdrawn all the data from the gene bank to complete a rather amazing undertaking. The clone sneered. He. What does that have to do with me? He knew that this scammer Chen Feng was trying to scam him once again. He understood Chen Feng way too well. Therefore, he would not be coaxed by Chen Feng. Right at this instant, Chen Feng waved his hand in a certain direction. Come. And from there, a lass walked over. She took graceful steps forward. That familiar appearance of hers was so very intoxicating. With a single glance, a deafening boom resounded in Luo Yuan's head, and his heart started pounding madly. This was that flower-like young lady. Luo Yuan stood up abruptly. How is this possible? No, this is fake. This is fake. The clone was certain. Is he the one you mentioned? The lover from my previous life? The young lass curled her lips. Her eyes, which seemed capable of speaking, brimmed with satisfaction. Why does he look so stupid? That smile in that face caused Luo Yuan to sink into a state of infatuation. Both seemed completely the same as the woman he remembered. Think carefully, Chen Feng suddenly muttered by his ear. You are completely independent of the original Luo Yuan now. You are two different individuals now. If time is indeed reversed, will the flower-like young lass be yours or his? In the past, you were essentially one. As such, you never cared. What about now? He enjoys the joys of victory while you can only watch on helplessly as your loved one lies in his embrace? This young lass is one you will think of even in your dreams. Bang! The clone's heart pounded as he heard these words. True, even if the plan succeeded, what would it have to do with him? He knew that these devil-like whisperings of Chen Feng's were meant to tempt him, yet he couldn't help but fall for this temptation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 848, His Very Own Love Story. Chapter 848, His Very Own Love Story. Translator, Limest and Editor, Tenish. What is your name? Lian Air. How did you arrive here? Luo Yuan couldn't help but ask. Naturally, it's because of the life granted to me by Lord Mingyu. She said that I have unfinished business from my past life and thus my soul was unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation. As such, she made an exception and allowed me to be reborn here, she stated seriously. MHM. She also said that you are very powerful now and want to bring me back. But I never expected you to look this stupid. She laughed stealthily. Oh. Luo Yuan merely stared at her blankly with a stupid expression on his face. He was aware that in this world, life was something that was granted. However, he had never expected Chen Feng to use such a method to deliver this young lady to him. Do you still have your previous life's memories? Luo Yuan asked. A bit. The young lady curled her lips. About the genetic union or something. I still have a portion of the memories in my head. Unexpectedly, you were also quite stupid in my past life. Oh. Luo Yuan understood clearly. Chen Feng had inferred the matters from back then simulated those memories. That was why this young lady only had some of those memories. At the very least, she should have quite a number of memories pertaining to her and Luo Yuan. However, she was ultimately not the woman from his youth. Suddenly, the young lady stood up. Poof. I am not her. Although I have those memories, as far as I am concerned, those seem more like memories planted in me. I have a clear recollection of them, yet I do not feel deeply about them. This is not what I want. I do not need anyone to grant me any memories. I am me. I am Lian. Even if I have to be together with you, I will only do it if I truly like you, rather than depending on some granted memories. Poof. Even if I have to like you, I would much prefer to like the present you rather than some memories of the past. The young lady was brimming with brightness and youthfulness. She seemed somewhat different from that flower-like young lady. As for her words, they hit straight at Luo Yuan's heart. Yes, if even this young lady could understand this, why couldn't he understand it as well? It was precisely as she said. Would she rather like the present him or some memories of the past? These words pierced straight into Luo Yuan's soul, enlightening him immensely. I am Luo Yuan. No, I am no longer the Luo Yuan of the past. Now, I am a new person. I was once a clone. Now, the connection has been severed and I am now a free living being. I no longer need to be someone who only exists for the sake of someone else. He. Suddenly, the young lady smiled brightly. Now, why don't you tell me something about yourself? Even if this is a marriage arranged by Lord Mingyu, I still need to know you. Your hobbies and so on, the young lady said seriously as she waved her fingers around. This motion of hers touched the deepest part of Luo Yuan's heart for some indescribable reason. Her appearance resembled the flower-like young lady of the past so very greatly. Me? Luo Yuan blankly said, I am Luo Yuan. No. He looked toward Chen Feng and suddenly added, I am Chen Yuan. MHM. Chen Yuan, the Yuan in my name means vigor. I traversed the entire world to come here, all in search of you. Wow. The young lady cheered. Is that for real? Then you are surely very awesome. MHM. It seemed like this Chen Yuan had finally accepted his new identity. He was clear that the flower-like young lady in his memories belonged to Luo Yuan, not him. However, this young lady before him, who shared the same appearance and disposition as her, was someone that did not approve of past memories. Similar to him, she was also, in a way, a replica of that young lady. Despite that, she had her own memories. Together, they could create memories that were truly theirs. As for this young lady, she would only belong to him. As for the memories. Chen Yuan stared into the distance. Even though it was just memories, he was clear that the young lady from the memories could only belong to Luo Yuan. Deep within his heart, he wished that she could forever remain in the past. After all, she was someone he had once loved. This was the conclusion Chen Yuan reached. He'd made up his mind. The past was, after all, the past. He did not approve of Luo Yuan's plan of going back in time to drag her out again. After losing his connection with the real body, Chen Yuan seemed to finally start possessing his own thoughts and his own ambitions. He wanted that flower-like young lady as well. However, what he wanted was her to stay a precious memory, something that remained in the past. As for this moving young lady before him, he wanted her as well. She would be his future. This future would be exclusive to him and Lian Er. Suddenly, the young lady looked at him doubtfully. So how did you end up in a cage? Chen Yuan had thoroughly immersed himself in his new identity. He smiled and said, because I am too powerful. This is the nether realm, the place where the process of reincarnation takes place. Me coming here for you violated the laws. MHM. Therefore, I have to seal up my own strength. Wow! The young lady exclaimed in admiration. How romantic. He had traversed through a different world just for her? Why is your name Chen Yuan, then? The young lady pondered before continuing, I recall this not being your name in the past. Because I want to sever my connection with the past, Chen Yuan said with a smile. Just like you said, the past is nothing but memories. I remember them, and you might only remember some of them, but what does this matter? The moment I set eyes on you, I decided that I like the present you. Therefore, I am now Chen Yuan. Our past story is a tragedy. Let that tragedy be gone with the wind. I am not the youth in that story, I am the powerful Chen Yuan. Together with you, I am willing to create a new future, Chen Yuan said confidently. As he looked straight at this young lady while uttering these words, he felt refreshed. So it turned out that uttering these words with his very own identity felt like this? It was truly, quite a different feeling. The young lady stretched her hand out. Fine. I shall try dating you for a bit then. Chen Yuan took her hand, his heart pounding. Thank you. As per the laws of the nether realm, to take her, a contract of life and death must be signed so as to confirm that you will share life and death with her. Mingyu looked at Chen Yuan. Are you sure about this? Yes. Chen Yuan knew that this arrangement had to be the work of Chen Feng. However, so what? Very good. Mingyu nodded and personally helped them sign the contract. From today onward, Chen Yuan was officially bound together with this young lady, sharing life and death. And thus, the two started dating. One day, 1 month, and 1 year later, the two grew closer to each other. Many locations within the world of the Crystal Palace had come to contain sweet memories for the two of them. Traces of love were left everywhere. Chen Yuan had truly become a part of the world of the Crystal Palace. In the future, I will take you to see an even bigger world. Wow, for real? Of course. How big is that world? Much bigger than this world. So big that even in a lifetime, one can't fully traverse the whole world. Yeah, sure. I still have something to do though. Wait for me. Okay. I will take you as my wife when I return. All right. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 849, The Damnable Friend. Chapter 849, The Damnable Friend. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Chen Feng did not get involved in the affairs of Chen Yuan and Lian Er. He merely watched on silently. He had been waiting for so long. It did not matter if he had to wait even longer. And thus, Chen Feng waited until Chen Yuan took the initiative to seek him out. So you're done preparing? Chen Feng asked with a faint smile. Chen Yuan nodded. Yes. He had known for a long time that, since Chen Feng had tried to subdue him, there had to be something he needed to do. As such, he had been spending all his time with the young lady recently. We will succeed, Chen Feng said with a calm smile. The contract of life and death alone was insufficient to guarantee that everything would be fine. They first had to ensure that the feelings between Chen Yuan and Lian Er had developed enough before setting Chen Yuan free. As such, a year had passed in such a fashion. Chen Feng believed that Chen Yuan was also aware of this. Chen Feng smiled calmly as he asked, You don't have an issue with me? Chen Yuan was very calm. Although you have restricted me with the life and death contract and some other methods, I don't have an issue with this. After all, I witnessed half of your life through the wristband. So long as I don't betray your cause, you will not harm me. This alone is sufficient for me. Chen Feng chuckled as he heard these words. It was quite unexpected that his prestige was useful even against a villain. What exactly are you planning to do? Chen Yuan was curious. If Chen Feng could break through into the True God stage, he wouldn't need Chen Yuan anymore, right? After all, he only needed to hide from Luo Yuan. Perhaps he was intending to have Chen Yuan protect him while he broke through? Becoming a true god is only the first step of my plan. Chen Feng's gaze became resolute. Without you, Luo Yuan will never find out what happened here. The only thing he will know is that somewhere, someone is becoming a true god. That's all. However, with Luo Yuan's character, he will most certainly set forth to investigate. Therefore, the Crystal Palace must return to the alien world as soon as possible so as to not allow Luo Yuan to discover this world. Otherwise, things will get dangerous, Chen Feng said. Chen Yuan agreed with this. Now that he had family here, he had to take note of the safety of this place as well. The plan was made clear to him. The first step was to connect this world with the outside world. Chen Feng would then begin to break through. The second step was to sever the connection between this world and the outside world before Luo Yuan could arrive. He would most certainly set forth after sensing that someone was breaking through. And the third step was to reach outer space. Outer space? Suddenly, Chen Yuan understood something. There in outer space, someone was waiting for Chen Feng. Wang Yao. Wang Yao was part of the crucial step of Luo Yuan's plan to rewind time. Chen Yuan shook his head. A huge trap has been set there by Luo Yuan. If Chen Feng could think of something, Luo Yuan had long considered it. As such, a trap had been set there. If Chen Feng dared to go to outer space, it would be no different than suicide. The type of trap that Luo Yuan had set there was something that might even kill Luo Yuan himself. He would not allow anyone to undo the trap, not even Wang Yao. In Luo Yuan's plan, only after he had gained full control over the world would he have the strength to undo this trap. Before that, even Luo Yuan himself would not be able to undo the trap. Therefore, this was a trap that would show no mercy even to the trapper. As for Chen Feng, he definitely wouldn't be able to make it. Even after breaking through into the True God stage, he still wouldn't be able to do it. That is why I need you, Chen Feng said with a bright gaze. Me. Suddenly, Chen Yuan realized something. So this was the actual reason Chen Feng had wanted him to switch sides. No matter what, that was a place that had been built by Luo Yuan himself. Even that trap had been personally produced by him. Therefore, he was clear on every single trap there. He knew every single energy in use there as well. Moreover, there were even some traps that he could deactivate. This would greatly reduce the difficulty of breaking into that place. This was what Chen Feng wanted. Finally, Chen Yuan understood Chen Feng's reasoning. Perhaps, the moment Chen Yuan stepped foot into this world, Chen Feng had already been thinking of recruiting him. Killing him was just an excuse Chen Feng had used to threaten him. Worthy of being Chen Feng indeed. He was somewhat filled with admiration. Now that they were no longer hostile to each other, his issues with Chen Feng had lessened. However, even with his help, that place was still laden with danger. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. I understand. He had been preparing for so long. Wasn't it precisely for this? Chen Feng clenched his fists tightly. Wang Yao, here I come. Instantly, he stood up and stepped into the void. His next step was to become a true god. At this time, in the kingdom of Luo Yuan, the internal disorder had long been dealt with. The so-called new kingdom was but a joke. It had appeared grand yet hadn't been able to withstand even a single blow. Despite this, Luo Yuan still felt uneasy. Why? Because he couldn't understand it. His clone was dead? Why? How? And what had happened on that alien world? He had way too many questions. He kept feeling like he had overlooked something. Moreover, he felt like it was something extremely important. Due to him neglecting this something, he had fallen behind at every step. He felt like he was in an extremely passive situation now. This gave him an extremely uncomfortable feeling. What have I missed? Luo Yuan thought about it for a long time. Alas, even after a year of pondering, he was still lost. He did not know why he had lost his powerful deduction and inference ability. He did not know why his omnipotent luck aura had failed to see anything. Why? He did not know. He clearly had no opponents anymore. However, what was up with that mysterious person? And what happened to his clone? Luo Yuan was getting twitchy. Yi had died. Chen Feng had died as well. And yet he was stuck on such trifling affairs. He raised his head. Beneath the sky, he was the strongest. However, something was still provoking him. Luo Yuan tried using luck aura. Luck aura. Tell me, where is the source of this? Schwa. Nothingness. That's right. Luck aura couldn't see anything. So, the source is still from an alien world? Luo Yuan sighed. He had already tried investigating this numerous times, yet he had never gained anything. Therefore, the only answer was that his clone was the source of his discomfort. Why, though? Luo Yuan still couldn't understand. Naturally, the main source was definitely the damnable Wang Chun. So long as he killed Wang Chun, the alien world would disappear. Where is Wang Chun? Luo Yuan asked. Nothingness was his answer. Luo Yuan clenched his fists tightly. So Wang Chun is also on the alien world? Those damnable clowns. So the source of all this was Wang Chun? Luo Yuan calmed his twitchy heart and focused all his hatred on Wang Chun. After all, Wang Chun was the only logical answer to all this. At the very least, this was a more reliable answer than continuing to guess blindly. He couldn't believe that he had previously thought of something as ridiculous as Chen Feng's resurrection. He had even used his luck aura to confirm once again that Chen Feng was indeed dead. Therefore, he could only reach the conclusion that despite being dead, Chen Feng continued to disgust him. Naturally, he might have been led into this line of thought by Wang Chun's actions as well. Suddenly, Luo Yuan understood. True. That must be it. They are trying to make me think that Chen Feng is still alive to plant fear in me. They are not aware that I can confirm Chen Feng's death at any time. That is why they have done what they have done. They are trying to imitate the feeling Chen Feng usually gives off. With this, all his questions could be answered. That had to be it. All this was their work. With his intelligence, Luo Yuan easily saw through their scheme. As he thought back, these schemes indeed gave off the similar feeling to Chen Feng's schemes. Why? Well, because Wang Chun was trying to make him think that. No, hold on. Wang Chun was not capable of this. In Luo Yuan's memories, the only person capable of this was a certain person, the one most familiar with Chen Feng, Qin Hai. That damnable close friend of Chen Feng's. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 850, Long Time No See. Chapter 850, Long Time No See. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Yes, Qin Hai must be the one scheming in the dark. From what Luo Yuan had observed of Chen Feng's life, he knew that the one closest to Chen Feng was Qin Hai. It reached a point where Qin Hai might even understand Chen Feng more than Wang Yao. If Qin Hai was the one pretending to be Chen Feng. Suddenly, Luo Yuan said, Luck aura. Lock on to Qin Hai's coordinate. Schwa. Light swirled around. Soon, coordinates appeared. Surprisingly, this was the same place Chen Feng had died back then. Qin Hai was actually there. Luo Yuan's eyes gleamed with a cold radiance. It is him indeed. Luo Yuan sneered. So, are you trying to avenge Chen Feng? The twitchy feeling vanished. As the strongest existence, only the unknown could cause him to feel twitchy. Now that he had confirmed that Qin Hai was the schemer, things were suddenly not as scary anymore. Schwa. The first thing he did was rush over to the coordinates. Unfortunately, that place was now empty. Did he leave because he sensed my arrival? Luo Yuan wasn't surprised. At present, the half of the world not under his control was the best at hiding from him. Since Qin Hai was planning to avenge Chen Feng, it was natural for him to be well versed in this. Luo Yuan sneered. Nothing but a clown. He was sure that regardless of how Qin Hai schemed, Qin Hai would not dare to face Luo Yuan openly, since he was way too weak. I will just ignore him. He sent his newest clone to continue to search for Qin Hai's trail while he resumed his focus on his own affairs. After all, controlling the world was the most important matter for him. Godhoods were still appearing without stop. Luo Yuan didn't even bother to look at these godhoods closely anymore. After all, the misfortune godhood would not be among them. His attention was focused on something else. The Crystal Palace. Since this is where the clone vanished, it is pointless to continue sending people there. I might as well destroy the world directly, Luo Yuan muttered to himself. Although the alien world was scary, Wang Chun was not qualified to summon any truly terrifying existences into this world. This was something Luo Yuan was sure of. Even back when Wang Chun summoned Mingyu, her strength had been pathetically weak. Therefore, even if Wang Chun truly did summon that world's true god out here, that true god's strength would be greatly limited by Wang Chun. Luo Yuan did not fear this. Bang! With his very own hands, he destroyed the only entrance leading to the world of the Crystal Palace, which he currently held in his hands. This was the entrance he had obtained after his own world of the Crystal Palace was destroyed. Now, he had personally destroyed this entrance. Once again, Luo Yuan's alien world became vacant. That's right, Luo Yuan's book ability was once again reset. For Luo Yuan, who possessed countless abilities, resetting a single ability was a simple feat. If this were anyone else, abandoning their main ability and starting from scratch would be an extremely idiotic choice no matter how one looked at it. Let me select a new alien world. Luo Yuan had a sharp gaze. That shall be the world I break through in. This time, I will learn from my past mistakes. I will. A deafening boom resounded, and Luo Yuan's body trembled. This sound. Shua. His gaze abruptly shifted in a certain direction. There, in a distant desolate land, a familiar beam of light was descending. Even from so far away, Luo Yuan could see that world-piercing beam clearly. This was the radiance of someone ascending. Moreover, this was an ascension into the true god stage, not some normal stage. Bang! Luo Yuan shot upward. High above the air, he was able to get a clearer look. Indeed, this was the radiance of a true god ascension. Within a certain cave, Qin Hai crawled out, looking extremely sorry. Crawling out together with him was Miss Xiao Yu. Must we do this? Qin Hai asked with a bitter smile. Since Chen Feng's departure, Xiao Yu was the most important person here. In her paintings, which depicted Chen Feng's deaths, she herself had appeared as well. Throughout the years, Luo Yuan had used his luck aura to confirm Chen Feng's death several hundred times. As for Qin Hai, Kong Bai, Su Fei, Wu Hui, and some others, they were the closest to Chen Feng and had also been targeted by Luo Yuan. Therefore, any time they received a warning from Miss Xiao Yu, they had no choice but to flee. Fortunately, after so many years, the half of the world that was hostile to Luo Yuan had also researched some concealment and escaping methods with respectable effectiveness. When used against Luo Yuan, they had proven effective. This was why they had been able to flee from Luo Yuan. This won't do. Qin Hai spread his hands. Sooner or later, Luo Yuan will discover the truth. The only reason he hasn't realized the truth is because we are too weak to be worth his attention. In Luo Yuan's heart, Chen Feng's friends were but jokes. After all, Chen Feng was already dead. Xiao Yu ignored Qin Hai. Instead, she lowered her head and continued painting in silence. Shortly after, a brand new painting appeared. In it was only one person. Boundless radiance was on the back of this person. Qin Hai blanked. Ha? What was this? Right at this instant, he saw a smile on Xiao Yu's face. Next, at a certain distant location, a resplendent radiance suddenly bloomed. This radiance greatly resembled the one in Xiao Yu's painting. That is. Qin Hai was pleasantly surprised. Chen Feng had finally ascended. Qin Hai was not the only one shocked. When that beam of light appeared, the entire world was shocked. A divine aura has descended. This is the sign of the appearance of a true god. Finally, another true god is going to appear? But if I remember right, even the strongest among us is still a journeyman god. Who could this person be? I don't know. The various gods were discussing this. This true god beam had appeared too suddenly, so suddenly they were completely clueless. As for those that were nearer to that beam of light, they noticed that, apart from that beam, a completely alien aura had descended as well. This alien aura was comparable to that of a true god. Bang! Bang! Terrifying booms resounded without stop. The boundless radiance shone brightly, as if two worlds were about to combine. Amid the boundless true god radiance, a lone silhouette floated as he welcomed the radiance. Half of his body was out here in this world while the other half of his body was submerged in the boundless radiance, giving off an extremely odd appearance. Everyone exclaimed in admiration. How strong! So this is the aura of a true god? This strength. He is definitely no weaker than Yi. Regardless of how near they were, they could only see a silhouette amid the radiance. That radiance was too terrifying, so terrifying that nobody could approach. Suddenly, a certain god asked, after this lord becomes a true god, will he fight Luo Yuan? Instantly, all the excited gods sank into silence. True. Even if a true god appeared, would this true god fight Luo Yuan? After all, this was Luo Yuan, someone who had been a true god since long ago. Would this new true god have the courage to fight him? Perhaps? The various gods were anxious. Unknown to them, in the faraway kingdom of Luo Yuan found this more unbelievable than all of them. How is this possible? Luo Yuan howled. True god. Someone had actually broken through? Who? The forest goddess? In Luo Yuan's mind, she was the closest to the true god stage. However, when his gaze swept around toward that familiar forest, he found that the forest goddess was still lazing around. It was not her. The only reason Luo Yuan had established his kingdom near the forest goddess's forest was to make monitoring her easier. Who could it be then? Qin Hai? No, not him. When he had been chasing after Qin Hai earlier, he had been able to sense a familiar power of clairvoyance. Although he had failed to catch Qin Hai, he could easily confirm that Qin Hai was still as weak as ever. Qin Hai had merely been relying on that clairvoyance to hide from Luo Yuan. If so, then who could it be? Luo Yuan was completely clueless. Luo Yuan had a solemn gaze as he came to a decision. Looks like I have to pay that place a visit. He would not permit a brand new true god to appear. Although he was much stronger than a newfound true god, Luo Yuan would not permit someone else to grow to such an extent. Shwa! With a flash, Luo Yuan headed toward the location of that beam. Luo Yuan was able to cross an entire country in a flash. However, when he arrived, the boundless radiance had already silently vanished. The only thing he could see was a dim silhouette. Moreover, any traces of the true god ascension had vanished cleanly as well. Luo Yuan did not bother chasing after that retreating radiance. He merely watched on silently. Suddenly, he laughed. He laughed wildly. Too perfect. So perfect. I can't find any loopholes. Breaking through and ascending, yet gone right before I arrived. Everything was calculated to perfection. And because of this, I have finally figured out who you are. In all these years of observing this world, I know that there is only one person capable of all this. Long time no see, Chen Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 851 Outer Space. Chapter 851 Outer Space. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. In the boundless darkness that was outer space, several faint silhouettes appeared. This was precisely Chen Feng's group. Chen Yuan had a faint smile as he asked, "Are you truly so cold-blooded?" News of what Luo Yuan had done recently had spread everywhere. Chen Feng glanced over. What is the point of being bothered by that? In this final battle, if he emerged victorious, the entire world would be changed. Everything could be reversed. Whether those people died or not, it did not matter. And if he was the loser, everyone would die anyway. If so, did it matter whether they died sooner or later? Chen Feng was one who cared deeply about those close to him. However, he was also extremely calm. Luo Yuan will notice this very soon, Chen Yuan said emotionlessly. He was the only one who knew how terrifying Luo Yuan could be when he was serious. The speed at which he processed his thoughts far surpassed ordinary people. A scheme like this was something he could easily see through. Since he was aware that Chen Feng was still alive, he would definitely be able to deduce Chen Feng's real goal soon enough. With a cold gaze, Chen Feng said, "Therefore, we are relying on the time gap. Before he arrives, settle everything." There in outer space, nothing could be seen. However, they were clear that a huge concealed region had been constructed here. This was Luo Yuan's territory, also where Wang Yao was imprisoned. "Here it comes," Chen Yuan said. "Hum." He waved his hand. A faint radiance flashed out. Next, some rays of light appeared, and everything became clearer and clearer. Ultimately, an immense space emerged before them. Bang! The ice-cold radiance shone brightly. Here in outer space was actually an immense palace. Ah! Chen Feng looked around. Luo Yuan, you sure love your palaces. This was, in fact, a space station that had been constructed in the shape of a palace. As the founder of the Stormtech company, Luo Yuan was very well versed in science and technology. Naturally, from its appearance, this was just a crude palace. It was huge and imposing. If they followed the road in front of them, they would be able to easily enter the palace. At the entrance was a restriction that seemed particularly powerful. Chen Feng looked at Chen Yuan. "Can you remove the restriction?" "No way." Chen Yuan shook his head as, in a low voice, he said, "This restriction is bait." Near the restriction, many temperature sensors and detectors have been installed. Chen Feng. Had this been created through the combination of technology and godly power? What in the world? Luo Yuan was so powerful, yet he was still using such cheap tricks? After all, sensors are relatively unknown and are hard to detect. They also won't release any energy fluctuations. As such, it is actually the best choice here. In a low voice, Chen Yuan continued, in any case, he does not intend for these security measures to stop intruders. He only needs to be notified that an intruder has appeared. That alone is sufficient. Chen Feng nodded in understanding. Clearly, if he wanted to avoid detection, he had to first prevent his body temperature from leaking. The surroundings of this palace seemed similar to that of a planet. Chen Feng had a pensive look when he noticed this. Within the palace, there were a lot of flowers and other vegetation. Evidently, the ecology within the palace was normal. They could even see rabbits wandering about. As such, this was definitely a place one could breathe normally. Indeed. Chen Yuan paused before adding, however, I do not recommend breathing in the air here. Oh? Chen Feng was once again amazed. There were sensors here as well? Yes. The quality and proportion of the air components here have a constant value. The moment you breathe in the air here, the value will change. And then, the palace will self-destruct. Moreover, Luo Yuan will probably arrive shortly after as well. Chen Feng. He glanced over at the distant restriction, his body sweating profusely. What in the world? Normally, when people discovered ruins or a dungeon, wouldn't they then enter by breaking the restrictions one by one? Luo Yuan was truly somewhat excessive with his sensors. For him, the restrictions were merely bait. These seemingly useless sensors were the actual trap. What else is there? Just tell me all at once, Chen Feng said with a sigh. Sensors. Chen Yuan pondered and continued, within the palace, sensors are everywhere. It is impossible for Luo Yuan to focus on the sensors at all times. As such, back then, he put in place some fixed rules. For example, the moment a mobile lifeform is detected, regardless of size, the alarm is triggered. Another example is the rabbits. If any of the rabbits die, the alarm will be triggered. In this sensory net established by Luo Yuan, these rabbits are the only beings capable of moving freely. Therefore, they have to stay alive. Chen Feng listened on in silence. This was obviously a place that no normal person could find. In other words, apart from Luo Yuan himself, nobody else should ever come here. Even so, he had such strict security measures installed? Why? To be safe. He is used to preparing for everything. Moreover, the security measures here are not just installed as a precaution against outsiders. They are here to keep Wang Yao in check as well, Chen Yuan explained. Chen Feng finally understood. Oh. In short, these rabbits are only here to prove that one can breathe normally in place. This will lure others over so that they can be killed? Chen Yuan shook his head. No. The rabbits are part of the sensory network as well. They are all fake rabbits, and their bodies laden with sensors. Chen Feng. What a trap. Luo Yuan was a god, right? He possessed supreme godly power. Could he not set up some powerful restrictions or something like that instead? Sensors? Monitoring? How cheap. Chen Feng wanted to curse at Luo Yuan. Alas, it was precisely these cheap methods of Luo Yuan's that were rendering Chen Feng helpless now. He had no way of dealing with them except for breaking in with force. He looked at Chen Yuan. Do you have any ideas? Nope. Chen Yuan spread his hands. Even in the past, when I or Luo Yuan came, we entered while the alarms blazed nonstop around us. Chen Feng, let me give it some thought. His head ached. At present, so long as he took a single step in, Luo Yuan would notice him. Naturally, it was only a matter of time. However, Chen Feng was still intending to make use of the time difference. Since becoming a true god, he hadn't done anything. The first thing he had done was rush here. All this was to make use of the time he had before Luo Yuan realized what his real plan was. Alas, the sensors here were truly quite troublesome. Suddenly, Chen Feng asked, what if everything is frozen? If all the sensors were frozen, perhaps. You won't be able to freeze them. Chen Yuan pointed ahead. Apart from the sensors, this place is also laden with godly power, which Luo Yuan personally granted this palace during its construction. Fine. Chen Feng had indeed forgotten about this. However, there did not seem to be any other alternatives. He focused his gaze. Suddenly, he thought of something. Chen Yuan. Although you are completely separated from Luo Yuan now, at the very least, these sensors here won't be able to differentiate between the two of you, right? If so, can you intercept the transmission of information to Luo Yuan? After all, it isn't possible for two real Luo Yuans to exist. If this were before, the moment you received the transmission, Luo Yuan would have received it as well. You two were synced together, after all. Therefore, Luo Yuan shouldn't have set this up in a way that multiple transmissions would be sent, right? In other words, you can be the one to receive all the transmissions here. When Chen Yuan heard this, his eyes brightened. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 852, Luo Yuan's Realization. Chapter 852, Luo Yuan's Realization. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. At this time, in the enormous kingdom of Luo Yuan had finally awakened. He was way too used to be high and mighty and unequaled. When the strongest of others had not even amounted to 1% of his strength, he had become totally fearless and hadn't cared about anyone else. Because of this, he had become egotistical and arrogant. The only thing he had cared about was controlling the world. Everything else had been irrelevant. Qin Hai? Wang Chun? He had not cared about them. If not for the destruction of his clone, Luo Yuan wouldn't even have cared about the alien worlds. After all, the alien worlds could never truly descend to this world. As such, he had not needed to care. Despite that, controlling the world wasn't an easy feat. He hadn't been able to shake the feeling that he was being extremely passive. However, he hadn't been able to find the source of this feeling no matter what and had only been able to give up on trying to figure it out. Now, when he once again had the same guess, he confirmed it with his luck aura immediately. Is Chen Feng still alive? After a long time, luck aura gave him the correct answer. Chen Feng was still alive. That's right, he had confirmed Chen Feng's status many times, yet this time, he received a completely different answer. Luo Yuan laughed. So it is indeed you. At this moment, his line of thought became unprecedentedly clear. The appearance of the mysterious person, the disappearance of his clone, Wang Chun's alien world, the connection with Mingyu, the existence of Xiaoying. At this instant, all of his information overlapped to give him the full picture. A cruel smile formed on Luo Yuan's face. So it turned out the crux of him obtaining control over this world was still with Chen Feng. He did not do anything rash when he realized this, nor did he rage about. After all, the anger he should vent had been vented a long time ago. When he found that Chen Feng was still alive, Luo Yuan entered his highest state of vigilance, the vigilance he used to have. Also returning to him was also the supreme intelligence he had relied on all those years ago. You have been hiding for me just so you can become a true god. Slowly, Luo Yuan joined all the clues together, and in a short few minutes, Chen Feng's goals were thoroughly analyzed by him. You destroyed my clone to stop him from syncing with me. Otherwise, the instant you attempted to ascend to the true god stage, I would know. So this is your real goal. You can't destroy my clone yourself. Therefore, you trick me into forming a new clone so as to collapse him. I see. A smile crept onto Luo Yuan's face. He had fallen for this trick. However, it was still not too late, as he had still ultimately discovered Chen Feng's secret. At the same time, he had also discovered the true reason for his failure to obtain full control over the world even after so many years. In fact, he felt somewhat relieved now that he had realized this. The unknown was the only thing that could give him the jitters. Now, he was clear that so long as Chen Feng was killed, this would end. Crystal Palace. He is hiding there. Luo Yuan was sure. His instinctive reaction was to charge into that world. However, this thought only lasted momentarily, as he had suddenly recalled another familiar person, Yi. Back then, had Yi fallen to that alien world by himself, or had he been banished there? Since Yi had prepared to rebel back then, his strength had to have reached a sufficient level. Perhaps he had even reached a level capable of contending against the creation god. However, he had still suffered defeat. Why was that? Had Yi been stupid? Clearly not. With the years he had spent in preparation, the preparation had to have been completed by the time he decided to act. If so, why had he suffered defeat? Based on Luo Yuan's guess, Yi might have chased after some enemy to the Twin Horns world only to have the enemy destroy all the connections between the two worlds. And thus, Yi had suffered the fate of an eternal banishment. Slowly, Yi's strength had dropped. Without the power of faith, he'd had no choice but to sink into slumber. This had lasted until a new lifeform came into being on that world. Thus, Luo Yuan was sure that if he dared to enter the world of the Crystal Palace, the same fate would befall him. Chen Feng would first sever all connections. Next, he would ensure they both suffered mutual annihilation. Based on Luo Yuan's understanding of Chen Feng was indeed someone both willing and capable enough to do something like that. Luo Yuan sighed. What a righteous main character. At times, these righteous characters were truly annoying. Chen Feng would truly choose to perish together with Luo Yuan for the sake of humanity. However, such righteous characters also had a fatal weakness. He. Luo Yuan stood up with a cold gaze. Capture everyone from the Genetic Union, Gene Production Association, and Research Agency, Luo Yuan commanded. Yes. His command was carried out speedily. As far as these people were concerned, humankind was but one of the various races in existence. And thus, members of those three organizations, numbering in the several hundred thousands, were captured and brought to the public square in the kingdom of Luo Yuan. These were all people that once had some sort of connection with Chen Feng. Tell them that Chen Feng is still alive, Luo Yuan said cruelly. If they want to stay alive, pray to Chen Feng to return. Force him to fight a battle with me. After all, he is already a true god, right? Luo Yuan was very happy. If Chen Feng were not yet a true god, this method wouldn't work. However, he was already a true god. Therefore, he had to come. At the very least, for these normal life forms, the battle between Chen Feng and Luo Yuan would be one between two true gods. Righteousness kills, right? Luo Yuan said with a faint smile. Chen Feng, how long can you keep hiding, with these people that were once close to you dying for your sake? He. There were several 100,000 of them. Within were figures such as the president, the deputy president, and Chen Feng's friends from the Gene Production Association, as well as his seniors and various other humans he was so familiar with. Could he endure this? Luo Yuan knew Chen Feng all too well. If Chen Feng were not a true god, he would have no choice but to endure this so he could avenge them in the future. Now, though, since Chen Feng was already a true god, how long could he endure? The smile never left Luo Yuan's face. He was sure that Chen Feng would definitely come. Prepare for battle, he commanded his underlings. He was going to prepare everything to face the so-called true god. He was going to return to Chen Feng the grief he had suffered for more than 30 years. Chen Feng. I will let you know that even between true gods, there are still differences. Luo Yuan was filled with confidence. After all, he was only a step away from becoming a world controller. How could Chen Feng compare to him? Thereupon, in the kingdom of Luo Yuan, everything was prepared. He stood on standby, waiting for Chen Feng's arrival. Alas, after 1 day, Chen Feng had yet to appear. Humph, Luo Yuan sneered. Kill some of them. Shwa. Over 10,000 people were cut down like they were grass. The next day, Chen Feng was still nowhere to be seen. Continue killing, Luo Yuan commanded coldly. Alas, shocking him, after continuous deaths, Chen Feng was still missing. The seemingly righteous Chen Feng had suddenly become cold-blooded. Kill. 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 Luo Yuan started killing everyone. Rivers of blood flowed on the public square, and yet Chen Feng was still nowhere to be seen. This gave Luo Yuan an ominous feeling. Could it be that he had made an error in judgment? Had he reached this conclusion due to yet another one of the many misconceptions his enemy had thrown his way? No, that wasn't possible. He had been wrong for over 30 years. This time, there was no way he was wrong. Chen Feng was definitely still alive. Luo Yuan was very confident in his gut. But then, why had Chen Feng not appeared? Luo Yuan's thoughts moved rapidly. In his state of high vigilance, his mind spun at a speed surpassing his previous self. With Chen Feng still alive as the foundation, he started deducing. Why had Chen Feng not come? Did he not care about those people? Unless their deaths were not real deaths? But they had obviously died for real. Under what circumstance would their deaths be fake? Suddenly, Luo Yuan realized something. Time. At this very instant, he gazed toward the sky. There, his final roots were planted. A thought flashed through his mind. Like thunder, his mind roared. Instantly, Luo Yuan's mind cleared. So it turned out Chen Feng was trying to get his hands on the power of time. He was looking for Wang Yao. Even though Luo Yuan had not received an intruder alert from his palace, he was able to confirm with his formidable deduction capabilities that Chen Feng's next goal was outer space. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 853, You Must Be Joking. Chapter 853, You Must Be Joking. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. It was time to put in place some preparations. Although he had yet to meet Chen Feng, once Luo Yuan began to pay attention to him, all his plans seemed to be unable to hide. After all, the two knew each other all too well. Therefore, Luo Yuan was able to see through nearly all of Chen Feng's plans. Since Chen Feng had not appeared here, he had definitely gone to outer space. Based on Luo Yuan's understanding of Chen Feng, he would hide his identity, then head to outer space to rescue Wang Yao. Unfortunately, an inescapable net had been set there long ago. This time, I will not allow you to flee from me. Luo Yuan had a firm gaze. There were way too many detection traps planted in outer space. Moreover, within his space station, there was a huge number of fatal traps. Of course, Luo Yuan did not believe that these traps could actually kill Chen Feng. Chen Feng was still Chen Feng. The traps would only be able to trap him there. Ultimately, Luo Yuan would still need to personally make a move to end Chen Feng. In any case, only by moving himself would he be able to ensure Chen Feng's death. Luo Yuan knew that if he didn't personally witness Chen Feng's death, he would spend his entire life wondering whether Chen Feng was truly dead. As such, he had to personally ensure Chen Feng's death. I haven't received any alerts from the space station yet. MHM. It seems Chen Feng isn't there yet, Luo Yuan muttered himself. He had to time his arrival nicely. If he arrived too early, Chen Feng would flee before reaching. In any case, his sensors there weren't something any ordinary person could detect. Therefore, when Chen Feng broke through the restrictions there, when he began to slowly enter the palace, that would be the perfect time for Luo Yuan to arrive. Nevertheless, until that moment, he had to prepare. Regardless of how much he looked down on Chen Feng, a true god was still a true god. Chen Feng was no longer the same person as before. To eliminate a true god, the proper measures needed to be taken. Otherwise, if Chen Feng escaped, he wouldn't be so easy to catch in the future. I need to prepare some methods. He scanned the numerous abilities he possessed before finally stopping on his recently emptied book ability. Perhaps he should form a new alien world from a different book? Neither Godly Model Creator nor the Crystal Palace would do. If so, what about a book regarding cultivation? He found a book called Heaven's Slaughtering Diagram. In this world, there were 3,000 grand das as well as a process for gathering godly power. It shared some resemblance to his cultivation system. The author of this book is astonishingly intelligent and highly popular. Moreover, the cultivation system they have fits me nicely, and there are countless experts in this world. I might even be able to catch a glimpse of the process of world creation from this book. Luo Yuan was very satisfied with his choice. Thus, a new alien world was formed based on this book, and Luo Yuan entered happily. Alas, 3 days later, he left with a pale expression. There was no other reason than that the author of this book was way too capable of writing filler. In the later parts of the book, when godhood was near, the author wrote never-ending filler. Luo Yuan followed along with the filler until he couldn't stand it anymore. If he continued with this story, he probably wouldn't be able to reach the end and witness the main character's ascension even after Chen Feng had taken his space station apart. Luo Yuan raged. These damnable filler-writing authors. I will kill you guys sooner or later. At this rate, how long would I need to wait for the main character to ascend? He gave up on this book. He had finally learned that alien worlds were truly unreliable. Many times, the books were only written due to sudden flashes of inspiration from the authors. It was truly fortunate that Luo Yuan had selected a book that was actually finished. If the book had been dropped, it would have been even worse. Well, I still gained something from this trip. When he had been in that world, he had been able to gain some comprehension when observing the Great Tao. This had allowed his strength to grow again. It wouldn't be long before he was able to become a world controller. Perhaps, he wouldn't even need the godhood of misfortune. Regardless, that damnable Chen Feng still had to die. Luo Yuan gazed at the sky. By now, you should be reaching the space station, right? Suddenly, his wristband began beeping like crazy. DD. DD. This was the sound of alerts originating from outer space. A smile crept onto Luo Yuan's face. You have finally arrived. Since he had received the alert, it was time for him to set off. At this time, in outer space, a huge mess had been created at the entrance of the originally imposing palace. The outer part of this palace had been nearly taken apart. Half the palace had crumbled apart. That's right, Chen Feng had long since entered the palace. With Chen Yuan here intercepting the alert transmissions, he'd had nothing to fear. As such, he had broken in through brute force. Over 2 days, nearly the entire palace had been taken apart. Despite this, he had still failed to enter the core area. Unfortunately, that was where Wang Yao was located. Before him, an immense palace was floating. Countless crushed blocks hovered around, orbiting the palace. Only the hall in the middle of everything still shone with a magnificent radiance, the very hall that was untouchable. This place is untouchable, Chen Yuan said as he narrowed his gaze. In fear of some accidents or Wang Yao's escape, this place has been set in a way such that nobody can open it. Not even Luo Yuan. Only when Wang Yao finished her cultivation would this place be automatically opened. I know, Chen Feng replied calmly. What is the point of coming here if you already know this? Chen Yuan could not understand Chen Feng's motivation. Wasn't he here to rescue Wang Yao? If they couldn't do that, then wasn't this trip pointless? Chen Feng merely laughed. He. Next, his body floated forward and slowly neared that huge palace. Bang! A deafening boom resounded. One could see Chen Feng utilizing all his might to lift the entire palace. Chen Yuan's eyes went wide. Was he sick? He was planning to carry the entire palace away? Clang! Clang! Accompanied by various clanging sounds and the blazing alarms, the huge palace actually began moving. Next, it slowly accelerated. You are really planning to carry it away? Chen Yuan was shaken. This fellow had gone crazy. Although Chen Feng was only carrying the core part of the space station, he was still carrying a huge, intact palace. Wasn't he aware of how big that thing was? Compared to that palace, Chen Feng was akin to an ant. Chen Feng smiled calmly. Of course. Since I can't bring Wang Yao away, I will just take everything away. With this, there won't be any danger when she wakes up. Chen Yuan. Chen Feng's thought process was quite simple. However, when Chen Yuan pondered it, what Chen Feng was doing was in fact quite logical. Fine, Chen Yuan could only accept this. In any case, he was only here to help Chen Feng in the first place. In outer space, the void was ripped apart. Chen Feng contacted Wang Chun to have him establish a tunnel using this tear in the void, and before Chen Yuan's speechless gaze, he stuffed the huge palace into the alien world. Clang! Clang! The friction between the huge palace and the crack leading to the alien world created a loud sound. Ka! Ka! Once again, countless cracks appeared in the alien world. If Mingyu and Shen Wang hadn't appeared to stabilize the alien world, it might have collapsed for real this time. Ultimately, the entire palace was successfully stuffed inside. Done. Chen Feng had a pleased expression. Chen Yuan. He had never expected this to be the result of their trip here. He had initially believed that Chen Feng was planning to leave traps around the space station and wait for Luo Yuan's arrival. Then the two would fight a decisive battle. Unexpectedly, what had happened instead was the palace being carried away. What in the world? Chen Yuan was still stupefied. All right, time to notify Luo Yuan, Chen Feng said. Ah? Chen Yuan blanked. Notify him? Yeah. Chen Feng glanced at Chen Yuan. The entire palace has been stolen. The moment we leave, he will find out. Therefore, it does not matter if we notify him first. Don't ever look down on his intelligence. We only succeeded because he is not aware of your existence. After a long while, Luo Yuan arrived with an imposing aura. Instantly, he was stunned. What he was looking at did not seem to be what he had pictured. There was no Chen Feng. There were no enemies either. In fact, even his palace was no more. Here, all that remained was some ruins. How? Luo Yuan stared blankly for a long time. Finally, he reached a verdict. That bastard had stolen his entire hideout while he was absent. What Chen Feng had been able to destroy had been destroyed. What Chen Feng hadn't been able to destroy had been stolen. However, with this, Luo Yuan's guess was confirmed. Chen Feng was indeed still alive. Damn it, only Chen Feng would do something like steal an entire hideout. Was he a madman or something? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 854, Luo Yuan's Decision. Chapter 854, Luo Yuan's Decision. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Will this work? Chen Yuan was still feeling anxious. After all, he had never seen something like this be done and thus had little confidence. His lack of confidence was especially pronounced when facing Luo Yuan, who he had once been one with. Don't worry. I have plenty of experience doing things like this, Chen Feng comforted him. Chen Yuan. What do you mean? I have a question, Chen Feng asked as he glanced sideways at Chen Yuan. Are there traps in this palace? Alarms or self-destruct systems? No, Chen Yuan replied calmly. Chen Feng continued his line of questioning. Are there any sensors? Detectors? Monitoring systems? Chen Yuan shook his head. No. Chen Feng glared at him. Then what are you afraid of? Like I said, this is how I normally do things. There is nothing to be surprised about. Since the palace is safe, carrying it away in its entirety will be fine. Chen Yuan smiled bitterly. I am only scared of infuriating him. Chen Feng looked at him like he was looking at an idiot. Aren't we already enemies? Since Luo Yuan was already an enemy, wasn't it even better to infuriate him? Chen Yuan still had the same bitter smile. No, it's not the same. Yes, Chen Feng probably wouldn't care. However, Chen Yuan was worried about himself. After all, he was the reason this had actually happened in the first place. Why had Luo Yuan suffered such a big loss? Simple. As far as Luo Yuan was concerned, this clone was already dead. He had no idea that this clone, which was as ambitious as him, had actually been subverted. That wasn't supposed to be possible. After all, the clone was also him. Luo Yuan was very clear that he was someone who wouldn't be subverted no matter what. Therefore, his excessive confidence had caused him to neglect the fact that a clone was still a clone. Even though they possessed the same intelligence, they could take entirely different positions. And when the clone was just a clone, he was much easier to persuade. This was the actual reason he had lost his palace. Chen Yuan had played an important role. Naturally, carrying the entire palace wasn't something Chen Yuan had expected. However, what he was most worried about was Luo Yuan figuring out that he was still alive. Luo Yuan was very intelligent. He would not remain blind forever. Why had he not received any alerts even when his palace was being taken apart? It wouldn't take long for Luo Yuan to think of this clone of his. He would reach the conclusion that this clone was still alive. At that time, Chen Yuan would probably become the target of the furious Luo Yuan. Now that the two of them were completely separated, even Chen Yuan himself did not know what the real body could actually do to him. Well, then just stay in the alien world for now, Chen Feng said after giving it some thought. After all, the alien world was still a restricted area for Luo Yuan. Fine. Chen Yuan did not bother arguing. However, his heart was still brimming with anxiousness. Luo Yuan and himself. Under normal circumstances, when Luo Yuan was in his normal state, he had no worries. He understood Luo Yuan all too well and would be able to scheme against him. What about when Luo Yuan was furious, then? This Luo Yuan that would no longer care about gains and losses. This Luo Yuan would be unpredictable. In outer space, Luo Yuan was still silently staring at the mess before him. This was his palace, the place where everything had started. Before coming, he had made numerous plans in mind and been prepared for various possibilities. For instance, what if Chen Feng didn't enter the palace and instead hid nearby to ambush him? That was quite possible. As such, Luo Yuan had had some measures in place to deal with that. Alas, this situation here was the only situation he had not prepared for. This had completely surpassed his expectations. The alarms. After a short silence, Luo Yuan finally understood. It was his clone. Chen Feng had actually subverted his clone. Just as Chen Yuan had said, a small clue was all Luo Yuan had required to reach this conclusion. Luo Yuan laughed. You actually succeeded in subverting him. That was his clone, a clone that shared his ambitions. What a fine Chen Feng indeed. Isn't subverting him the same as subverting me, in a sense? Luo Yuan exclaimed in admiration. He couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration toward Chen Feng. However, it was time for this to stop. Luo Yuan stared into the distance. He had suffered defeat after defeat along the way, the initiative always in Chen Feng's hands. Now, he had even lost his key to the power of time. However, Luo Yuan shook his head. All missing information has been obtained now, he muttered. At first, due to not knowing that Chen Feng was still alive, he had suffered loss after loss. Next, the matter pertaining to the Crystal Palace. And finally, his clone. Due to his lack of information, he had erred time after time. Now, that would cease. He had finally obtained all the information he had been lacking. Chen Feng had lost the only advantage he'd had. You are making use of the clone to make a move against me, right? Luo Yuan's gaze was cold. The clone was himself. As such, everything about the clone, including its thought process, was identical to Luo Yuan himself. Therefore, it was the correct choice to make use of his clone against him. If so, Luo Yuan would have to change his thought process from now onward. Change it himself? No. Anything he could think of, his clone would be able to think of as well. It would still be exploited by Chen Feng. That wouldn't work. If so, the only solution was to change his character according to the situation. This was his only choice. Suddenly, Luo Yuan laughed. Luck aura flashed. Templates for countless different characteristics appeared for his choosing. Next, among these templates, a rule was set so that a random template would be chosen with each encounter. He would act according to the templates from now on. His goal was a simple one, to not give Chen Feng any chance to exploit his line of thought. As for luck aura, the only reason it existed was to neutralize Chen Feng's interference. He had to ensure that his choice of action was truly random, to the point that even he himself did not know what he would do next. With that, Chen Feng would not be able to anticipate his next step either. Perhaps it was because the opponent this time was Chen Feng. Luo Yuan was presently much calmer than Chen Yuan had imagined. If so, how should he deal with Chen Feng stealing his palace? He had thought of countless methods for revenge. However, he absolutely could not do any of those, as Chen Feng would have prepared for those as well. Chen Feng was an extremely intelligent person. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible for him to trick Luo Yuan for over 30 years. Therefore, anything he could think of was something Chen Feng and his clone could think of. The table of templates within him flashed. I will be relying on you, then. Shua. Soon, a random template was chosen. With this selection, Luo Yuan's mental state changed accordingly. Based on this template, he should. Shua. He calculated rapidly. Each template had its own unique method of dealing with things. This was something Luo Yuan himself couldn't change. According to his plan, no matter which template was chosen, he would act according to the characteristics of the template. But this... Luo Yuan's expression became unsightly. The template was just a shell, at the core of it all was still Luo Yuan himself. Therefore, he could decide if he wanted to act according to the template or not. The method of this selected template, in all honesty, wasn't one he would use normally. After all, this was too idiotic. But, if even he himself hadn't seen this coming, perhaps it would work against Chen Feng? Of course, it could be a totally stupid decision too. What should I do? Should he follow his own reasoning or should he follow this template? Luo Yuan hesitated for a long time. This impetuous character and hot-headed way of making decisions. Shua. He finally decided. I will do it this way then. Finally, Luo Yuan decided to give it a try. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 855, The Final Battle Arrived Suddenly. Chapter 855, The Final Battle Arrived Suddenly. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. In the world of the Crystal Palace, Chen Feng was preparing for what was to come. Since the secret was already out, he had to face what was to come. We have already finished our preparations, said Mingyu. At the very least, they won't be able to enter this world through other channels. This alien world had been completely sealed off. When Mingyu and Shen Wang joined hands, their strength had increased greatly. Even Xiaoying, who shared a contract of life and death with her, had benefited from this, greatly growing in strength as well. Working together, Mingyu and Shen Wang had thoroughly sealed this world off. At the very least, they could now ensure that a clone like Chen Yuan would not be able to enter. This was the sole advantage Chen Feng had left. Luo Yuan's goal is to be the world controller. Having stopped him from obtaining misfortune in time, his next step will most definitely be me. Chen Feng was certain of this. Therefore, we sealed this alien world up, stopping his clone from entering. Naturally, if it's his real body. They exchanged glances. If it was the real body, they truly wouldn't be able to do anything. After all, Luo Yuan's real body was too powerful. The seal placed on this world would not be able to stop his advance. Regardless, if he came with his real body, they would have no choice but to engage in a decisive battle with him here. If that happened, the result would either be their side's victory or mutual annihilation. If required, Chen Feng would not mind destroying the entire alien world and dying together with Luo Yuan. This was also why Luo Yuan had never dared to enter personally. There was a chance that he would die together with Chen Feng. If this alien world was destroyed while he was inside, it would be the end of him. Therefore, he will definitely not come personally. However, he will probably try other methods. Perhaps he will send some unique clones that are stronger, or clones that possess the same strength as him, or something else that is similarly unique. This was the conclusion Chen Feng had reached. This was also the most likely thing to happen. Chen Yuan nodded in agreement. That should be the case. All other possibilities they could think of had been rejected. Continue to look for comprehension of world creation from an alien world? Luo Yuan did not have such a world. Therefore, his goal would most certainly be Chen Feng. With Luo Yuan's nature, after discovering Chen Feng, he would likely try to do something he wouldn't normally do. Therefore, this would be yet another bitter struggle. Chen Yuan, list all your guesses of what he might do. Do not miss a single one, Chen Feng said. Understood. Chen Yuan had a solemn expression. Since this pertained to his life, he had to take this seriously. And thus, Chen Feng, Chen Yuan, Mingyu, and even Wang Chun started discussing Luo Yuan's possible choices. Also discussed was Chen Feng's rapid growth. It was quite possible that the next battle would also be the final one. At least, this was what they thought would happen. I think. That's right. However, you have to increase your strength as rapidly as possible as well. What about? Everyone voiced their opinions. Every single possibility, every single idea, every single possible conclusion was discussed. With this alien world as the center, a game of chess was played. In this game, they tried to encircle Luo Yuan, to checkmate him in every possible way. Even the assistance of Qin Hai and the rest was taken into consideration in their planning. Because of that, everyone was gathered in this world. To do this, Wang Chun had to make a huge sacrifice. Several lively girls had to sign contracts of life and death with these fellows to enable them to enter this world. The mere thought of this caused incomparable pain in Wang Chun's heart. He felt like his head would be eternally green now. After all, this world was supposed to be his harem. Granted, Kong Bai's appearance here taught the girls that Wang Chun was actually quite dashing, but one should not forget that Qin Hai and Su Fei also entered this world. Wang Chun gnashed his teeth. What are you guys looking at? Su Fei laughed dryly. He. This place was simply heaven. TSK. Why couldn't he have this ability as well? I am not looking, Qin Hai said solemnly. He pointed at the surrounding girls. They are the one looking at me. Wang Chun. What could he say to this? Just as they were discussing their plans, suddenly, the air cracked. A deafening sound echoed from the sky above them. Mingyu blanked. This sound. Bang! 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 The sound grew louder. Suddenly, Chen Feng's vigilance rose. Prepare for war. Mingyu and Shen Wang began reinforcing this world's defenses. Even if Luo Yuan once again tried to send his clone in through a world of the crystal palace he created, the clone wouldn't be able to get here. If so, what exactly was this sound? Everyone's vigilance rose. Perhaps this was, as they'd guessed, a strengthened version of Luo Yuan's clone? Ka! Cracks appeared in the sky. Energy converged in the hands of Chen Feng and everyone else as they entered a battle-ready state. Bang! Accompanied by a loud boom, the sky was ripped apart. There, a familiar figure appeared. Luo Yuan had truly arrived. However, when they saw him, they were all stunned, as they realized that rather than a clone, Luo Yuan was descending personally. That's right, he had actually come with his real body. It was no wonder that he could enter so easily. With his real body. Was he here to die? Everyone was filled with doubt. After all, with Luo Yuan's real body coming personally, victory was no longer possible for him. There could only be two results. The first was Chen Feng's victory. The second was in defeating Chen Feng, but before death, Chen Feng would destroy this world, banishing Luo Yuan from reality forever. There were no other possible results. As such, they had never expected Luo Yuan to come personally. Had this fellow gone crazy? Even Chen Yuan was staring at Luo Yuan with a disbelieving gaze. Could it be that beyond just being Luo Yuan's clone, Chen Yuan had also possessed some of Luo Yuan's intelligence? Thus, after he left, Luo Yuan's intelligence had dropped? He truly couldn't make sense of this. However, at this time, there was no point in trying to understand anything. Chen Feng gave a signal. Seal. He had truly made no preparations for this action of Luo Yuan's. He hadn't seen this coming at all. However, there was no need for any preparations. With a single thought, Mingyu and Shen Wang placed this world on lockdown. Shwa! Shwa! Light swirled around as the entire alien world was locked down. In fact, a lockdown alien world could be opened through unique methods, such as what Luo Yuan had done with his clone before. But Luo Yuan entering personally was equivalent to locking himself within this world. Nobody would be able to open this lock. Now, this world was truly locked down. What exactly was going on in this fellow's brain? Chen Feng and the rest exchanged glances, bewildered. They did not believe that Luo Yuan would do something as stupid as deliver himself into their trap. Perhaps this was truly a special clone? Everyone instinctively looked at Chen Yuan. He shook his head bitterly. This is the real body. Even though he was no longer linked to Luo Yuan, he was still sure that this was the real body. Everyone sank into silence. In short, this might be the end of this long struggle? Slowly, Luo Yuan descended from the sky. The crack in the sky closed up, yet he did not seem to care. He merely gazed ahead, gazing at the figure that he had been thinking about for several decades. Indeed. Chen Feng was still alive. This was the first time he had seen Chen Feng in over 30 years. It has truly been a while, Chen Feng, Luo Yuan said with a faint smile. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. What exactly was Luo Yuan's plan? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 856, His intelligence has been taken away. Chapter 856, His intelligence has been taken away. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Somewhere within the Crystal Palace, a small palace hovered. The unique aura here allowed this palace to hover in the air, a faint energy surrounding it. Help it maintain the null gravity state, Shenwei said coldly. Understood. The rest continued defending this place seriously. Bang! Loud booms occasionally sounded in the distance. The earth itself shook as the immense might of the impacts caused the entire palace to lean sideways. However, through the efforts of Shenwei and others, the palace was stabilized. Pay more attention. No matter what, we can't allow it to be hit, Shenwei said. Shani came over with a big smile on her face. Let me help as well. After all, here, only the two of them were truly aware of what this palace represented. In fact, the huge battle that was unfolding on the other side of this world was precisely for the sake of this palace. Young Lady Wang Yao, please wake up quickly, Shani prayed. That terrifying demon king seemed to have descended upon this world. Chen Feng smiled. It hasn't been that long. We met not too long ago. Ah. Luo Yuan suddenly realized something. So that mysterious person had indeed been Chen Feng? How idiotic of him at the time. Chen Feng looked at Luo Yuan indifferently. Do you even realize what you're doing? Entering this alien world signified that the very best outcome Luo Yuan could hope for was mutual annihilation. With Luo Yuan's intelligence, how could he do something so stupid? Luo Yuan smiled. Of course. This was indeed quite the stupid thing to do. You kidnapped my clone and had even subverted him. Therefore, I, being furious, lost my reason and came charging here. Isn't that normal? Chen Feng, to hell with this, lost my reason. Did Luo Yuan look like someone who had lost his intellect at all? No, he didn't. Luo Yuan was all smiles. What's the rush? Come, sit down and have a chat? Chen Feng merely regarded Luo Yuan coldly. Look, you younglings sure are impatient, Luo Yuan lamented. His gaze became cold. You've been tricking me for over 30 years. If even I am not in a rush to teach you a lesson, why are you in such a rush? There are things that can't be rushed. In fact, I am very curious. All these years of keeping me in the dark, do I appear silly to you? I fell for all your plans and traps. For what? For the misfortune godhood, which is as good as non-existent. Luo Yuan sighed as he shook his head. Misfortune. Chen Feng had a contemplative look. He glanced at the distant Wang Chun and signaled him. Instantly, Wang Chun understood. He immediately told Mingyu to use the laws of this world to separate luck and misfortune. That's right, forceful separation. With this, Luo Yuan would have no chance of getting into contact with both without first destroying this world. No matter what Luo Yuan's true goal was, Chen Feng would never mind adding an extra layer of preparation. You are truly too impatient, Luo Yuan said with a smile. Who told you that I'm here for the misfortune godhood? Why are you here then? Chen Feng asked calmly. Are you only here for the sake of killing me? What do you think? Luo Yuan was all smiles. After all, you subverted my clone. Every step I take will be anticipated by him. Therefore, my subsequent actions will all be within your expectations. To avoid this, I can only do something I wouldn't normally do, by doing something you will never see coming. For instance, what I am doing now. Luo Yuan was very happy, seemingly feeling pleased with how his action had surpassed Chen Feng's expectations. Chen Feng sighed. A dead end? After all, this path Luo Yuan had chosen was indeed a dead end. A dead end he could never return from even if he managed to emerge victorious from the battle. Naturally. Luo Yuan approved of his choice greatly. Only a dead end can surpass your expectations. Only by choosing a dead end will I be able to escape from your tricks. And only a dead end can. Luo Yuan's gaze suddenly intensified. Allow one to be reborn from death. What? Chen Feng sank into a solemn mood. Bang! Suddenly, Luo Yuan moved. Chen Feng had long been prepared for this. However, Luo Yuan's attack was not directed toward Chen Feng, Kong Bai, or anyone else. Rather, this attack was headed toward his surroundings, toward the world restricting his strength. Bang! Bang! A terrifying shockwave spread out. Luo Yuan was pouring out his power to destroy this world. Bang! Bang! The crystal palace began shaking. Chen Yuan cursed. Have you gone crazy? Had Luo Yuan truly become stupid? Chen Yuan thought back to his previous self. With his intelligence, he should have progressed step by step and slowly pushed Chen Feng to his death. How could he do something so hot-headed? Moreover, to attack this alien world? What a madman! After all, the result of this world's destruction would be everyone's death. Was Luo Yuan truly here only to die together with them? As they thought of this, fear crept into their mind. Only Chen Feng became even calmer. Dying together was in fact not the worst thing that might happen, right? Are you sure you want to die together with me? Asked Chen Feng. The world rocked as the earth trembled. The entire world began cracking all over. Even Mingyu and Shen Wang couldn't heal this world at this point. Luo Yuan's real body was too powerful. Luo Yuan laughed. Of course not. Shwa. He waved his hand, ripping space apart. Next, numerous people appeared from the tear. When Chen Feng looked over, he noticed that these were all subordinates of Luo Yuan, the gods Luo Yuan had accumulated throughout the years. There were several thousand of them here, each a formidable god in their own right. This world had been locked down. They shouldn't have been able to appear here. Since they had. Luo Yuan had to have kept them somewhere on his self when he came here. These people had to have been hidden somewhere on Luo Yuan. Perhaps they had shrunk, or perhaps they had latched onto him, or maybe they had used some other method. In any case, they had entered. However, what was the point of this? Even the strongest among these gods was merely a journeyman god, right? Chen Feng could probably kill a whole bunch of them with a casual wave of his hand. Why had Luo Yuan gathered them here? Are you curious? Luo Yuan was all smiles. I am very curious as well. After all, this method is so stupid that even I myself would never have thought of it. However, this is also precisely something you never prepared for, right? Luo Yuan calmly said. Chen Feng had gained control over his clone, and Luo Yuan had been in at an absolute disadvantage. All his future actions would have been within their expectations. Therefore, he'd had to kill his way to a solution. Chen Feng's heart sank. This fellow, what exactly was this person intending to do? Almost time, Luo Yuan muttered. Bang! As the world was on the verge of destruction, Luo Yuan poured his strongest might into the world. If this attack actually landed, the entirety of this world would be instantly destroyed. At this moment, everyone's gaze became focused. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 857, Destroying Everything. Chapter 857, Destroying Everything. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Bang! A terrifying power bloomed. Luo Yuan's mighty power spread out and traveled through the void to directly appear above the palace wherein Wang Yao dwelled. This alarmed everyone here. He was actually attacking the palace. Was he trying to kill Wang Yao? No, that was not possible. He won't be able to break through the palace's defense. Chen Yuan was sure. After all, the Luo Yuan had been the one to place the defenses around this palace, and the defenses were capable of guarding against even Luo Yuan himself. The reason he had done this was to allow Wang Yao to focus on nothing but comprehending the power of time, undisturbed by anyone. Bang! That mighty power collided with the top of the palace, creating a deafening sound. Clang! The entire world seemed to shake. The palace wasn't destroyed, it was just as Chen Yuan had said. This palace couldn't be destroyed. However, because of Luo Yuan's attack, the powers surrounding the palace echoed out, forcefully scattering what power of time Wang Yao had comprehended thus far. Shwa! Instantly, the terrifying power of time roiled out. Like a tidal wave, the power of time engulfed the entire world, covering every single corner of the world and everyone in it, including Luo Yuan himself. Chen Yuan was horrified. He finally understood what Luo Yuan intended to do. Time chaos. He was forcefully dissipating all of Wang Yao's power of time, forcing it to spread around this world, which would become a chaotic time that would affect all the people present. The alien world was too small, to the point that when this power spread, it was sufficient to engulf the entire world. None of the people in this world could hide. Everyone would suffer the effects of time. You are throwing Wang Yao's 30 years of work down the drain. Chen Yuan howled. Doing this was no different than suicide. That was because Luo Yuan was the only one who wished for Wang Yao to comprehend the power of time. Nobody else cared. By doing this, the progress of Wang Yao's cultivation would be reduced greatly. This madman, after appearing this time, everything he was doing was crazy. Luo Yuan sneered. I know. He had finally seen through what mattered. The power of time? It wasn't important. Killing Chen Feng was the only thing that mattered. When Chen Feng finally died, he could take his time doing whatever he wanted. Although this action of his seemed somewhat hot-headed, it was also his best chance to kill Chen Feng. Otherwise, if Chen Feng was allowed to keep hiding in this world and growing without a stop, Chen Feng would eventually surpass him. Therefore, he had to destroy Chen Feng. And now, the power of time. Sensing the power of time washing over him, Luo Yuan suddenly laughed. Have you guys seen time chaos before? Chen Yuan's expression sank. Could it be? Time chaos was an entirely different concept than spatial chaos. A lot of people had experienced spatial chaos. It was a region brimming with the power of space, a region capable of disintegration, a region filled with various spatial cracks. Anyone who entered accidentally would be ripped apart by the power of space. That was because in such a place, anything might collapse at any time. Space might shatter into spatial fragments, or the space one occupied might suddenly rip apart. They were extremely fatal places. Even people as strong as Luo Yuan and Chen Feng would not dare to carelessly enter such a location without luck aura. The few times Chen Feng had been able to avoid Luo Yuan's detection were by relying on spatial chaos. As for time chaos, time chaos was a damnable place nobody wanted to experience. After all, the essence of spatial chaos was the same as the essence of time chaos. In other words, time chaos was a location where time itself was chaotic. Here, the flow of time was unstable. It might be fast or slow. Naturally, there was also the possibility that time would flow normally. This was a place where the direction time took was abnormal. It might go forward or backward. Could one imagine what it would feel like when time moved everyone mindlessly? Nobody would want to know that feeling. The scariest of all was frozen time. If one was unlucky enough to be in an area where time was frozen, well, one would be frozen there forever. The power of time was endless and boundless, and all these effects were unstoppable. One might be able to defend against the collapse of space caused by spatial chaos. However, the power of time permeated everything. It was unstoppable. What did Luo Yuan intend to do? He intended to destroy everything, to restart this world. No, to be precise, he intended to reset all the lifeforms on this world. You have no idea what you are doing. Chen Yuan yelled. Unfortunately, as the power of time washed over him, his voice stopped and an expression of utter terror appeared on his face. In that one instant, time had flowed backward 10 years. He had unluckily been engulfed by the power of time. Perhaps, normally, time flowing backward 10 years might be a good thing. After all, it was 10 years worth of youth, right? Alas, Chen Yuan was an exception. 10 years ago, he had not existed. His body was surrounded by a boundless radiance. Eventually, he transformed into countless light particles and dissipated into nothingness. This clone, the other Luo Yuan, under the effects of time, had transformed into nothingness. This sinister scene shocked everyone. Everyone retreated madly. Alas, it was pointless. The power of time had already engulfed the entire world. Nobody could hope to hide from it. Shwa! The power of time swept around. Some people aged immediately as the beautiful young ladies suddenly became old. There were even some who instantly died of old age. Time was the scariest of powers. Some became extremely young. Some grew younger by 3 years, some by 5 years, and some grew several decades younger instantly, transforming into nothingness. Shwa! Shwa! As the power of time rippled out, countless people vanished from existence. A terrifying change was taking place at a speed visible to the naked eyes. The power of time swept over and engulfed Chen Feng, Qin Hai, Kong Bai, Luo Yuan himself, the numerous gods behind Luo Yuan, and all the others. Ultimately, that power shook the entire world. The alien world, which had already been on the verge of collapse, began to recover and became even stronger than before. The entire world was reinforcing. 1 time, 10 times, 100 times, nobody knew what this world was experiencing. That was how profound the power of time was. Even now, the rippling of the power of time had yet to stop. Even though the entire world had already been changed, the power of time was seemingly still changing something. Hum. 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 A faint radiance began to spread. After a long time, finally, that terrifying power stopped. At this time, in the entire world, only a single location hadn't changed in the slightest. This was the deepest core of this world, the center of the power of time, that very palace. At this time, the palace was hovering in the sky. Within, in the very center of the palace, Wang Yao was seated cross-legged, looking very much like a true god. She was still immersed in her cultivation, completely ignoring everything that was happening outside. Hum. Hum. The power of time swirled around within the palace. Finally, it stopped overflowing outside and started gathering around Wang Yao. Here and now, Wang Yao appeared so very resplendent. As of this moment, this place was the core of this world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 858 Reset the World. Chapter 858 Reset the World. Translator, Limest and Editor, Tenish. In the world of the Crystal Palace, the tidal wave of time had stopped. The entire world was filled with bizarre swirling lights as the entire world seemed to be radiating the power of time. Luo Yuan was resetting the entire world. In a flash, before Chen Feng could do anything, the transformation began. Before his eyes was nothing but a boundless radiance. Every single inch of this world now had a luster like the surface of a mirror. Luo Yuan, Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Luo Yuan deciding to do this had indeed surpassed everyone's expectations, even Chen Feng's. However, the rest of the world wasn't necessarily advantageous to Luo Yuan. It might be possible for this to be an advantage for Chen Feng instead. Naturally, Luck Aura should be able to put an end to this. After all, a location of chaotic time was akin to Luck Aura's home ground. Unfortunately, since both of them possessed Luck Aura, the two auras counteracted each other. As such, the development of this world happened freely, without any outside interference. Everyone that was assembled here has been split up, moved to random locations. Chen Feng pondered. Although everything was in chaos now, he was still trying to arrange his thoughts as soon as possible. Luo Yuan and the numerous gods he had brought had also been affected by the power of time. As for Chen Feng and those on his side, they had also been transformed by the power of time. Not a single person could escape time. These people might appear in any random part of this world now. My strength, Chen Feng tried calling upon his strength. Fortunately, although Luck Aura's effect had been nullified, it had still worked within his body. As such, he hadn't received much effect from the power of time. At the same time, this also meant that Luo Yuan had likely been able to maintain his strength. Chen Feng's eyes narrowed. Luo Yuan. Was this your goal? First, push this world to destruction, then reset it. Now, this world was no longer under Chen Feng's control. With its transformation, this world had become even stronger and was now capable of enduring impacts from powerful gods. As for Luo Yuan, he was intending to kill each and every person on Chen Feng's side. At a certain location within this world, a bolt of lightning flashed past. Illuminated by the radiance of this lightning was the nearby Luo Yuan. It has begun. Luo Yuan had a calm expression. Under his control, both Luck Auras had cancelled each other out. Nevertheless, neither he nor Chen Feng had been affected much by the power of time. With this, he would have an easier time reaping his harvest. As for the 1,000 plus gods he had brought with him, regardless of their strength, they were fully under his control. A certain huge person appeared. Lord. This was a minor god that had just broken through under Luo Yuan. He was so weak that it was pitiful. However, his unique ability set was a rather remarkable one. Now, affected by the power of time, he had successfully become a major god. Boundless godly power filled his body. Luo Yuan was very satisfied with this development. Excellent. Well then, time to start the hunt, Luo Yuan said sinisterly. He and his 1,000 gods would be the hunters. The subordinate was somewhat anxious. Those of the Crystal Palace. Don't worry. Luo Yuan smiled. With the power of time's transformation, this world has been reset. At present, Mingyu and Shunwang. Everyone originally of this world is in the void. Due to the power of time, they might be reduced into nothingness at any time. Therefore, before this transformation completes, they will remain in the void to await their fate, unable to appear in this world. Just make sure to end the battle before that, Luo Yuan said emotionlessly. Yes. The gods obeyed. Before them, each inch of this world was shining. Even more astonishingly, silhouettes of familiar-looking people occasionally flit past. That silhouette seems to be that person called Kong Bai? A god guessed. Yeah. Let's go. They exchanged glances before trailing after Kong Bai. The so-called destruction of the world was in fact targeted at Chen Feng's side. Before coming into this world, those on Luo Yuan's side had naturally made some preparations so as to not be weakened by the time chaos. After all, this power of time had merely rippled out randomly instead of being manually controlled by Wang Yao. Therefore, they had been able to somewhat resist the effects of the time chaos. However, there was one caveat to this. If they encountered a time effect that was flowing forward, their resistance would be disabled. Only when time flowed backward would what they had prepared resisted the power of time, lessening the effects on them. Naturally, there was a limit to this. A good example was a rather unlucky god that encountered a terrifying time flow that directly reversed 1,000 years worth of time. Despite his prepared resistance, that god had still been directly reduced to nothingness. After all, he had been directly reversed to a time prior even to his conception in his mother's womb. In such a condition, how could he have been saved? However, that was an exception. The large majority of these gods still maintained their peak combat power. Their targets were Chen Feng and his friends. After killing them, Luo Yuan would gain control over the world, becoming a supreme existence. Look over there. There seems to be someone there. He doesn't look like one of us. In fact, he resembles that Su Fei. Let's go. Yet another bunch of gods set forth. In numerous parts of this world, the instant they caught a glimpse of Chen Feng or his friends, they began cautiously trailing whomever they had seen. Their goal was the elimination of these people. There's someone there as well. Could that be Chen Feng? If it is Chen Feng, remember to report it. We are definitely not his match. Let our lord deal with him. Understood. No, not Chen Feng. He looks like Qin Hai? Follow him. One by one, Chen Feng's friends were found. Look for a chance to make a move. Don't leave anyone alive, said an emotionless voice. Understood. In the corner of a certain time barrier, a certain person was crouching and staring ahead blankly. He was evidently still shocked by this transformation. From what he was wearing, it was evident that this person was precisely Kong Bai. Is it him? Yes, a god confirmed. This alien world wasn't particularly big. Even though everyone had been scattered everywhere, more than 10 gods had ended up being washed into this region alone. After confirming their coordinates with their wristbands, they had begun their hunt. This time, their target was Kong Bai, whom they had discovered. So how strong are you guys now? A god asked. I am at a journeyman god. Same. I've grown somewhat and am now a journeyman god as well. I've become a major god, a certain god announced proudly. He was one of the lucky gods that had encountered a power of time that was flowing forward. Well, you will be the captain for this mission then. All right. Cautiously, they began to approach Kong Bai. Kong Bai had seemingly not noticed them. No, rather, he seemed to be ignoring everything. Since the moment he had appeared here, he had been in this blanked state. His back was against them as he blankly stared at something. They had no idea what was going on in his brain at the moment. The major god sneered. It doesn't matter what he's thinking about. They knew of Kong Bai. He seemed to have been quite weak originally. Even if he had luckily encountered a power of time that was flowing forward, he still wouldn't be that strong. After all, if the power of time he had encountered had been too powerful, the shockwave itself would have been sufficient to kill him. After all, 50 years and 500 years were two entirely different concepts. The major god told the other gods to charge forth. Go! Bang! Countless powerful attacks erupted. Although they didn't think that Kong Bai could do anything against them, they still attacked with all their might, aiming to end this mission as soon as possible. Right at this instant, Kong Bai seemed to finally notice the godly power fluctuations behind him as he slowly turned his head around. The gods were immediately alarmed, as that face wasn't Kong Bai's. This face horrified all the gods present. Kong Bai, who had already been ugly, seemed to have experienced something unknown in the endless river of time. At present, his face was filled with wrinkles and creases. Moreover, on his skin were numerous dark spots that only the elderly had. Kong Bai's current appearance successfully shocked even the gods, who had seen numerous lifeforms. So this was an aged Kong Bai. Even more terrifying were his eyes. His originally lively and bright eyes seemed to have been affected as well. Numerous brown spots could be seen in his eyes, giving off quite a horrifying look. The major god was somewhat shocked. This? A hoarse voice waffled out of Kong Bai's mouth. Can I ask you a question? Who's the most handsome man? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 859, Pursuit. Chapter 859, Pursuit. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. The gods fired their godly power at Kong Bai. However, everything suddenly vanished. Only that question was left lingering in the air: who's the most handsome man? Curse it! The gods were all horrified. After all, this group was comprised of one major god and 9 journeyman gods. Their combined strength was unimaginable. However, even with their strength, their combined attack had been erased by this single seemingly stupid question from Kong Bai. Why? This fellow. Fear filled their eyes. Answer me. Who's the most handsome man? As he asked this question, a stiff smile took shape on Kong Bai's face. He was seemingly trying to make himself look kinder, yet when the creases on his face piled together due to the forced smile, he instead looked even scarier. One of the gods had an ominous feeling and wanted to retreat. Go! Kong Bai's expression became sinister. Wrong answer. Bang! A beam of light shot out of his eyes, instantly disintegrating that god. The other gods? What in the world was this? Titanium beams? Apart from some unique existences with powerful eyes, someone killing someone else with their eyes was extremely rare. How could this Kong Bai fellow? Answer me. Kong Bai's gaze rested on one of them. Who's the most handsome man? You. It's you, the trembling god answered. Shwa. The entire world lapsed into silence. Even Kong Bai stopped talking. He didn't attack either. Was that the correct answer? That god was overjoyed when he noticed this. Alas, before he could revel in his joy, a beam of light appeared and punched straight through him. Before his death, Kong Bai's emotionless voice waffled into his ears. A lie. The other gods were all dumbstruck. What was this? Ignoring him would result in death. Answering him would still result in death, as he would assume it was a lie. What the hell? How were they supposed to answer this question, then? Kong Bai's gaze came to rest on yet another god. Answer me. Who's the most handsome man? That god gulped. Me, since saying the most handsome man was Kong Bai wouldn't work, he might as well try saying it was him. Bang! With a flash, he was reduced to ash. Kong Bai's cold and hoarse voice drifted past. Are you not ashamed of saying that, with that face of yours? Once again, the entire world lapsed into silence. The remaining gods began to sweat profusely. This Kong Bai was truly very scary. Kong Bai seemed to have been overexposed to time, to the point that his consciousness was now hazy. From the look of his face, he seemed to have experienced many years, to the point that his strength had become this terrifying. At this time, Kong Bai's gaze landed on another god. Answer me. Who's the most handsome man? The questioned god felt a chill go up his spine. Was he going to die now? How should he answer this? Heavens, a question like this. This did not seem like a question with a proper answer, right? Who was that most handsome man? Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. He is. He was just about to yell the name out. Alas, before he could answer, he was reduced to ash by yet another flash. Kong Bai's cold voice resounded. Hesitating to answer such a question? Ignorant. The remaining gods were all dumbfounded. And another death? Heavens! What exactly did this guy want? Perhaps, he merely intended to slowly torture and kill everyone here? No, that did not seem to be the case. His consciousness seemed to have truly gone hazy. Kong Bai's gaze landed on the weakest god in this group. Answer me. Who's the most handsome man? That god paused slightly, then recalled the earlier god's death. Immediately, he howled, Kong Bai. Kong Bai is the most handsome man. This short sentence was yelled so loudly that even a deaf person could hear it. The nearby gods all felt their ears going deaf from the loud shout. Kong Bai regarded this god with his blank eyes. Just as everyone thought that this god was about to die as well, Kong Bai's head nodded suddenly. An expression of approval appeared on his face. Indeed. Kong Bai is the most handsome man. He. Even if I have forgotten many things, I still remember that he is the most handsome man, but this old Kong Bai seemed to be extremely satisfied. Thus, he nodded his head approvingly before turning around and leaving. The remaining gods were all sweating profusely. Their legs were limp from the fear. So they had survived? What they had just experienced was something that could not be explained with words. At this time, some of them looked at the departing Kong Bai. His elderly figure was somewhat stooped. From his body, a familiar power could be felt. Right, it was precisely the power of that damnable mirror. What happened to him? No idea. Why did that mirror fuse with him? Nobody knew what had happened to Kong Bai. However, it was at this moment that these gods had a feeling like the hunt this time wouldn't progress as smoothly as they had expected. Something like this had happened to Kong Bai. What about the other targets? The gods wondered, were they still the hunters? Why did they feel like the roles had been reversed? Contact our lord. This Kong Bai is not someone we can handle. Understood. At a different location, a group of gods was advancing cautiously. Suddenly, one of them stopped the others. Halt! Why? The other gods looked at him questioningly. This place, that god looked at the region before them, which was filled with swirling light. He paused momentarily before looking at the god beside him. I seem to recall that your flesh is capable of unlimited regeneration, right? That god nodded. Yeah. Why? Shwa. Instantly, his arm was severed from his body. This was followed by a miserable scream from him. Next, the other god tossed the cut arm into the region of swirling lights. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the arm instantly withered, began desiccating, and ultimately transformed into nothingness. Look. The flow of time here is 100 times faster than normal. Entering might result in death, that god said with a calm expression. However, the god whose limb had been severed was currently extremely angry. I don't care. You are the scout. If you need something, say it and we will cooperate. Why did you cut my arm off? Oh. That god paused, then looking at them doubtfully. Will you guys trust me if I say it out loud? Of course. After all, you are a scout whose abilities specialize in detection, the remaining gods answered doubtfully. Oh. That god seemed to come to a sudden realization. Sorry. I have never worked with other gods before. I only did that to increase my persuasiveness. Next time, I will take note of my actions. The now one-armed god stared at him, stupefied. Shoo! After taking a detour around that region, the scout suddenly told everyone to keep quiet. Distantly, the figure that they had been trailing had finally stopped moving. He seemed to be looking for something. He stood on the shore of a lake, his gaze stalled on the water below him. He was staring at the glittering water, seemingly hesitating about something. The gods behind him increased their vigilance. Suddenly, that figure stripped naked. He continued to intently stare at the water below him for a long time before suddenly proudly saying, "Indeed. It has grown larger." The gods behind him? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 860 Perfect Body. Chapter 860 Perfect Body. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. This beautiful body. TSK. In an extremely narcissist way, that person felt his own body while endlessly lamenting, look at this chest, look at these abdominal muscles, look at this waist, look at this. Was he crazy? The gods felt powerless when they saw this. So this fellow had walked this far just to find somewhere with water with which to worship his own body? Has his identity been confirmed? Yes. He is Su Fei, a person with an extremely powerful fleshy body. Can he be more powerful than a god? True. Since his identity has already been confirmed, it is time to deal with him. They couldn't stand watching that fellow's narcissist actions. After exchanging glances, powerful godly power erupted as their attacks headed toward Su Fei. Before Su Fei could even react, he was hit by the attacks. Bang! 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 Numerous godly power-induced explosions appeared. The terrifying power had blasted apart even the nearby lake. Su Fei was completely submerged in the flood of attacks. Where he had stood, a huge crater, several dozen meters deep, had been created. Their attacks had transformed even the topography of this place. The various gods watched on coldly. Just as they were about to conclude that their mission was a success, a single hand suddenly reached out from the crater. As the gods saw this, their pupils shrank. There, a frail-looking person slowly crawled out of the crater. This fellow. They had an ominous feeling. That had not been enough to kill him? Let alone dead, he wasn't hurt in the slightest. This fellow had resisted the bombardment of a bunch of gods with his flesh alone. Go! Howled the leader of this group of gods. Nobody was stupid enough to continue fighting in this situation. The earlier attack had already been extremely powerful, created by them joining hands. If even such intense godly power couldn't harm Su Fei, killing him was impossible. Therefore, they decided to retreat without the slightest hesitation. Alas, it was too late. Pooh! With a red flash, a figure streaked past. Su Fei erupted with extremely horrifying speed and streaked everywhere. Each time he was seen, a god died, blood splattering about. Bang! Finally, the last god fell. An indignant look was left in his eyes, which were still wide open. He could not understand this. Su Fei. How had that weakling become so powerful? After all, he was obviously a regular human, a person who was supposed to be incapable of breaking through. How? Plop. The final god landed on the ground, dead. Weaklings. Su Fei curled his lips. He began to sense the power he now had. In short, before, he had only been immune to energy, whereas at present, he was immune to even godly power? This feeling. His body felt weird now. His rise had been an odd one. Turtles, dragons, and all those weird things he had experienced. Now, with the baptism of time, his body had gained this odd constitution, which he himself couldn't explain clearly. The power of time was extremely powerful. However, what they had experienced was merely a portion of what had leaked out of Wang Yao's place. Moreover, this little amount of leaked power had been spread all over this world. Therefore, when it had landed on living beings' bodies, the effects hadn't been as powerful as the pure power of time would be. Thanks to Su Fei's immunity, the effect of the power of time on him had been halved as well. Therefore, what should have been enough to directly cause Su Fei to die of old age had been shortened. He had only experienced 10,000 years. This had allowed his odd flesh to go through a millennium's worth of evolution. That's right, a millennium. This surpassed the lifespan of many life forms. Yet for Su Fei, who had inherited the bloodlines of a dragon and of a turtle, he had merely somewhat honed his flesh. After all, such as dragons, which possessed formidable flesh, had always been existences that grew strong with the passage of time. Therefore, Su Fei had reached completion in his cultivation just like that. Based on what the little turtle had told him previously, if the day came when his cultivation reached completion, his strength should be. Bang! Su Fei punched at the ground beneath him. The firm and substantial soil, which had become even stronger after this world's transformation, couldn't even take a single punch from Su Fei. A huge crater was instantly created. A true god. Su Fei howled with laughter. Ha 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 ha. Luo Yuan, did you ever imagine that this would happen instead? I am now as strong as a true god. Luo Yuan, wash your rear and wait for me. Su Fei was immensely satisfied as he continued praising his still naked body. Even when he was praising his little brother down there, his head was still held high and his chest was still puffed out. All his feelings were being wantonly let out. From now on, I will be the hunter. At a different location, a certain god had just appeared. An alarmed expression appeared on the 30+ gods around him. None of them dared to get near him. That was because this god had become extremely powerful after being hit by the power of time. He was now comparable to a true god. After all, there had to be some lucky ones among Luo Yuan's subordinates. You all, come with me, he said. The gods in this area had discovered a target as well. He would now personally go to deal with that target. The gods accepted his command. Yes. That fellow is called Qin Hai. It is said that he is Chen Feng's best friend. MHM. Based on that minor god's introduction, Qin Hai's time was reversed after he was hit by the power of time. He is now a little child with nearly zero strength. Excellent. The gods were very pleased when they heard this. With this, there would be no mistakes. After reaching the location, they could indeed see a child. This child appeared rather tender and unfamiliar. However, he did indeed resemble Qin Hai somewhat. This Qin Hai fellow, who was one of the stronger members of Chen Feng's group of friends, had actually been transformed into a child. It is indeed him. The gods were delighted. Kill him. Shua. They pressed forward toward that child. Alas, right at this instant, that child turned around and glanced at them. Suddenly, the child shook his head and stepped forward. Just as the gods were about to chase after him, their leader stopped them. Wait. That place, that god pointed at where the child now stood. They could see that a faint radiance was flickering there. The flow of time seemed to be changing constantly. That is a region where the flow of time changes, an extremely dangerous place. The various gods were alarmed. Even though they were gods, they still wouldn't dare to carelessly enter such an area. Shua. After giving them one last glance, the child stepped deeper into that area. At a speed visible to the naked eye, his body began growing again. One could vaguely see that a sword was held in the child's hand. He seemed to be doing something. Suddenly, one god understood. He is cultivating. This person called Qin Hai was actually making use of this region of flowing time to cultivate. The gods dared not believe this. Is he not afraid that this will be the cause of his death? That was an area that even they did not dare to enter. After all, that was a place where the flow of time would forever be unknown. Moreover, a situation might even arise where different parts of one's body experienced the flow of time in different directions. Therefore, none of the gods dared to enter that area. That person called Qin Hai seemed to be gambling. Focus on him. I refuse to believe that he can survive this. Their leader did not believe that Qin Hai could survive this. After all, the flow of time in this area seemed to be extremely long. Could Qin Hai truly reach the end? At this rate, he would most certainly die of old age before he reached the end. This was the opinion of all the gods here. Thus, they all focused their attention on Qin Hai, who was within the region of flowing time. They watched as he walked forth one step at a time. With each step he took, he grew older. Soon, he was already a youth. Youth. Middle age. Old age. With each step he took, he grew older by a year. Now, he had actually walked to his old age. His expression appeared much older now. His body was no longer tall and straight, instead stooping down at a speed visible to the naked eyes. Despite that, he still maintained the same posture and was still holding the sword. The sword had never moved either. Just like that, he walked through the region of flowing time, reaching the end of his lifespan. All the gods were shocked when they saw this. What exactly is this fellow trying to do? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 861 Time Kill. Chapter 861 Time Kill. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. After a millennium, Qin Hai's gaze radiated the vicissitudes of life. Only after personally stepping into this area did he realize how fast the flow of time was. Even his consciousness, which had undergone a transformation, couldn't leave this place. Duma was extremely familiar with the laws of time. Therefore, Duma had once altered Qin Hai's consciousness, allowing him to survive from ancient times until the present era, becoming the leader of the mysterious organization. Qin Hai had a certain amount of immunity to the power of time. That was why the reversed time flow hadn't erased him from existence. After his time was reversed many years into the past, his change had ultimately stopped at the child stage. At moment, Qin Hai had come up with his very own unique plan. He wanted to cultivate using this region of flowing time. Only this would allow him to tread a path unique to him alone. He was someone who had once been crippled. This had always remained his biggest regret. Even though he had gone back in time and used a unique method to eventually become an expert, it hadn't been the perfect solution to his problem. Due to him being crippled, his potential had become extremely poor. Therefore, he had slowly been overtaken by Chen Feng. He, too, had once been one of the chosen, a proud son pampered by the heavens. Yet now, Chen Feng had far surpassed him, to the point that he wasn't even qualified to look up to Chen Feng anymore. This was a pain he had been hiding in the depths of his heart. He had a love for swords, yet due to the circumstances surrounding his body, he could not walk the path of the sword. Now, he was given a new start. Bringing him back to his youth, the reverse time flow had granted him the perfect opportunity. The little degree of time immunity he possessed had preserved his sense of self. The only change aspect of him that time had been able to alter was his physical body. A body brimming with potential was returned to him. Therefore, Chen Hai had taken the initiative to enter the terrifying region of flowing time. Equipped with a sword in his hand and a cultivation manual in his heart, he had begun to walk forward, one step at a time. From a child, he reached old age. Eventually, his body began to wither, yet his sword was still as resplendent as ever. He was holding the sword up. With his life, the sword was held up. Chen Feng. I will not allow you to leave me behind. I, Chen Hai, am not willing to keep being baggage. His crooked body was host to a pair of resolute eyes. Finally, he walked out of the region of flowing time. After a millennium, even his body, which was somewhat immune to the power of time, appeared to be on the verge of collapse. His body was extremely withered, yet his eyes were shining resplendently. Sword in hand, he strode forth one step at a time. At this time, the gods were still watching. This result had somewhat surpassed their expectations. After all, the flow of time in that region was obviously somewhat abnormal. Why had the flowing time not erased Chen Hai? With such fast flowing time, Chen Hai was still alive? That was inconceivable. I thought the humans only had a lifespan of several hundred years? That is correct. But, since he is still alive, are we going to let him go just like that? They looked at their leader. Let Chen Hai go? That was not possible. There were so many of them here, so how could they allow a mere mortal to leave just like this? This was especially true since they had encountered a mere child, and even now, their target was but an old man. If Chen Hai can survive that region, the same should apply to us. Kill him. The leader said, a cold gleam in his eyes. Understood. Schwa. With a flash, a certain god took the lead and stepped into the region of flowing time. However, the instant he entered, his face fell. The speed time was flowing it here was. Schwa. The same expression appeared on the other gods' faces. Time was flowing so fast here that it was terrifying. The various gods were horrified. What's going on? If it was truly this speed, how did Chen Hai survive? The time flow is definitely different across this region, a god concluded. If even a mortal like Chen Hai can survive this place, what is there to fear for us? Look at the swirling radiance in this region. Each radiance is different. Therefore, the flow of time should be different as well. Don't hesitate here. As we continue forward, the speed time is flowing, it will surely decrease. At this time, a certain god stepped forward. Instantly, an expression of joy appeared on his face. Time is indeed flowing more slowly here. Sure enough. The various gods exchanged glances. In this region, time was indeed flowing at varying speeds. Since that was the case, they no longer needed to be anxious. They exchanged glances and made up their minds. Charge forth and capture Chen Hai. That's right. Schwa. The gods charged forth, each of them transforming into a streak. They moved as fast as lightning. They were all gods, after all, how fast could they move? Unimaginably fast. Alas, as they moved like lightning, the instant they reached the deepest part of the region, horror appeared on their faces. The flow of time here. After charging forth, the flow of time only decreased slightly before intensifying many times over. The flow of time here was 10 times greater than in the starting area. Their strength grew multiple times over. Alas, the same expression of horror was still on their faces. This is bad. This godly power. Damn it. The flow is too fast. Retreat. Are you trying to die? If we retreat now, the flow of time will be further amplified. Our only option is to continue charging forth. Since Chen Hai could survive this, it means that forward, time will flow backward. Yes, that must be the case. They were filled with anticipation. As such, they could only continue on, since they had no other option anyway. Retreating would only result in their death. They had to continue forward, just like Chen Hai. After all, even Chen Hai, the mortal, had survived this, so what about them, the gods? Schwa. Numerous figures streaked toward Chen Hai. However, what happened was completely different from what they'd expected. The flow of time was still intensifying. It became stronger and stronger, and the speed they were moving it became faster and faster. This rate of growth was so great that they despaired. Swish! Swish! Their speed was still increasing. With the increase in their strength, this increased speed was out of their control. They could only stare blankly as they neared Chen Hai as their physical bodies continued to age without stop. Finally, their bodies began to wither. Ultimately, they transformed into nothingness. Each of the rapid streaks of light transformed into nothingness just as they were about to leave this region of flowing time. They all died of old age. Before his death, a certain god indignantly howled, "Not possible! I am a god. I have a lifespan of 7,500 years. He truly couldn't believe that he was to die here. I have a lifespan of 9,000 years, a different god said with his eyes shut. Indeed, he managed to advance 10 meters more than the other god. These 10 meters were equivalent to 1,500 years. Shwa! Shwa! The various streaks transformed into nothingness right as they were about to reach Chen Hai. Each of them was a god. They transformed into countless light particles before dissipating, truly dying, each blooming like fireworks in their moment of death. Chen Hai's mouth curled up into a smile. How beautiful! The fireworks of gods. TSK TSK. What a sight to behold! He smiled. His figure appeared even more crooked now. With some difficulty, he stepped forth. The sword in his hand was still shining brightly. Slowly, he walked away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 862 Hunting Ground. Chapter 862 Hunting Ground. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. The Crystal Palace. In this bizarre world of time, there were two core areas that hadn't experienced any changes. Chen Hai was not the only one who was making use of time to cultivate. There were two people who were even better at exploiting time than Chen Hai. These two were Luo Yuan and Chen Feng. With the passing of time in this world, these two were the only ones here capable of utilizing time to perfection. Why was that? That was due to the power of luck they both possessed. Although their respective powers of luck counteracted each other, they could still use those powers on themselves. Therefore, they were able to avoid stepping into the time zones capable of killing them. As for Chen Feng, even though he had lost luck aura when spirit separated from him, his new godly power had fused with the power of luck and misfortune. Therefore, he was still able to compete against Luo Yuan's luck aura. These two were the only ones who were cultivating madly. Luo Yuan's goal was extremely simple. One of his reasons for destroying and resetting this world was so he could make use of the laws of time to cultivate, to become even stronger. Naturally, his other reason was to sever Chen Feng's escape route. That's right, the moment this world had been transformed, it had become a path of no return. The world of the Crystal Palace could no longer be destroyed using regular methods. Therefore, Luo Yuan no longer needed to worry that he would be eternally banished from his original world through the destruction of this world. He had had enough of the days of Chen Feng plotting against him in the dark, of the days where Chen Feng kept hiding from him. This time, he had forced Chen Feng to the foreground. Now, the two of them were on a fair battlefield. Chen Feng no longer had the advantage of having the world of the Crystal Palace as his backup plan. This was a battle that would end with either complete victory or complete defeat. This was Luo Yuan's death sentence for Chen Feng. This was their decisive final battle. What about Chen Feng? He was also cultivating. The destruction of this world had indeed surpassed his expectations. However, since it was already done, he might as well make use of it to cultivate, to grow stronger. As for the others? He had no time to be bothered with them. This was the only chance he had at destroying Luo Yuan. If he succeeded, everything would return to normal. If he was defeated, everything would end. The final victory shall be mine. Luo Yuan had a resolute gaze. Although this seemed like a stupid action on his part, after studying the method luck aura had come up with, he had further perfected it. The 1,000 gods he had brought were precisely his trump card. The gods he had brought would also become extremely powerful. Even without being directly hit by the power of time, those gods would surely take this opportunity to cultivate. After all, they all had lifespans in the thousands of years. Naturally, they would be better suited than normal humans in this world of time. Those gods would end up extremely powerful and would serve as his trump card. What about Chen Feng? He. In this situation, with the original inhabitants of this world sealed in the void, with the small number of people Chen Feng had on his side, they wouldn't be able to do much. They were nothing but cannon fodder. This was Luo Yuan's belief. At a certain location, after the initial chaos, the gods reacted quickly to the changes of this world. They all discovered one advantage they held over others: their lifespans. As gods, they possess longer lifespans. They could absolutely make use of the power of time to grow to their utmost limit. And thus, the gods began to enter a region of flowing time one after another. Some of them were able to reach the major god stage, and some even reached the peak of the major god stage. Each of the initially weak gods was now extremely powerful. Just as Luo Yuan had guessed, they all thirsted for strength as well. Ha ha. Turns out even I am capable of becoming a major god. Unfortunately, this is my limit. Entering the true god stage depends on one's comprehension and numerous factors. The passage of time alone will not help in this. Same here. Some of them that had reached the peak major god stage began to leave the region of flowing time. Naturally, there were also some whose progress stopped after reaching the journeyman god stage. Even after exhausting 1,000 years of their lifespan, they were still the weaklings they had been before. Time passed. When the gods left the region of flowing time, it was as brand new versions of themselves. Ha ha. Where are the damnable humans? Come, let us do battle. The gods were brimming with confidence. And thus, at a certain place with a body of water, they found Su Fei. Look, a human. Ha, finally, we found this damnable prey. They charged forth in excitement. Bang! Su Fei hurled a simple fist out. Instantly, a major god was pierced through by that punch. As the other gods excitedly charging forth saw this, they immediately stopped. With horror on their faces, they stole a glance at Su Fei before they trembling all over. Immediately, they turned around and began to flee. Damn it! What damnable strength is that? Why is this Su Fei fellow so scary? That they were filled with fear. Alas, none of them knew the answer. When Su Fei came charging at them, only a small number of them were able to flee alive. In a different location, a group of gods had encountered Kong Bai. The group of major gods provoked Kong Bai arrogantly. Hey, ugly. Oh. Kong Bai's head turned around, revealing his aged face to them. Within his eyes was boundless red. After a short while, the aged figure that was Kong Bai left, leaving behind an area drenched in blood. On the ground were numerous corpses with countless holes in them. How is this possible? The few gods who had been able to escape were filled with fear. Kong Bai. That elderly Kong Bai had been so powerful as well. And thus, the various gods gathered together. The joy from their breakthroughs was now gone. Su Fei had become a true god. Kong Bai had seemingly reached the true god stage as well. This was the only explanation for their ability to crush two entire groups of major gods. Right at this time, yet another group returned. Different from them, this group was still intact. You guys. We encountered Qin Hai, the elderly Qin Hai. That group of gods was ashamed. He held a sword in his hand. He never even attacked. Merely his act of picking up the sword was sufficient to give us a feeling of death. He is too terrifying. Therefore, we left and returned here. They were all ashamed of themselves, as they hadn't had the courage to even fight. In short, they had been scared off. Oh. It's not that we were scared of him. However, we are of the opinion that Qin Hai is quite strong now. We decided that it is better to return with more reinforcements, they said awkwardly. After that, they looked at the other gods and asked, hey, why are there so few of you guys here? The other gods all sank into silence. In short, running away was actually the correct choice? The other gods sighed when they saw this still intact group. You did the right thing. It looks like even Qin Hai has reached the level of a true god. These people are no longer existences we can deal with. They had unsightly expressions. Those feeble humans were actually better than them at exploiting this world? They could not accept this. What should we do, then? They asked with a blank look. Try to hide from the humans to the best of our ability. If anyone is unlucky enough to meet one, just run with everything you have, the leader said with a bitter smile. The other gods trembled. This was the only thing they could do. It turned out that they had transformed from hunters to prey. The almighty gods were now the prey of some humans. How sad. A certain god was unwilling to accept this. I won't run. This was too shameful. Suddenly, a voice drifted over. Are you sure? Of course, that god answered confidently. I am a major god. Suddenly, he noticed that all the gods around him had horrified expressions on their faces. Only now did he realize that the voice that had asked him that question earlier did not seem right. He raised his head abruptly. With horror, he found that Su Fei was there. You? How is it possible for you to be here? Fear was plastered all over his face. Su Fei had a wide smile on his face. Why else did I allow you all to escape? Naturally, it was for the sake of dealing with you all in one swoop after you all gathered. Damn it! The faces of the gods fell. Flee! With a roar, the gods scattered everywhere. Swish! 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 Streaks of light flashed about, followed by miserable screams from the various gods. As of this moment, the gods were but prey. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 863 Random Swordplay. Chapter 863 Random Swordplay. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. The gods were all shocked. The few gods that had escaped had learned of Su Fei and the others' strength. Now, the gods could only hide from them. After all, they were now facing 3 people at the level of true gods. With this, the 8 major gods began to flee everywhere, looking quite sorry. Gradually, they managed to understand the characteristics of those 3. They found out that the fellow called Su Fei enjoyed going to places with bodies of water so as to gaze at his own body. Therefore, so long as they avoided areas with water, they wouldn't encounter him. Thus, the gods running around aimlessly were no longer willing to approach areas with water. Everyone headed deeper into the continent. They also found out that the fellow called Kong Bai wandered around randomly. The moment he saw someone, he would ask those he met who the most handsome man was. At that time, the person in question would have to give the correct answer. Kong Bai is the most handsome man. That guy seemed to have forgotten his own name, yet he still held stubbornly to this belief he used to have. Therefore, so long as they provided the correct answer, they would normally be able to survive any encounters with Kong Bais. Naturally, this did not apply to gods that were too handsome. There was a case where a certain handsome god was sneered at and killed immediately after that god told Kong Bai that he, Kong Bai, was the most handsome. Afterward, when any handsome gods were unlucky enough to meet Kong Bai, the first thing they did was disfigure themselves. Moreover, they had to do it for real, as they wouldn't be able to trick Kong Bai otherwise. This was the only way to preserve their lives. I am the ugliest. Kong Bai is the most handsome. These were the words those gods normally used. Hearing this, the elderly Kong Bai would leave, satisfied. As for the handsome god that had just disfigured himself, his heart ached so badly that it was suffocating. Having to do this just to survive was the ultimate shame for him. However, what could he do about it? After Kong Bai's departure, a god came over to help the disfigured god. Are you fine? That god sighed. Yes. However, I don't think my face will ever recover. There was no need for that anyway, the other god said. After all, your looks were quite average at best. The disfigured god sighed. How could I be sure, though? Previously, a god with rather average looks was killed by Kong Bai. That was the moment I realized that even us with average looks are much better looking than Kong Bai. Therefore, disfiguring ourselves is the only solution, he said painfully. As the other god heard this, he was instantly horrified. So it had reached this point? The god heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, he did not notice me. He prepared to leave with the disfigured god. The moment he turned around, he saw a lone figure standing there. Hey! Who is the most handsome man in this world? Shwa! That god began to drip wet with sweat. He had actually encountered this fellow for real. It was over. Compared to Su Fei and Kong Bai, Chen Hai should be the safest one to encounter. He seemed to still be busy cultivating. So long as one didn't disturb him, he wouldn't kill them. After all, it was quite clear for everyone to see that boundless might had gathered in that sword of his. That was a result of a lifetime of cultivation. Therefore, nobody dared to give his sword a try. After all, when holding that sword in hand, Chen Hai's aura alone was sufficient to kill. That was too terrifying, too alarming. They knew that Chen Hai's strength must definitely be above the other two. He was the scariest person here, yet as far as they were concerned, Chen Hai was the also safest person to encounter. Be careful. So long as we hide, it will be fine. Understood. The gods were all cautious. So only those 3 are left among all of Chen Feng's people? I think so. But based on the information we had, there are more than 3 on Chen Feng's side, right? I'm not sure either. Perhaps some of them were unlucky and were directly killed by time. Probably. They nodded. In their memories, the youngest of Chen Feng's group was a person called Wu Hui. If he had been unlucky enough to encounter a reverse time flow for several decades, and if he didn't have any kind of immunity toward time, he might very well have died from that. I guess there's really only the three of them left. Be careful. At the very least, we have to last until Lord Luo Yuan emerges from his cultivation. Yeah, so long as Lord Luo Yuan emerges, we will be able to survive this. Their hearts were already filled with fear by this point. Right at this instant, a figure appeared in the distance. Their faces fell. Someone is coming. Damn it. Run. We can't run. The faster you move, the faster that bastard Su Fei's pursuit will be. I heard that he inherited bloodlines from a turtle and a dragon. Damn it, this is the first time I have seen a turtle run so fast. A certain god suddenly said seriously, turtles can truly run fast. Everyone was rendered speechless. However, at this time, nobody bothered to spare any effort to respond to him. After gulping, everyone stared vigilantly at the distant figure and prayed in their hearts that this person was Chen Hai. They would only survive if this was Chen Hai. After all, they would have to disfigure themselves if they encountered Kong Bai. If they encountered Su Fei, death would be certain. Chen Hai was the only one they could survive. Please be Chen Hai. The gods prayed. When they finally got a good look at that figure, they heaved sighs of relief. There they could see the elderly figure of Chen Hai. He still looked as solemn as ever, and a sword was still held in his hand. Step by step, he walked in a certain direction. Excellent. The gods were all secretly delighted. They had managed to avoid disaster. Fast, move out of the way. Do not obstruct Chen Hai's way, a god said. Nobody was willing to be the cannon fodder that was killed by Chen Hai. Suddenly, a god asked, is Chen Hai really that strong? Is it possible that he only looks scary? After all, they had been tricked way too many times by the humans. Therefore, they began to suspect whether this Chen Hai only looked scared. After all, if he was truly that strong, why hadn't he begun killing them? Shut up, a different god said. If you have a death wish, don't drag the others down with you. Have you forgotten about Kong Bai and Su Fei? He. Chen Hai is even more intelligent than them and has better innate talent. Moreover, he has always been stronger than them. Now that all three of them have neared the limits of their cultivation, do you truly think that he is a weak person? That god said coldly. Instantly, the other gods lapsed into silence. True, this was Chen Hai. Carefully, everyone moved out of the way and awaited Chen Hai's departure. Alas, right at this moment, an indistinct voice suddenly waffled out from Chen Hai. Chen Hai's mouth wasn't even open, yet his voice somehow managed to travel out. Almost there. The divine sword has been forged. Now, I will have to baptize the sword in blood. Bang! These simple words sounded like thunder in the ears of the nearby gods. Damn it! They couldn't be this unlucky, right? Killing? Baptize the sword in blood? These words were acutely heard by them. They exchanged glances. If Chen Hai decided to start killing to give his sword a baptism in blood right here and now. Flee! They didn't hesitate. The gods immediately turned around and began to flee. Right this moment, they could seemingly see Chen Hai waving the sword he held in his hand. The gods' hearts chilled. It's over. Pooh! A single slash swept past. The majority of the gods there were directly cleaved in two. That terrifying power actually instantly killed a group of major gods. Heavens, that was only a single slash. Damn it! The few lucky survivors frantically continued to flee. They failed to even notice that a faint smile had formed on Chen Hai's face. With this, all the gods now knew of the horror known as Chen Hai. He was the strongest of the three. Soon, other gods began to encounter Chen Hai as well. They were so shocked they ran everywhere in disarray. However, Chen Hai seemed too lazy to even be bothered with them. He was still immersed in that sword of his. However, there were some unlucky gods that encountered Chen Hai when he required a baptism of blood for his sword. And thus, the gods came to a realization: Chen Hai's decision to kill or not to kill was completely random. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 864, Decisive Battle, 1. Chapter 864, Decisive Battle, 1. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Chen Hai seemed to be studying a certain sword art. The moment he figured something out, he would have to kill and baptize his sword in blood. When he was in his studying phase, the gods who encountered him would be the lucky ones. At the thought of this, the hearts of the various gods ached. It seemed like now, Chen Hai was the scariest one of the three. Random acts of killing? What the hell? They couldn't wrap their heads around this. The only thing they knew for sure was that their lives in this world had suddenly become difficult. They only knew that now, the number of encounters with Kong Bai, Su Fei, and Chen Hai had suddenly increased. It was quite a dramatic increase. It was said that Su Fei, the water lover, had even appeared in the inner lands, where there were few bodies of water. This rumor remained unconfirmed, as those who had seen him had all died. Only a certain god survived, a god who had been very far away from Su Fei at that time. As for Kong Bai, it was said that he had become even weirder. At times, even if the gods disfigured themselves before claiming that Kong Bai was the most handsome one, he would still kill them. Nobody knew why this was. Nobody knew what he was thinking. However, the gods were helpless. They weren't his match at all. Suddenly, these three humans had become subjects of mystery. Their actions were truly too weird. Didn't Su Fei only kill where there was water? Didn't Kong Bai only kill based on looks? Wasn't Chen Hai focused on cultivation? As of this moment, the three had become unfathomable. The only thing the various gods knew was that this world was now a terrifying place. At present, they were nothing like the almighty gods they had once been. They were more like brats longing for their mother's milk, whining left and right and waiting for Luo Yuan's reappearance. After all, this world was presently too scary for them. For some reason, there were times when two different groups of people returned from two completely different directions and claimed to have both encountered Chen Hai. This further intensified the fear everyone was feeling. The gods that were supposed to be hunters were now trembling in fear. Like this, time passed slowly. At a certain location that was the core of the time flow, Luo Yuan, who had been cultivating for an unknown period of time, suddenly opened his eyes. At this instant, a terrifying power seethed within his body. His strength had returned to its peak. The grave injuries he had sustained all those years ago and had failed to heal had finally been healed. Moreover, his strength had increased, reaching a new height. This strength could surpass anybody, apart from the creation god, including Yi. He stood up. He. I am back. A terrifying might pulsed out of his body. He was the only one who knew exactly how strong he was when he was at his peak. Everything had progressed as he'd planned. He had first destroyed this world before casting this world's time into chaos. Then he had used the power of time to cultivate, to heal, and to reach the peak of his strength. However, he was aware that Chen Feng had done the same thing. If his guess was correct, Chen Feng should currently be. Countless abilities began to operate within him. Soon, Chen Feng's present strength was deduced, mid-tier true god. Indeed, Chen Feng had similarly moved up a stage. However, he was still too weak. A disdainful smile formed on Luo Yuan's face. Time to end this. This farce that had lasted several decades should end now. Shua. He no longer hesitated. He stood up and prepared to charge toward Chen Feng. Bang, dot. The border he'd set around him for his cultivation dissolved. The moment he did that, he was alarmed. Around him were several dozen trembling gods. At present, they looked like beggars, each donning an incredibly sorry look. Luo Yuan blanked. What was going on with these gods? In his plan, shouldn't they be killing those from Chen Feng's side? Oh, they should have finished that mission long ago. But their appearance. The gods were overjoyed when they saw Luo Yuan. Lord, you have finally returned. They resembled beggars that had finally had their first full meal after years of hunger. Luo Yuan calmed himself. Yes. Where are the others? Dead, the gods lamented, all dead. Those damnable friends of Chen Feng's are too scary. Heavens, those three are as scary as the devil. Even with several dozen major gods joining hands, we still couldn't defeat them. The group of gods complained endlessly. Their words were disorderly, but Luo Yuan was able to capture the main point. Chen Hai's group had all become true gods. Not only had they survived, but they had even emerged as true gods. Among Chen Feng's friends, only that Wu Hui had died. He had accidentally died when encountering a time wave. As for the other three, they had all survived, become true gods, and slaughtered these gods. Luo Yuan sank into silence. True gods. 3 true gods. Since when were true gods so common? Even though he was already a peak true god, far surpassing them in strength, this stage was an extremely terrifying stage. Why had the 3 of them obtained strength matching that of a true god? Luo Yuan couldn't wrap his head around this. However, he knew why his subordinates had failed to become true gods. they were all gods he had rapidly produced out of a mold. They were no different than manufactured gods. It was already very good for them to have been able to become major gods. To become true gods? That was nigh impossible. Luo Yuan looked around at the world of time. Is it because of the new environment in this world? This was the best environment for him to heal and grow, to truly reach the peak of the true god stage. However, this environment had also given his enemies the chance to grow, creating 3 enemies at the true god stage. Of course, Luo Yuan was still of the opinion that those 3 were useless weaklings. He stood up. Lord! The gods looked at him, trembling all the time. He. Luo Yuan merely laughed lightly. Next, he spun a certain button on his wristband. Pooh! Suddenly, all the gods began coughing up blood. They stared at Luo Yuan, unbelieving look on their faces. Finally, they all fell to the ground, their wristbands blood red. Luo Yuan had killed everyone. When you people can't even finish your mission, there is no longer any point to your continued existence, Luo Yuan said emotionlessly. After all, he had way too many of these manufactured gods. Out of 1,000 of them, only several dozen were left. What was the point of keeping these pieces of trash? They wouldn't be able to participate in the coming battle anyway, they would only drag him down. Moreover, they might even be manipulated by Chen Feng. Therefore, Luo Yuan had decided to clean them up. Now, his target was clear. There were only 4 enemies remaining. Chen Feng, Qinhai, Kong Bai, and Su Fei. Killing them would end everything. Now, these 4 were the only ones in the way of him becoming a world controller. His eyes shone. Time to end this. He was sure that these 4 had gotten in touch with each other. Although their movements seemed completely random and they seemed to appear at completely different locations, this was, after all, a small world. With their strength, it wouldn't be hard for them to communicate through thought transmissions. Therefore, these 4 were most certainly preparing for the final battle as well. This battle would be against a mid-tier true god, Chen Feng, and 3 beginner-tier true gods. How pitifully weak. Luo Yuan smiled. Let's end this. He stepped into the void, charging directly toward Chen Feng. Since, compared to him, all 4 of them were weaklings, he had decided to first end the weakling with the largest effect on him. This was certainly the correct choice. Bang! Suddenly, space trembled as a terrifying power swept past. Luo Yuan's charge toward Chen Feng was forcefully intercepted. Right in the middle of the shockwave, a frail figure stepped out. He looked at Luo Yuan before flashing a grin. Excuse me. Who is the most handsome man? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 865, Why don't you guys ever answer correctly? Chapter 865, Why don't you guys ever answer correctly? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Luo Yuan frowned. It's you. With the gaze one would use when looking at an idiot, he looked at Kong Bai. He truly did not understand from where this fellow had gathered the courage to confront him. He knew who this fellow was. This was Kong Bai, a very ugly person who had a hobby of asking others who the most handsome person was. Luo Yuan even knew which abilities Kong Bai had, and he had also copied those abilities. He had copied that demonic mirror ability from Kong Bai. Naturally, this was also one of the abilities that needed to be nurtured to grow. As such, since Kong Bai had stopped using the wristband, Luo Yuan's version of the demonic mirror had stopped growing. However, so what? Luo Yuan knew all too well the essence of this ability. He needed to first ask the mirror who the most handsome was, then use the mirror to unleash a terrifying attack. The only reason he had even noticed this ability in the first place was due to the unstoppable attack the mirror was capable of unleashing. It had a defense-ignoring effect, one that normally only existed in games. Unfortunately, this mirror only worked against those uglier than the user. As such, the mirror was as good as crippled in the hands of Kong Bai. It seemed like this mirror of Kong Bai's had upgraded somewhat this time. From his dead subordinates, Luo Yuan had been able to gain a clear understanding of Kong Bai's present strength. He was now a true god. Perhaps his luck had been good and he had been carried to the realm of a true god by the power of time, granting him a brand new ability. To be precise, though, this wasn't a new ability, since it was essentially identical to that mirror's attack. You have devoured the demonic mirror. Luo Yuan was able to see through this with a single look. The mirror is too weak for you, since you are too ugly. Therefore, you decided to use this method to improve the mirror's attack. Before you were hit by the tidal wave of time, you sensed danger. As such, you fused with the mirror. The tidal wave of time was supposed to directly turn you into ash. Thanks to the support of that mirror's never-ending energy, you survived. After spending a millennium in a time flow, your body eventually fully fused with the mirror. Since then, you and the mirror have been one. You have also entered the true God stage because of this. What his subordinate gods had failed to understand, no matter what, was thoroughly seen through by Luo Yuan with a single look. Therefore, your method of attack has changed as well. In the past, you could only attack those uglier than you. Now, you can attack as you wish. The question of who is handsome or not is just an excuse you use to attack. Luo Yuan sneered. You were bored and decided to do this purely for entertainment. After fusing with the demonic mirror, Kong Bai had gained control of all of the mirror's abilities. What was the point of asking the question? This question was nothing but a form of entertainment for him. If you had hidden in some corner and played with mud, I would have ignored you. After all, you are nothing but a clown to me. However, you actually dare to stand in my way? Luo Yuan's voice went cold. Then I shall destroy you in passing. Bang! The terrifying aura of a true god rippled out. Just as he had said, as a peak true god, this brand new true god here was nothing but a clown. He. Wrong answer, Kong Bai replied seriously. Evidently, he was still stuck on the question of who was the most handsome. Luo Yuan shook his head. How pointless. Kong Bai, since I have already seen through your ruse, why are you continuing with this pointless act? How boring. Bang! Luo Yuan attacked. Instantly, a powerful attack poured out. Even though Kong Bai was a weakling, Luo Yuan did not intend to hold back. Therefore, the moment he attacked, he used his full power. A powerful force shot straight at Kong Bai. Blood slaughter. This was one of Luo Yuan's true god abilities. It was an extremely terrifying attack. Alas, just as the attack reached Kong Bai, a crystalline radiance emanated out from Kong Bai's body with a hum. Luo Yuan's attack was reflected and shot back at Luo Yuan. Damn it! His face fell. He was too clear on the strength of this attack. Shwa! He unleashed a terrifying might. A new powerful attack was formed to neutralize the reflected attack. However, in this short instant when he was focused on dealing with the reflected attack, he saw Kong Bai's elderly eyes aiming straight at him. Bang! A shocking beam of light shot out from Kong Bai's eyes, straight at Luo Yuan. This was the punishment that Kong Bai subjected upon anyone who answered his question incorrectly. Defend! Luo Yuan hastily erected a defense. With his present strength, even a high-tier true god wouldn't be able to harm. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere before Luo Yuan could even finish his thought. The expression on his face went taut. With a blank look, he rubbed his cheek. Blood? He had actually been injured? He was somewhat dumbstruck. He was now a peak true god, yet he had actually been injured by a little beginner true god? He found this hard to believe. Was this due to his moment of weakness after defending against the reflected attack earlier? No, that was unlikely. After all, he had still successfully erected his defense. Suddenly, Luo Yuan recalled something. Defense ignoring attack. That was the mirror's attack. It ignored defenses. After fusing with Kong Bai, this ability had gone toward Kong Bai's eyes. Now, this damnable titanium beam that Kong Bai shot out was in fact the mirror's attack, one that ignored all defenses. Luo Yuan cursed in anger. Damn it! Was this guy truly of the opinion that he could punish Luo Yuan? Once again, that aged voice drifted over. Excuse me. Who's the most handsome man? Luo Yuan sneered. He. This damnable fellow dared to provoke him? If Luo Yuan actually answered, Kong Bai would probably say something like correct. But I still have to attack you. Haha, what an idiot. Something that idiotic was indeed something Kong Bai was capable of. Since Kong Bai had fused with the mirror, he surely had full control over this ability. Why did he insist on asking this pointless question? This was truly infuriating. Luo Yuan was truly angered by this provocation. He wiped the blood from his face. To the present him, a small injury like this was nothing. He turned around and immediately sent another attack toward Kong Bai. The mirror could reflect energy attacks, but what about physical attacks? The elderly Kong Bai sighed. Wrong answer. Why don't any of you ever know the answer? Bang, dot. With a single punch, the elderly Kong Bai punched into the ground. He started coughing up blood from the attack, yet in his eyes, that brilliant radiance was forming as usual. Bang! the beam shot out, nearly penetrating Luo Yuan's fist. The attack this time was even stronger than before. Evidently, when used on the same person, the damage this attack could deal would increase continuously. Despite this, Luo Yuan did not care. Bang! Bang! He continued raining punches down upon Kong Bai. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 866, Kong Bai is the most handsome. Chapter 866, Kong Bai is the most handsome. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Bang! Bang! Luo Yuan attacked madly. His penetrated fist was healing rapidly. His powerful fists rained down, as he intended to punch Kong Bai to death. The difference in strength between them was too great. Even though these were merely physical attacks, the amount of energy within Luo Yuan was not something Kong Bai could compare to. After all, this was the difference between one at the peak and a beginner. This was a difference even quantity could not hope to match. And thus, Kong Bai received grave injuries. Alas, it was right in the midst of all the punches that Luo Yuan heard the damnable question again. "Excuse me, who's the most handsome man?" Kong Bai asked with a hoarse voice unique to the elderly. He was still asking this question even though his face was already filled with blood. "Your mom." Luo Yuan was truly infuriated. Even at times like this, Kong Bai was still role-playing? "Wrong answer," the elderly Kong Bai replied. "Pooh." Two golden beams flashed out of his eyes, instantly penetrating Luo Yuan's body. To both the left and right of his heart were two huge holes, nearly choking Luo Yuan. This damnable ability. He thought that this effect might be related to the demonic mirror. In his memories, if the same person kept giving the wrong answer, the damage the mirror could inflict would increase. If the person continued to give the wrong answer, the mirror's attacks would become extremely scary due to the amplification effect. Naturally, this was only applicable to the demonic mirror of the past. Now that the attacks could be unleashed personally by Kong Bai, so long as Kong Bai decided to attack the same person without stop, the damage inflicted would only continue to increase. Therefore, Luo Yuan could not afford to allow Kong Bai to continue attacking. After all, at this point, this attack was already sufficient to injure Luo Yuan. After making up his mind, Luo Yuan's attacks intensified. The might of a peak true god was fired right into Kong Bai's body with each punch. As of this moment, Kong Bai did not even look like a human anymore. His body had nearly been destroyed by Luo Yuan. And it was precisely under such a circumstance, when even Luo Yuan thought that it was time to stop, that damnable question was asked once again. "Excuse me, who's the most handsome man?" asked that elderly voice. Luo Yuan was utterly dumbstruck. Still asking? Was Kong Bai stupid or what? He looked at Kong Bai. Right now, Kong Bai's consciousness was hazy, and his physical body was already crippled. So why was he still asking this stupid question? Luo Yuan was infuriated. Who tells you to keep asking this question? He sent a punch to Kong Bai's head before digging Kong Bai's eyes out. He. Come, ask me again, Luo Yuan said with a fierce gaze. Chen Feng had played him for several decades. And now, even Kong Bai dared to play around with him? How ridiculous. Bang! His final punch scattered Kong Bai's final breath. It was finally over. Luo Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. Alas, right at this instant, he heard that horrifying voice waffle out from Kong Bai's body again. Wrong answer. Luo Yuan's eyes went wide. How was this possible? Kong Bai was already completely dead, not even his corpse was intact anymore. How could he still ask a question? Hold on, if that was the case, how about his attack? Radiance began gathering. Perhaps due to the beating delivered by Luo Yuan, Luo Yuan was able to clearly see the whole process of the energy gathering for this attack. Kong Bai's eyeballs, which had been crushed by Luo Yuan, transformed into countless light fragments, which were presently hovering in midair. Every single fragment was gathering a resplendent radiance around it. All around Luo Yuan, the fragments were shining brightly. Luo Yuan was alarmed. Even after being crushed, his eyeballs could still gather that radiance? Moreover, from the scope of the radiance that was gathering this time, Luo Yuan's face fell. No! This is not a power Kong Bai should be capable of. Kong Bai. Demonic mirror. Question, suddenly, Luo Yuan understood. Kong Bai? No, there was no Kong Bai. This so-called elder here was in fact the incarnation of the demonic mirror. Luo Yuan's initial guesses had been correct, as Kong Bai had indeed devoured the demonic mirror. However, the final aspects of his guesses were wrong. After the fusion, Kong Bai and the mirror hadn't become one. Rather, the mirror had taken the lead in this fusion. This elderly Kong Bai was essentially the demonic mirror. That damnable Kong Bai had actually given up his own consciousness and handed everything over to the damnable mirror. Was it purely because the mirror was stronger? As Luo Yuan's thoughts reached this point, his heart chilled. He knew that this was a result of his neglect. He had assumed that common sense would apply here. After all, in normal circumstances, nobody would sacrifice themselves for the sake of their ability. To be precise, this sacrifice was for the sake of a piece of equipment. This was not something anyone would do. Definitely not Luo Yuan. Yet Kong Bai had done precisely that. Without hesitation, he had sacrificed himself, only leaving behind some memories for the demonic mirror, the memories saying that Kong Bai was the most handsome, before passing away. In short, the question he kept asking was in fact necessary. So it turned out that if one answered that Kong Bai was the most handsome, one would truly survive. After all, this was the demonic mirror's obligation. Those who answered correctly would be spared. But then, some gods had clearly been forced to disfigure themselves before being allowed to survive. Why was that? Some of the gods that hadn't opted to disfigure themselves had been killed. How had they died then? Hadn't their answers been correct? Those gods were the main reason Luo Yuan had been sure that Kong Bai had fused with the mirror. But now that he looked at it, that was probably just an unfounded rumor. Luo Yuan clenched his fists tightly. I have been misled by those damnable fellows. The gods he had brought along were truly useless. Not only had they failed in their hunt, but they had even brought him false intelligence. This had resulted in his lapse in judgment. Those gods had indeed deserved death. Of course, Luo Yuan's main focus was not on those dead gods. Rather, he was focused on the flowing radiance around him. After transforming into particles, the power gathered by the eyes was becoming increasingly scary. Each of the fragments was capable of gathering power no weaker than what the entire eyeball had gathered previously. Now there were over 1,000 of these fragments here. Luo Yuan also finally got a clear look at these fragments. He found that these weren't eyeball fragments. Rather, they were the fragments of the mirror. That elderly Kong Bai was indeed the incarnation of the mirror. The fragments began to shine brightly. Luo Yuan's body chilled as he sensed the killing intent taking form around him. Kong Bai. Kong Bai is the most handsome. Luo Yuan yelled out hastily. Alas, he received no response. His answer was late. Too late. The moment the demonic mirror proclaimed that the wrong answer had been given, the attack had to be delivered. This shattered demonic mirror's final attack was also the scariest one yet. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 867, How powerful is this random swordplay? Chapter 867, How powerful is this random swordplay? Translator, limestone editor, Tenish. Leave. Luo Yuan decided. Since he couldn't stop this attack, his instinctive reaction was to flee from it. Swish. His figure flashed away and transformed into a streak that vanished into the distance. Alas, right at this moment, those fragments finally finished gathering energy. More than 1,000 fragments, each forming an attack that was 3 times stronger than what a single eyeball had unleashed, all erupted together. Since Luo Yuan had already fled, all the beams were fired off in the same direction. They all met in midair, forming a thick beam of light and becoming an extremely terrifying current. Bang! Where that current passed, space itself was shattered apart. The beam, which was as thick as a bucket, directly hit Luo Yuan's body. A miserable scream echoed. No! Bang! His body was instantly penetrated. Pooh! A scorching whiteness rippled out. Nearly the entirety of the scorching whiteness was blasted directly into Luo Yuan's body, cramming Luo Yuan's peak true godhood to the brim before it started leaking out of numerous holes in his body. No, this won't do. Luo Yuan was horrified. Clone. Without hesitation, he utilized his strongest ability, clone. Another Luo Yuan was immediately formed. This clone shared the same intelligence, consciousness, and thought processes as him. This was the only way for him to have the clone take on the attack on his behalf. Shwa! The clone appeared. Alas, after only absorbing a small part of the damage, the clone was destroyed. Clone! Luo Yuan howled, and formed another clone. He was planning to keep summoning clones to act as cannon fodder, to soak up the damage meant for him. And thus, one Luo Yuan after another appeared. One Luo Yuan after another was destroyed. Ultimately, this terrifying defense-ignoring attack was fully soaked up by Luo Yuan using this method. He had finally succeeded in blocking this attack. Luo Yuan was deathly pale, looking every bit like someone who was completely devoid of energy. Damn it! Normally, the destruction of a single clone was already extremely costly for him. After all, the clones he created were no different than the real him. This time, more than 10 of them had been destroyed in a row. This had nearly killed him from exhaustion alone. He had indeed emerged victorious from this encounter with Kong Bai. Alas, it was a Pyrrhic victory. I shouldn't have crushed you into pieces, Luo Yuan muttered with a sigh. How could he have known that every single piece of the shattered demonic mirror would be capable of forming an attack as powerful as what an entire eyeball was capable of? With over 1,000 of them. That was equivalent to receiving over 1,000 attacks at once. Holy hell! If he had known this, he would most certainly have told Kong Bai that he was indeed the most handsome. Wouldn't things have been over with that? Truly. Luo Yuan smiled bitterly. He had underestimated the demonic mirror. Similarly, he had also underestimated Kong Bai. I will not give you guys any more chances. He stood up. After taking in a deep breath, his body's injuries healed up. Healing from this cost him greatly. It was at this exact moment, after his recovery, that he felt a sense of crisis. Abruptly, his head turned around. There, a figure had appeared, an old man with a long sword. Chen Hai had arrived. It's you! Luo Yuan was now fully alert. He had initially believed that Su Fei would be the one to appear first. After all, Chen Hai was the one who posed the biggest threat to him here. This was especially true since Chen Hai had traveled to the ancient times. Chen Hai was someone that Luo Yuan was incapable of seeing through. Thanks to his wristband, Luo Yuan was able to see through almost everyone. Even if he couldn't, he had still witnessed the life experiences of all these people. As such, with the information he had, he could deduce whatever he needed to know. It couldn't be easier. The only exception to this was Chen Hai. His disposition? After staying in ancient times for so many years, he was already a changed person. His abilities? The abilities Luo Yuan had actually copied with his wristband had long been crippled. After all, back then, Chen Hai had left the tournament as a cripple. Therefore, this was a person that Luo Yuan did not understand at all. This sword. Luo Yuan's gaze landed on the sword Chen Hai was holding. It was said that a lot of people had died to this sword. A single wave was all it required to instantly kill all opponents. It was an extremely terrifying sword, a legendary sword called random swordplay. Luo Yuan narrowed his eyes. I have wanted to have a taste of this sword for a very long time. He hardened his entire body, pushing the prowess of his physical body. Terrifying energy converged in his hands. Without saying anything unnecessary, he attacked directly. He was sure that Chen Hai would most certainly unleash his random swordplay. As such, Luo Yuan was thoroughly prepared to face this sword. As of this moment, he pushed himself to his limit, erecting all the defenses he was capable of erecting. This defense was at the level of a peak true god. Luo Yuan was certain that apart from a defense-ignoring attack like that of the demonic mirror, nobody could break through this defense. After all, he was much stronger than Chen Hai. After his encounter with Kong Bai, Luo Yuan was much more vigilant. In addition to the strongest defense he was capable of erecting, he also unleashed his strongest attack, an attack even more powerful than what he had used on Kong Bai. Was random swordplay powerful? Bring it on! Perhaps the defenses he had erected wouldn't even come into play. The attack alone would be enough to destroy Chen Hai. The collision of their attacks would probably be sufficient to determine the result of this encounter. He would most likely be the victor. In this attack, Luo Yuan was fully prepared to deal with anything that might come. At this thought, he looked over at Chen Hai as his attack was still heading over. Surprisingly, Chen Hai had not bothered to counterattack. That's right, he hadn't even bothered to hit back, seemingly allowing Luo Yuan's attack to hit him freely. What was this fellow doing? Luo Yuan's vigilance rose. Facing a fellow like this, who did not abide by common sense, his sense of vigilance flared up. Right at this moment, Chen Hai finally moved. Slowly, he lifted his sword up. Bang! A dreadful aura roiled out. This is it. Luo Yuan understood clearly. So this was that so-called random swordplay? Indeed, it was exactly as those gods had described it. Just the motion of holding the sword was already capable of unleashing a shocking power at the level of mid-tier true god. Indeed, sword users were all good at fighting those stronger than them. However, this was the end of this. After all, it was impossible for someone who wasn't a peak true god to defeat a peak true god. It was also at this moment that the sword Chen Hai was holding began to shine brightly. Just like that, Chen Hai slowly waved his sword, aiming straight at Luo Yuan. This wave caused Luo Yuan's expression to change. He frowned tightly. This sword of Chen Hai's actually avoided his attack and slashed toward Luo Yuan from a different trajectory. Chen Hai had never intended to collide against Luo Yuan's attack. Pooh! Easily, Luo Yuan's attack pierced through Chen Hai. Chen Hai's already aged body appeared even weaker now. The attack of a peak true god was not something his current body could take. This was no different than suicide. After seeing this, Luo Yuan's vigilance intensified. Chen Hai had received his attack just like that so he could return a single slash to him. That ordinary-looking random swordplay. Everything was to return a single sword to him, one that did not even seem particularly fast. Defend! 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 Luo Yuan did everything he could to reinforce his defenses. He would not look down on Chen Hai. After his encounter with Kong Bai, he no longer dared to look down on anyone. The sword sent by Chen Hai with his life would most definitely not be a simple one. Luo Yuan was clear on this. Therefore, he defended with all his power, including what he had initially reserved for dealing with Chen Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 868, Liar. Everyone is a liar. Chapter 868, Liar. Everyone is a liar. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Schwa. Numerous barriers were erected before Luo Yuan. It was pointless to run, since that attack had already locked onto him. He could only face it forcefully, face the attack unleashed by a mere beginner true god. Luo Yuan had a resolute gaze. Chen Hai. Let me take a good look at how strong this attack you have unleashed with your life with. Then, for the first time, Chen Hai's sword touched Luo Yuan's barrier. Instantly, the barrier, which was capable of defending against a peak true god, melted. That's right, rather than shattering, the barrier melted. Everything this sword touched melted, like snow that encountered heat. Like a fireball slamming into a pile of snow, Chen Hai's sword slammed into Luo Yuan's barriers. All of them melted at a rapid speed. Luo Yuan was alarmed. Damn it! What's going on? This was that so-called random swordplay? No way! Such a sword shouldn't exist. An attack of this caliber. Damn it! Luo Yuan started retreating speedily while erecting barrier after barrier. Alas, none of the barriers could stop the advance of this sword, nor were any of his attacks capable of counteracting this sword. All that happened was a never-ending process of melting. What random swordplay? This was totally melting swordplay. Schwa! A single slash of this sword seemed capable of melting an entire world. Damn it! Damn it! Luo Yuan's scalp felt numb. This sword had most definitely reached the level of a peak true god. How was this even possible? Hadn't Chen Hai only reached the true god stage recently? It was impossible for him to be able to unleash such an attack. The gaps between gods and the true god stage weren't something that could be surpassed so easily. Something was wrong with this sword. Luo Yuan's brain began to spin rapidly. When an attack far surpassing logic like this appeared, there were only a few possibilities, such as illusions, projections, and so on. These possibilities were nothing but false appearances. Something so illogically powerful was not supposed to exist. There had to be something governing this single sword. If so, why was this sword so powerful? Right at this instant, when Luo Yuan's gaze landed on Chen Hai, he found with horror that Chen Hai had transformed into ashes and was scattering with the wind. Dead? Luo Yuan was stunned. He was sure that this was definitely not an effect of his attack. Although his attack earlier had been a powerful one, it was definitely not capable of bringing forth such an effect. If so, could Chen Hai's death perhaps be related to the sword he had hurled out? Had Chen Hai hurled that sword out using his very life? That seemed unlikely. If so, what about this sword? Luo Yuan looked at the sword, which had now lost its luster. At this moment, he activated his entire arsenal of deduction abilities together with luck aura. He finally discovered the truth, the reason this sword was so powerful. Luo Yuan had a horrified expression. It's actually due to, in that instant earlier, he had seen a terrifying truth. Qin Hai had actually nurtured that sword with his life. Returning to his childhood, he had restarted his cultivation. He had successfully cultivated for a millennium. In his old age, the year he was going to die of old age, the sword he held had been nurtured to its pinnacle. Then, when facing Luo Yuan, he unleashed this sword with his life, this sword comparable to the attack of a peak true god. He had used his entire life, a millennium of nurturing this sword, just to wave it once. With his own life, with a millennium, this sword was unleashed, a sword capable of melting everything. Madman. This is a complete madman. Luo Yuan was completely infuriated. Making him even angrier was the fact that, once again, he had suffered from those gods' misinformation. In his entire life, Qin Hai had only been capable of sending this sword out once, only one time. Therefore, what on the earth had those gods been on about when they'd claimed that Qin Hai had been killing everyone with his random swordplay? Random my ass. Luo Yuan was furious. This was the second time he had suffered because of his own people. Naturally, with his intelligence, he also thought of the possibility that Chen Feng was creating the misconceptions. He might have not spent his time cultivating properly and instead wasted it manufacturing these rumors. Continue on with that, then. Using the most precious period to create rumors instead of cultivation would only weaken Chen Feng himself. However, this idiotic action was also capable of weakening Luo Yuan. It was also an action that Luo Yuan was most disgusted with. Can't you fight me fair and square? Luo Yuan took in a deep breath. At present, he had no time to spare for all those thoughts. He had to use everything he had to stop this sword. Pooh. That sword continued melting the numerous barriers. A myriad of thoughts flashed through Luo Yuan's brain. Alas, he could not think of a single method capable of blocking this sword. This sword was too terrifying and powerful. Finally, the sword reached Luo Yuan. At this moment, Luo Yuan recalled the smile he had seen on Qin Hai's face before his death. Damn it! Luo Yuan clenched his teeth and decided to once again use the method he least wanted to use, clone. That's right, once again, he had to create numerous clones that were exactly the same as him. With his teeth clenched, he watched on as clone after clone was melted. That's right, that damnable sword was capable of melting even his clones. Fortunately, it seemed like melting his clones exhausted the sword greatly as well. After melting 10-odd clones in a row, that terrifying sword was finally not as terrifying anymore. Together with the final clone, the sword dissipated into nothingness. Finally, it was over. Luo Yuan heaved a sigh of relief, his heart thoroughly chilled. Just Kong Bai and Qin Hai had already exhausted a huge amount of his strength. Even though he had successfully killed them both, the strength he was left with. Luo Yuan clenched his teeth as he thought about this. He decided to first rest and recover before facing Chen Feng. Unfortunately, just as this thought surfaced, a completely naked guy appeared in his vision. With a wide smile, that guy looked at him. Hey, old chap. Did you think you would get the chance to recover? Luo Yuan sank into silence. Su Fei. He took in a deep breath. That's right, this was Su Fei. The only person running around naked in this world was Su Fei. He was also the person Luo Yuan found the most annoying due to his energy immunity. Now that he was a true god, he should be immune to godly power as well, right? Therefore, the only way to deal with him was to fight using his physical body alone. However, when Luo Yuan thought about how he had to have a brawl with this completely naked guy, he felt an extreme sense of unwillingness welling in his heart. An illustrious peak true god like him, one fated to become a world controller, had reached this point where he had to have a brawl with a naked guy? And in this situation, when he had just fought 2 exhausting battles in a row? He felt like his mind had collapsed too many times on this day alone, far surpassing what he had ever experienced in the past. Before he could even meet Chen Feng, he was already being annoyed to death by these fellows. How infuriating. Come at me. Su Fei howled before charging at Luo Yuan. Bang! Luo Yuan unleashed one of his abilities, Blood Slaughter. A terrifying bloody radiance engulfed Su Fei. Alas, what caused Luo Yuan to despair was the fact that his guess was indeed correct. Su Fei was completely immune to this ability capable of instantly killing true gods. This fellow was indeed immune to godly power now. Was it due to his bloodlines from a dragon and a turtle? Luo Yuan inhaled deeply. Since Su Fei wanted a brawl, then a brawl it would be. Luo Yuan was someone who had fused with countless abilities. Among these abilities were also numerous passive and fleshly body abilities, numbering in the 100,000s. Therefore, Luo Yuan was not a regular true god. Even his physical flesh had reached the realm of a true god. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 869, That Old Bastard. Chapter 869, That Old Bastard. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Bring it on! A blood-red radiance ignited around Luo Yuan's body. The two began to brawl. No energy was used, nor any godly power. Only pure physical power was used. This was the most primitive of fights. With a bang, a random hill collapsed. Occasionally, there were terrifying gasps and shouts resounding through the air as the voices and collisions began to sound even more intense. It was evident that this battle was nearing its climax. Bang! Bang! One mountain after another collapsed, destroying the few remaining mountains in this world. After a long time, the world regained its peace. After an even longer time, a figure slowly crawled out of a certain crater. This was Luo Yuan, and at present, he was wearing a rather sorry look. Damn it! Erg! He started vomiting. He was aware that, to the likes of Su Fei, fighting was extremely exciting and intense. However, no matter how exciting and intense it got, Su Fei couldn't have hardened, right? After all, he had been fighting stark naked. Shouldn't it have been a hand-to-hand brawl? Why had Su Fei equipped his weapon? Could one imagine what it felt like to be slapped by that iron rod in the midst of a battle? Moreover, there were even a couple of times where that iron rod had slapped Luo Yuan's face. Even worse was the fact that this slap was actually extremely painful. This slap to the face by someone at the level of Su Fei had nearly smashed Luo Yuan's face into smithereens. This battle had truly been too arduous and bitter. He had also finally figured out why Su Fei had appeared only now. If Su Fei had appeared earlier, Luo Yuan would definitely have been able to easily kill him. Yet now, with Luo Yuan weakened from his previous fights. Sigh. This battle had been way too hard. Luo Yuan had indeed won. Alas, it was a victory he had obtained by relying on his supreme clones. In fact, his fleshly body was at a similar level as Su Fei's, the true god level. Therefore, to obtain victory, he had condensed a clone to fight Su Fei 2 against 1. Naturally, the end result had been the destruction of more than 10 clones in a row. Luo Yuan's heart ached at the thought. How many clones had he wasted thus far? He couldn't even count anymore. What had happened to the absolute superiority he was supposed to have? He could no longer remember. After going through 3 battles back to back, he only felt extremely exhausted. He was in a rather bad situation. However, he knew that this had not ended. Indeed, shortly after he crawled out of the crater, before he could even rest, on top of a certain ruined mountain, he saw a familiar figure. This was a figure he hated greatly. After all, he was sure that everything was the work of this fellow. The tricky fighting methods and the vile combat styles were something only this fellow could think of. Not. A familiar greeting sounded. It has been a while. Are you the one who was running around killing people disguised as Chen Hai? Luo Yuan asked with a sigh. That was me. Slowly, that figure walked out of the ruined mountain. He was indeed Chen Feng. The one, disguised as Kong Bai, who killed those who didn't disfigure themselves was you as well. Luo Yuan asked with another sigh. That was me, Chen Feng answered with a wide smile. Indeed. Luo Yuan shut his eyes. All this was the work of Chen Feng. Due to Kong Bai's act of killing those who did not disfigure themselves, he had neglected the truth about the demonic mirror. Due to Chen Hai killing people randomly, he had neglected the truth about the one and only swing of the sword Chen Hai was capable of. Step by step, Chen Feng had laid out the traps for him to walk through. This was truly quite excessive of him. Luo Yuan sighed. Is there a need for this? You wasted so much energy setting me up, wasting the time you could have used to cultivate instead. This is the same as weakening both of us together. What is the point of this? Chen Hai, Kong Bai, and Su Fei had indeed dragged Luo Yuan down to buy time for Chen Feng to cultivate. After all, in this unique world of time, every second could be the equivalent of several years. Therefore, this method was capable of weakening Luo Yuan and increasing Chen Feng's strength at the same time. At the same time, this also signified that Chen Feng had had quite a limited amount of time to cultivate. With this, Chen Feng's growth hadn't been as great as it could have been despite having weakened Luo Yuan. The only thing it accomplished was annoying Luo Yuan. It doesn't matter, Chen Feng said with a smile. In any case, I have already reached the high-tier true god stage. Luo Yuan's face fell. What? High-tier true god? How was this possible? Based on his deductions, Chen Feng should only have reached mid-tier true god at most. And with Chen Feng running around scheming, he should be even weaker, perhaps at the level of a beginner-tier true god. But now, after running around disguised as Qin Hai and Kong Bai to kill people, he had still managed to become a high-tier true god? How was that even possible? Luo Yuan found this hard to believe. However, there was no point in lying to him. After all, this was the final battle. All lies were pointless at this point. Time. Chen Feng smiled happily. Have you forgotten about a certain someone called Duma? He was capable of controlling time, even if his control was rather weak. Unfortunately for you, he was also here when this world descended into chaos, said Chen Feng. Duma? That damnable undying old turtle? Luo Yuan's heart jolted. That fellow had indeed arrived here as well. Correct, Chen Feng said calmly. Initially, he was only able to exert a weak control over time. However, did you forget about his particular race's unique talent? Unique talent of his race, suddenly, Luo Yuan recalled something. That so-called unique talent was precisely that ability where they could trap their opponents in time and outlive them. This was the unique talent of the scarab race. Suddenly, Luo Yuan's heart started to palpitate. Could it be? That's right. With a smile, Chen Feng continued, that ability was used on me. And thus, with the amplification effect, combined with the chaotic time of this world, I was able to cultivate to my heart's content, reaching the high-tier true god stage. Luo Yuan shook his head. No, something is not right. If that were the case, how did you leave the imprisonment? How could you have outlived Duma? He remembered that within that prison of time, even suicide was not an option. Of course I was unable to outlive him. Chen Feng shrugged. Therefore, he planted something within his body that would slowly kill him. Before entering the prison, we had already prepared everything. And thus, as time passed, he died, setting me free. Luo Yuan was speechless. Another miscalculation on his part. He had miscalculated everything. He had made a mistake when facing Kong Bai and the other two, and another when facing Chen Feng. That Duma had pushed Chen Feng to the high-tier true god stage. It is quite a pity. Initially, I planned to reach peak true god directly. Chen Feng appeared quite regretful. However, that would have required too much time, and I have no confidence in that. I might truly have died of old age in there before I accomplished that. Therefore, I had to give up on it. However, being a high-tier true god is already sufficient to fight you. Am I right? With a smile, Chen Feng continued, a battle with the current you is definitely doable. Luo Yuan's heart trembled. Indeed. Right now, he had been weakened so much that he was pretty much equivalent to a high-tier true god. What a fine Chen Feng! To advance gradually and entrench himself with every step he took, for his scheming to have been able to reach this far. Luo Yuan's act of attacking this world had been completely unexpected. Chen Feng had obviously been unprepared for that. Yet Chen Feng had still been able to act accordingly, to begin laying out his schemes to reach the present situation. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 870, Who will be laughing at the end? Chapter 870, Who will be laughing at the end? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Luo Yuan sighed. I have underestimated you. Chen Feng was much more formidable than he had imagined. Now, only the two of them were left in this alien world. Chen Feng had also successfully dragged Luo Yuan down to the same level as him for this final battle. In a way, this could already be considered a loss of sorts for Luo Yuan. After all, he had once been so very powerful. Toward this, Chen Feng merely smiled. It hadn't been easy for him to reach this point. Our source of strength is rather similar, Chen Feng said calmly. You possess a myriad of abilities. The same goes for me. You have luck on your side. The same is true for me. Moreover, even our methods of cultivation are the same. Therefore, the moment your strength drops to a level lower than mine, you will be absolutely suppressed. Due to our similar sources of strength, the oppression comes easier, Chen Feng said coldly. Theoretically, that is correct. Suddenly, Luo Yuan smiled and changed the topic. However, did you know that I am not the only one here who underestimated his opponent? You also underestimated me. What? Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. He did not believe that Luo Yuan would say these words without a reason. Do you know how many abilities in total I possess? Do you know how many godly powers I possess? You don't. At times, even I myself am unaware. However, what I remember are the few abilities that are comparatively powerful and unique. Among them, there is a certain terrifying ability that is still fresh in my memory. That ability is one I have upgraded greatly. It is an extremely hard ability to grow. Look at this. Kung Bai, Su Fei, you. Everyone here has an ability unique to themselves. As for me, apart from the copy ability, are you not curious about what other ability I have nurtured? Luo Yuan asked with a faint smile. Finally, Chen Feng's expression began to change. True. What exactly was the ability that Luo Yuan had been growing? Even an ability like Demonic Mirror had failed to attract Luo Yuan's attention so much that he had decided not to grow it. The same went for the other abilities, such as Transmigration and even Wang Chun's book ability. If so, what ability was it that he had been nurturing all these years? What had he been doing? Focusing on the copy ability? It was natural that he would focus on that ability. However, that ability only required upgrades, rather than proper cultivation. As such, what exactly was the ability that Luo Yuan had been cultivating all this while? He was someone who possessed all abilities in existence. He was also someone who controlled nearly all the godly powers in existence. Therefore, he could most certainly select whichever one was the strongest and had the most potential to grow. What ability was that, then? As Chen Feng's thoughts reached this point, his face fell. Did you know? I am someone who is afraid of death, Luo Yuan said with a smile. As such, the ability I have used my entire life to cultivate is related to death. Naturally, this ability has a very pleasant name. The smile on Luo Yuan's face became a sneer. The name of this ability is Nirvana Rebirth. Chen Feng's face fell. He had heard of this ability. As such, he was aware of how terrifying this ability was. I will not give you the chance to use it. Chen Feng charged forth and attacked Luo Yuan directly. Luo Yuan howled with laughter. Ha ha ha. He punched at his own heart. Instantly, the terrifying power of a peak true god permeated his body, destroying all his veins, killing himself instantly. Alas, this was merely the start. A clump of flame appeared out of nowhere and began burning Luo Yuan's corpse. The corpse was enveloped in the flame as the intensity of the flame increased, bearing great resemblance to the flame of a phoenix. Chen Feng's pupils shrunk. This. Suddenly, the flame rippled out. From amid the flame, a figure walked out. Luo Yuan had been perfectly recreated. This was no longer the Luo Yuan that was in a sorry state after numerous battles. This was no longer the weakened Luo Yuan that was exhausted. This was Luo Yuan at his peak. However, he had a curious look on his face as he looked at Chen Feng. Why didn't you stop me? How was I supposed to stop you? Chen Feng asked, a look of doubt on his face. Because the Chen Feng I remember would definitely try to put out the fire. Perhaps he would try using water, or perhaps another liquid or some other methods. Luo Yuan was filled with doubt. I had a lot of preparations in place to deal with such things. And yet you didn't do anything at all. Chen Feng. It turned out that Luo Yuan saw him as that kind of person? Nevertheless, it no longer matters. Luo Yuan smiled. I am back. Ha ha. Qin Hai? Kong Bai? Mere jokes. Luo Yuan said with a cheerful laugh. This hidden ability of his had successfully transformed everything they had done into jokes. He had indeed underestimated Chen Feng and the others. However, the same was true of them as well. He was the final victor. Suddenly, Chen Feng said, well, at the very least, your rebirth has now been exhausted, right? Finally, Luo Yuan's face froze. If this ability was truly so powerful, you would have used it long ago. Chen Feng analyzed the situation. But you did not. Even after so many dangerous situations you got yourself into, you never used it. Is that only for the sake of keeping this ability a secret? It is quite likely that it has a cooldown period, right? From the fact that you didn't opt to secretly use it when nobody was looking, it is likely that this cooldown is quite significant as well, right? For an ability at this level, the cooldown shouldn't be shorter than 1 year. After all, there is a balance to everything. As Chen Feng talked, Luo Yuan's face became unsightly. Evidently, what Chen Feng was saying was the truth. However, Luo Yuan's face recovered shortly after. What does that matter? Luo Yuan smiled. After I kill you, nobody will know of this. Apart from you, nobody else is my opponent. Today is the day everything comes to an end. He was Luo Yuan, a peak true god, one who controlled countless abilities. As for Chen Feng, he was a mere high-tier true god. The gap between them was clear for all to see. Chen Feng's tricks and schemes had all been neutralized. Luo Yuan had even committed suicide to obtain rebirth rather than allow Chen Feng to kill him. All this was to avoid the endless schemes of Chen Feng. After all, if Chen Feng had in his possession some method capable of making him sleep instead, wouldn't he be finished? Therefore, he had decisively committed suicide. And thus, this resulted in him once again being stronger than Chen Feng. Come. Luo Yuan moved. He wanted to see for himself what tricks Chen Feng still had up his sleeve. Bang! The battle erupted. Luo Yuan was fearless in his attacks. Different than Qin Hai, Kong Bai, and Su Fei, he was clear about Chen Feng's strength. Luo Yuan knew extremely well every step Chen Feng had taken. Therefore, he had a deep understanding of what Chen Feng was capable of and all of Chen Feng's abilities. The extent his strength would reach as a high-tier true god was also clear to Luo Yuan. As a peak true god, he was capable of suppressing Chen Feng in all aspects. This signified that Chen Feng would forever be subjected to his suppression. If your plan had succeeded, I might have truly been defeated. Unfortunately, the one to fail will be you now, Luo Yuan said with confidence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 871 Luo Yuan, I win. Chapter 871 Luo Yuan, I win. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Luo Yuan had all the abilities Chen Feng had, including Luck Aura. None of Chen Feng's abilities could be utilized effectively against Luo Yuan. Therefore, Luo Yuan had kept his Luck Aura in defensive mode, as he was clear that Chen Feng's Luck Aura was somewhat stronger than his. Fortunately, Chen Feng wasn't using his Luck Aura to fight. The two were tangled in a frantic battle, yet Chen Feng was being suppressed the whole time. He was being suppressed in terms of godly power, abilities, and so on. Even with Chen Feng's formidable strength, he was still unable to display his might before Luo Yuan. Damn it! Chen Feng had an unsightly expression. A single mistake had caused his entire plan to collapse. Having missed the Nirvana rebirth ability in his plans, he had now fallen into a bitter situation. Would he truly be defeated this time? Luo Yuan laughed happily as he saw Chen Feng's unsightly expression. Are you scared now? Naturally, his actions would not be affected whatsoever by Chen Feng's expression. He still maintained the highest level of vigilance, paying full attention to every single action of Chen Feng's. He knew that a person like Chen Feng would most certainly have other trump cards up his sleeve. Therefore, he had to be on guard. So long as he survived the wave of trump cards, so long as he survived this battle, Luo Yuan would be able to truly control the world. Come! Howled Luo Yuan. Bang! 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 He attacked relentlessly, suppressed relentlessly, and pressured Chen Feng relentlessly. He wanted to force Chen Feng's trump cards out, force Chen Feng to use his final move. After that, everything would end. As for Chen Feng, he wasn't able to do anything but hold on with great difficulty. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 10 days. The length of their battle far surpassed an ordinary battle. Since the two had nearly the same set of abilities, Luo Yuan was relying purely on his higher realm to suppress Chen Feng. Alas, this higher tier was what caused Chen Feng to have no hope of victory. However, due to the both of them having nearly the same abilities, it was extremely hard for Luo Yuan to kill Chen Feng. They knew each other too well. As such, they both knew how to evade every possible coming attack from the other party. Luo Yuan was someone who possessed all godly powers. The same was also true for Chen Feng, who had obtained them when he'd assumed the identity of the mysterious person back then. This resulted in Luo Yuan being forced to consider what attacks to use before he did anything. He also had to consider what abilities Chen Feng would use against whichever attack he was going to use. Each time, he selected an ability that could only be stopped by a few abilities or methods. At the same time, he had to hope that Chen Feng would not use the most suitable method or ability to deal with whatever attack he decided to use. Unfortunately for Luo Yuan, every single time, Chen Feng chose to use the ability or method Luo Yuan most hoped Chen Feng wouldn't use. This battle was almost equivalent to a game of poker. The moment Luo Yuan moved, Chen Feng knew what he was going to do. Then, Chen Feng would use the most appropriate defensive measure. Therefore, the battle between them was in fact one laden with annoyances. The damage of each of Luo Yuan's attack was mitigated to the limit by Chen Feng. Although Luo Yuan was able to suppress Chen Feng on every level, the damage he could deal to Chen Feng was minimal. The damage he was dealing was even lower than what he had been able to deal to Su Fei earlier. Therefore, although Chen Feng's defeat was certain, it wouldn't be an easy defeat. Luo Yuan sneered. It doesn't matter. I can afford to wait. He had already waited so many years. What was a few more days? Bring it on! Bang! Bang! He once again started attacking. Time passed. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, 100 days. Slowly, Chen Feng's body became less able to endure. After all, he was but a high-tier true god. Even though he could mitigate Luo Yuan's attacks to the limit, the accumulating damage he was receiving had reached a terrifying level after so many days. Finally, his face became exceptionally unsightly, and his aura became extremely feeble. Bang! Bang! Luo Yuan continued his cruel attacks. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, 100 days. Pooh! Chen Feng coughed up blood for the very first day since the start of their battle. Luo Yuan was overjoyed. He knew that Chen Feng wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Still not willing to use it? Still trying to save your trump card? Ha ha! Qin Hai and the rest are already dead, yet you are still hiding your trump card? If you continue hiding it, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to use it. Do you intend to be exhausted to death by me just like this? Ha ha! Luo Yuan howled with laughter. His terrifying strength poured out in an absolutely unrestrained manner. Chen Feng's face was ashen as he looked at Luo Yuan and suddenly sighed. So it has finally reached this point. MHM? Luo Yuan's mind jolted. Here it was. He knew that Chen Feng's trump card was going to arrive. He had been waiting so many days just for this moment. So long as he survived this trump card, everything would end. What could be Chen Feng's trump card? Luo Yuan's mind worked overtime, taking in various possibilities before narrowing it down to a single ability. He was clear that this was certainly Chen Feng's trump card. This was Chen Feng's only possible trump card. This was the most terrifying ability Chen Feng had had back then, God Punisher. God Punisher was an ability capable of unleashing every ability the user had ever used all at once. For abilities that had been used more than once, the strongest version of that ability would be selected. This was Chen Feng's strongest trump card. When he had still been weak back then, it hadn't been that scary an ability. But now. This was probably the reason Chen Feng had endured in this battle for several hundred days. During this period, apart from defending himself, Chen Feng had also been spamming numerous abilities without stop. Ultimately, he would most likely use God Punisher to unleash them all. Granted, individually, these abilities were weak and incapable of dealing major damage to Luo Yuan. However, when tens of thousands of abilities at the level of high-tier true god were unleashed all at once, it might be able to kill even a peak true god like him. At this moment, Chen Feng finally raised his hand, forming that familiar gesture with his hand. Indeed, Luo Yuan inhaled deeply. Come then, the legendary God Punisher. Shwa! 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 Every ability Chen Feng had and every defensive ability that Luo Yuan possessed surfaced in Luo Yuan's mind. Was this ability of Chen Feng's powerful? Yes. Alas, it had been revealed too far in advance. Therefore, a long time ago, when Luo Yuan had learned that his enemy would be Chen Feng, he had prepared appropriately to deal with God Punisher. An ability most suitable for this task had been prepared. This was an extremely powerful defensive ability. Come! Howled Luo Yuan. At this time, Chen Feng, his expression solemn, pointed his finger at Luo Yuan. Go! Bang! God Punisher, unleashed. Everything was as Luo Yuan had guessed. Chen Feng had unleashed God Punisher, which was exactly as powerful as he'd predicted. Bang! He was engulfed by God Punisher. Pooh! He stood up, using his flesh to take the God Punisher on. Bang! 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 Blood splashed everywhere. However, Luo Yuan was instead howling with laughter. He could clearly feel the might of God Punisher, and he could also clearly feel God Punisher's amplification after each attack. He knew that this ability would be at its strongest in the final second. Luo Yuan's body was stuck in a cycle of constant destruction and regeneration. He was taking on Chen Feng's God Punisher forcefully, taking on that nearly never-ending bombardment, that terrifying power that was nearly impossible to resist. Even so, God Punisher was still increasing in strength. The speed of the attacks was increasing as well. Faster and faster. God Punisher, which had originally been a slow attack, had long become an extremely terrifying ability after the numerous modifications it had gone through. Now, even though the amount of abilities it contained had increased, it only required a short 3 seconds to fully unleash everything in its arsenal. During the first 2 seconds, Luo Yuan took on the attacks with his own flesh. He was now drenched with blood. With his teeth clenched, he survived. Now, the final second had arrived. Bang! The torrential attacks unleashed by God Punisher suddenly became terrifying and horrifying. Despite this, Luo Yuan laughed. He laughed an extremely happy laugh. Gently, he unleashed the nice surprise he had prepared for Chen Feng, Absolute Defense. For a period of 1 second after activating this ability, the user would be completely invincible. In its final second, God Punisher was rendered ineffective. Although Chen Feng had noticed that something wasn't right with his keen senses and had adjusted his God Punisher in order to somewhat lengthen the release period, it was too late. By the time the Absolute Defense was activated, God Punisher's attacks had already started pouring out. Therefore, God Punisher's attacks finally pierced through Luo Yuan. Yet amid the splattering blood, Luo Yuan howled with laughter. He knew that victory was now in his hands. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 872, The Horrifying Truth. Chapter 872, The Horrifying Truth. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. I knew you would lengthen the firing phase of your God Punisher. However, you can only lengthen it slightly, not a lot. Moreover, this will also result in a drop in power. Therefore, it does not matter even if the attack manages to land. Pooh. Luo Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed heartily. Ha ha. God Punisher? Ha ha ha. Powerful indeed. Shwa. His body started healing at a rapid pace. Despite the huge energy intake required for this and the heavy injury he had sustained, he still burned energy without hesitation to fully heal his body. At the same time, his most powerful attack was shot at Chen Feng. Based on his understanding, Chen Feng was now at his weakest. Pooh. The beam of light he shot out pierced through Chen Feng, immediately skewering him right where he stood. Chen Feng's heart was pierced through. He was left so weak that perhaps even a blade of grass would be sufficient to kill him. It's over, Luo Yuan said in a somewhat exhausted manner with the ease of someone that had been released of a burden. It had finally ended. Pooh. Luo Yuan was still coughing up blood, as he had similarly sustained grave injuries. However, this did not matter, as he could sense the rapid recovery his body was going through. You are very intelligent. You are very powerful as well. Unfortunately, you are too young, and you're weaker than me. Luo Yuan gazed into Chen Feng's unwilling eyes. If you were born slightly earlier than me, you would most certainly be stronger than me. What a pity. Nevertheless, do not worry. I promised Wang Yao that I would save you. He. The Chen Feng of the past can continue to be together with Wang Yao. This is quite a good outcome, right? Luo Yuan sat down beside Chen Feng. This scene of the two of them side by side appeared rather harmonious. Naturally, this was only true if that bright thorn piercing out of Chen Feng's chest was ignored. You won, Chen Feng said weakly. Of course. Luo Yuan put his hand on Chen Feng's body. Don't worry. There will be no reversal from this. This thorn is capable of sealing all rebirth and recovery abilities. This is why I didn't allow you to kill me before I used my Nirvana rebirth earlier. After all, if you played a trick, it could have been possible to render the rebirth invalid. Luo Yuan smiled cruelly. Therefore, go in peace. Luo Yuan pushed the thorn deeper into Chen Feng's body. Once again, Chen Feng was pierced through by the thorn. Almost instantly, Chen Feng's aura became insubstantial, seemingly on the brink of destruction. Chen Feng looked at Luo Yuan, filled with indignation. Have you not considered that I might still be able to be reborn? Luo Yuan sneered. Reborn? Not possible. Fine. Chen Feng's gaze was going blank. Did you know that I still have a trump card capable of rebirth? It is useless. Luo Yuan curled his lips. I told you. All methods of rebirth have been sealed. Chen Feng, are you sure about that? Suddenly, Chen Feng laughed. True, it is indeed unrealistic to expect you to keep falling for my tricks. MHM? Why were the words this fellow was saying so weird? It was reasonable to assume that Chen Feng was on the verge of death and that he was presently uttering his final words. However, why was Luo Yuan still getting such an uncomfortable feeling? Rebirth should not be possible. That thorn was capable of sealing even his Nirvana rebirth. As such, it would definitely not allow Chen Feng any avenue of rebirth. And yet why did he feel a chill deep in his heart, listening to Chen Feng? He had no answer to that. It's a pity. You are so firm in your belief that I will die. Otherwise, I would most definitely be reborn anew. Chen Feng appeared incredibly regretful. Luo Yuan was somewhat dumbfounded. What did his belief have to do with Chen Feng's rebirth? He. Chen Feng laughed. Despite his dissipating aura, he laughed. Dear Luo Yuan, have you not noticed that everything you planned progressed too smoothly? To the point where even the final fatal attack you dealt to Chen Feng was exactly as had imagined and believed would happen? Chen Feng's aura was getting more and more feeble. What a wonderful plan. Shua. And thus, Chen Feng slumped down powerlessly. Dead. Chen Feng was dead. And yet the words he had uttered before his death caused a chill to rise within Luo Yuan's heart. What did he mean? Everything was as Luo Yuan had planned? Was this some sort of illusion? No, that was unlikely. Why had that fellow uttered those words, then? Suddenly, Luo Yuan recalled how, in the past, he had also firmly believed in Chen Feng's fake death and had been tricked for several decades. However, it was different this time. Chen Feng had truly died in front of him, killed by him personally. Therefore, he was absolutely certain that Chen Feng was dead. If so, what did those words mean? For an unfathomable reason, Luo Yuan felt a sense of horror. Was this some sort of seed Chen Feng had planted in him just so he could never have peace of mind? Or was it for some other bizarre reason? Luo Yuan was clueless. What was the meaning of those words? Luo Yuan was utterly dumbstruck. He had a feeling that he had entered some sort of odd condition. So this Chen Feng guy was trying to force him to his insanity even after death? Shortly after, Luo Yuan recollected his mind. He knew that he couldn't dwell on this any longer. He had to stabilize his will. Regardless of what Chen Feng had been scheming, Luo Yuan would face it with force. After all Chen Feng had left was merely his bunch of ragtag friends. At present, nobody was capable of stopping Luo Yuan. Even in this alien world, Luo Yuan was the sole master. His next step was to return to the outside world, to unify the world under his rule. Indeed, he was still the true main character of this world. With renewed belief, he left. However, before leaving, he instinctively glanced over at Chen Feng's corpse. Immediately, unprecedented horror washed over him. There, Chen Feng's corpse had changed. Luo Yuan trembled. How is this possible? He charged over frantically. He lifted Chen Feng's corpse up and fixed his gaze on the corpse. His entire body chilled at what he saw. The corpse was here. However, this corpse here, this person he had personally killed, was not Chen Feng. Rather, it was Wu Hui, Chen Feng's disciple. Bang! A resounding boom erupted in Luo Yuan's mind. At this moment, he finally understood all those things he had found odd earlier. Why had Qin Hai suddenly started killing? Because Wu Hui had appeared. He had pretended to be Qin Hai, feeding upon the fear and imagination of the various gods and killing everyone that believed they would be killed by Qin Hai. Why had Kong Bai killed even after the correct answer was given? It was for the same reason. The gods were too terrified and were of the belief that Kong Bai would kill them. This belief had been too strong, causing Wu Hui to make their belief a reality. Even he himself had fallen victim to this. He suddenly understood the reason Chen Feng had told him what the plan was. Chen Feng had also told Luo Yuan that his strength was now that of a high-tier true god, said that they now shared the same abilities, and so on. All that had been to feed Luo Yuan's imagination, which Wu Hui would in turn feed on. It was no wonder that Chen Feng had been so hard to defeat. It was no wonder that every single ability Luo Yuan had been scared of seeing had been unleashed correctly by Chen Feng. It was no wonder that even the final result of their battle was exactly what he believed it would be. True, everything had progressed way too smoothly. So it turned out he had been fighting his own imagination all this while? Ha 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 ha. In his anger, Luo Yuan howled with laughter, tears dripping down his face. How lamentable. So after exhausting all his trump cards, he had merely killed a figment of his own imagination? Just some Wu Hui? A disciple of Chen Feng? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 873, Decisive Battle, 2. Chapter 873, Decisive Battle, 2. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Luo Yuan's laughter paused. He had suddenly thought of another question. If Wu Hui was here, where was Chen Feng? Bang! A sudden boom reverberated across the sky. At a certain location in this world, a figure was walking out of a place of secluded cultivation. With a single glance, Luo Yuan's body chilled. That person was precisely Chen Feng. Chen Feng was now a high-tier true god. At this moment, Luo Yuan finally understood everything. All along, Chen Feng had not been messing around in this alien world. From the moment this world had started to collapse, he had been in cultivation. When Luo Yuan had been fighting all those people, Chen Feng had still been in cultivation. Even during the several hundred days that Luo Yuan was fighting Wu Hui, Chen Feng had still been cultivating. All this while, Chen Feng had been cultivating in the region where the flow of time was the fastest. Chen Feng smiled calmly. It has been a while, Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan's heart trembled, and he felt somewhat plaintive. This was a familiar greeting in a completely unfamiliar scenario. This time, he was at an absolute disadvantage. He was suffering from grave injuries and could display less than 10% of his peak strength. All his trump cards had been exhausted, and he was greatly weakened. Standing before him was Chen Feng, who was fresh out of his cultivation. In such situation, how was he supposed to face Chen Feng? Chen Feng looked at him. You have been the main character for over 30 years. Now it is time to give up on your position as main character. Shua. He moved toward Luo Yuan one step at a time. Each step he took was accompanied by a boundless radiance. Luo Yuan wanted to say something to drag this out. Unfortunately for him, Chen Feng was evidently not planning to give him more time. At this moment, everyone knew what would come next. Shua. Chen Feng lifted his hand. This was a familiar action, done with a familiar posture. God Punisher. Bang! Boundless power bloomed. A terrifying power erupted, instantly submerging Luo Yuan. In truth, this power wasn't particularly powerful. It was even weaker than the attack that Luo Yuan had imagined. After all, the Chen Feng he had imagined had been capable of engaging in battle with Luo Yuan for several hundred days before severely injuring him. It was clear that the Chen Feng before him did not have such combat power. If Luo Yuan were at his peak, he would be able to easily block this attack. Unfortunately, he was not at his peak. Presently, he was seriously injured. Pooh! The terrifying power of God Punisher pierced Luo Yuan's body. Chen Feng knew too well that Luo Yuan was trying to buy time so as to allow his absolute defense to recover. Obviously, Chen Feng would not give him the time to do so. Bang! God Punisher was still attacking. Chen Feng's expression was ice cold. He had waited far too long for this moment. He had been in hiding for several decades all for today. Qin Hai, Kong Bai, Su Fei, and Wu Hui were dead. There were also others. Too many had been sacrificed just to reach this step. Chen Feng hoped to end this as soon as possible. He had hoped that Kong Bai would be successful in defeating Luo Yuan. Alas, Kong Bai had been killed. He had also hoped that Qin Hai would be successful. Unfortunately, Qin Hai had been killed as well. It was the same for Su Fei and Wu Hui. Each step taken had been arduous. It had been too hard, the sacrifices too great. Now, only Chen Feng was left. Therefore, he had to remain alive. He had to kill Luo Yuan. He had to bring everyone back. Bang! The final second of God Punisher's firing phase arrived. That terrifying beam submerged Luo Yuan, and that terrifying power pierced through Luo Yuan. At this moment, Luo Yuan's consciousness was already turning hazy. He could not understand this. He stared ahead blankly. The decisive battle he had waited so long for had actually come to this. So it turned out that when he finally met Chen Feng, he could only receive a beating without being able to even strike back? How lamentable. How sad. How unwilling. I am unwilling to accept this. Howled Luo Yuan. He was Luo Yuan, the almighty God King. How could he be defeated by Chen Feng? A weakling like this? He was unwilling. If I have to die, you will come with me, he howled inwardly. He would not allow his final battle to be one where he was completely on the receiving end. He would not permit this. He wanted to destroy everything. Luo Yuan was an extremely intelligent person. As such, all his preparations had long been put in place. The trump card for the perfect rebirth was one such preparation. The destruction of the world was another. He was Luo Yuan, the person who controlled everyone. Because of that, he had once thought of an interesting idea. What would happen if all his abilities exploded at the same time? He was quite curious. However, he had never dared to attempt this, as even he might be killed as a result. Now, though. Chen Feng, don't you want to kill me? A cruel smile appeared on Luo Yuan's face. Come at me then. Bang!
Luo Yuan held his head high and puffed his chest out. Even though he was already laden with holes, his back was still straight. He howled with laughter. Let this world perish together with me.
Bang!
All of his abilities were set alight. Instantly, a terrifying power engulfed the whole world. He wanted the entire world to perish together with him. He wanted Chen Feng to perish together with him.
This was the only conclusion he was willing to accept.
This was a conclusion befitting of him. If he had to suffer defeat, the defeat would be a magnificent one. Alas, at this moment, Chen Feng's voice resounded by his ear.
Luo Yuan, don't you remember why you used the power of time to strengthen this world?
Ha! Why? Instinctively, Luo Yuan answered that he had done that because he feared Chen Feng would drag him down so that they'd die together.
As Luo Yuan's thoughts reached this point, he was instantly startled awake. Die together?
Yes, this world had already been strengthened. It was now hard to destroy. He was in a trap he had planted himself.
Damn it! Luo Yuan's face became unsightly.
Despite that, he was still howling amid the boundless radiance.
That only applies to you.
My millions and millions of abilities are sufficient to destroy everything,
howled Luo Yuan.
Yes, Chen Feng replied, you are indeed capable of destroying this world. However, your speed will still be affected.
Luo Yuan's eyes opened wide.
Amid the boundless radiance engulfing this world, he could see Chen Feng leaving this collapsing world slowly while carrying the huge palace that Wang Yao was in. The collapse of this world was obviously too slow to catch up to Chen Feng.
No! Howled Luo Yuan. Bang!
The world exploded, yet Chen Feng had already departed.
With his eyes open wide, Luo Yuan stared blankly as Chen Feng left, as his figure vanished into the distance. No! How can this happen? Slowly, Luo Yuan's body was reduced to nothingness.
The eruption of all of his abilities was indeed sufficient to destroy him. At this moment, the world of the Crystal Palace was destroyed as well and turned into nothingness. At the final moment before everything turned dark, in Luo Yuan's hazy vision, he seemed to sense a sweet-scented wind blowing past him.
He could see the vague image of that flower-like young lady.
Hey!
I missed you. Bang!
With a boundless blast, the world of the Crystal Palace was reduced to nothingness, leaving nothing behind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 874, The Ambition of the Backup Plan. Chapter 874, The Ambition of the Backup Plan. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
Somewhere within the kingdom of Luo Yuan, a streak of light tore through the sky. A crack was ripped in space, and from that tiny crack, a huge figure appeared.
Ka! Ka!
The huge figure squeezed out of the crack and finally made it outside, and the crack collapsed. What had appeared from the crack was actually a huge palace. Below the palace was Chen Feng, who had been carrying it along all the while with his teeth clenched.
Clang!
The palace landed on the ground loudly.
Chen Feng's figure floated down.
Behind him, that huge crack began to slowly close up.
Chen Feng had returned. Come, I saw something.
This might be some treasure from some alien realms. I saw a huge palace. Some excited voices could be heard as a bunch of bizarre lifeforms appeared. The first thing they did was surround this place.
Someone is already here.
Heh, kid. Go away, said one of the lifeforms.
This is not something you can touch.
Chen Feng merely gave him an indifferent glance.
A faint radiance pulsed out.
Instantly, that lifeform, who was as powerful as a major god, turned to ash and scattered in the air.
The remaining lifeforms were instantly alarmed. Instantly killing a major god with such ease? Who was this fellow? This strength? A true god? Their expressions shifted as they immediately planned to retreat. Alas, a faint ripple swept past them instantly, reducing them all to dust. Why did you opt to appear when I am in a bad mood?
Chen Feng said with an indifferent expression as the dust scattered around.
Have I finally won? Chen Feng was feeling somewhat melancholy. Indeed, he had won.
This battle had been too hard, and the casualties too high.
Qin Hai, Kong Bai, Su Fei, everyone was dead.
For this victory, they had given everything. However, it was still not the end. They had helped him with the first half of the plan. The second half of the plan was all in the hands of Chen Feng. Chen Feng had a resolute gaze. That's right, this was not the end.
although Luo Yuan was dead. Will you die just like that? Chen Feng's gaze was cold.
Everything had progressed too smoothly.
Luo Yuan had died too easily.
Although he had already used many of his trump cards, this had still progressed too smoothly.
Chen Feng hadn't felt any struggle coming from Luo Yuan. Nor had he felt Luo Yuan's despair.
Years of his hard work had gone down the drain just like that.
Was he truly willing to accept this fate? Why had Luo Yuan not felt despair in the face of defeat?
The answer was quite simple: he had still had hope. Even if the hope was small, Chen Feng was able to figure out what Luo Yuan's hope was, from what he had learned from Chen Yuan.
A clone. Luo Yuan's clone was still out here in the outside world.
Since Chen Yuan had been able to survive independently after severing his ties with Luo Yuan in the alien world, the same would have been true of the clone here when the real body arrived on the alien world. Therefore, though the real Luo Yuan was already dead, in the outside world, there was still a clone. This clone wasn't as strong as the real body. Based on what Chen Yuan had said, regardless of how strong a clone was, even with the help of the real body, the clone could only reach high-tier true god. This level was still too far from what the real body was capable of. Therefore, the clone here would at most be a high-tier true god. Moreover, he would be forever stuck at that level. After all, a clone was still a clone. As such, based on their guesses, the clone Luo Yuan had left behind would never be used to face Chen Feng.
After all, if Chen Feng could even defeat the real body, what could a mere clone do? That was why the clone would not be used for battle. He would only appear at a certain moment, a certain crucial moment.
What would that crucial moment be? Chen Feng sank into contemplation.
Somewhere amid the wilderness was an immense pitch-black coffin.
The coffin was covered in seals and nailed securely to the ground by numerous nails as it lay dormant within this place of boundless darkness. It appeared so very sinister. Suddenly, the coffin began to tremble violently.
The nails began to vibrate until, ultimately, it all burst apart. Bang! With a loud boom, the coffin burst apart.
A figure slowly crawled out of the collapsed coffin. His body was extremely stiff, and he had an overcast expression on his face. Evidently, he had been slumbering here for an extended period of time.
The real body has died.
This was his first sentence. Slowly, he walked out.
His appearance was precisely that of Luo Yuan.
Before leaving, the real body formed me, the clone. Next, he placed me in eternal slumber, isolating me from him.
However, I was linked directly to the alien world he controlled.
The moment that alien world was destroyed, I woke up. The moment I woke up, some things that originally belonged to only the real body were transferred over to me.
At that moment, I became the true Luo Yuan.
He arranged his thoughts.
Now, the destruction of the alien world signifies that the battle has ended. However, since the real body is nowhere to be seen, that proves that the battle ended with Chen Feng's victory.
He sighed. His memories began recovering as he fused with the memories that used to belong only to the real body. As of this moment, he was the real body. Everything Luo Yuan had left behind before leaving was for the awakening of this clone here at this place. In fact, this was a trick he had learned from Chen Feng. Since Chen Feng could trick his clone into cutting ties with him, could he not apply the same concept in creating a new clone? This was what he had considered. This was what he had done.
Slowly, this new Luo Yuan's strength grew.
As the memories washed over him, he recovered completely.
This Luo Yuan was nearly equivalent to the real Luo Yuan prior to his departure to the alien world.
Naturally, he did not have any memory of the events that had transpired on the alien world.
After all, this clone had been formed before Luo Yuan left for the alien world. Let me think about it. Based on the memories, I managed to figure out about the existence of Chen Feng.
To prevent my plans from being seen through, I used an extremely idiotic method to deal with him.
I decided to attack the alien world.
I would collapse the flow of time there before killing Chen Feng.
It seems like that plan failed. Luo Yuan sighed.
He had no idea how the defeat had happened, though. However, based on the memories left behind, during his moment of defeat, he should have destroyed the entire alien world.
That was how this clone would wake up. The real body had indeed done that. The alien world had been destroyed. What about Chen Feng? Was he still alive? Or had he perished together with the real body?
For some reason, Luo Yuan wished that both Chen Feng and the real body had perished together.
That would be the perfect conclusion.
After all, he knew all too well how terrifying Chen Feng was. No matter how one looked at it, in the battle between the real body and Chen Feng, the real body was absolutely superior.
Yet Luo Yuan had still suffered defeat.
This was quite horrifying.
How strong was Chen Feng?
He was a clone of Luo Yuan. To be precise, he was a duplicate of Luo Yuan. Despite that, there were still minute differences between them.
As an example, their strength.
The real body had possessed heaven-defying strength at the level of peak true god. As for this clone here, he was merely a high-tier true god. Therefore, despite sharing the same memories and thought process as the real body, the way they dealt with things would be different. If Chen Feng can defeat even the real body, I am not his opponent.
Luo Yuan knew himself well.
If Chen Feng, that fellow who had defeated the real body, was still alive, he was definitely not an opponent this clone could contend against.
Luo Yuan racked his brain and was shortly able to think of something. Perhaps this was also a gift left behind by the real body.
After all, the two were one and thus shared similar thought processes.
Luo Yuan calmly analyzed the situation.
Now, Chen Feng is out there in the open while I am here in hiding. My advantage is Chen Feng not knowing that I am still alive. Back then, Chen Feng had tricked him for over 30 years by faking his death. Now, it was his turn to return the favor. He would hide, waiting for the perfect moment to make a fatal strike toward Chen Feng.
He was Luo Yuan.
Even though he was a mere clone, he still desired to control the world. The little flame Luo Yuan had left in this clone was presently burning brightly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 875, Vestiges of Time. Chapter 875, Vestiges of Time. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Time passed quietly.
Chen Feng had returned to the outside world carrying the palace.
Silently, he waited for Wang Yao to awaken. He knew that the moment she awoke would be the end of everything. As such, he was waiting.
At the same time, he was operating his powerful strength. Slowly, all the powers he had absorbed were fused.
With his new godly power, all the other godly powers could only submit.
This was easier now after his battle with Luo Yuan, as he'd harvested all of Luo Yuan's godly powers. During this period of time while Chen Feng was waiting, his strength was still growing without stop.
The task Luo Yuan had failed even after several decades was completed by him, becoming the world controller.
Chen Feng was now a peak true god in the truest sense. He had now reached a height even higher than the previous Luo Yuan.
He was even stronger than Luo Yuan had been at his peak.
In addition to controlling all godly powers, he had also fully fused the powers. Now, all that was left was waiting for Wang Yao's awakening.
Is everything progressing smoothly? Duma asked Chen Feng, who was near the palace.
Chen Feng had been back for quite a while, yet all this while, he had never left this palace. Reaching this point had been way too hard. He did not wish to see any mistakes.
After all, Luo Yuan's clone was still out there.
Even though this clone was incredibly weak next to Chen Feng, he still did not wish to see anything unexpected happening.
I guess, he answered after feeling out the aura within the palace. The power of time was converging again. It wouldn't be that long before Wang Yao finally broke through. Duma heaved a breath of relief. That's good.
After hearing about the things that had happened on the alien world, he had indeed been deeply shocked.
Even Miss Xiaoyu had not seen that coming. Likewise, none of them had ever expected that Chen Feng would actually emerge victorious.
This was a total victory. Naturally, Duma was not aware that he had also played an important role in this battle. He had been used as a lie against Luo Yuan.
Nevertheless, Duma couldn't help but wonder if Chen Feng was truly fine.
After all, in that huge world of the Crystal Palace, Chen Feng was the only survivor.
Chen Feng smiled. Don't worry. The fight has just begun. How can I give up so easily? Begun? Duma blanked. Wasn't it over?
The fight with Luo Yuan is indeed over, Chen Feng said calmly.
However, this is merely the beginning of my fight. That's right, his fight. He would not allow Qin Hai and the rest to have died in vain. Since everyone had placed their trust in him, handing over their lives, Chen Feng absolutely had to fulfill his promise to resurrect them. He would definitely accomplish this. Chen Feng's gaze was resolute. He turned around and looked at the palace Wang Yao was in. I have defeated even Luo Yuan. You? Hum.
Faintly, the power of time continued swirling around. Chen Feng could sense that Wang Yao would be able to break through at any moment, entering the true god stage. Suddenly, Duma said, "The wind is blowing." He could feel a gentle breeze brushing past them.
A smile formed on Chen Feng's face. Yeah, the wind is blowing. The wind was here. What should have appeared would now appear.
He stood up and placed his palm on the palace.
Senior Duma. Duma nodded. Understood.
He knew that his turn to make a move had arrived.
Bang!
A wave of the power of time pulsed out. In Duma's hand was a faint clump of the power of time. This power passed through the palace directly and reached the hall within. The power of time was the only power capable of exerting any sort of influence on the palace, since it was the same kind of power, the power of time.
The power that Duma could control was extremely weak. It was so weak that it couldn't do anything to Wang Yao. However, his task was not to assist Wang Yao's cultivation. Rather, Shua! Shua!
Faintly, the power of time poured in. Right at this moment, the young lady within the palace, who had stayed unmoving for a long time, suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes flashed brilliantly the moment she opened them. This was a power she was familiar with. She knew that this was the power of that old turtle. Her emotionless eyes shone brightly.
Are you making your move? Was Duma trying to awaken her? This signified that Luo Yuan had yet to obtain victory, right? A certain memory surfaced.
She could remember that the last message she received had been from Luo Yuan. He had told her that Chen Feng was already dead. She had been forced to accept this fact and wait for the moment she finally became a true god. She had her own plans. The moment Chen Feng had died, she had already decided.
But now, Duma was trying to awaken her? Are you guys still capable of resisting Luo Yuan? Wang Yao wondered if Duma was the one fighting Luo Yuan now.
Shortly afterward, she rejected this notion. She suddenly recalled Duma's power. It was the power of time. Rather, it was a weak version of the power of time, nevertheless, it was still the power of time.
If Duma was together with Chen Feng, right? Wang Yao suddenly thought of another person, Miss Xiaoyu. If she was around as well. Suddenly, Wang Yao's heart throbbed. Perhaps Chen Feng was still alive? Bang!
The moment this thought appeared, her calm demeanor broke.
The power that had stayed calm within her for so long instantly erupted, incapable of being held back.
These years, she had been suppressing her power. She had been accumulating power without stop. Firstly, she did not intend to let Luo Yuan borrow her power. Secondly, only by suppressing and accumulating power would she be able to truly transform during the moment of her breakthrough. All along, she had never intended to merely be Luo Yuan's tool. She was Wang Yao, a person who had been reborn. She had not returned just to be cannon fodder. If she had continued her accumulation, during the moment of her breakthrough, Luo Yuan's victory would become uncertain. But now, there was no longer any need for that. Bang! A terrifying power of time roiled out. The berserk power blasted the palace apart. The moment this power left the palace, the entire world trembled. This was the power of time, a power even the creation god had not controlled. This was a power that was not supposed to exist.
Bang! Bang! Boundless power pulsed out. Amid the terrifying storm of time, Wang Yao walked out with a calm expression.
When she saw that familiar figure standing before the palace, a smile formed on her face.
So he was still alive. How good this was. Wang Yao was intelligent.
When she saw that they were no longer in outer space, when she saw that only a portion of the palace remained here, she instantly understood what had happened.
This fellow had actually gone to outer space to carry the palace back. What a guy.
A sweet feeling surfaced in Wang Yao's heart. She knew that Chen Feng, who had once been weaker than her, who had once required her protection, had, at her moment of danger, stepped on a cloud of 7 colors and rescued her like a Prince Charming. This was quite cliché, but it was still touching.
Shua!
She drifted forth on the current of time to directly reach Chen Feng.
You have gotten fat. Chen Feng was in an emotional state of mind.
What had remained mere memories for a long time, at this moment, had become tangible again. He felt extremely guilty for letting Wang Yao remain locked up for so long. He was extremely sad, as he had actually forgotten about her at one point.
Throughout the years, she had been locked in the room.
She had been forced to cultivate day and night, living a hopeless life.
What had her life been like?
The thought of what she had gone through caused Chen Feng's heart to ache.
Fortunately, everything was over now. Wang Yao still appeared as pleasant as ever. The vestiges of time couldn't be seen on her.
This was the truth. After all, with a cursory glance at Wang Yao, Chen Feng found that her height was the same, as were the 2 clumps on her chest.
Wang Yao?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 876, Decisive Battle, 3. Chapter 876, Decisive Battle, 3. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
I am not small, Wang Yao grumbled.
Chen Feng shook his head. I don't believe you. Hearing about it means nothing. Even when looking at it, it might be fake. Only by feeling it with my own hands. Humph. Wang Yao gave him a furious glare, then suddenly laughed. This fellow was truly still the same. He. Duma laughed dryly by the side. This display of affection was somewhat overboard. Even Duma, who had lived for so many years, couldn't take it anymore. As the displays of affection grew more intense, Duma's face greened.
Fortunately, Chen Feng still knew what he should do. He told Wang Yao everything that had happened recently.
Wang Yao understood what Chen Feng wanted to do as well. What he wanted was to be the world controller. However, this was understandable.
She stood up and looked at the world around her. This world had been ravaged badly. Half the world had been destroyed by Luo Yuan, and countless lifeforms had been enslaved by him. They lived a life no better than death itself. As for the other half of the world, they could only live on bitterly through constant struggle. This was the present state of the world, a world without any vitality. After all, to Luo Yuan, this world was merely a tool for his return to the past. Why would he treat this world well? Therefore, Chen Feng had no choice but to continue Luo Yuan's plan. He had to first control the world, then rewind time.
However, he wouldn't rewind to the era Luo Yuan had wanted.
Rather, he wanted to return to the best era this world had ever experienced, the genetic era he knew of. Wang Yao looked at Chen Feng solemnly.
Have you made up your mind? Chen Feng nodded.
Meichem, he had long since decided in his heart.
Controlling the world isn't that hard. Wang Yao took in a deep breath.
However, rewinding time is extremely difficult, especially when the rewind needs to stop at a specific point in time. Even though the power of time is at your disposal, it will still be very exhausting. Moreover, you might not be a true god anymore afterward, or maybe you'll cease to exist, Wang Yao sternly explained. In this world, Chen Feng was a true god. He was extremely powerful.
Since defeating Luo Yuan, he was unopposable. Without a doubt, he would be able to easily gain control over this world. After all, he still had luck and misfortune under his control. Therefore, controlling the world wouldn't be that hard for Chen Feng. He could easily mold this world as he wished, turning it back into a world filled with vitality, allowing this world to sail smoothly from now on. In this new world, Chen Feng was the uncrowned king. Even if he wanted to crown himself, that would not be a problem. On the contrary, rewinding time would be way harder. To rewind the entire world's time, in addition to the power of time, a huge amount of godly power would be required as well. This power would not appear out of thin air. If so, whose power would be exhausted? Without a doubt, that person would be Chen Feng. With Chen Feng as the implementer, with the world as the material, with Wang Yao's power of time as the catalyst, and with Chen Feng's godly power as the fuel, the rewind would start. The end result could very well be Chen Feng losing all his godly power. The longer back in time they needed to rewind, the worse off Chen Feng would be. Was this truly what he wanted? Moreover, Luo Yuan and Yi, said Wang Yao, reminding him of those two. Although those two were dead now, if they returned back to a period where the both of them were still alive. Back then, Luo Yuan had accidentally awakened Yi through his time travel. Now, if Chen Feng was careless, he might awaken both Luo Yuan and Yi. At that time, how would the exhausted Chen Feng face them? He would die a miserable death. Therefore, they had to exercise extreme caution when carrying out this plan. Rewinding time was not something that allowed any room for mistakes. Chen Feng nodded. I understand. He had thought of all these things. Chen Feng's gaze was resolute as he said, I have no choice, I promise them that I will save them. Moreover, I have already thought through this whole matter. There won't be any problems. In this world, nobody can stop me. Nobody can influence me either. Chen Feng was sure. With Luo Yuan's death, he was now the strongest. Meichem, Wang Yao nodded. Since Luo Yuan was already dead, she would not stop Chen Feng. Then let us begin, Wang Yao said. All right. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. The source of my power is nearly identical to Luo Yuan's. Therefore, controlling the world will be very easy. The crucial part of the plan is rewinding time. I will need your help with this. Understood, Wang Yao replied solemnly. Shua. Faint godly power roiled out. Chen Feng began to shine with an intense radiance. Bang!
The godly power converged. In Chen Feng's hands, power unique to the world slowly appeared. In Wang Yao's hands, power unique to time gathered. Slowly, the two powers fused.
Bang! Finally, the two powers met. A terrifying shockwave swept out.
Where the two of them stood, an alarming power erupted. A transparent whirlpool formed, a whirlpool containing the power of time, containing everything. Without a doubt, the moment that whirlpool covered the entirety of this world, time would start going backward.
This was rewinding time. This was how powerful time was.
Alas, right at this instant, when they just started releasing their power to rewind time, a streak of light appeared. This streak of light appeared from a corner they could not see, hidden within the void. There, an illusory figure appeared.
Swish, dot.
That person appeared suddenly and charged at them directly.
Luo Yuan! Wang Yao cried out in alarm.
Her eyes went wide. Evidently, she had not expected that Luo Yuan would appear here. This was definitely the clone that Chen Feng had mentioned.
You are courting death. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly.
Since he had been aware that Luo Yuan's clone was still out there, he had naturally prepared for his appearance.
A clone? A high-tier true god?
In the past, he might have feared such an existence.
However, he was now the world controller.
He was the peak of this world in the truest sense.
Merely Luo Yuan? Chen Feng sneered. I have been waiting a long time for you. Bang!
Instantly, the power of a peak true god swept out. As a precaution against Luo Yuan, Chen Feng had reserved a portion of his power.
This power now poured out and instantly pierced through Luo Yuan. Perhaps Luo Yuan had once been formidable, but he was a mere clone now.
A mere high-tier true god clone like him was incapable of posing any threat to Chen Feng, let alone causing any trouble in Chen Feng's plan.
Surprisingly, even after being pierced through, the smile on Luo Yuan's face still remained. Luo Yuan laughed heartily. Ha ha. I knew I wouldn't be a match for you. However, who told you that I am here merely to cause a disturbance? After all, what you are doing is what I have been trying to do all this while. Hee hee, why would I even try to stop you? I won't stop you. Rather, I will help you. Shwa!
A bizarre power suddenly shot out of his hand. It entered the whirlpool of rewinding time.
The moment it entered, Wang Yao was alarmed. Time? Wang Yao's expression shifted.
That's right, the power Luo Yuan had shot into the whirlpool was the power of time. This power was feeble, but when it entered the whirlpool, which had only stabilized with great difficulty, the balance within the whirlpool immediately shifted.
You all have seemingly forgotten that a long time ago, Duma used to wear a wristband as well. I copied his power too. Luo Yuan howled with laughter.
This decision of his had been correct after all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 877, Decisive Battle, 4. Chapter 877, Decisive Battle, 4. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Before the time whirlpool, Luo Yuan showed himself.
He had always been hiding one fact: he had also copied Duma's power.
Luo Yuan had once thought of studying this power as well. Alas, Duma's power of time was too weak, comparable to Kong Bai's branch of transmigration.
Therefore, Luo Yuan had only been able to give up on it. Nevertheless, he had still been able to fine-tune the power of time.
Chen Feng could die over and over again just to hide from Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan was also capable of such minor usages of time.
Therefore, he had been killing himself and resurrecting himself at fixed intervals. This was what Chen Feng had used against Luo Yuan back then. Now, this method was being used against Chen Feng. This guaranteed that Chen Feng would never be able to locate him, assuring him that he would be able to stay hidden at all times. Of course, he was but a mere clone. However, as far as Luo Yuan was concerned, only his physical flesh was that of a clone. After all, he now possessed the complete memories and thought process of the real body. On top of that, this minuscule power of time was something only this clone had.
Luo Yuan had left this power behind before leaving for the world of the Crystal Palace back then so as to hide that he had this power from Chen Feng. After all, this was a trump card, an incomparably powerful trump card. With this power of time, his thought process was getting infinitely identical to the real body's thought process. As for this cloned body, it was now the real body. Apart from the absence of the memories of what had happened on the world of the Crystal Palace, he was no different from Luo Yuan himself. Therefore, after his complete awakening, Luo Yuan had continued with the backup plan he had prepared back then. This plan involved him ambushing Chen Feng.
Thus, he had appeared here after sensing the appearance of the power of time.
He had been hiding and waiting.
Now, what he had been waiting for had finally arrived. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. He might be weak now, but he had the power to control the world. The only thing he lacked was the power of misfortune, which just so happened to be in Chen Feng's hands. As far as he was concerned, Chen Feng was equivalent to a key to start rewinding time. As such, it did not matter who started the rewinding process. What was truly important was who controlled time after the key was used to start the process. Luo Yuan had decided to allow Chen Feng to be the one to start the process.
Chen Feng succeeded. He won. Alas, he was but a key. Bang! Mighty power poured out of Luo Yuan's hand.
Instantly, this power traversed the world and arrived within Chen Feng and Wang Yao's whirlpool. This was the power to change everything. Chen Feng had used all his power to start this process. His aura and his godly power were fully being used to control the power of the world. As for Luo Yuan, the only thing he needed to do was place a timestamp on the process. The only thing he changed was the stopping point, that was all.
The timestamp Chen Feng had set in the genetic era was changed back to the era of Luo Yuan's youth.
This was his true goal.
So Chen Feng believed that he had won?
Indeed, he had emerged victorious from the battle.
However, so what?
With this as the end result, the one who ultimately lost was still Chen Feng.
Luo Yuan had needed to deal with two issues to accomplish his goal.
The first was Chen Feng, who would never compromise with him.
To defeat Chen Feng and take the power of misfortune would take a very long time. His second issue was Wang Yao.
Even though he had locked Wang Yao up and forced her to cultivate, she had only obeyed because he had been stronger. The moment Wang Yao became a true god, the moment she had terrifying power at her disposal, how could he force her to rewind time as he wished?
This was a major issue. Therefore, rewinding time was an extremely difficult process for Luo Yuan. However, what if Chen Feng was the one to do it?
Everything would fall into place perfectly.
And thus, Luo Yuan had died. Chen Feng would now personally do all this. Wang Yao would most certainly agree to help.
Therefore, Chen Feng would be able to flawlessly start the rewinding process.
Yes, Luo Yuan was currently very weak. So what?
All Chen Feng's power had been used to start this process. Many factors needed to be controlled: the rewinding process, time, the timestamp, stability, and so on.
Too many things required his focus.
As for Luo Yuan, he only needed to exhaust the entirety of his power to alter the timestamp.
That was all. He had succeeded easily.
In the end, this world was still his.
Chen Feng? Ha ha. He would die from exhaustion during the rewinding process. He would be sucked dry by the power of time. Everyone would die. Only Luo Yuan would return to that era belonging to himself. Moreover, he would return with his current strength.
The time whirlpool revolved slowly. That faint power of time started influencing the world.
Wang Yao's face fell. This is bad. The timestamp has been locked. At this point, she could no longer control the rewinding perfectly. Under Luo Yuan's influence, the rewinding was shifting toward a certain direction. The timestamp left by Luo Yuan was akin to a nail that could not be driven off. Silently, it changed the trajectory of the entire process. Finally, Chen Feng understood. So this is your actual goal. At this point, how could he not understand? Perhaps this had been Luo Yuan's plan all along? From his invasion of the alien world to his present intrusion into the rewinding process, had it all been part of his plan? Had he used his life as the price to ensure that Chen Feng would be the one to start this process? What a ruthless guy. To think that he still dared to do something like this even after the betrayal of his clone. He still dared to allow his clone to take over by sacrificing his real body. What a madman. Ha, you have only thought of it now? It is already too late. Luo Yuan howled with laughter. I finally understand. When someone is too strong and nearly unequaled, they will always neglect some things. This applies to both the me before and the present you. Although I suffered one defeat, I am the final victor. Sorry, Chen Feng. Luo Yuan lifted his hand, hastening the flow of time. Bang! The time whirlpool started revolving at a rapid speed and growing in size. No wonder, Chen Feng finally understood everything. It was no wonder that Luo Yuan had died so easily. It turned out that he had intended to die all along. What a terrifying plan! He had expected that Luo Yuan might come himself, yet he had never expected that Luo Yuan to have control over the power of time. The corner of Luo Yuan's mouth curled up, forming a smile. A perfect plan, right?
This was his true plan. This was the final plan he had come up with after improvising on the plan Luck Aura had selected for him based on the hot-headed template.
Bang!
The timestamp he had condensed was like a nail that was nailed tightly in the time rewind.
Now, the entire world would rewind as he wished.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 878, You Are Still Lacking. Chapter 878, You Are Still Lacking. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Bang!
The whirlpool of time spun. The terrifying power of time started spreading toward the entire world. Under the effects of time, the world began to warp.
Change was imminent. After pulling out all his tricks, Luo Yuan had finally reached this point.
However, he was somewhat surprised by the fact that Chen Feng was merely watching on with a detached gaze. Not a tiny bit of helplessness could be felt from him.
Suddenly, Chen Feng laughed. Compared to your real body, you are still somewhat lacking. What? Luo Yuan had a bad feeling. Timestamp, Chen Feng shook his head.
I truly never expected this.
Is this the source of your confidence? Chen Feng looked at the center of the whirlpool. There, the timestamp glowed brightly. This was what Luo Yuan was relying on to change the flow of time. You won't be able to change it. Luo Yuan refused to believe that Chen Feng could do that.
As a third party, I saw clearly how all your power was exhausted. It is impossible for you to still have any reserves.
That's right.
Chen Feng had no way of reserving any power.
What reserves he had already been squeezed out by Luo Yuan.
Now, he had nothing to spare. After all, this was an undertaking involving the entire world. Even though Chen Feng was a peak true god, it was impossible for him to still have any power in reserve.
It wouldn't be that easy. If so, what exactly was the source of his confidence? Luo Yuan fixed his gaze on Chen Feng.
He was of the opinion that Chen Feng was trying to lie again.
I will not fall for your lies, Luo Yuan said with a sharp gaze. During this final moment, his belief was unprecedentedly firm.
Indeed, I have fallen for your tricks many times in the past.
Not this time. Time was flowing.
The effect of the whirlpool had now reached the entire world. Chen Feng spoke calmly.
The timestamp is indeed very powerful.
This situation is similar to a loaded anti-aircraft gun whose trajectory was changed after the shell was fired. By using all your power here, I am indeed not capable of changing it.
I won't be able to do anything to this timestamp. However, suddenly, Chen Feng said, why should I change it in the first place? Luo Yuan laughed heartily. Because you will die if it remains?
Alas, his laugh did not last long before his face froze. That was because, at this precise instant, he saw a red flash streak past.
Then, the timestamp vanished. Luo Yuan's face shifted.
He turned around abruptly, looking in the direction the red flash had come from. There, a pure-looking young lady was carrying the timestamp in her arms. One bite at a time, she began to eat the timestamp. On her head were two protrusions that were quite identical to dragon horns.
Luo Yuan was alarmed. Who are you?
The whirlpool had already begun operating. Apart from the few of them who were here at the source of this whirlpool, no other lifeforms could hope to enter.
That was because all other places should now be engulfed in the power of time.
This was the only place that was still frozen in time.
This young lady. Hold on. Suddenly, Luo Yuan recalled who she was.
He recalled that a long time ago, Chen Feng had had a little snake by his side. The snake had been called Xiaoying. Even though Luo Yuan hadn't been able to subject the snake to any monitoring, he still had a rough understanding of the snake through Chen Feng. This also included the contract of life and death that Xiaoying had signed with Mingyu. However, this Xiaoying had been missing for a long time now. In fact, it had been many years since she had last appeared.
Since when had that tiny snake been capable of taking a humanoid form? Since when had that tiny snake been so powerful?
The alien world had already been destroyed, how was she still alive?
Chen Feng had a faint smile. I have your real body to thank for this.
The alien world completely collapsed with chaotic time currents everywhere. Even you, as a clone, were no longer able to stay connected to your real body in that situation. Therefore, how could it be possible for a mere contract of life and death to continue binding Xiaoying's life with Mingyu's?
I see. Luo Yuan clenched his fists.
He was truly clueless about what had transpired over there. Fine, he could accept the fact that this young lady here was powerful. However,
What the hell was up with her chewing on the timestamp?
Luo Yuan watched on with horror as that young lady chewed on that shiny timestamp one bite at a time before slowly swallowing it down.
How is this possible? Luo Yuan was utterly dumbstruck. Eaten? The timestamp that even Chen Feng had been helpless against was eaten? What the hell? That was a timestamp formed of the power of time. Apart from Wang Yao, someone else could touch it? Even Luo Yuan did not dare to physically touch that thing. If he dared to swallow it, his personal flow of time would immediately increase by over 10,000 times. Regardless of how long of a lifespan he had, he would immediately die of old age. When something like this that was supposed to alter the fate of an entire world was used on a single individual, it would be greatly amplified. How? He looked at that young lady. Apart from the horns on her head, which had grown somewhat, no changes could be seen. What the hell had that snake evolved into? He had no answer. However, would he have to accept defeat just like this? No. I can't accept this, howled Luo Yuan. Once again, he tried forming a timestamp. Timestamp, form. A sparkling radiance swirled around his hands. Once again, a timestamp was formed. Since Luo Yuan had control over Duma's power, forming this timestamp wasn't particularly difficult for him. Of course, this new timestamp was clearly weaker than the first. Swish. Once again, Luo Yuan tossed the timestamp into the whirlpool. Aha! Instantly, Xiao Ying's eyes shone with excitement. Shwa! She charged over, grabbed the timestamp, and once again began eating it. Just like that, in less than 2 seconds, the newly formed timestamp was eaten. Luo Yuan was stupefied. Exactly what life form was showing? She seemed to have been a snake in the past, right? What had she evolved into? Could it be that she had devoured the bloodline of some life forms and evolved into a dog? Swish! Luo Yuan tossed out a third timestamp. Once again, the young lady puffed and charged over before proceeding to eat it. This caused Chen Feng to feel somewhat embarrassed. Bro, can you consider the dignity of a dragon before behaving like this? Luo Yuan's heart trembled as he thought of something. This might work? Swish! He tossed a timestamp in a different direction. The young lady charged over immediately. Seeing this, Luo Yuan had a pensive look. Perhaps, there is a solution to this. Swish! Swish! He tossed out several dozen timestamps in a row. The timestamps were scattered in all directions. Since this young lady loved the timestamps, he would allow her to eat as much as she wanted. It might seem like he had tossed out a lot of timestamps, but only one of them was suffused with power capable of influencing the rewinding of time. Therefore, so long as he was lucky and she did not happen to eat that particular timestamp. Shwa! While Luo Yuan was still lost in thought, wondering which timestamp this young lady would choose, a red flash started streaking back and forth before him at a rapid speed. Instantly, all the timestamps he had tossed out vanished. With a stupefied expression, Luo Yuan looked at the young lady, who now had a pile of timestamps in her arms. She started chomping down on the timestamps while the corner of her eyes looked at Luo Yuan in disdain. Which to choose? He. Only a kid would make a choice. As an adult, of course I will choose all of them. Luo Yuan was thoroughly stupefied. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 879, Return. Chapter 879, Return. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. I told you, it's time for this to end. With a tranquil expression, Chen Feng watched as Xiaoying messed around with Luo Yuan. In truth, everything was over the moment the real Luo Yuan died. You are, after all, a mere clone. Even though you two share the same consciousness and thought process, you are just a mere clone. Luo Yuan began muttering to himself. How can this? Bang! The time whirlpool started to seethe. Without the timestamp, the whirlpool was fully activated. The entire world began to rewind. Apart from where they stood, everything flowed backward like the water of a river. Time was now flowing backward. Luo Yuan's eyes were wide open. This was something he had been yearning for even in his dreams. For this moment, he had worked hard for so many years. Alas, though this was now actually happening, it no longer had anything to do with him. Suddenly, Chen Feng said, "Time for you to go." Swish! With a red flash, Xiaoying sent Luo Yuan flying away. No! Luo Yuan's face fell. The instant he was flung out of the area, he vanished amid the current of time. This Luo Yuan was just a clone.
Therefore, the moment he touched the current of time, he vanished from existence.
Bang!
The time whirlpool erupted with power, bringing them to all the points in time they had once lived in.
First was the era of Luo Yuan.
They watched as Luo Yuan dominated the world, becoming the sole king.
Due to time being rewound, what they witnessed was quite amusing.
They watched as Luo Yuan transformed from a peak god and the ruler of everything into someone who lost his kingdom.
Next was the era of Chen Feng.
In this era, the world had yet to be split in two. Chen Feng never gotten involved in the affairs of the world. Therefore, the world was able to develop in a positive direction.
Soon, the era of Yi arrived.
The world changed. The human world turned into a single bead that appeared in Ye's eyes.
This was the era where humans suffered most. Shwa! Shwa! Slowly, time flowed backward. Right at this instant, a dazzling flash appeared.
Just like that, the time whirlpool stopped, forced to a halt here.
MHM? Chen Feng was startled.
He could sense that the time whirlpool had seemingly gotten stuck on something. Chen Feng looked into the distance. There, Yi, who had always been changing along with the flow of time, stood firmly. His eyes shone brightly. His existence itself was like a nail that was firmly fixing the time whirlpool in place.
Has this moment finally arrived? Ye's mouth curled up into a smile. I know of your existence, Luo Yuan. I know what your goal is.
Therefore, I have been waiting here for you. I might suffer defeat in the near future. I might die, allowing you the control over this world.
However, since you are rewinding time, let us do battle once again. Ye's gaze became sharp. He. I have been waiting a long time for this moment. This was actually the point in time shortly prior to Yi and Luo Yuan's battle.
Due to Luo Yuan, Chen Feng had received a huge gift from Yi. This was how he had stepped into the realm of godhood. Shortly after this, Yi had set off for outer space to battle Luo Yuan. In that battle, both of them had suffered greatly. It seemed like this was the backup plan Yi had left behind.
Looks like you indeed emerged victorious from that battle. Yi smiled lightly. However, I will still be the final victor. Shwa!
His figure flickered. His entire body was bathed in a resplendent radiance. Like a nail, he fixed the time whirlpool in place. His body flashed forth and instantly reached the center of the time whirlpool. Based on what I know, after activating this whirlpool, you won't have much power left in you.
Here, I am the strongest.
Thank you for rewinding time, allowing me. Upon entering the whirlpool, he immediately blanked. Yi looked at the three before him, stupefied.
Who are you?
Immediately afterward, he recalled.
This fellow seemed to be that kid named Chen Feng?
Ye's face shifted.
Why is it you? Where is Luo Yuan? Could it be that Luo Yuan had allowed someone else to take charge of the time rewind? Was this a precaution Luo Yuan had prepared for Yi? Countless thoughts surfaced in Ye's mind.
As for Chen Feng, he could clearly see the shining fragment held by Yi. That fragment was emitting a familiar power, the power of time.
Chen Feng sighed. A timestamp.
Yi had actually discovered a certain powerful timestamp containing the power of time. Using that timestamp, he had waited until the time rewind reached this point before freezing it at this moment in time. If Luo Yuan were the one rewinding time, he would truly have suffered defeat here.
Xiaoying, said Chen Feng.
Swish! Immediately, Xiaoying flashed forth, knocking Yi away. At the same time, the timestamp he was holding was snatched by Xiaoying.
Yi was somewhat dumbstruck. What was this?
He knew who Chen Feng was. He was that weak mortal Yi had personally granted a divine seat, allowing him to reach godhood.
How had he become strong enough to control this time whirlpool?
And there was also that young lady.
Why was her strength so terrifying?
Yi was clueless. He found that he couldn't see through the three before him at all.
Chen Feng merely laughed. He. Ye's plan was indeed flawless.
Unfortunately, he had neglected Chen Feng's existence. He had not known that in the future, after his own battle with Luo Yuan, Chen Feng had also engaged in a battle with Luo Yuan.
Moreover, that battle had been extremely long.
Luo Yuan's and Chen Feng's strength had grown considerably. Moreover, during the final moments, even those by their side had reached the realm of true God.
Ye's strength could have once been considered powerful. But against the present Chen Feng.
You are too weak, Chen Feng said with a tranquil expression.
Bang, dot. Instantly, Ye's body was flung away. I'm too weak. Even after being flung away, Yi couldn't react to this.
This was a trap he had set prior to his departure for outer space.
From his understanding, that Luo Yuan was nearly equivalent to him in strength. How was he too weak?
Right at this instant, he saw the young lady who had snatched the timestamp from him. She shot him an inquisitive glance before chomping down on the timestamp.
Ka. Thus, time continued to flow. No. Yi was alarmed. He knew that the moment time began flowing. Shwa.
The moment the time whirlpool started revolving again, Yi vanished into nothingness. This powerful true god had finally vanished as time resumed flowing back to the era prior to the arrival of the gods. This was where the primordial descended.
Time continued flowing. Ultimately, it returned to the era Chen Feng was most familiar with, genetic era. Bang!
Right at this moment, the time whirlpool stopped.
The world, having been warped during the rewind process, returned to normal. Blue skies and jade green waters appeared.
The familiar skyscrapers and buildings appeared in their view.
Cities brimming with vitality popped up.
Chen Feng clenched his fists tightly.
We have returned.
He had finally returned to the era he was most familiar with. The ancient race had yet to be discovered. The primordial had yet to descend. The gods had yet to appear.
This was still humanity's golden era. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. I like this era.
Naturally, returning to this point in time did not signify that he now had nothing to do. At the very least, he had to deal with all those that were supposed to appear in the future before they could grow in power.
As an example, Chen Feng picked up a wristband and softly whispered into it. Luo Yuan. I am coming for you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 880, End. Chapter 880, End. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
In outer space, on a huge throne, when Luo Yuan, who was monitoring all of humanity, heard this sentence, he was greatly frightened. Since he was monitoring all of humanity, it was natural that his name was one of the keywords that his filters would immediately catch. He could hear every conversation pertaining to him. He had heard people scold him. He had heard people wanting to get married to him.
However, never before had anyone directly conversed with him. He tried to find out who that person was. Regretfully, apart from that single sentence, Luo Yuan failed to gather any additional information about that person.
Luo Yuan's heart throbbed.
How is this possible? He was high and above all other humans.
He was akin to a god, controlling all humanity.
How could information he couldn't find even exist? Luo Yuan frowned. Is it those fellows again?
The truth was, he had discovered the existence of an extremely powerful race on this planet. On top of that, he had also discovered an alien world called the Twin Horns World. He controlled the flow of all information, yet that person who had just talked to him. Luo Yuan felt a chill in his heart. That person had used a newly bought wristband.
Moreover, the wristband had only been used once to talk to him.
Therefore, Luo Yuan had no way of obtaining any information about that person.
This caused him to feel fear. Who exactly are you? Luo Yuan asked in a low voice. Right at this instant, a voice suddenly appeared by his ear. Why don't you take a guess? Bang! Luo Yuan's heart jolted.
He turned around abruptly. Instantly, his entire body chilled and all his hair stood on end. Unknowingly, a figure had appeared beside him and whispered into his ear.
Luo Yuan reined his fear in. Who are you? He feigned a calm expression and stood up.
He knew that a person capable of arriving his side without being detected was not someone he could hope to contend against. However, when he got a clear look at that person, he could no longer control his emotions. That was because he had discovered that this was Chen Feng. This was a chess piece Luo Yuan had planted, a chess piece Luo Yuan had gotten from an alien world.
Luo Yuan was shaken. Why is it you? He had been monitoring Chen Feng all this while.
As such, he had a clear understanding of Chen Feng.
How was it possible for Chen Feng to have such strength? The aura he was emanating. Chen Feng chuckled. This version of Luo Yuan was truly too adorable.
The gods had yet to appear. The primordial had yet to descend. Even the ancient race had yet to be discovered.
Therefore, this Luo Yuan had copied too few abilities.
At this moment, he was merely comparable to a minor god. Of course, this was a level far surpassing all the lifeforms in this world at the moment. Unfortunately for him, Chen Feng was now a true god.
What do you think? Chen Feng smiled. I have completed your plan for you.
Therefore, I have returned to destroy you, who would destroy the world in the future.
Plan.
Future, Luo Yuan's mind spun as he suddenly realized something.
Time rewind. Instantly, he understood everything.
It was no wonder that this Chen Feng was so powerful, to the point that his aura alone was so fearful.
So it turned out that he, Luo Yuan, had suffered defeat in the future? At the hands of Chen Feng? If possible, Luo Yuan sighed. Can you erase my memories and my power before sending my consciousness back to that era? Before death.
I wish to have one last look at her. Chen Feng looked at him silently. After a long silence, he nodded.
All right. Bang.
Chen Feng destroyed Luo Yuan's body, leaving behind a trace of his consciousness. Like the blinking light of a firefly amid the darkness, the consciousness hovered on the brink of destruction. Chen Feng grabbed the consciousness.
Go. Chen Feng pointed at midair. That clump of consciousness traversed through time and space, threading the river of time like a tiny fluttering butterfly.
His wings flapped with great difficulty. Finally, he reached that era, returned to the place belonging to himself. There, he saw the entrance of the genetic union. He saw the young Missy was selling flowers there.
When she smiled, she looked exceptionally nice.
Like a flower, she looked at him with joy.
Tell me, which little girl do you fancy? His heart throbbed.
He soaked himself in the realness of all this. He knew that this was real. He had truly returned to that era, even if he could only stay for a short instant. His body began to dissipate. He had known that this would happen. Chen Feng would not allow him to alter the past. The moment the past was altered, the future would change as well.
Chen Feng would never do something that stupid.
However, he was content with this.
Thank you, Chen Feng. Luo Yuan was filled with gratefulness.
His consciousness scattered. Like a fluttering butterfly, he drifted around this young Missy before slowly vanishing. The young Missy had an odd feeling as her heart started pounding for no unknown reason. She lifted her head to gaze at the sky.
There, a flickering butterfly could seemingly be seen.
Further and further the butterfly flitted. At this time, with Luo Yuan's departure, Chen Feng destroyed the huge throne in outer space. This was ultimately the origin of all the conflicts, the origin of that terrifying existence that had conquered the entire world. He would not allow this world to change again.
As for the wristbands,
those could be considered to be an excellent invention, discounting Luo Yuan's control over them. One more thing, Chen Feng said tranquilly.
Shua.
He flashed forth, traversing the void and directly arriving on the Twin Horns world.
Hey, bro, wake up, he said as he patted a certain burial mound.
The ground trembled as the Sin God, Yi, awakened. He stared at Chen Feng furiously, totally confused about why this guy would dare provoke him.
No matter how weak he was still.
Suddenly, Ye's thoughts stopped. From Chen Feng's body, a familiar aura could be felt. True God.
Who are you? He asked blankly.
He could not remember such a god existing. You don't need to know that, Chen Feng calmly answered.
Different from Luo Yuan, Yi was not a human. He had been enslaving humans for far too long. One could say that during Ye's era, humanity had suffered the most.
You only need to know that I am a peak true god. I am here to destroy you, to complete my mission, Chen Feng calmly said.
Shua.
He lifted his hand and suppressed Yi with ease.
Mission. Peak true god. Yi had a bitter feeling.
So that planet had already developed to this level?
True gods were everywhere there, now?
While he had been in his long slumber, the creation god had actually.
Pooh.
With a flash, Yi vanished from existence. Even in death, he was still filled with unwillingness. Spend an eternity in your hatred, Chen Feng said calmly.
He glanced around at the Twin Horns world around him. Bang!
With a casual wave of his hand, the entire world was destroyed. Since Luo Yuan was already dead, it was pointless to keep this incomplete world around.
The remaining matters would now be easy. Chen Feng returned. He knew that this would be a busy day for him. He went to meet Duma, Jinhai, Kong Bai, and everyone that had fought by his side toward the end. Their memories up to the point of that battle were transmitted to them. This was the only thing he could do. With different memories, they might not necessarily grow into the same people.
And Chen Feng did not wish for them to change into different people. Naturally, to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, he had also gotten Wang Yao to lock down the past. Now, no matter what happened in the past, the timeline would mend itself. It would no longer affect the future. Those who died would still die. The only changes allowed were minor, insignificant changes.
Nobody would be allowed to travel through time into the past.
After a busy day, Chen Feng had done everything he could do. All threats had been eliminated, with extra care given to the slumbering gods. Chen Feng did not wish to kill them all. After all, these gods included those such as the forest goddess, the luck goddess, and the misfortune goddess, who had once stood by his side. Therefore, after a long period of consideration, Chen Feng ultimately created an alien world similar to the Crystal Palace before sending all the gods there. That world would forever be separated from this world. After all, the gods were too powerful and deserved to have a world for themselves. That world was thus named the Kingdom of Heaven. As for the evil gods, Chen Feng did not give them any such opportunity. All of them were cleanly erased, ending all evil at the roots. All this was done even though the gods had yet to awaken. After a busy day, everything was finally done by the time night arrived. At night, Chen Feng gazed at the starry sky. He did not participate in Qin Hai and the others' gathering. After all, he still had an extremely important thing he needed to do. This was something he had always wanted to do. After a long time, Wang Yao walked into the room. Xiaoying giggled and left the room tactfully. "You're here?" Chen Feng asked in a low voice. Wang Yao appeared nervous. "I'm here." Chen Feng comforted her. "Don't be nervous." His head trembled somewhat from his excitement. "I am not nervous." Wang Yao lowered her head, playing with the corner of her cloth. "That's good," Chen Feng said dryly. "Let's begin." Wang Yao inhaled deeply. "All right." Chen Feng approached her carefully and slowly held her dainty hand in his own. The hand he held was like a spotlessly fair jade. The skin smooth was extremely pleasant to hold. I will begin," Wang Yao said softly. Chen Feng nodded. "MHM. Schwa." Light swirled around and the two instantly vanished. On a certain mountain range, the earth trembled. This calm forest suddenly started shaking, startling countless lifeforms within the forest. Within the forest, two figures could be seen. Gasps could be heard, but what they were doing was a complete mystery. The hoarse gasps of the male interweaved with the gentle gasps of the female. The earth trembled without stop. After a long time, everything returned to its previous tranquility. Wang Yao's gentle voice said, "Do you want to take a rest?" Chen Feng clenched his teeth and said, "I am fine." Despite that, he sounded weakened. "I don't understand this. Only a few years have passed. Why has it gone so deep underground?" Bang! With a shovel, he dug at the ground with all his strength. The ground trembled, yet nothing could be found. Wang Yao shook her head helplessly. "You are truly," she was also holding a shovel. At present, she was dripping with sweat and gasping for breath. Evidently, this was quite the tiring task. "Is this part of your plan?" Wang Yao asked helplessly. Things seemed to be developing in an entirely different manner. "Nope." Chen Feng was somewhat awkward. This task, which should have been completed naturally, had ended up this way, forcing them to manually dig. Holy sh*T, this planet was too weak. If he dared to use the power of a true god, the entire world would be destroyed. He feared that this mountain and what he was looking for would be directly destroyed. Thus, he could only dig like a normal person. Fortunately, at this moment, he finally sensed that familiar aura. His eyes shone. "We're there." "Wow." Wang Yao clenched her dainty hands, somewhat nervous. Had this moment finally arrived? Chen Feng was sprawled on the ground as he carefully pushed the soil aside. 10 meters deep underground, a huge ice coffin was dug out. This was an icy crystalline coffin. Within was a young couple. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Carefully, he poured some godly power into the coffin. At the same time, he was carefully controlling his power so as to not cause this world any harm. Hum. The ice coffin slowly melted. Gradually, the icy aura disappeared. Slowly, the young couple recovered to normal temperatures. After a long time, they opened their eyes. Blankly, they stared at their surroundings and the two standing before them. "Come." Chen Feng pulled over the nervous Wang Yao and, while looking at the young woman, said, "Greet Mom." "Mom," Wang Yao called out bashfully. "The young couple?" The end. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.